are developing these things to dump them on other countries. That's a fact. They've always done that. There's tons of research that show that the United States has been involved in stuff like that forever. There was actually bioweapons labs that were in Ukraine when the war broke out that the United States was somehow involved with. Put that in there. Put that in there. What bioweapons labs was the United States involved with in Ukraine? Or how about this? Instead of being leading, were bioweapons labs discovered in Ukraine? Let's put that in first and see what it says. And then I'm going to ask it, were they funded by the United States? That's it. No bioweapons labs have been discovered in Ukraine, according to the United Nations. The U.S., Ukraine, and multiple independent experts. The allegations made by Russia and echoed by some Chinese officials involved in military biological activity were operating in Ukraine. These claims have consistently been denied and refuted by international authorities. That doesn't mean anything. Independent investigations and statements by the UN disarmament chief confirmed there's no evidence of a biological weapons program in Ukraine. Yeah. Okay. Are there any stories online about bioweapons labs discovered in Ukraine? The allegations made by but we don't know that that's true. Here's the thing: if the United States is running or funding bioweapons labs in Ukraine, and it doesn't become a national news item, you think they're going to come up and say, "You're right, we did it"? No, they're not. But if you're gonna fund bioweapons research in China and a lot of other places, are there stories about the discovery? Let's see what it says here. Stories about the alleged discovery of bioweapons labs in Ukraine have circulated widely, primarily promoted by Russian officials and state media. But these claims have not been substantiated by independent sources or international organizations, nor could they be. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to get in there and fucking rat everybody out in the middle of the war? They're going to kill you. Like, they wouldn't let that out. Chinese foreign ministry and various conspiracy theorists have also amplified these stories, including claims of 26 biolabs and illegal research discovered by Russian forces. I would hate to work at one of those places. Right. Okay, here's a problem here, right here. International news organizations and independent scientists, including the BBC and experts at King's College London, have reviewed the alleged evidence and found it lacking, noting that the pathogens and documents cited by Russia are consistent with public health research, not weapons development. Okay, public health research is one of the ways that they do weapons development. They do it under the guise of public health research. That's the whole original premise of gain-of-function research. We're doing this so that we can figure out how to heal people, and these diseases do come our way. We know more about them because we've been researching them. Like, okay, so the problem with the BBC saying it, we just found out the BBC's full of shit. That whole thing with Trump, where they took a speed in it and put a pause more than 50 minutes later in the sentence to end the sentence, like, they completely changed what he had to say. The head of BBC had to resign. This is a giant scandal. So I don't trust that. But I don't know who's telling the truth or who's not, because if I was Russia and I had invaded Ukraine, I would also say, we found bioweapons labs. Maybe there weren't any, maybe it is a lot. What's the same with like the weapons? Imagine it's like it's just so hard to know what's real, at our level of just like being a consumer. So you can find online a story, so we can pick apart the story that says bioweapons labs.
Look at this athleticism.
It's tough to know who to trust. It's just tough to know where to trust things. So I think it is true. But there's a fact that we have had bioweapons research, and so has Russia. There's a story that I did when I did that show, Joe Rogan Questions Everything. I interviewed a guy who used to be a part of Russia's bioweapons research program, and he explained to me how they're creating anthrax. They had all these bioweapons available, and I said, do you think that there's a possibility that they were making various infectious diseases? He said, absolutely.
I love that.
Those research that was being done. And then we went down to Galveston, Texas, and we went to one of those research labs that they have in America. One of those giant, crazy labs where everybody wears the hazmat suits and there's tubes that come off their suit, and they're working with like Ebola and all this like super. And his perspective was what he was worried about was not something made in a lab. What he was worried about is some sort of a natural jump that goes from animals to people and just whips us out. This is what I'm talking about. I don't know. I feel the problem was I was in it too. I was in the middle of gain of function research. And so this stuff is nothing. Don't worry about this. What I'm really worried about is chicken pox from chickens. Yeah. Is that the big thing now? You know, I just don't even know. It's like, I don't know if they want to wipe us all out, though, because there's nobody for these, like, dark lords to play with. I don't think they want to wipe us all out, but I think they want to keep us as controlled as possible, as scared as possible. You see what they did in Canada? They just shot 300 hostages for no reason. Fuck that. And Canadians, dude, also have very good posture. Posture is probably great posture for birds. You say, well, they have a crazy neck, right? They have to posture that wasn't fall down. So, imagine if your neck was like 3 feet long. That would be crazy. Best posture I've ever seen in the world. Toronto. Oh, yeah, get a fucking 3-foot neck. Like everywhere you go, your neck's gonna tell you. Bro, have you seen those giraffes with a little neck? Oh, I have seen that. It's like a cousin of a giraffe. It looks like an antelope. It's like an innerhead. Yeah, what are those called? Like Mexican giraffes or whatever. No. They live in Africa. What are giraffes? Whoa, that's crazy. Showed him one of those. Look at that, bro. That's weird. Wait a minute. Is that that's a dog. That's what it looks like. The short-necked giraffe native. Really? Yeah, that looks like they have hats. Or hats from what they look like. No, I think that's genuinely what they look like. That's the one right there. That's it. That's that dog, no. That is a weird giraffe, man. Interesting. Oh, from Wakanda. So it's definitely real. That's the thing. You can't tell. There's no information anymore. It's all just a blender of fucking who knows. Anything you put in a TikTok, the next story it's merged. Your last research is into a new Sora is making new things, and it looks so real. It just like I don't even know what if information even means. It just everything feels so bizarre. You know? Don't you feel like that? And it's getting weirder. It's getting weirder and harder to tell what's true. By the month, it's getting weirder. And fast. Yeah. It's getting very strange. So you gotta lock in. I'm trying to think of the things that just even still feel real to me sometimes, you know? I think this is a really important time to minimize the amount of time you're online. Yeah. This is, as things get squirrelier and squirrelier, check in every now and then, but don't allow yourself to be looking at that goddamn thing all day. Yeah. Because that's part of what's wrong with us. Is we're staring at these goddamn things all day and they're just hypnotizing us with bullshit. Just at the end of the day, you're confused, aimless, you go to sleep, you feel depressed, you wake up in the morning, you get up in the middle of the night pissed, like, what is life? Yeah. You go back to bed, like, what am I doing? Yeah. Those things do that. You take away those things and life is pretty normal. Yeah. They are amplifiers of anxiety. Oh, that's for sure. For sure. Well, it's even like, they had, that, like, a lot of these shooters, like, they live, like, these young guys who become, what's it called, when you see stuff online and it makes you radicalized, right? How are some of these companies not legally liable? Like, if you go to a restaurant, right, and somebody poisons you, you could take something up with that restaurant. Right. They poison a bunch of people, have to sue the restaurant, have some recourse against that restaurant, the food establishment. But these entities, like these social media places, like if they radicalize someone and they go shoot somebody or something, there's no like accountability from the company. You know what I'm saying? Well, the company's not radicalizing people. I think it's a real danger what you're saying, because what you're saying is you're opening the door to censorship. You're opening the door to the government. So you can't talk about certain things because these things can radicalize you. Because anybody's definition of what radicalizes people is it's very variable, right? Like during COVID, I could have been radicalized as people against taking the COVID vaccine. I could have been seen as a science denier and a dangerous person that has to be silenced. You have to remove that from public discourse. So what you're saying by like people getting radicalized, that's the problem. Like who's getting radicalized and who's doing it? And what is the real reason why you're getting radicalized? Okay, because you don't know the fuck you are.
You can be getting radicalized for the better or for the worse. For sure. So you're just really getting educated.
Look, just get radicalized towards radical ideas of fitness and will and discipline. That's a good point. Paying attention to Jocko every morning. What is radicalized? You can be a radical. You can be into radical kindness. You get radicalized. Just be kind to people.
They're on the ground. No one gives a shit.
What are you talking about? And who's doing it? So why would the social media platform be in trouble for doing
No, I don't.
nothing other than giving people?
I'm fairly certain no one else does either.
That's what it is. So the algorithm is what I mean.
Is the algorithm, isn't there some liability to an algorithm?
No, but here's the problem. The algorithm amplifies what you like. So you have to decide what you're looking at. Right? You have to have some personal responsibility because most of my algorithm, particularly on YouTube, is all just stuff I like. It's all fun stuff. It's all interesting. It's all ancient history stuff. Cool cars that people are building. That's it. That's most of it. Fights, pool matches, professional pool matches, a lot of Muay Thai. That's all stuff I'm into. Nothing is. So, why is your algorithm fucked up? Because that's the stuff you're clicking on all the time. And a lot of things, I don't know if you can do it on Instagram. Can you do it I don't like posts like this, where you right-click on things?
I think you can. But you can also
do it on Google News Feed.
If it's a young person, is there any, should there be anything, I agree, there is a lot, it's always personal responsibility, and I think we're probably in a space where more than ever, personal responsibility we start to thin the herd, because it's who can, have, control over their own wherewithal, and what they absorb.
Well, we have to learn from other people's mistakes, right? We kind of are better at that we're better at that as a society than, say, when societies, with alcohol, for instance, than a society where I'm introduced into that society history of alcohol. Generally speaking, that destroys peoples. It's the Native Americans. It's a perfect example. Native Americans have no history of alcohol use. The United States troops came through, did two things. One, killed 90% of them with disease. So 90% of the Native Americans died from disease because they were smallpox and all sorts of horrible shit that the Europeans carried over with them. So 90% of them died from that. And then they got pushed into reservations. They got slaughtered by people with guns, and they lost all their land. And then also they get introduced to alcohol. So both everything gets super depressing, and you get introduced, and that is reservations have very high rates on Native Americans.
Oh yeah, but if you really drink it over there,
but if you look at us, regular people, we were talking about alcohol today. We're talking about I don't drink. I'll have a drink every now and then. I have one recently. But that's it. But you can do that. I come from a culture of people who drank. It's common. People drink wine with dinner. It's common. It's normal. You can figure out how to regulate it. There's people who won't, right? Yeah. What's bad is when no one knows what to do because you've never had it. And then once you get it, you're a That's the problem. Also with censorship. The problem with social media. We're the first people to get it. Basically, the Native American social media, we're getting it for the first time, and it's wrecking our society. At the same level that it did in Native Americans, it also carries a lot of positives. It does let you distribute information about things. There's a lot of positive social media, but also people that don't know how to handle it. Yeah. The grandchildren have a much better understanding of what to do. I have an uncle who is an addict. He's a Twitter addict. It's a real problem. All he does is yell about politics. He's on his phone 16 hours a day. He doesn't pay attention to his life. He's losing his job. There's these people that are drug addicts, but these are the first ones.
I thought about it like that.
Yeah, we got to learn how to regulate. And I think people are going to learn, a lot of kids are using apps now that limit the amount of time that they're on their social media for 1 hour a day.
I think a lot of these kids, they're just
kids that want a better life.
Yes.
And kids that can recognize that you can waste time, and when you waste time over long, junior high school, into high school, you're going to start realizing it. You see the difference between people who don't waste time and really get after it and get things done, and then you see the people that are falling by the wayside. And that's a pattern that establishes when you're a teenager, pretty much for the whole rest of your life. You know, I knew people that were kind of ne'er-do-wells in high school that really never got into anything. They never tried hard in anything, and they stayed like that.
Yeah, I think it's hard to make a really good change in your life, you know.
Very hard. Very hard to make a change in how you see life, you know, and then you're not going to change your life unless you change the way you see life.
Yeah. Do you think about something else? Sorry. Brain sometimes gets hard to like keep going. How are the fights, man? You get fun?
Yeah, it's always fun. Madison Square Garden is crazy. There's a few buildings in this world that have like a tangible feel when you're in them. Like, this is the garden. Bro, I've been there a ton of times. I performed there. It doesn't matter. Every time I go there, when I walk into that building, I'm like, oh, you're in the fucking garden. Yeah, you gotta be on PCQ, son. You gotta be ready to go. That's awesome. Garden. I think fighters feel it too. Oh, sure. Extra amped to fight in the garden.
Yeah, Dustin said that he went to watch the fights. Was there a lot of, was Anik there? Yeah. I didn't get to watch.
Yeah, Anik, DC, and Megan. Let's go. And Megan was there too. Megan
Levy?
Yep. Oh, she's the best. She's the best. She's
so great.
Her and her husband are both.
Joe?
So they're the best.
Their whole, I mean, I will say this, they have one of the best staffs of any sporting group I've ever been around in my life, for sure.
Yeah, the UFC staff is very much like a family.
Amber, Nicole,
we all know each other so well. We've hung out together so long. Like, everybody's all hugging everybody backstage. It's a beautiful place to work.
And Bruce is doing his stretching. There's so many little things going on, and you just get to see them all happen. It's always the same people, you know? And
we travel around the world together. Well, I don't anymore. I used to travel with those guys around the world. And they, you know, they'll go from here, and now they're going to Qatar. This was going to go. Were you really? Yeah. Yeah, man, it's a long-ass flight, son.
I know. I went over there.
Like, you put on the outfit.
I put on the outfit already once.
Did you like it?
Yeah.
I think maybe I could live here if I get in trouble.
I thought they were going to take my life and I would come back. Not them, but you just never know at least what's going on, you know?
Yeah. What does that outfit mean?
It's called a throbe. I think you can see a picture of me in it.
Yeah, I've seen it. They use it to attack you and stuff online.
Oh, yeah, like
your pocket.
Type shit. What am I getting that shit?
Okay. I like how there's a collar. It's a little more modern.
I think you have to put the head thing on, like if you're like listening to music or
Would it be a
whatever.
real problem if you're grappling with that thing? Limit your hip movement, control you a little bit better.
Well, hopefully the person you're grappling with is also wearing it.
That's true, but you're slowing down the game.
Yeah, you're right.
So you're wearing a bathrobe. You're not even wearing a gi. You're wearing an ankle-length bathrobe.
Yeah, I was gonna go. I was kind of, but yeah.
Did you like going over there? What was your experience?
Yeah, man, I liked it. See, they treat you a little bit different because, you know,
You're not gay.
yeah. Thank you for saying that. And I just went there. And I looked for love. I did meet somebody that I thought was kind of cool, but you know,
How did Jewish people feel like going over there?
I'm sure that they're. I mean, I feel like they're all kind of in cahoots, or you don't really know what's going on. Qatar's a Muslim country,
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, if I was a Jew and I was traveling around the world right now, I'd be like, well,
so I stopped in here.
yeah, I want to fly in the suite instead, you know?
I guess. I don't know. Did Qatar? Did any of those countries help with Palestine? I don't know. It was hard to know what was going on.
Well, I think there was talk. Yeah. Do you say Qatar or Qatar?
You're right, Qatar.
Yeah, Qatar. Yeah. There was talk in the beginning of them helping to rebuild. You know, this is like when Trump said the wildest shit of all time, that we're going to take over. We're going to turn it into what did he say? The Mediterranean and the Middle East. What the fuck are you saying? That was one of those things that made people go, wait, is he really crazy? What's going on? How are we going to take over? How are you going to take it? It's like when he was talking about Greenland, like we were going to take Greenland. Like, hey, what? Why do they want Greenland? Let's ask Perplexity. Ask Perplexity, why is the United States interested in acquiring Greenland? You think there's something up there? You know what I'm saying? Let's imagine a world where the climate does radically shift, right? And by the way, I think human beings play a part in these conversations with people. And I saw a video that was criticizing something today, saying how talking about how much money there is in climate change and pushing the climate change narrative, and then that didn't compare to the amount of money that's in the fossil fuel, promoting fossil fuels. That is 100% true. But it doesn't discount the fact that there's a shit ton of money to be made from green energy. That's why they're promoting it. You really can't stop fossil fuel. That's the inside wink. Everything is made with oil. Everything. Your pharmaceuticals, all your electronics, plastics, tires, everything is made when you can't stop in oil. How? This idea of reducing carbon footprint, 100% is money. And there's money in the whole green energy narrative. There's money. This is why Bill Gates recently abandoned saying he totally backtracked on what he was saying about climate change. Yeah, he totally backtracked on it because people were starting to investigate and looking at why are you saying this? Are you making money off of this? Do you have like certain stocks that would rise and where you'd make an extraordinary amount of money if you promoted these certain narratives publicly? Yeah. That's part of what's going on. However, there was giant solar activity this week. And this is what I'm talking about. In Greenland? Yes. No, in America. Solar activity where people were seeing the northern lights in Texas. Yes. In fucking Texas. Okay, and a friend of mine who is, well, Brett Weinstein, I'm pretty sure I can say it, so it's not a secret, was telling me, like, this is like a significant amount of solar activity, kind of unprecedented and very dangerous. And if it gets bigger than a certain wave, which they can't really predict, like these solar flares, they don't have a clock on the sun. Like, oh, wait, on November 17th, it'll be 82 degrees. It does whatever the fuck it wants. And sometimes it just mass injections, man. And these huge bursts. These huge bursts can wipe out satellites, wipe out telecommunication, wipe it out, and change the fucking temperature of the Earth. I got enough shit going on. Go back to the Greenland thing, please. United States is interested in acquiring Greenland for a combination of strategic, economic, and security reasons. Greenland's geographic location makes it a critical asset for U.S. defense, especially for monitoring activities in the Arctic and North Atlantic, as well as for tracking potential Russian military movements and securing early warning capabilities for missile threats. That makes sense. You know what also makes sense? If it gets green, because the Earth temperature changes. You're investing ahead of time. Greenland maybe used to be green. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, I would bet at some point it did. I think they discovered Greenland, like, officially in, like, I want to say the 1800s. They listed Greenland as a continent, but there's maps of Greenland, like detailed maps of Greenland from, like, the 1500s. Do you think that it's controlled, or they can start to thaw out whoever owns it? It's not controllable. No. So that's not. I think this is the scariest thing about the temperature of Earth that we need to come to grips with. It is not static. It changes, and it changes all the time. And sometimes it changes in horrific ways where it turns into a fucking ice age. And if that happens, we all have to move to the equator. That's what happens. That's what happens in human history. That's why you see these, like, super advanced civilizations came out of South America. Like, well, they were probably the only people that were able to live, like, normally during the Ice Age. During the Ice Age, like, if you're in North America, you're a fucking caveman. You're covered in animal furs. You know, you're through the snow. You're hiding. Things are hunting you. If you're living in the Amazon jungle during that same time, man, you're probably in, like, look at that. With the Aztecs, you know, the Aztecs were the Aztecs overall. Here's the thing with the Aztecs Romans is what I was going to get to. They found them that way. The Aztecs that lived there, they didn't build them. They found them that way. They uncovered them in the jungle. The Romans, they're part of a civilization that's even older than them. So the Aztecs found them. Like, they didn't build. They built some things, right? But they found those things there. So that their great ancestors were probably the ones who built it initially. And if you think about the Ice Age, if there's any advanced civilization, it's going to be the places that are frozen, you know? And all of North America, dude, half of North America was under at least a mile of ice. Well, let me think about it. Half of North America was under at least 1 mile of ice. Yeah, you know how it's flat in like a lot of Wisconsin. Wisconsin has areas called the driftless areas, and that's the areas where these giant glaciers didn't just plow over the earth. So they have hills and mountains and shit. Everything else is just flat. That flat shit, that's from 2 miles of motherfucking ice just erasing anything that was there before a bulldozer. So if there was a civilization that lived on Earth up there 20,000 years ago, bitch, you ain't finding nothing. You ain't finding nothing. We ain't getting shit. They're all down in South America. That's why that happened. That's why they had such advanced civilization and so many artifacts and stuff, because that's where it's possible. All kinds of weird shit that they don't understand. So these cities that were in the Amazon jungle that they're discovering now. What happens? You'll say it starts to like things are, it starts to devolve even more. What happens? Where do we meet up? I know we've talked about this before. I think we said Denver or whatever. But I think Denver's lost. I think Denver's just there bringing wolves back to Denver. Dumbasses. Well, I wouldn't mind a wolf or two, but I'm just saying, what do we do, man? That's what I'm saying. Like, if it gets weird, we have to have some plan. It's already getting weird, right? It's getting real. Yeah. It's getting weird, and but the reality, what I was getting to is you can't control the Earth's temperature. You can't control the Earth's future because there's a bunch of factors. Even if you say, okay, let's all agree on something first. Let's agree that human beings have a detrimental effect on Earth. We can all agree on that. Let's agree that human beings overfish the ocean. Let's all agree on that. Let's all agree that we pollute the air, we pollute the oceans, we pollute the rivers. All that's terrible. All that should be fixed. Let's all agree on that. Once we agree on that, that's not the greatest threat to human life. The greatest threat to human life is asteroid impacts, nuclear war for sure if we do that to each other. That's number one. But after that, it's asteroid impacts. And asteroid impacts, you can't do a fucking thing about them. You gotta do something. No, they're not ready yet. They can't do anything yet. You couldn't do something. You could buy something. You could
It's so
You
cute.
can do something. No. You can wear something. You can wear something.
That is so cute.
You know that E3 Atlas, that one that just passed through? It's the size of Manhattan. It's made out of metal. It's a giant chunk of nickel that's the size of Manhattan. And it's billions of years old, and it's going. How many thousands of miles an hour was it going? Where would you be? How fast was 3I Atlas? It doesn't matter where you are. Everything's dead. The whole planet's dead. Okay, because what happens if you hit it? You have roaches, some fucking underground animals that survive. Because it hits the planet, and then what happens? That's when everybody dies. It's miles deep into Earth in the first second. Miles deep. But does it like impact? Like does the Earth like shift over 20 feet? Like it's a massive explosion. Oh, you said you see the explosion. This not just an explosion, but it creates nuclear winter. Like the entire Earth is covered in volcanic ash. Like you're fucked. Everything's dead. Most of the Earth is dead. Okay. So maybe I'm not understanding it. It seems like it's going approximately 100 miles an hour. You didn't say this. The fastest interstellar object observed, with its velocity accelerating as it approaches the sun, and then gradually slowing as it moves away. So it's 250,000 kilometers per hour. Earlier measurements as it enters the solar system recorded speeds of 130,000 to 140,000 miles an hour. So it's the size of Manhattan. It's made out of nickel. Okay, let's go with this. What is the observed mass of this object? What is the observed mass of 3I Atlas? Observed mass of
Cyclone, typhoon,
just Google
hurricane,
observed mass is estimated to be over 33 billion tons. Okay, hold on. Let me think about how much that is. It's a lot. 33 billion tons. How much is 1 ton? Like 2,000 pounds. Okay.
where is Japan?
What else is 33
What
billion
the way?
tons? It's a great question. Very good question, Jim. Look how research. Estimated mass of 3I Atlas, 33 billion tons, roughly equivalent to the mass of Manhattan Island, which is about 3.1 miles across. Similar size to the comet's estimated nucleus in diameter. This means the comet's mass is roughly comparable to a large city in solid matter terms. 33 billion tons.
Oh, what a good job.
Orders of magnitude heavier than previous interstellar objects. Like, well, 500, what? Far smaller than the heaviest known comets in our solar system. Look at this one. One C 2014, whatever, which weighs around 500 trillion tons with a diameter of about 128 kilometers, 80 miles.
I didn't think that it was. I think I had a different concept of it.
Yeah, so
I had something small. I had something like that.
those hit all the time. Things like that hit all the time. But
Yeah,
one of the best places to find them is Antarctica. Because Antarctica's all white, so they go out there and they see things in the ground that are meteors.
Is it true they won't let us up there? Or is it true that's what?
No, there's places where you're not supposed to fly, but there's a bunch of reasons for that. One of them, I'm sure they're probably doing military research up there, but also, so they have restricted airspace, but also it's really dangerous. And if you crash, they won't have to rescue you. Like, there's nothing up there. Like, you will die, most likely. They don't want to have to try to die going to get you. It's sketchy as fuck going out there.
Cyclone, hurricane, typhoon, they're all the same thing. La 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 la.
It was in Iowa. In the winter, they have like a place called Sundown. I think it was. It's fucking freezing. And like we went to Whistler, Canada.
What a good job.
Freezing cold. I can't even imagine being at the Antarctica. How cold does it get?
Oh, it's cold as fuck. It's not just cold, there's no one there. Like, they do these.
Volker. Volker.
They're like groups of scientists that live up there year round.
Volker. Like Volker.
I mean, not Kirk Douglas. God damn it.
Oh, what a good young.
Movie's incredible.
I haven't seen that.
Fun horror movie from, like, I guess it was probably like the 80s. The Thing. Yeah, that thing. There's a
Hurricane.
TK Carter, the dude who used to perform at the store. Yeah, he was at the store, and then he started getting big on this. And he was in The Thing. John Carter, yeah, I remember that. That's cool. And The Thing was,
Pardon me.
like,
Look at this movie.
one of the craziest special effects that really was kind of corny now.
Dude, fuck those people. They suck.
Maybe they'll remake it or something. So they do that.
But it was
Look at
about,
this athleticism.
like, some spaceship.
Dog.
Wait, how sleep was.
I think right
Is that where it took place? Yeah.
people want us. I think people can find something. I think people are looking for stuff right now. People are trying to look for something to give things a little bit more meaning to them.
Oh.
That's also part of the confusion, is everybody's telling you constantly that aliens are real. You're hearing it constantly, and no one's even flinching.
But they are really
Duh.
fuck about us. That's what I'm telling you.
What if it done? You know, it's Neil deGrasse Tyson.
That
Not a chance. But B, dude, they're not coming here and visiting, dude.
I think they are.
Here's what I think about it. I believe that Earth, we used to be this fun place. Aliens would come and visit. It's almost like it's this cool tourist park or whatever. And aliens would bring their kids here when they had like holidays or whatever, right?
Oh,
Now,
what a
it's
good
like
job.
a place you don't take your kids to anymore. It's like an old theme park that's kind of going by the wayside. And now I think aliens are taking their kids. They're traveling other places on their vacations. You know what I'm talking about?
Where do you think they're going?
Places we don't know. Because we're still fucking here.
Avatar. Pandora.
Yeah, they're going to dope ass places. Like, they pull up here and their kids are like, you took us to fucking Earth. This place sucks dick.
Oh, that's your take on this dope ass trucks.
What the fuck is this shit?
Yeah, people
So what?
wash their hair,
Oh,
booty water,
that's your
whatever,
take
like,
on this
I
dope
think
ass
it's
truck.
even cool. Yeah.
This place sucks. You know what's cool? Indian stuff.
So that's what I do believe.
There's a temple in India that is one of the most confusing places
Oh.
I've ever seen. Where people describe its mass and like how it's made. It was carved out of a mountain. The whole temple was entirely carved out of a mountain. It wasn't built. They removed the mountain and created this insane, like very symmetrical, incredibly intricate temple. It doesn't show any chisel marks on it. It's like hundreds of millions of tons of rocks have been removed. That thing. Bro, have you ever seen that?
What a good
I
job.
watched a whole YouTube documentary last night. What is it called again? Kalisa Temple. Dude, it's fucking bananas.
B-A-N-A-N-A-S.
2,000 years ago. It's chiseled out of rock.
Yeah, I thought it was like much more recent. It's like they think it's 2,000 years old, right? Is that what they think it is? How old is it? Okay, 756 to 777 current era. So that's like the year 773. So it's even less than 2,000 years old. Yeah. So they think, I don't know how they know this, but whatever they know, whoever fucking made it, how? Whoever 2,000 years ago made this fucking hell. See if you Jamie, see if you can find a video on it. You can they describe it or they go through it. Dude, it's nuts. The video I was watching last night on YouTube, my jaw was open. I was like, this is crazy. It's so detailed. And when you think about just the sheer effort of making this, and if one person fucks this up, this whole project's ruined. Because you're not building it. You're carving it out of the mountain. You can't recarve. And they did it perfectly. It's nuts, man. It's really, truly nuts.
You gotta plan ahead with that.
Yeah, you think? Yeah, but how did they do it so well? I mean, how is it so beautiful? How is it so symmetrical? How did they? Who fucking asked for this to be built? How long did it take? This is nuts, man. Fuck. This whole thing is. It's so impressive. It's so impressive. Almost more impressive than some of the stuff from ancient Egypt. Because it's all one piece of stone. The whole thing. Whoever these people were, man, I believe. I wish they wrote books. I wish they wrote books on how they did this. And if they have the books, let them out. Look at these pillars, man. This whole thing. It's all carved out of the mountain. It's bananas. Like, it's so special. That's nice. Because I mean, I'm barely grasping it. I'm trying to put myself in a position of someone who's there physically. Yeah, it's where I'm sure I would be blown away. I'm sure you don't have enough time in a month to really go over this place and really get a feel for it. Because it's so insane. Someone was able to do that long ago.
Other people used to have to, like, I think the amount of time and attention you would put in things, you have a lot of things taking your attention.
Also, I think things have happened, and we forgot about those things. And I think things like asteroid impacts, things like super volcanoes, these ice ages, things have happened and destroyed civilization, and we've forgotten a lot of it, and we're relearning it. We're refiguring it out now. That's what I think. That's how you find stuff like that. Like that one doesn't even make sense. Like, and also if you make that, who just left it there? Why'd you guys move? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where you just left this there? That's nuts.
I'm trying to think of wild.
That's the Aztecs too. There's a bunch of these structures that people just left, or they all got diseases
or wiped out. Yeah, I'm sure they probably got wiped out because even if everybody leaves, and if there's a nice place, right, everybody leaves. Some people would say, like, no, we're just gonna stay.
They got wiped out. That's how they're not there. That's
something would happen. And probably, like you're saying, by weather or something big, you know,
maybe weather. But I think a lot of it is people traveling with the new disease. Like that killed people in giant chunks all throughout history. That's what they think happened to the Mayans. Also, they think happened to the people that lived in the Amazon. These, like the City of Z, the Lost City of Z. Did you ever see that movie? Yeah, with George Percy Richards. Is that what the guy's name is? Percy Fawcett. So Percy Fawcett was this explorer that went down there. And so what happened was a group of people had said they went down and they found these cool cities, these spectacular civilizations, and they went back to Europe and told everybody. And then 100 years later, they returned to try to find these things. At least it might have been longer, right? All the shit was gone. Everything was gone. Because those first guys brought over the cooties. They brought over diseases. And they killed everybody. And they didn't even.
How were they spreading the diseases that just being around them, man?
Like, we Europeans,
and nobody noticed that they had something wrong with them.
They were used to it, man. They were used to those diseases. You know, they had developed
but
over generations.
If you show up with mild for the disease, right, at a certain, like, I'm going to maybe see that something could be wrong with you, or you think it's just hidden in your body.
They probably had real fear of it. They probably had no, because they never encountered it before. But they do believe it's possible that the Native Americans gave the Europeans syphilis. Yeah, type shift. Yeah.
I said type shit. That's what kids say.
Yeah, well, my daughter doesn't want to swear. She says type shift.
She does. Oh, I like that. How are your daughters doing? Good, right? They're awesome.
My youngest one loves it.
I miss getting that. Did they go to the fight too?
No, they're gonna go to a future one. I'll let you know.
Okay, no.
That's awesome. That was you said so fun.
They're fun. They're so funny. It's just been funny because I just see them incrementally over the years. To get to see them grow up and just see.
I was just thinking that when we do our first podcast together, do you remember?
I don't know.
It was like 10 years ago.
No way. 8.
Okay.
It's been a while. Yeah, man, I can't believe that we've been back then. It's all been going on this long.
Yeah, I would never imagine that you would go down this road and be really good at it, man. Like, you're real sincere with people. You ask real good questions. You're very present. Like you're funny, but you're also trying to really understand what they're saying. That's a delicate balance, But be silly, be funny, but also like pay respect to whatever they're trying to say. Try to figure out where they're coming from.
Yeah. Well, thanks, dude. Yeah, I try to be. I think there's been a couple times like, I try to be. I don't really know what I'm. Like I do not know what I'm doing. Like I'll be figuring it out as you go along. Yeah, and I'm still kind of figuring it out. I don't know sometimes like what my purpose is in it, or you don't think maybe that's a trap, huh?
Yeah, it's a trap. I think you should have a direction.
I do notice I meet a lot of people and I care about what's going on in their lives.
Yeah, that's a direction. That's good.
Yeah, that makes me feel not important to me, but of some value, right? Like last week when we had Grace and his son, he was talking about his son. Like his son passed away from cancer, like within the past year, and just talking about his son, right? Like it was just, it was nice to get together and just talk about his son, right? Like stuff like that. Like I think it just makes me feel like, I don't know, that kind of stuff means something.
So, but do you feel like in your regular life you're not connected enough to people that are talking to you like that? Is that it?
And that's kind of interesting. I think I do sometimes have a problem with connection sometimes,
So you somehow or another can be more connected publicly than you can be privately.
Is that so weird to say that? I've thought about that before.
Well, I thought about that because of my friendship. You tell me things on air that you don't tell me things in private. It's not private. Look, I love you very much. I was trying to reach out because the last thing you want is a friend is going through some shit and not doing well, and maybe you could have reached out. You could have helped your friend, but you have a hard time expressing yourself in person. Sometimes, sometimes I'll be asked, like, what's up? Tell me what's bothering you. Like, how do you feel? What you did? And there's like a thing where it's almost like a blockade where you'd rather just like ignore it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then when you're talking publicly, you like to address everything, which I find very interesting. It's like you almost feel more comfortable exposing various parts of things that you don't like, or your life, or what publicly you're better off. You're better privately.
They don't trust you. Don't trust thing. Maybe it's not me. I'm trying to say that maybe. No, I don't know. I'm trying to think of as you're telling. As we're talking about this, I'm trying to like feel it at the same amount, right? Because it's interesting to me because I love thinking about this kind of stuff, like right or why we operate in certain ways,
Right.
Yeah, I think sometimes, I don't know, it's hard for me to maybe say what's going on sometimes. Sometimes I don't know what's going on. Sometimes I like just, if I talk with somebody, and then some of the biggest conversations I have are on podcasting now. It's like, that's when I'll talk the most. And so I'll sit there and have moments that are like, that's kind of my biggest conversations.
It's kind of the only time you have real conversations, because every other time you have conversations, there's usually multiple people around and everyone's checking their phone. Everyone's going in and out of the room, everyone's going to take a leak, like green room conversations. It's kind of almost like a podcast in and of itself, right? But
yeah, it's fun.
There's also people showing each other funny memes, and we're all watching videos, fucked up things that happened.
Listening to music, joking around. That's a little bit more of a bigger atmosphere,
right? But the point is, it's like you don't have these kind of conversations outside of podcasts. The only time you or I have these kind of conversations is right in front of each other, where we agree we're going to just sit and talk for like 3 fucking hours with no interruptions. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but I feel like in that form, you get relaxed. In that form, you talk about yourself, like, honestly, you're introspective and open about it, which I find very fascinating, that you don't do that privately.
Yeah, it's funny. It is kind of interesting. I don't know why either. I think maybe there's something more like I thought, I have to. There's something inside that has to be of value or something. I don't know. I'm trying to figure.
You don't want to be a burden, maybe. You don't want to annoy people talking about your process. Here's the thing: like when you start about like having issues, I was shocked because I thought about all the time that I'm with you. Like, this Theo's always the life of the party. We're always having fun. I don't get it. But yeah, how can we possibly be not doing well? That makes sense to me. Yeah, like everybody loves him. He's sort of fun to be around. Why would you not feel it? That don't make sense. So then I had to listen to you talk like in podcasts, and I was like, oh, okay. Well, there's some ways that he talks publicly that you don't necessarily talk a lot privately. So like your friends sometimes don't even know if things aren't going so well.
Well, I think for some reason, whenever I started podcasting, I was starting to kind of have a conversation with myself for like sometimes the first time in my life, maybe where I was like having like some dialogue with myself,
because you do a lot of them solo too, right?
Yeah, probably the first 100 or something were solo or something, pretty much. And so I think
that you're forcing yourself to do a totally new thing, which is to not just like go on momentum, but to actually think about something for like at least an hour where you're talking, just thinking about stuff.
Yeah, that was probably the most fun I ever had in some ways, I think. And also it was like a learning. And then now, like, people can call in our show, the League Voice Notes, so someone will listen to those and talk about that kind of stuff. And that's something I want to get more into because that's something that I like really care about, But yeah, I don't know. I don't know why some ways are easier for me than others. I have thought about that before, though.
Yeah.
I have thought about that. It's the same reason, like, even being like in a relationship. I remember, like when I was like relationship with a woman, it was so hard for me to like look at them and like to be super close. Like that was super hard. But it was easy for me to microphone and talk to people in a group. Like there's some things that are just like I just feel like a lot of like pressure. I feel like when I was in like that kind of situation, like I think there was something about it. Like if somebody, I don't know. Like there was always a part of me like when I was young, like if I looked somebody in the eyes or something, like they weren't gonna believe me. Really? Does that make any sense at all? I know it's a weird thing to say, but
no, it does make sense.
There was a part of me like,
yeah.
And I'm not trying to like self-pity or like look at like, do I seem like I'm being self-pity? No. Okay, good. Because I like to examine stuff, but I'm not like, being like, woe is me. I'm just trying to like look at it, right?
Well, you gotta think, as a kid growing up, you had a lot of negative interactions with people.
Nobody ever looked at me. Nobody ever looked at me and was like, what's going on with this kid? Or looked me in the eyes, or like people were busy and working and like just trying to keep us surviving. So I think later when I got into relationships, you'd be right there with a woman and they'd be looking at you, maybe really nervous and scared. You're like, damn, these bitches are pulling up. That shit was like baby girl, shit.
You weren't used to intimate relationships.
Right, so intimacy made me super uncomfortable, right?
Well, you weren't used to trusting people.
Yeah, probably not even used to really trusting myself. I don't think I knew who I was.
And probably not used to people being nice to you. You got to get used to, accustomed to people being nice to you.
We grew up in like a scary place, and so I felt like I wasn't sure if people believed me or not, And so I think that made it like pretty tough when I was young. But yeah, I don't know. Some of it's been an interesting experience, And that's life. It's just like
life is an interesting experience. It really, truly is. But I think it all can be awesome and it can suck. The reason why it's awesome is because it can suck. Like that's you need them all. While we're human, and I think that's we have only so much sand left in that hourglass. Or the humans are on the way out. I know a lot of people hate it when Peter Thiel says it. Like, Peter Thiel is a terrible person. He's evil. He's just, no. I think he's just telling you the truth. I think he's, when they said, do you think human beings should survive? And he had like this long pause. Oh, yeah, I remember. And then the interviewer was like, the answer is yes. The answer is yes. Which is not how you're supposed to do it. Well, at least not how I do it. I would let him talk as long as he wants. Like, I would let. If you watch my podcast I did with him, this is long ass stammers. He's like, everything he does, he wants to be very careful before he answers. So he wants to consider what he's saying. If you ask me the same question, is it important that humans survive? Okay. Is it important that Australopithecus survived? It's not. Is it important that Neanderthal survived? It's not. Currently not important. Is it important that humans stay in this form? It's not. It's not going to be. If we're going to evolve to something way better than this, how many people go, I miss the old days when you could lie and you couldn't read minds and people were a lot more rapey? No one's going to say that. No one's going to, I miss the wars. I miss stealing and credit card fraud. I miss the good old days of a rigged stock market and the Jets won. Yeah. No one's going to say that. They're going to move on to what's next. So Peter Thiel's right. It doesn't mean I don't love you. It doesn't mean that being a person isn't important to me. Yeah, it is to me because I'm a person, but I'm also, if I stay outside of being a person and I look at where this thing is going, I'm like, in a different direction. It's not going in the direction it was. mRNA vaccines and lying politicians. It's not going in that direction. It's going in some sort of digital God direction. And we're either going to join on fucking real quick. Within a few years, we have, I think, what is it, 2026 almost? We're real close to that. I think by the time 2030 rolls around, it's a wrap. It's a wrap.
Do you think that money will have any value at that point or no?
I don't know what it's going to mean anymore. And the problem is going to be some people are going to be in control of assets, and some people are going to be in control of money. See, money is just, right now, mostly, if we're not on the gold standard, what is money? If your bill doesn't represent, you could go to Fort Knox and they give you a brick. Whatever that money, they give you a brick of gold that's worth that money. If that's not real, if we don't have that anymore, and if we're on some sort of digital thing, and if they can just spend money and then inflation rises and all this money that we spend on wars and all the crazy, it's not, where does it come from? We don't have any money. $37 trillion in debt. They just print it up. If they just print it up, that makes money less and less valuable. That's what it's all about. And at some point in time, that's just ones and zeros. When you have quantum computers, they're basically like digital gods, and they're in charge of all the assets and all the money of the world, and they're not human. They're not human, and they're just going to stop it all. They're going to say, no, we'll decide how much resources you get to stay alive for as long as this body lasts, because you're not breeding anyway. Our fucking population is dropping off of a cliff. Overpopulation's a real problem. It's not. We don't have the correct levels in most giant countries like Japan. Japan is not in a restorative level. Like, they're not even close. They're disappearing. They have a real population collapse problem. South Korea, a real population collapse problem. Eventually, that's going to come here. That was one of the arguments that they had to keep the border open. That was one of the Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi arguments. We're not having enough kids. We need to bring people in. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
There's no way I can look at Chuck Schumer and think he's a good guy.
He looks like a great guy.
If you asked a baby who'd been here one day, pick a bad guy out of
Bro, did you ever see the video when
it's fucking dark out there, man? That's why we just gotta love each other, do the best we can, have a nice creme brulee, hug a buddy, tickle your friend or whatever, tell him he's gay or something. That's a good move.
I just opened up my Instagram and he popped up immediately. I know, I'm not lying.
What's he trying to sell you? Some bullshit.
It's something important. He accidentally said the quiet part out loud about the Epstein files.
They all are doing that, too.
All right, let's see what he said. Here, I'll send it to you, Jamie.
They got me, these motherfuckers.
They got me.
How much longer does Israel let us stay alive, do you think? That's a big question.
Why would he?
What are you saying? Is that AI?
What are you saying?
That's so rough.
What are you saying?
I didn't say anything.
What are you saying?
Someone just on us on you.
No. He loves you. Don't worry about it. What the fuck are you saying, son? What did he say? What did he say about the Epstein files? Let's hear what he said. That was great.
He's been drinking some these the last 4 years. Presently finding nothing on this. Well, that's the question every American is asking. Not every American, but so many Americans are asking, what the hell is he hiding? Why?
Okay, that was a useless clip.
This whole thing's all bullshit. It's all BS.
Well, it's fun.
Do you think he's alive? Do you think Epstein's alive?
I do not think so.
You don't?
No, I think they killed him. If I had to guess. There's too much circumstantial evidence that leads me to believe that it was an assassination. You know, I know a lot of people think that he committed suicide. A lot of very smart people think he committed suicide. I'm like, there's too many confusing things. They cut wires. The security cameras, rather, not working. They weren't cut, right? They just stopped. The security cameras didn't function. The fact that he had shared a cell with this giant fucking former cop who was a murderer. Killed multiple people, just giant roided up cop. This is a cellmate. Like, if you wanted to get somebody, like, bro, extra Twinkies, take this guy out. Like, it wouldn't be hard. He's already killed a bunch of people. He was a drug dealer. You ever seen the guy? You ever seen the guy who was his cellmate?
No, but it's like
it's kind of hilarious.
It's like when you're a freshman in college, they just put you with somebody, you know?
Bro, you want to get someone killed. You have a high profile witness, okay? High profile witness in the craziest sex trafficking conspiracy of all time, where a guy who may or may not have been an intelligence asset or an intelligence agent or whatever the fuck he was from whatever country, this guy he's arrested for sex trafficking to elites, and then you put him in jail.
Oh my god.
With that guy.
I thought that was the guy that fought Mike Tyson. Remember that dude who read that poem?
Bro, you put him in jail with that guy. All you have to do is get that guy cigarettes and steroids. You tell him, I got you Marlboro Reds and Tren. I got you testosterone replacement for life, even though you're going to still be in jail.
I got you some Marlboro fucking
Format. Dude, he was found guilty of killing Format, and they put him in a cell with Epstein. Look at the size of that fucking savage. Giant fucking muscle-bound steroided up dude when they put him in a cell with Epstein, and Epstein got strangled. Well,
Epstein might have been
not Sherlock Holmes, but I think there might be a connection there.
Epstein was probably trying to slurp him. I bet that he was such a pervert, dude.
Well, if he didn't kill him, then somebody killed him.
I bet he was such a pervert.
I think someone killed him. Retired Westchester cop charged with killing Ford and cocaine deal after bodies dug up on his property. Bro, he buried them in his backyard.
Yeah,
That's a crazy motherfucker.
oh, that's a good gardener, dude. That guy's fucking composting. What are you even talking
It's
about?
true. It's a better way to deal with already dead. And then do let them go to waste and bring them back to Mother Earth.
Those are leftovers. That guy's Italian, dude. They love leftovers.
How deep do you think he dug it? I bet he was pretty lazy.
That guy's pretty jacked. I don't know.
I bet he got tired though. They don't have good cardio.
You're right.
There's a lot of cardio involved.
2 feet.
How many bodies? 4 bodies? Bro, 4 bodies is 4 6-foot graves. You think he did a mass grave all on top of each other, and you think it was respectful and made 4 individual holes?
I bet it was more like, you know, when you open up a box of chocolates like that, kind of. I don't think it was like a tea service. Like, you know what I'm saying? It was like,
Yeah.
or a 4-pack of cannolis.
Right there.
Yeah.
Right. Take the lid off. You see feet.
Just a dusting of confection of sugar or
Cocaine deal went bad. Fuck, but wait it up, cop. But imagine,
That's horrible.
but imagine you are the most high-profile person being charged.
They put him in there on purpose with that guy.
100. How could they not? They did. How would you not like? What? If you were worried about the guy, if you worried about the guy dying, why would you put him in the room? Lock him in a bedroom, a tiny little bedroom with a roided up murderer. Just stop and think about that. You're in a room that's smaller than this fucking studio that you and I are in right now, with a roided up murderer. You suck on. And you wind up getting strangled.
How would you sleep? Say you have to go to jail, right? I know, but I'm just saying, dude, if you had to go to jail, right? You're in jail for something that you've done or didn't do. Doesn't matter. Right? How do you sleep at night? There's a big dude in there.
You're sleeping your mouth open, so you just have to force it out. Sleep like that.
You're crazy. Do you worse. You sleep on your back or your
Depends on what kind of pervert this dude is. He might be one of the dick sucker guys who just wants to suck your dick while he jacks off. You know, then you'd want to sleep with your ass to him. Like, turn over, so let's suck your dick. Like, no, I'm trying to sleep.
Hey, I told you I'm trying to sleep.
Or it's crazy. And then you find out that prisons are private too.
What?
There's a business in having jails. So then you find out that prison guard unions are also responsible for keeping marijuana illegal. They get involved in it too.
Yeah,
guard unions because they want to keep the work coming.
But it just feels like at some point, do you think it's always been this way through history, where people have felt like you just feel like such a peon of like some corrupt financial system? Do you think it's always been that way? Or do you think this is like kind of like a highlight of it for America?
This is worse than it's ever been before, for sure. And the United States is worse than every other country when it comes to incarcerations. But the thing is, like,
they want to keep it busy.
In the UK, they probably could use a few incarcerations. They're letting people loose. They're doing horrible shit. They're not enforcing crimes over there. That place is getting real squirrely. But, you know, the United States, half the people are in there for nonviolent drug offenses. Half of them, right? I think that's the number. Put that in perplexity. What percentage of people in American prisons are there for nonviolent drug offenses? I think it's like half. So it's basically, you know, it's a byproduct of prohibition that's led to millions of incarcerations where people are locked down for the rest of their fucking life.
I would hate that shit
because somebody wants something and you don't think they should be able to have it. So you will arrest people, sell it to them, and you will lock them all up for possessing it. 43% of federal prisoners in the United States are serving time for drug offenses, which are predominantly nonviolent. Additionally, about 72% of federal prisoners are serving sentences for nonviolent crimes, including drug offenses with a significant portion related to drug possession and trafficking. 72%. In federal prisons, 72.1% of inmates are incarcerated for nonviolent offenses. More than half, 55% in federal prisons serving time for drug offenses. So 43% of federal prisoners in the United States are serving time for drug offenses, but 55% are serving time for drug offenses in the summary of key data. So it must be like, this is what's happening when AI is drawn from multiple different sources. They're giving you two different numbers. So it's somewhere between 43 and 55%.
Yeah. I think it's interesting. Like, I guess you don't know which ones are like weed, which ones are cocaine, heroin, fentanyl, that kind of stuff. That's, you know,
look at this type of offenses. The majority of drug-related incarcerations involve possession, which is classified as a non-violent offense. So, put this. Other than drug offenses and drug possession, what percentage of people are in jail for non-violent crimes? Put that in there.
Like discount drugs?
Yeah, other than drug offenses, what percentage of people are in jail for nonviolent crimes?
I gotta get a family up there.
Yeah, I think that'll be good for you. Okay, let's see. Nonviolent. What does it say? Okay. Other than drug offenses, about 25% of the daily jail population nationally is incarcerated for low-level nonviolent offenses, including misdemeanors and public order offenses. 13% are there for property offenses such as burglary, and around 11 for public order offenses, nonviolent infractions such as weapons charges, broken. The problem with that is property offenses like burglary can lead to violence. Like that's next door to violence. It's not violent, but like those guys that got shot into that guy's house. As soon as you're breaking into his property, you're getting super close to violence.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I mean, it's like if you're inflicting like fear on somebody, they're running out.
Yeah,
that's pretty violent to me.
Yeah, it's not violent in that you're hurting a physical person, but you're breaking into their house, and anything goes once you're breaking someone's house. You know, everybody knows that. You break into someone's house, anything goes. They don't know why you're there. They don't know that you're just a petty thief. They have no idea they're gonna fucking shoot you. We all know that.
You'll never forget the small leftover. I Googled the other thing, the opposite. Or not Google, like the opposite thing. How many are in for violent crimes?
Right.
62% in state prison, but only like 7 to 10% federal.
Interesting.
Most federal inmates are serving sentences related to drug and public order offenses.
Oh my God, that's nuts.
Yeah, I mean, it's so nuts.
It's like that.
I think it's weed. I mean, what do you think it is?
No, it's probably cocaine. Cocaine's the big one, right? Cocaine laced with fentanyl. And then there's pills, and then there's meth. Meth is a big one too. Those are the ones that everyone's really terrified of. No one's really. The marijuana thing is a disingenuous. The marijuana thing is really there's a bunch of special interests that want to stay here. The actual people that marijuana is dangerous or wrong. And they're not totally wrong. This is a very important point. Marijuana is not completely safe, just like alcohol is not completely safe. I think there are certain people that, for whatever reason, the way they're wired, marijuana can fuck with them badly. And there's some evidence that it can trigger psychosis, or just some sort of a psychotic break. There's
Definitely, dude. Some of that shit's bad. Oh, dude, I'm tired of shit.
Powder or crack cocaine offenses account for more than 54% of drug offenses. So that's most of it. And then there's meth, 24%, and marijuana represents 12%. But I guarantee you that marijuana thing, that's dudes who are growing. You know, you're growing and dealing. If they're hitting you up in federal prison, heroin offenders account for 6%. That's weird. I would have thought it would be higher. Just up 6% for heroin because they're so chill. They never get in trouble. They never get caught.
But the family that did that, the opioid epidemic is still
Sackler family's out and about.
Sackler family's still out.
Be responsible for 1 million people losing their lives.
And the ripple effect of that to families.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Suicides, drug addictions, families falling apart, lives destroyed.
Where do you think people find a sense of purpose these days in Joe? Because it certainly feels like the fabric of like some of America. It used to feel like they gave us a lot of purpose, right? And some of that feels like it's not there anymore. Do you feel like that's a true statement?
Well, I think this is also part of the problem with social media is that we feel that way. Okay. And while we feel that way, that everything's falling apart, we still have our neighbors, we still have our friends, we still have the places we go. We still have all the community that we always had. You know, we still have the mothership, we still go to nice restaurants, you still hang out with your friends and watch the game. You're still like alive on Earth, but you're so overwhelmed by this fucking constant onslaught of bad news. It's like that you're freaking out always. But then you got ICE raids where they're taking people that are American citizens and they're scaring the shit out of everybody. And they're
maybe the video. You said they were the video.
That was crazy. I didn't even ask you.
Well, it was really scary.
We're just joking around because we were talking to a guy who was talking about his friend. And this was quite a while ago, right? When was that video?
Yeah, I think like a year and a half ago or something. I don't remember. But that was crazy. So it was like a joke, right? She's like a friend. She said a friend of mine got reported. But she's like, well, do you have anything to say to him, right? And I was like, I'm clowning around. I have no idea if it's real or not. I have no idea. You have no idea. It's literally someone just handed you a phone. And then Homeland Security, is that what it was? Yeah, it was put it up online. It was on the Charlie Kirk thing, yeah. And so then I was like super scared, remember? I was texting like you, I was just texting people to make sure everybody's okay. I didn't know if they were like just gonna kill people that had been on TikTok or whatever. I had no idea what they were gonna do.
I just can't believe they did that with you, where they just put it in there as if like you were endorsing that.
Well, it just kind of, it was just a scary time. That was the same time with the Charlie thing. I'll be just some fucking trap beat. But you know what I'm saying? Whatever.
Like if a company did that, you could sue them. You know what I'm saying? If it was privatized, like if ICE was a private company, and that was the people that the United States hired to get rid of illegal immigrants, and they used you, you would sue them. You could sue them.
Well, it was just...
But the government can just put that up there, and then what did you do? You had to formally request them taking it down?
Yeah, I hired an attorney to get help to take it down.
How long did it take to take it down?
Like 48 hours or something. It had like 30 million views over both platforms.
How many people even know it was taken down until they just heard you say it? I knew because you told me, but I couldn't believe it. When you first asked me what I should do about this, I was like, oh, it's probably nothing. And I was in the car, and I got to the club, then I talked to you from the club. And you're like, you didn't see it? And I was like, no. And then I saw it, I was like, oh my
God, what the fuck are they doing? It's like, that's not how you envision the government. Yeah, there would be like deportation hype videos with traffic and shit. And I was like, what? Dude, that's what I'm saying. Everything is turned into like the WWE. It's none of it's real.
It's 100% that like judgment. It's idiocracy.
Oh, idiocracy, yeah. But yeah, that was scary, man, because then I got to look, because there was just like a lot of threats, and then things got like, then it was just kind of, that made me kind of paranoid. And then my mom was visiting, and we went to the doctor. I went to the doctor, I was getting something looked at or something, you know. And I was in the doctor's office. There was a nurse asking me questions, or blah, blah, blah. And then she's like, I have something for you. I was like, huh? And she's like, oh, I brought you something. Can I give it to you? And I was like, I'm at a doctor's. I'm like, she made something out of for you. Yes. Something. And like, okay. That was just like, it was such a weird time. And my mom was visiting, and it was like the Charlie Kirk thing. It was just super. She didn't know what was going on. Like, watching that guy easy. Like, it was. And
you know what's crazy is when people react. That scared me just as much as watching him get shot.
Well, yeah. And let me think about that in just a second. I'm just thinking through the end of this, if you don't mind, real quick. So I know you're not interrupting. So I'm in this doctor's office, and it was just weird. You know, like I'm at the doctor, maybe feel like nothing was safe. Like it compounded on my head, like, oh, nothing's safe. Right? No place is safe where, like, because I just given this girl like medical information, like, is this okay? You know, so I talked to the doctor, and it was all and stuff, and like, but then I go outside, I was sitting in my car, my mom was out there with me, and like, and it just like been a lot of stress, and I'm sitting there, I kind of was like kind of tearing up, talking to my mom, like, you know, I told her what happened in the doctor's office, you know, and it was after the just a lot of stuff that felt like, you know, you're so I can't think of it. Like, you're not safe. Like,
well, I think you think that way in particular because you're famous. So when you felt like you were having a normal professional experience at a doctor, and then also it became a fan experience, right? You're kind of trapped.
Right, you're trapped. Like, and it's a doctor where you're supposed to trust, like you can be at a doctor. Yeah. I'm sitting with my mom, and she kind of like put her hand on me, you know. She's like, you know, everything will be okay. And then I look up out of the window, and there was some young man literally this far from my window with his phone like filming, and it was just like this. It was just like that was like a tough time where I think everything I just got kind of paranoid.
That's a weird thing. It's totally normal to do. Just point a camera at people and film them because they're famous at a doctor's office.
Yeah,
but it's like, I just want to put it up on my Instagram. I'm like 300 likes. Here it is, me, deal, motherfucker.
Yeah.
I'm outside, he's getting his pancreas looked at. They can break your medical information.
It felt like it was a movie, though, and they were trying to break you. Like, it felt like this, like, a couple weird
things. That's a personal thing, though. That's a personal thing with you because you're famous. That's one of the reasons why you think that everything's falling apart. Because you think everything's falling apart for you because you're dealing with the fact that you're crazy famous. Yeah, that's why you have this elevated sense of everything falling apart. Like, look at the example that you cited. A lady loves you, who's a doctor, but she wants to give you something, and you thought, man, I was just at a doctor, now I'm trapped in some person, because you feel like you're trapped a lot, talking to crazy people, or people that want something from you, people that are grabbing at you. That's what it is. Yeah, that's why you personally feel like everything's falling apart, because you're having a hard time navigating your new situation. You know, and then also your new situation is very different than just you as a comedian, because this new situation is you voicing your opinions about things, and things controversial and some things not so much. But then people enjoy it, and so it gets a lot of attention. Like, it's a lot of attention. You also get a lot of haters. You're gonna get a lot of jealous people. You're gonna get a lot of people that disagree with your choices and guests. You got a lot of people that think that what we're doing is dangerous. There's a lot of like really idiotic opinions that people attach to you that don't make any sense, but they're still out there. And so you're dealing with that too. And that's a new thing that you're dealing with that you never dealt with before. And it's part of why you have this accelerated thought that everything's falling apart. I don't think it's falling apart as bad as everybody thinks, but I think it's something that it deserves consideration. Like this all could fall apart, and it could fall apart in a lot of like very bad ways. And there's a lot of natural ways it can happen, like we talked about before, but it could also be self-inflicted. And at all costs, we have to avoid the self-inflicted thing. Yeah. And the only way to avoid it is to not be on the side. You can't be on that side or this side, but instead be on the side of the greater good of everybody. And that's possible too. You have to force politicians to do it.
What is that going to happen with politicians? You look at Eric Adams this morning, he just said there, whatever that thing was. He's like, thank Israel the best he could. It's like, I don't know if you feel like I'm prepared to check. I did.
Got a nice check.
I flew over to get that bag.
Yeah, flew over, got the bag, driving the Cadillac now. Bro, they just pay people. The crazy thing is that Israel pays people for social media posts. I read that. Let's put that in the books. Is that true? That might be another Russian hoax. I was reading that there's countries, and I don't think it says Israel, but there's countries that will pay influencers to post positive things about them.
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, even Qatar was like, they wanted me to come and experience their country, right? I had a nice time while I was there. Like, I think it was really neat, but we didn't really talk about, like, the different, like, if they have different points of view about things, and what some of their, like, rules and things like that are,
But did they want you to post nice things about them?
I think they wanted to experience. They wanted you to experience their country.
Yes. Israel has paid social media influencers to post content promoting its image, particularly in the United States, with reports indicating payments of up to $7,000 per post. This campaign, known as the Project, is managed by a firm called Bridges Partners LLC, which works on behalf of the Israel Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The program is disclosed under the U.S. Foreign Agents Registration Act, meaning that these payments are legally reported and require influencers to disclose that their content is funded by a foreign government. That's crazy.
Well, I just don't see how we're supporting this country after the genocide. I just don't see how that's okay to people. And I think that's the part of me that I don't understand, right? About their leadership there and stuff. I just do not understand it. But then you start to think, am I crazy? Because it seems like it's just okay that politicians all think that this is okay, and so few of them.
Well, I think this is what's separating the old people from the young people in this country. Like, if you look at the numbers of how many people that are like 18 to 34 that support the war, it's very low. It's very, very low. Because this is the first we've ever been able to see what happens when it's attacking a country that essentially doesn't have an army, and they're doing it for years, and they're just blowing buildings up. Like, we've never really seen that before. This is the first time in a time where we're on cell phones, right? Obviously, this has happened. Countries have bombed each other, Dresden, and there's been Hiroshima, of course, Nagasaki. They blew up entire cities, right? We didn't get to watch it happen. We didn't get to see drone footage that's in 4K. You didn't get to see cell phone footage of missiles being fired into camps and people waiting in line. You didn't get to see any of that shit. And, you're seeing wild shit. But then you're also seeing horrible things that Hamas doing too. You see people getting publicly executed in front of everyone, in front of cheering crowds. You're seeing people get dragged out, kicked to the ground, gunned in the head. You're seeing the horrors of war is what you're seeing on both sides. And we just have a hard time accepting that that's the only way to do things. And I think that the young people of this country, they don't want any part of anything like that anymore. They have been told by their parents, they've been told by the people they grew up with that war is hell, there shouldn't be any war, and most of this shit happens because people are making money. That's what most of it has. They prolong it so they can make more money. They want weapons development, they want to launch new shit, they want to sell shit to people that need weapons. And most young people, where I think most people my age, all they had was the Vietnam War. They knew the Vietnam War was bad, but I don't think they knew the extent of how much corruption is involved in everything. our government does. Everything has the hand of some corporation attached to it. Everything has the influence of foreign government or some country that has massive resources. There's always, it's never clean. Nothing's clean.
But just like me, I think a lot of times, well, for one, it feels like they're gonna stop allowing TikTok. Like people are gonna own it or selling it or something. So they probably be able to show stuff like that anymore.
Well, Larry Ellison's company, right? Isn't that about TikTok? I want to be sure
But
about
you
this.
think so they can limit its control
Well, I
over
think
it.
the real worry that they had before that sale was that China was in control of it. And I think they're right. I think that if you have a foreign country and the foreign country is using a very popular social media website to spread propaganda, spread things that absolutely aren't true. Along with, I'm sure some things that are true. Yeah. But they have on which way the influence goes. That's dangerous. That's dangerous. No, I'm not saying that Larry Ellison's company is going to do a great job of being totally objective and letting people criticize Israel, letting people criticize Hamas. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to see. I'd be crazy to say.
I never met that guy. I don't know anything about it.
It'd be crazy for me to say any different. But it's not safe to have a foreign country that is actively trying to fuck with the way people have discourse in America, which is certainly what China is doing.
So, according to that, yeah, China don't have something to do with this, and I think where people in Congress still don't even know what's going on.
Right, so this is Congress is still waiting to get briefed on how TikTok's sale would actually stop algorithms from causing harm to U.S. citizens, U.S. military, and U.S. interests, she said. The lack of transparency has caused concern for both Democrats and Republicans. We're still waiting for secure briefings on how to stop malign actions. Yeah. So this is the thing, it's like, that's good. They do it on Chinese bots, the X, and there was a former FBI analyst, we read this article 100 times, his estimation, spread runtime Elon was behind Twitter, that it could be as much as 80% bots. So much as bots. It's like so much as bots. This is what that says. This is like China. This is for say things about USA, things about gay rights. So say things about LGBTQ, whatever issues, whatever it is, whatever it is, USA, whatever it is, and they just flood it, and so they have their finger either how much negative shit you see about any kind of subject, and whoever's the best at it, whoever's the best at this kind of propaganda, this is like an incredible tool to use to demoralize another country, to have another country hating itself, hating its actions, and if you leave that in the hands of China and they own a company like TikTok, at least if someone in America owns it, and again, I don't know what they're going to do, but at least if they own it, you would say, okay, well, at least they're not actively trying to fuck with us and make us battle back and forth. They're just allowing the algorithm to do its natural course. Right? I guess if they're going to do that, we don't know. Here's the thing, if you can't stop bots, then all of them are fucked, because they're just going to keep making new accounts. It's too easy. They sign up, fake emails, fake person, they're in. If you don't make people, and then what are you going to do? You're going to require a digital ID? Fuck that. You should be able to be a whistleblower. If you're working for some company and you find out they're dumping nuclear waste in the ocean that's killing all the fish, someone should be able to anonymously report that. And you should be able to do that through social media without having a digital ID that shows exactly who you are. And they can shut you down. It's just like, I don't know. It's sketchy times. Well, sketchy times. I mean, the same company, that company Palantir that was doing all that crazy stuff in Gaza, in Gaza, they were like, you know, what are they doing? All the drones, stuff like this, allegedly. What are you talking about? What are you saying they did? That they had were compiling data on people that were there, and they were operating a lot of the drones out that also had weapons attached. Okay, so you mean like fake recognition data? Right. Do they have that capability with drones? Where they can just zoom around? Is this horseshit? It's real. Jamie's not even willing to talk to a camera. He's giving me I'm sure they do. No.
They got a big contract in America now, which is scary to me. That's what's scary to me. That a drone could go by. That maybe that's what happened to Charlie Kirk. Who knows? Maybe a drone. You just have no. You can even point the finger at a bullet comes out of the middle of nowhere.
True.
That's a good one. I'm not saying I'm pushing that out all the time. I'm just saying I have.
Listen. Okay. So you're right. However, China's making drones, and they're making really good ones, way more sophisticated than our drones. If you don't have drone development and some kind of drone defense system in America, if you say, oh, no one should have that kind of power, you're right, no one should have that kind of power. However, China already does. So if you just have no innovation and no way to implement any kind of defense system with drones in America, but it's already in China, it's already in Russia, you're kind of in trouble.
Okay, so you have to have something in that space. You got to be moving forward into you got to have the weapons.
They're already. It's like the nuclear bomb. If they're already doing it, you better fucking get it. You better get it.
I think it's to me that the company that was allegedly doing that there is the company that we hired to, I believe, create a database and have some of the same opportunities here. Or they could potentially be able to do the same thing here. To me, it just kind of tracks where it's like,
well, any one private company that has a database and all the information on every person, where you are, what you're doing, that's sketchy. What do you think? What's going on?
The story reporting on this.
It's that absolute power corrupts the thing. This is like absolute power.
One AI system is called the gospel, another one's called Where's Daddy?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Used to identify people.
One of them's called Lavender. That sounds lovely. AI-enabled data processing system developed and used by the Israeli occupation forces in their, it says, genocidal campaign against Gaza have caught widespread attention, prompting journalists to call Gaza the site of the first AI-powered genocide. AI technology was reportedly first used in Gaza during Israel's 11-day assault in 2021. During the ongoing genocide, for the first time, it's being used to kill Palestinians at an unprecedented level and at much faster rates. These three known systems identifying targets for airstrikes based on Israeli mass surveillance records of the Palestinians in Gaza that have been collected for years by the IOF under the racist framework of monitoring what they deem as threats to the Israeli regime. This is from Palestine-studies.org. So
who knows also how?
This. But it's obviously
going to be favored towards that.
Yeah. I absolutely believe they have that kind of technology.
It's scary to me, Jim, when you bring it back up for a second. The scariest part to me was just the quickness to do it, and then the review, right? A few Israeli intelligence they shared with Plus 972 magazine, they personally view and approve the airstrike recommendation.
Using time only to confirm if the target is a male. Whoa. It's unclear if this is an actual policy. Right? What's that? So this is.
Again, this started making me
they shared this in a magazine. So they said this in an interview in a magazine that it only takes 20 seconds to review, and the time is only to confirm if the target's a male. It's unclear if this is actual policy. In August, however, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights released a statement revealing that the majority killed in Gaza are women and children. So here's the other obviously horrible to happen, right? But if you're getting your information from the people where the horrible things are happening, it's hard to know if they're being accurate. I don't know if it is truly that they're mostly killing women and children, or if a good percentage of them have actually been Hamas agents. I don't know.
Yeah, I think this
is what Israel says, right? They say that a lot of them were Hamas.
Yeah, they're like 2-year-old Hamas agents they were finding shooting. Which, I don't know,
Well, I bet they probably think about his future. That's why it's like now, when blowing up their fucking city. How many, if there were terrorists there, how many are created by watching something like that happen?
Well, the thing for me, I just thought that America would come from help at some point. That was a scary. I think that's when I just thought I just have a different concept of what's going on. Or also, these are just my thoughts. I don't know what's going on, and I don't need anybody to believe my thoughts or think the same I do. I think the thing that made me nervous was that said company Palantir got a deal with America, created to help with surveillance and stuff. That just makes me scared. That made me a little bit nervous, scared, but just a little bit what's going on here? Are we going to enter a certain,
Well, that's one of the arguments for letting chaos take place. one of the arguments for letting criminals back out, that you make it so dangerous that in order to make it safe, you have to put restrictions on people. And that's the only way. And you show that it's effective, and that people comply, and that the government tracks you. Like, like that Life 360 app where you can track all your friends, track all your family.
Yeah, if your wife's running around and you whatever, and the government is going to parties a lot.
The government can do that as well.
Well, I think one thing that made that,
how crazy that is? To allow the government to constantly know where you are and what you're doing, and constantly looking over your shoulder. So you're going to self-censor. You're going to be scared. You're going to be scared to talk because your phone's going to be listening. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be crazy where we went to judge and then you open your phone. That was,
what's the possibility?
That was momentarily.
Yeah, momentarily later, the algorithm recognized that I was talking about short shit. Let's see if it works. Big fat tits. Big fat tits. Okay, big fat tits on your 45-year-old stepmom. I'm on to fucking see what it is. Imagine if it just goes to, nope, I got head kicked.
Cat off of Facebook Marketplace.
Sure. If it's a cute cat.
Fuck that.
Yeah, that was fun. Look.
I'm not buying a cat.
Right in my For You page.
You can see one of them. Hey,
right in my For You page.
I wonder if that's text something random to someone. And then give it 5 minutes and check your For You pages.
Right away. It's ladies with large boobs.
So, hey, let me see one of them and guess what the other one looks like. Oh, trick.
That's a good trick. I don't know. I bet that other one's looking. That one's too perfect. Yeah, so they both look the same.
See, this fun thing I would have if I sat next to an airplane, I would have them draw a picture of their kids. Like if they had kids, like draw a picture of your kids, and it would be the most ridiculous looking picture. But it would always be pretty fun, I think I was just concerned about like if that's a company that does it here, so that's like where my brain tracks, like none of that. And then
that should be scary.
That's why I think ICE happened. That's why I think all the ICE stuff happened. Because I think they have to get everybody on the books. This isn't about, they have to do an inventory now of everyone because they're going to need, otherwise when it's a surveillance state, it's all going to know if you're not like documented or on the bill of sale or whatever, it's going to be, or you're not on the inventory list. If you're not inventoried in the country, then it won't know, the machine won't know immediately, you're not even supposed to be here, right? So that's why I think that the ICE stuff is happening, because I think one of the reasons is they have to get everything inventoried.
I see what you're saying. I think the ICE stuff is happening. A lot of it's because of political power. It's congressional seats. Because the census just counts people. They don't count legal citizens. And when you let people come over here illegally, and then you give them food, and you give them Medicare, what happens is those people are going to vote for you if they can. And they're also going to count. They're going to stay. And so they count, and your district has congressional seats. That's what's crazy. They only count the people. They don't count the citizens. So if you get as many people in as possible, you can take over. So if you make it really easy for those people to get by, like they say, hey, California's the place to go. They don't give a fuck. You can be illegal there. Nobody cares. Which is what the way it was, basically, until I started arresting people. We run into LA. There are illegals. A lot. And no one cares. It's always been like that. I don't care. Now all of a sudden, for me, all of a sudden they're getting arrested. But there is that by having people that came over illegally, you change the congressional map. You get more seats. And that's kind of crazy.
It all just feels like, I don't know. It feels like very little. I don't know. It feels like a lot of different things. But you're right. I think you just have to focus on things that are important.
It's an easy way to increase your population. Make it so people can definitely come over. Make it so cut holes in the fence for them. Have you ever seen when they did that? They cut holes in the fence. Like some people have put up like these fucking heavy duty fences and
put a titty bar right there. You put a titty bar right there. Wow.
Shit. A bottle of water sales.
Water and tits. What about that?
Together.
Like
generally people like alcohol with their tits.
I don't know if you've been in the desert for a couple of days.
That's true. That's a good point. That's a very good point. Where's my proposal? Also, because this is kind of crazy when we watch it. Like, what could you possibly be doing here other than purposely letting people into the country? I think there was a lot of that. And I think there was a lot of that because they want cheap labor too. That was something that someone told me once, that they were stunned. The CEO said that they were against these the border enforcements because they wanted cheap labor. So they said right on to them because Biden Harris sent forklifts to open the border when Texas built a razor wall. So like, why would you do that? Wait a minute. You did what? You sent a forklift to open up the razor wire?
Do you think they all know that the other races do? Like, do you think that they all go behind closed doors? Like, okay, what are you guys gonna do this month? And then we're gonna do this, and it's all just this theatrics.
Oh, no. Each other. No. This is like genuine. And by the way, I feel for these people. I would do the same thing. I would 100% be in line. I see these people with their babies hoping for a chance at a better life in America. They're not the problem. The problem is cartel people and the whole congressional seats thing. That's the problem.
Well, these people have all become pawns. They'll send information to the countries that they live in and get them to come. It's like,
listen, if the population, you're right,
no, it's not even the problem I was saying, but I don't know.
If the population,
increasing the population, that's what I'm saying. We're better than this.
You and I are.
Yes.
Yeah.
As people, we are better than this. Yeah. We have all these elected officials and these people that we thought were like us. When does that end?
That's a good question.
Can it end? Do you think there's a way to end it?
It's going to be hard. My suspicion is it ends when AI starts sorting government. We're probably going to use AI with government to prevent this kind of fuckery that we see on an everyday basis. AI will logically make decisions as to what makes sense and what doesn't make sense about current legal structure. Like some things that if people become politicians, the reason why they become politicians is they know they can inside trade with Nancy Pelosi and make hundreds of millions of dollars like she did. That's crazy. That can't be that way anymore. And I think any intelligent artificial intelligence that's not attached to an ideology or a party is going to immediately, if they both agree, if the America votes on it and say, we want AI to take a look at the government, and immediately goes you can't do that, you can't do this, this is bad, this is evil, this is a lie, this is truth, and you're suppressing it, and then we probably don't have anything remotely like the government have now. Because I think that mind reading software, it's already in beta, right? They're already communicating, going back and forth each other questions. They have headsets. You don't even have to have an implant. Is it Google that did that, Jamie? What was the company that did that? Where they were asking each other questions and then answering them? I don't even think it's built yet. No, but it's in beta. The point is, it's in beta. So they're doing this already. And as this stuff gets more potent, it's going to be just like we have little flip phones without a colors, and now you have an iPhone. And it's going to be that. It's going to go from you used to be able to just questions to we can all read each other's minds. It's coming, man. And when that happens, turtle face, that Mitch McConnell motherfucker, you can't operate anymore as a leader. You can't. No, you're seen now as what you are. You're an agent of money. You're a money agent, moving money and influence around. You're not doing it for the greater good of people by any stretch of the imagination. And also, how are you still working when you Windows 98 on us every now and then? Yeah, that guy just freezes up. You ever see him?
Because his
you ever see him lock up? Just lock up. How is that guy still able to make decisions on anything?
His receptors are there. Because his receptors go down. You think he's not a remote? You think that guy? They didn't even update his lips. Yes,
if these all people are RFK Jr. Imagine we found out. Imagine if Candace comes out, she does a deep dive and said there was no RFK Jr. Do you know that all those photos are AI? There's no evidence of him whatsoever until 2021.
He's like, what is this here? RFK Jr. has a camel toe? What is this here?
Or a woman.
She's the first. Dude, Candace is the best. I went to see, she has, her and her husband had four of the most beautiful kids in the world, and they're so funny. You go over there and they're just like dying laughing, and one of them looks just like her. It's so funny.
Do you think she's right about that French president?
We Ned?
Yes. Whatever not is married to a man. She's all in on that.
Bro, she's all in.
Well, they're suing her, aren't they?
I think they are. I don't know if they still are.
I think they're at least threatening the lawsuit. It's like for like $50 million.
That would be like, if she ever writes a book, that's got to be it. But dude, it is kind of strange that the guy is dating his teacher, right?
Or when he was like 40 and the kid was 15, or she was 40, even if it was a she. Like, what? And again, this is France. They're very different over there. Pedophilia is just like, get your weed out of that child. What have you done? He's almost 15.
Bro, if she does, she better have a hog on her. And I don't think she doesn't. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if she has the body style to have a real fucking hog on her. And if they release, the last thing France needs is to release like a weed that looks like it's retreating kind of. It will just go down this. They need to release a fucking hog.
Did you see that information? They have it on to have a micropenis. They got genes from Hitler's blood, and it seems to indicate that he had a genetic disorder that would lead you to have a micropenis, which totally makes sense, right?
I'm not surprised these days.
About Hitler? Why would you be surprised? Hitler would be the guy I would think would have a micropenis. The guy wants everybody to take over the world.
Oh, yeah.
A little tiny dick. He's fucking doing coke and heroin and all. He was doing oxycodone, man. And he had his whole army on meth.
Yeah, that's fucking wild.
With a little dick. Just running everything. An iron fist. Making him a tyrant, how Hitler's deformed genitals shaped his personality. Whoa.
Here's the thing, now. If you had a little dick, you would always check and make sure you'd be like, fuck, it's still little. That's what would happen all the time. Or every day you woke up, it'd be like the mass singer. You'd like open your pants and hope it was something.
He knows. I think he knows. His dick is always like, now everyone gets punished. Fucking Poland. Polish guys and big old hogs. He's probably jealous.
Yeah, brother. I think I don't know. In the future, I think they got little dicks in the future.
I think that's what aliens are. That's how it's general was.
Now they got the DNA. Blood soaked cow cheese. Apparently blew his brains out on it.
Yo, they say that?
Yeah, it says the first guy that found this took a piece of the couch, saved it, and they studied that.
Wow.
Which some people think it didn't happen.
Yeah, some people think he got moved to Argentina, right?
Also, so there's only a 1/10 chance.
Oh, that's a lot of I don't like those. I ain't playing Russian roulette with a revolver with 10 rounds in it. Fuck that. Alright, I gotta pee. So we gotta wrap this up.
You have to pee so bad. Thank you.
I'm glad we waited. I love you. You're the best.
I love you too, man. Thanks for everything. Thanks for
It's fun hanging with you, as always. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day. Good to see you, brother. What's happening? Oh, man. Everything. It's been a few years, man. Yeah. When was the last time I saw you?
I think I saw you outside of the ice house.
Oh, yeah. LS spot engine. Yeah, that's right. And you showed it to me, and I think I was thinking about it. I went to your house to do the podcast
Early in the day.
early. Yeah, up in Deep Valley, on the hill, and then I think you got your place sort of down. Straight wall kind of place down in the flatlands of the valley.
Yeah, Woodland Hills.
Yeah. I think it's been a million years.
Yeah, it's been a while. Time flies, buddy.
I know, it's so sad. You know what? You know what's sad? It goes so slow when you're young and miserable. You know what I mean? Now I'm old and happy and rich, and it just flies by. You know what I mean? Like all the stuff you want to do, it just goes right by you. And then when I was like 13, I just sat in a class and stared at the clock. It just went, God damn.
You know what that is? It's relative. It's a percentage of your life. So when you're 10, a year is 10% of your life.
Right.
You know, when you're 55, a year is really quick.
I know, it just sucks that, like, I remember going back to school in September and going, when's Christmas vacation? And then go 2 months, and I'd go, oh, man, no way, that's too long. And now it just goes flying by, but now it's good, and you want it to slow down. Yeah, I always think of life as sort of like driving to San Francisco from LA. Like the first time you do it, it takes a long time. And the 50th time you do it, it's like nothing. And that's the relative part.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, I don't know. Just gotta live in the moment and enjoy it while it's here. Hope it works out. Hope something's next. Or not.
I guess, yeah. In the moment, you know, that thing. It's like that thing where people have a near-death experience and then they swear they're going to change their way, they're going to appreciate everything, and they're going to do all that. I don't think it works.
It works on some people. Yeah, I've met people that have had near-death experiences and completely changed. Yeah.
I wonder if it's worth trying to have a near-death experience. The problem is that it's too close to death.
Well, it's really what kind of a person you are. A reflective person, an introspective person. You think about the way you think and the way you live, and you analyze it and decide whether or not this is a good way to proceed or whether or not you need to make adjustments. Some people don't. They don't self-analyze. They don't course correct. They just don't. And so something comes along, change everything. You never change anything in your own fucking life. You've never done that. You've never exhibited that kind of will. You've never had that kind of discipline. So, like, how are you going to change now? You're not. You're going to say you're going to change, then you're going to go right back.
Yeah, I went to high school with all those guys.
Me too. That's crazy, right? Most people don't know how to live.
Yeah.
They don't understand that you are in control of the way you think about things. It's one of the only things you're in control of.
Well, change is like one of the greatest gifts we have. Like, it really, if you think about perks of being a human being versus being a hyena or any other creature, it's you get to change. And then so many people just squander that gift, which is the greatest gift. And they just go, I'm not, and then you're sort of different than any other animal if you just sort of stay the course, you know, and the ability to go and change and transform is a gift completely squandered.
Well, it's hard because you have to change the way you think. You have to decide that you've been doing things wrong. People don't like to think. They don't like to admit fault, to look at themselves in a negative way, and analyze, be critical of themselves. They don't like that.
I know everyone is crazy externalizer now, and young people have it more than our generation.
Well, it's encouraged.
Tell them stuff. They just push back on everything.
It's encouraged to think that everyone else is the reason why you are not happy.
Yeah, I get it, but I think growing up, and maybe it's just being coached a lot, you know, like you got coached a lot. I got coached a lot. It's just, you're doing something wrong all day, every day. And I believe they did it because they cared, because they wanted you to get better, because they wanted you to succeed, they wanted to win, you know, and I just got used to being coached. You know, I just got used to people just yelling at you, dummy, you fuck it up, fix it, do it
right? And it never felt like criticism to me.
Well, even if it is criticism, it doesn't matter. It's like if coaching is good. Like if you can be coachable, that's like one of the best indicators that you're going to do well in life. With direction and instruction from someone that they're talking about. Yeah, if you're going to learn something, like say if you want to learn jujitsu, you have to listen. You have to really listen. And the people that don't listen, they don't care about it.
Yeah, and I shouldn't have said criticism. It was criticism, but that's fine. It's just how you digest it. You know what I mean? It's criticism. They go constructive criticism, or it's just criticism. You're doing something wrong. Right. That's fine. Now, how do you perceive it? How do you ingest that?
Well, also, how do you look at yourself? Do you look at yourself as like, do you think of yourself as only being valuable if you're good at a thing, right? And if you're not good at that thing, do you take it as a slight against you? Or do you just understand that you are a person, it's you, and this thing you're doing something you don't know how to do as well as this person who's teaching you? And if you can do that, then you can get better, and then getting better at anything that you are trying to do that's different, any discipline, that discipline becomes a vehicle for developing your human potential. You can figure out how to get good at that by listening to this person and then proceeding, seeing the steps and improving. You can apply that to everything. But if you never learn how to do that, it's stuck.
You know what I've been thinking about? How insecure a lot of people are and how they really react when you tell them something, criticism, or coach them. But I think it's their insecurity that's reacting. And then I sort of realize, like, you have a skill set. You have multiple skill sets, right? And you take just martial arts, okay, you know it, you're comfortable with it, you're real secure about it, you know your abilities. And
the curse that he gave to Yoav is that essentially Yoav's descendants would be crippled, poor, would die early, even a pretty significant curse. So Yoav said to the Shlomo, it's not fair. I can't have two punishments. He says, listen to this. Kabbalah to say so again, he said, Shlomo, here's the deal. If you're going to kill me, fine. But then you have to upon yourself upon your descendants, curse of your father. It's not fair to actually be executed and have the curse. How to be executed? The curse is upon you and your descendants. Spare my life. Suffer the curse. I and my descendants will suffer the curse that Abraham gave to us. He kills Yoav, and Shlomo accepts the curse of David upon himself and his family. Again, we'll see exactly what he means in just a little bit. I'm going to give you called clothes should keep David its young and kind of Rothschild. And then, tragically enough, the curse is that devil that David leveled on Yoav actually boomerang back onto David himself, Shlomo and his descendants. David is descendants. For example, so remember, this was the curse that David gave to Yoav. So the curse that gave to Yoav, your descendants will be all amongst them will be Yoav, Mitzorah, Saras, Sik Bapela means supported by a king, right? Supported by a king. No Bapela, stricken down by the sword, Chasarach, without bread, poor. And he points out all of these curses came true to David and Amalek's descendants. Yoav made a Chavam, who was the son of Shlomo, became his office. Amalek Chavam is Amilas ben Merkava, Amalek's Yerushalayim. So we learned this book over here, the metrical shoros, what happened to these individuals and the particular melodies. Mitzorah, Mitzorah, ובחזקס קרבה ליבו על החשקס ויאמר בהשם אלוקיו ויבוא על אלוהיך ואשר מחשתי על מזבח succeeds, Vatzaras is Sarkabaresko. Okay, Maxik Bavella, who had to be supported by a king, that's Asa. Again, these are all kings from David and Amalek from Shlomo. So the Asa, Maxik Bavella, the Asa, the same, Rock He was seized by this element called Pudgara, which required him to use a chain. What's Pudgara? What's Pudgara? Pudgara is as painful as a needle in the flesh of a living person. That's what Pudgara feels like, constant needles in your flesh. So the verse, by the way, right, by the sort of Nachman is entering this, he was, by the way, how did Nachman know this? How do I know what Pudgara was? Jewish Gemara says, Ipois Ema, Meitush Havachayis, right? So it says, because Nachman himself suffered from Pudgara. Maybe he had a very element. Ipois Ema, they have a camera, right? Oh, you learned this from his Rabbi. Sold Hashem Lireav, or Bris the Hokilam, which also literally means the secrets of Hashem are given to those who revere Him, and His covenant to make known to them. So let's say this is very interesting again. Much more to say on this topic, but you know, we also speak about the concept of Das Torah, that great Torah personality, great Torah who's had the concept of Das Torah. What's Das Torah? Das Torah doesn't know that Talmidei Chachamim know everything about everything. But what it means is that something a person is steeped, heavily in a life of Torah and spiritual development, connection to our HaKadosh Baruch Hu, constant growth, they understand things in a certain way, see things with a sense of clarity that sometimes the rest of us don't. The concept is often misunderstood to me like they should ask Rabbi about everything, that the answers to everything. No, but you should ask doctors medical questions, right? Ask doctors medical questions, ask accountants, financial questions, ask lawyers legal questions. That's good things, but the concept of sort of just means like this sometimes when a person is connected, when you're hooked into that, we know this all I know, like when let's just amongst friends. We know, right? If I am in touch with my learning, I'm in touch with my learning, right? I'm good. I'm a cheer. I'm learning. I'm steiging. I'm attentive. I'm tuned in, right? When the cheer is over, or again, it doesn't mean cheer. Chalusa, I'm plugged in. I'm plugged in the box. I'm really plugged in. You close the Gemara, or whatever, see if you're learning, and you feel different. You have a certain clarity about life, whether it's clarity in your marriage, clarity in your kids, clarity in your career. You have a certain clarity. That's a shmir. The shmir is Das Torah. When you're plugged into Torah, you understand the world and life in a different way. And what's the, when I'm not, when I'm missing shit, I'm missing my chalusa, so I just feel different. Everything feels different. That's because I'm not plugged in to the source. So therefore, so Hashem Lireav, just, again, so that feeling that all of us feel, right, when we're into our learning, and we're on, and we're there, and we're plugged in, so amplify that, by 100, that's what great Torah scholars have. So that little clarity that you have after our episodic moments of spiritual connectivity is exactly what great Chachamim feel amplified often every day of their life because they're constantly actually plugged in. That's the concept ultimately that Pastor says. He knew nothing, just knew. He just knew. How did he know? Because he knew. Because he saw the incredible cinema goes like, so this is by the way, this is when Yoshio is killed by Haron, who was the king of Ashur, right? This is when Assyria, Ashur wanted to lead his army to Israel. Not start war, he just wanted to bypass Israel. And Yoshio was so convinced of people's righteousness that he refused to allow a foreign to march through. He made a mistake, and again he loses his life. He's actually by refusing anything upon a declaration of war, and he was killed by this. He was pierced by so many arrows that literally his body became like, let's point out, this sounds a little bit familiar, on Tisha B'Av morning. One of the most authentic keynotes that we know so about the Korban Bayis by Koning Young Al Young. It's one of the oldest keynotes that we have, tracing back to the Korban. Okay, so when it was like who was lacking bread? Chanya, Bixir, Ba'alifasa, Arufa, Tamid, Nas Nolo. Okay, because we learned about Yechanya, we learned like Yechanya, a couple of years ago, like Yechanya exiled by its Yishon. I'm not doing that. All right, I'll down the issues once I saw again. So just by the way, just to kind of reconnect us. But so Yoav, so Shlomo, so Yoav says to Shlomo, when you can't go, go ahead and also go ahead and have me receive the curses. So when you execute me himself, Shlomo orders him to be executed, and the penalty is the count of the curses upon himself. So it's going to say something amazing. I'm going to say, by the way, well, let's do this. I'm going to do Gemara. And I mean, people say, well, this, you know, to say the following saying, better to be the one who is cursed than to be the one who curses. Right? What does it mean? When a person delivers a curse, unfortunately, sometime, a matter of time, the returns boomerangs back on you. So David Amalek delivered a curse to you, and again, a justifiable curse. But at the end of the curse, another year, and what ended up happening? Profound Gemara. Take a look at Rashi. This Rashi says, "Today, Noah will call you the Kulot. You're not near the Kulot. So isn't this incredible? Better to be amongst those who are the Roman Hametari, and not among those who curse. If you just kill us, awesome. Sorry, kill us. Not sure Alam Because the curse has been boomerang back. I'll say, but first of all, just so you understand over here, this whole crap of because the curse was uttered by David Amelech, we see this concept so many times throughout Shas, that the words of a tzaddik create a reality, almost like an irreversible reality that cannot be undone. So once that curse was uttered and came into the world, that was a fact. It was going to happen. Now the only shiloh was upon whom was it going to devolve. So an incredible idea. Better to be the ones who are cursed than to be the ones who curse. Incredible. Asuli Yoav, so what's the Daniel? So what happens again? Let's go back to. So they brought Yoav. They brought Yoav ultimately again to be judged. And it said to Yoav, Amalei, my why did you kill Avner? Now, what we're going to see that Yoav is really brought to trial for number of different things. One thing they did to not keep that he did it is he killed Abner Ben Raz. Okay, so what's it? A lot of these stories are just so complex because they occur during a complex time in Klal Yisrael's history, the transition of the monarchy between Shaul and David. So Abner Ben Raz was one of the generals, the primary generals of Shaul. When Shaul died, he supported Shaul's son Ishbosheth in the monarchy. But then Abner Ben Raz has a change of heart. And he decides that, you know what, David is the future prophet, and David offers a peaceful transition over to his son. Not interested in work anyone with a Klal Yisrael. So he offers him Yoav. Now remember, Yoav, who was a general of David Amalek, had a profound distrust for Avner, and he was enraged that David Amalek offered him to spare his life and offered him a position in the army. He just couldn't believe it. So he killed Avner. So Yoav killed Avner. So that's one of the things that David can never forget. Again, the problem is all of these things. I always say, you know, one of the hardest things about leadership is that remember when a person is in a leadership position, anything that happens in the is his responsibility. Just what a leader takes responsibility. So for David, as much as David didn't kill Avner, his general did. And so as such, again, for David, that represented a heightened sense of culpability. So Yoav is judged with so they asked him, why'd you kill Avner? I'm a man. Yoav had done the Asal. It was because Avner killed my brother Asal. Killed my brother Asal. Which is true, right? You see, when we killed my brother Asal, I'm a guy like that. So the man says, come on. Asal wrote the cover. Yeah, do you know why Avner killed Asal? Because Asal was running after Avner to kill Avner. This was war. He was running after Avner to kill Avner. So, yeah, Avner killed Asal in order to save his life. On the leg, how about all the Hatzim that Avner made? So I understand. Avner had to stop Massam in some way, but he could have injured him, he could have maimed him, right? That's a shot, whatever, hurting a leg, or giving some type of injury that prevents him from pursuing. You didn't have to kill him. When someone's pursuing you, you often don't have the luxury of trying to figure out how injuring or what it's you just have to stop him. Whatever you have to do to stop him, you stop him. So it doesn't make any sense. The Dogan Kamisha's Kilo, ala Chodesh. So you are upset because if you look at the way the Avner style, he killed him in a very strike of the spear under the fifth rib. It's a very precision strike. Now, why would you strike someone under cover to apparently the area where the gallbladder and the liver intersect are next to each other, so you can hit them both in one. It's a death blow. It's a death blow. So Kazabit says, come on. A skilled soldier who could deliver such a precision strike to someone who's pursuing him underneath in the fifth rib, and you're telling me that he couldn't just injure him to stop him from pursuing him, he had to kill him like that? I don't buy it. Therefore, Yoav says, I was justifying killing Abner. Abner killed my brother. I'm the Lord Adam. I had a right to do that. I'm right. These are Abner. Fine. So he said, fine, let's leave the side Abner. Let's move on to the next thing. Why did you kill Amasa? He said, you're killed my black hole. Why? So fine. Even if you're arguing for Abner, why did you kill Amasa? So you're like, Amasa, first line, right? Amasa, it's very simple. Amasa defied the king. Amasa defied the halacha by Moed Malchus is execution. By the way, there's no judge and jury. If you defy the king, two things I think are going to be interesting adjustments in Eretz Hashem when Mashiach comes. So number one, there's one day Samikdash. There's only two, right? It's very important, right? There's not like the young Israel Beis Hamikdash, right? The Yagud Beis Hamikdash, the Chasisha Beis Hamikdash, the Litvisha Beis Hamikdash, Hashkama Beis Hamikdash, right? Karabach Beis Hamikdash. There's one Beis Hamikdash, and it's going to be fascinating and beautiful and incredible to see how Klal Yisrael gets its act together and is able to exist under one roof. The other thing going to be our adjustment to a king. It's going to be a big adjustment. Because you understand, we are very used to different leadership models, where often leaders really make suggestions, right? Much more than decisions. And let's say a king at a monarchy, whatever the king says is what you do. And if you defy, the punishment is death. That's called Moed Malchus. And again, there's no appeal, there's no but 1 second, this is my opinion. Just such a 2,000 years we haven't lived with a king. We've lived in different kinds of countries, especially now, like democratic societies with leadership, but a king is an absolute authority. Now, before, totally absolute, because there was a checks and balances for the king's right well. But for myself, when the king says something, the king says something. So therefore, and Yoav says, I killed Amasa. This is one of Amasa. What did he do? This. See, how's it please issue the king comes to the king. And he just gathered everybody for 3 days. Some went together. People of Yudah, and what happened? It wasn't 2 days, it was more than 3 days. So what happened? So therefore, you said, I must have not comply with the order of the king, and therefore, again, he deserves to execute. So again, Be'el responded to you, come on, I must need the right move, which is a beautiful Gemara. Why? So this is so beautiful. So what happens? So Amos came, and what do we see the Jews doing? From the sect, they don't say. They're learning Dafyomi. Right? The Jews were learning Dafyomi. So Amos says to himself, Amar, so again, the Pasuk says when you have to listen, and if you don't listen to the king, you report to death. I'm going to thought maybe even if Jews are learning Torah and they don't listen to the king, they're put to death. Therefore, the Pasuk says, Rak is a mere, Rak Chazak, let's be strong when it comes to learning the Torah. God's wishes usurp or take precedence over the king's wishes. So it's beautiful. The king wants them to assemble in 3 days. Amasa gets there. They're going ahead and learning Dafyomi. So Amasa figures, let them finish learning. And when they finish learning, then I will gather them. So it wasn't more of the Malchus. Fakir, just the opposite. He listened to the Melech. But which Melech? HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Because the desires and wishes of the Ribono Shel Olam are more important than the desires and wishes of the human being. So therefore, again, so David says, to Yoav, you have no right to kill Amasa. Ella who Gabra, the Gemara says, Ella who Gabra, my Malchus Haba. Rather, again, the basis says to Yoav, if anyone was my Malchus, anyone rebelled against the king, it was you. You rebelled against Nashua Baal Ad Yoav. Yoav Nata Achariah Yoav Achariah Shalom. Achariah Shalom Nata. Let's listen to this. The passage says, news came to Yoav that Yoav first after Adonio, and ultimately again to Shalom, he did not veer. Now this is incredibly important. So let's say, I remember that faced multiple rebellions in his lifetime. One was brought by Adonio ben Chagis' daughter. By Adonio ben Chagis, who was the son of David, who thinks himself as king when David was dying in his deathbed. Right? Adonio ben Chagis misnamar ani emloch. So he keeps proclaiming himself as king. He figured David did not appoint an explicit heir. So therefore David declared, now Avshalom was a much more brutal and violent rebellion. So the Gemara says that Yoav, not the Achai Adonio, again, he followed after Adonio Chagis, but after Avshalom, he did not follow. My low not he didn't follow, or he didn't, not that doesn't mean follow, like to veer. He says, he wanted to follow Avshalom. In his heart, he wanted to follow Avshalom, but he didn't. To my time, because David was still his youthful vigor. When Avshalom rebelled, David was still strong. He was young and vital. And as such, again, Yoav was smart enough to know David's going to win this. So Yoav was also smart enough to know to pick the winning side. But he wanted to follow Avshalom. David literally, again, his astrologers were still alive. Doesn't mean literally astrologers. He's what's come up before. I don't know if you love David. David had 400 sons who were born to fast Torah wives, one right. So this is Kula fast Torah Hayim. Umegadle Dolores. They grew their personality with Torah Dolores. The Dolores is like the ponytail, like the long piece of hair that the old Davodora would go ahead and grow. And they would be the leaders of David and Alex. The Hain Bag grew up in Shalom. They were the muscle of the I guess you want to say, interestingly enough, when we went out to war, when other nations saw soldiers that appeared to be Gentiles fighting for David, it was scary. Because suddenly, again, it wasn't just the Jews who were aligned with David, but rather, again, it was even Gentile nations who were aligned with David. Okay, so therefore, again, Yoav was smart enough to know David's got all this muscle. He's got all this muscle. His heart, first of all, so he was part of one rebellion, and he would have been part of the rebellion had he thought that Avshalom had a better chance. Which I think is very out of our hands. We'll say, so remember, coming denominator in this entire suit so far is that Yoav was antagonistic to David. Right? He was antagonistic to David. Then again, here, this last piece, agonistic, in that he joined rebellion, Adonio, and he joined a second rebellion of Shalom. Now, the point is, I just want to point out, there's another total version to this story. So this is what you got about Adonio, the mother David will also Yoav, the mother David will also Yoav. So there's another version of this, another version of the relationship between Yoav and David. In each version, not for David, Yoav isn't able to successfully lead you. Your mother Yoav will also cover the Torah. Not for Yoav, David would not have been able to lead. David also Mishpat and Stakal of Kalamo. The Yoav David Amelech performed Mishpat and Stakal, literally again adjudicating cases. He did chesed for all of Klal Yisrael. And Yoav ben Tzruya was in charge of Matam Asa David Mishpat and Stakal of Kalamo. Why was David able to do Mishpat and Stakal? We'll say, by the way, just as an aside, you see this something amazing. What's the role of the king? The role of the king is to make sure that there's savor, to make sure that there's justice, and to make sure that there's chesed. That's the job of the king. And the Gemara says, why was the king able to do his job? Why? The Gemara says, because Yoav was waging the battles. And why was Yoav able to be successful in the army? Because David was going at it Mishpat and Staka for the entire nation. I will say, this is a profound. So first of all, just a different version of David's story. Again, a story version of a profound synergistic partnership between king and general. The king is able to be stuck in Mishpat. Why? Because the general is leading the army. And the general is able to be successful in the army. Why? Because the king is leading stuck in Mishpat. Which I will say, by the way, is also a profound model for just, we'll call it organizational success. One person can't do everything. So at the end of the day, the only way there's success, and you can plug this into anything, is if there's synergistic partnerships between different people. So David is able to be David because Yoav is Yoav. And Yoav is able to be Yoav because David is David. But if David would have to be David and Yoav would have to be Yoav, the whole thing falls apart. All people profound idea, and he says that David is super talented. And by the way, David Amelech was a warrior also. Let's understand that. I always say, whenever you see paintings of David Amelech, right, he's always sitting with what? What is he always sitting with? He's always sitting with a harp, right? And you see yourself like, I don't know how to play the harp. That's the one, right? But how much time do you think he actually did? You just sitting and strumming the harp, like when. What's the shot? David was a warrior. He was a warrior. His entire life, he was a warrior. He could have managed the army. He's still like, and if David was in the army, he's not doing stuck in Mishpat. And that means he's not doing his job. There has to be different roles. There has to be just a partnership with the Shav Yisrael in order to get things done. Because if David has to do everything, then David ends up doing nothing well as it could be done. It's incredible. Remember that phase here in David? I was talking about she was on the last, Now you must get back to the story of where Avner actually killed, Yoav actually killed Avner. Okay, so David made peace there. After David makes peace with Avner, so Yoav, by the way, if you don't mind, come back one a little bit. She also, we bought a Hasira. So by the way, my bought a Hasira. I'm going to be able to kind of bought the Hasira, got rid of Avner Shihare. It was the bought of the Hasira that caused Avner to be killed. I will say just very quickly, Rashi points out that we have an interpretation outside. Bought and Hasira refers to two important events. Remember again, coordinated in this, not another king. After Shmuel coordinated in this king, David did not want to be king. He did not want to be king. So what happens? Shaul now kind of loses it on David. Feels that David is enemy number one of the state and pursues him. David will not fight his father-in-law. He will not, so he runs. So the two things that happen. One night, so Shaul's army is camped. David snuck into the camp, and he took like the king's shield and the king's canteen. He goes up to the top of the mountain, essentially cries out and says, Shaul, look, I'm not your enemy. I'm not your enemy. I could have killed you while you slept. I didn't. Abner says to Shaul, it's not true. Maybe one of our soldiers is on David's side, snuck out these items to David, but David really infiltrated the camp. That's story number one. Story number two is also Shaul's marching with his army, pursuing David, goes into a cave to relieve himself. David and Melech happened to be in that very same cave. I just take a lot more. Right, happens. So literally, Shaul's back is to David. Should have killed Shaul right then and there. What he does is he cuts off a corner of his garment. So when he comes out of the cave, David comes inwards and says, oh, look, see, I was right by this cave. Both of those times he convinced Shaul not to reconcile. He convinced him not to reconcile with David. The Gemara says, do you know why Abner then was killed at the end by Yoav? Because he had two opportunities to make shalom between Shaul and David, and he failed to do so. That is why Abner lost his life. That's Bar and Sirashi points out reference to those two events, which was a tremendous Musar skill. Conflict happens. Conflict always happens. But when you have an opportunity to de-escalate that conflict, and you don't take it, there's culpability for perpetuating that conflict. Avner had the great opportunity of de-escalation, but he actively chose not to take it. When you de-escalate, then you are guilty for causing focus. And there is no greater infraction in Klal Yisrael than sowing the seeds of discontent and causing machlokas. And therefore the Gemara says, that's why Avner ben Ner lost his life. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. So what happens? So Yoav took Avner aside to speak about him the Shem. We'll see what that means in just a moment. So Rabbi Yoav judged Avner as a Sanhedrin. So again, they had some conversation. So Yoav says to me, Avner, why did you kill my brother Asar? So Avner says, what do you want from me? Asar was running after me to kill me. What should I have done? So you should have injured us. Just injure him in his leg. Don't go ahead, kill him. And so Avner said, I couldn't do it. To which Avner said, you're a liar. Hush, dog. He says, come on, you killed him by striking him underneath us, like the sum of our gallbladder. You got to do that. That was a precision blow. Someone who could do such a precision blow could have only injured my brother in his life. He would have no longer pursued him. That was in the end. So you're a liar. You couldn't have injured him. You killed him. And therefore, again, I'm going to kill you. So the Gemara says, what does that mean? To speak with the Al-Jay Shalom or Shalom. That's actually what is fascinating. So Avner, how did Yoav again? Yoav calls Avner. David just says in the comment over here. David made peace with Avner. Avner is going on his own. Yoav calls back Avner. Now, Yoav, so Avner there's no reason to think that anything is going on. So that Gemara says over here that he asked Avner an investigation. Avner was become couple. He says, Avner, let me ask you. How is it if a woman doesn't have arms, doesn't have hands, how does she do chalitza? Because that's what she has to remove. She has to remove the shoe. So Avner said, I guess she can untie it with her teeth. So for Avner, how exactly would that work? So Avner says, I'll show you. And he bends down. So he bends down and leaves himself exposed. That's when Yoav killed him. So that's what it says Vaidad. So the Lashon over here of also the Sheli is a play of words. Shalom, each alone. By take off the shoe. So he killed because he was asking a question. Chalitza, Avner had his guard down, made peace with David and his generals, and therefore he was killed. Incredible. So again, interestingly enough, how does Yoav kill Avner underneath the fifth? So I'm Rabbi Yochanan, we go from Mishras Makom Shemar the cover to Lulin. Okay, so apparently, at least biblically, that fifth blow, that was the death. That was the sequel to the same way. So you might be right there. So you might say, so the Gemara says that Hashem. So now when Yosef is being executed, so the lashon of the pasuk is that Hashem will go ahead and repay Yoav for the blood he shed because he killed two people who were tzaddikim and told him minenu. And better than Yoav himself told him. So again, that's reference to Amasa because Yoav killed that like Malchus. So what's it like Malchus? He just felt that his father comes to the right. V'hulo gar v'hulosh tzaddikim she'ain mebet v'lo she'ain mebet v'lo asu v'lupi igeres asa. So what's that? This is incredible. One of the things that Avner did not do is when ultimately again when Shaul wanted to wipe out the city of Nob, so ultimately again Avner did not do it. Avner did not comply with that command, even though Shaul said it verbally. On the other hand, when David commanded Yoav to place Uriah on the front lines, which was an incorrect thing to do, and he did it through a letter, and Yoav still complied. Incredible. So the Gemara was right there. So again, Amasa didn't think that Yoav was going to do it. He didn't watch himself, and therefore again, Yoav was able to kill him. Vayikbar b'beis hamidbar. Now Yoav was executed. Let's say Yoav. So now what happened? It says he was buried in the desert. So I took the midbar, but I understand Yoav's house is in the desert. What does that mean? I'm going to do Kimidbar. Yoav's home was like a midbar. What does that mean? Man midbar mufkakol, so shalav mufkakol. We'll say so. Part of Yoav's punishment was his property wasn't even taken by the king. So his property was made hefker. Like the desert is hefker, your property was made hefker as well. Another possibility is Kimidbar, Midbar Minuka Migazayos, Asbesa Shayab Minuka Migazel Varayos. House was like a midbar. What does this mean? Just like a midbar, there's no there's no theft. Why is there no theft? Nothing to steal. And there's no arayos. There's no immorality. Why not? Because again, there's no people there. So just like the desert is clean from theft and immorality, so Yoav's house was clean from theft and immorality. The Yoav Yichti, much of the Yoav Yichti as Shar Ha'ir. What does that mean? That Yoav literally against supported of the city. Whatever you are, even the greatest, as Rashi says over here, these were different types of fish. Different types of fish, which were delicacies. Yoav would share everything he had with the poor. Even the greatest of delicacies, he would always share whatever he had with the poor of the city. So let's say it's quite an amazing way to end the narrative, right? Because the entire Gemara is talking about the duplicity of Yoav, right? Killing people who were unsuspecting, going over to rebellions. And how does the story end? That Yoav was excited. There was a time. His home, there was not a trace of immorality or theft in his home. That Yoav was incredibly generous. Everything he had, he shared with everything. So let's say, so what's over here? Like, how do you reconcile this? So let's say, how do you reconcile that? We look this up and say, today, even great do terrible things, and even great tzaddikim make significant mistakes. It's not a steal. Each of us have parts of us that are incredibly beautiful, holy, and incredible. And then we have other parts of us that are incredibly compromised, broken, and impure. That's what it is. And that's the thing my impurities don't obscure pieties. Pietishness, right? And on the other hand, my tzidkus, my righteousness, also doesn't go ahead and eclipse my negativity. We live in this constant state of almost inherent contradiction. That is the nature of the human condition. Even in Yoav, who was clearly so duplicitous in his behavior, yet had so many elements of himself that were so profoundly righteous. The beautiful part is also is this is what gives us the to the tshuva. This is how badly I mess up in life. I can always turn myself around. Why? Because for everyone, there's always that bucket of good that is still there. There's always that beauty that is still there. So no matter how bad the bad parts are, because the good is there, I can simply go to that. Hajj Allah, Nigmar Jabosai, Mazel Tov. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. Mektas on base. Other so this really based in, therefore, your types of execution, given over to based in, Skila, Sreifa, Herrick, Defendek, Skila stoning, Sreifa, We're going to go through all of these. Skila, Sreifa, burning, Herrick means, again, decapitation, because of decapitation with a sword, kind of strangulation. So let's say that's the order. That's the order. We're going to see that what the Mishnah is saying is like this. The order of the Mishnah, Rashi puts out here, is Dafka Nugget Sitra. This is an order of severity. An order of severity. Right? Skila, so again, most common skila, so on and so forth, right? From severe to least severe. But the sure disagrees. He says, Sreifa, skila, Chenek Mehalek, Zonin says, Rabbi Shimon disagrees. Rabbi Shimon says the order is like this. Sreifa, skila, Chenek, right? We'll have to see exactly what the Machlokes is over here. Zoom, Nishas Haneskala. I've heard it before. We learned all about skila, right? Because we went through the entire process of skila. It says, let's say in general, whenever Chazal make a list, I never make a list, so the halakha is not to be order specific. Except in cases, except for example, the Shiva ceremony. Rabbi said, what's this case? It's not. So Rabbi says, sweat stain on her garment. And what are we not sure about? We're not sure, is it blood or is it something else? So the way to do this, the way to understand this is, essentially you wash the garment with 7 different things. And after washing it with 7 different things, it still remains in halacha l'maisa. In halacha l'maisa, it's blood. It's blood. So what are the 7 things? So the Gemara says, "Tafal saliva, you may grease from saliva after from eating oats, made Ryan, urine, nessa, bolus, communal. These are different types of cleaning agents." So both say halacha l'maisa, and the order of the is very specific. The Katani Seifa has been shaloki sidron, oshe bir shivasan ke'afalo asam loklos. If you use these cleaning agents out of order, or if you use them all at once, the process is invalidated. So again, notice what the Gemara saying is like this. Normally, when Chazal give us orders in the Mishnah, orders don't really matter. They're not really over specific, except over where they are. So it's Rav Papa Savi. No, what about a Mishnah? Also, Mishnah is also order specific. That is why, how do you know that? From the fact that Rabbi Shimon argues on the Tanakh indicates to us that the order begins in Mishnah. So that's the case, then why doesn't Rabbi include this as we eat the No, they're not talking about milk, yes. It's just case of the cleaning agents, so that's the case for everyone of these. I'm going to place my phone, Charlie piece of my phone. So Papa says, I'm saving your Yoma. Even the order of your Kippur. It's not commencing with people, and I'm going to say, they're lifting nice and Kippur. Torah gives a very specific order for the Avodah. And if you go ahead and you disrupt the Avodah, so the Avodah is invalid. So why doesn't include that in the list as well? Just have to the severity of your Kippur shot that any part of the is more important. It should go first. It's because of the chumrah of this day. The Torah solidifies in order for the order because of severity of items. What about the order of the Talmud? They offer the Talmud say their Talmud. The Talmud also has to follow a certain order. The Ida, how we the mitzvah ba'alma. And the other thing we'll say, no, the order of the Talmud, that's just the Chatzilah. Chatzilah is doing a particular order, but I'm not convinced if you change the order, it's ultimately still good. Otherwise, we'll have to stop over for today. More, sleep to that last part a little bit. And then we'll catch up tomorrow. Straight up, everyone.
Because I think a lot of people go,
why are they using
one of these houses in the Palisades. They're building it in a tradition using wood, but they're making the outside. They're not going to have the eaves, the rafter tails hanging out.
All right, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. Thank our annual Tamashar, the Tosim Mishpacha, all of the Shurim and Drugs this year. It was a fuss from the Soros Tamo and the Shahar, I wish we Zophim Hashem to see that inspirational desire to Hashem materialize for our people for this year, for many years to come. That's the only sponsors for today. Batsheva Papa of Eretz Yisrael, wishing her husband Daniel Papa of Shuk Hashmonaim a mazel on his 70th birthday. Lots of love, good health, good news, and that's beautiful, beautiful. We wish it's a great Baruch Hashem to learn from Daniel and Hashem to continue to swim through the Yam Shal Talmud Ameh Ve'esim Shanim Tovos. So as always, we dedicate our learning in the exclusive of our countries has to be Hashem. Bring them home with Shalom and the Karov. Of our holy soldiers, may they be successful. Because with that, let us be relaxed. Today, today's Baptist Member Test 49, picking up on the Testament days. 48, about 10 lines up from the becomes white. Those who are executed by the king. What happens to their property? So their property goes to the king. But those who are executed by Beis Din, their property goes to their children. So an interesting distinction here. Yehuda disagrees. Yehuda says, Malchus, the extended Rothschild. He really says, no. Even those executed by the monarchy, their property goes to their children. So fundamental mathematics is about what happens with the property of those who are executed. Again, Tanakama, if you're executed by the king takes your property. If you're executed by Beis Din, it goes to your Yorshim. Rabbi Yehuda, if you're executed by the king, your property goes to your inheritors, to your Yorshim. Amar Rabbi Yehuda. So it says Rabbi Yehuda. Balok Vardaman, Kinei B'Karen knows Asher Yarad Sham Levisho. Amar Lahem. Okay, so what's this? Interestingly enough, you might say something like this. But by King Achav, the Rabbi tells a story that Achav was unfortunately a very evil king. Achav had good inside of him, was an incredibly conflicted individual who never fully able to insult him. So Achav desired a particular vineyard that went to a guy by the name of Novos. So Achav conducted an entire story that Novos went ahead and cursed the king. We're going to talk about this. Cursed the king, cursed God. All of these different things, and halacha myself, and so as a result, what ends up happening afterwards is that he had Novos executed, and Achav took it. So you see from here that the king gets his property. Achav got his vineyard after executing Novos, but it comes to Rabbi Yehuda. This is no, it's not a good raya. Ben Achi Adi Haya. No, in fact, interestingly enough, King Achav was related to Novos. He was related to him. So in fact, he was inheritance for him. So all he needed to do was have Novos killed. Once Novos was killed, then he was able to go and take possession of the vineyard through the laws of inheritance. But again, but Novos had a lot of sons. What happened to them in terms of inheritance? On the other hand, so he found it also the Eshman Hara. In fact, Achav not only killed Novos, but he also killed Novos and Novos' sons. As to name Novos, that's to name one of Rabbi. Plus, an overwhelming story. So Novos is executed. By Achav. Not only is Novos executed, children, his sons are executed as well. Again, why? For what? For a vineyard. And this was the king. The king of Baruch Hashem, had everything. And yet again, executed in order to go ahead and get his vineyard. Do not be amazing. So remember, it's back to Rabbi. Rabbi says, no, that does not literally mean sons, but rather again, that actually refers to sons to come from Novos. Achav didn't actually execute Novos' kids, but instead what ended up happening over here is that Achav executed Novos. Novos himself was fit to have children, but as a result of being executed, he never ended up having a family. Incredible. So according to the opinion that says that when you go ahead and you execute someone who is executed by the king, so their property goes to the king. I know this is. But Berak Novos Elohim Umelach. So what's interesting? All in the Achav story. First white line on the Thessalonians 48b. When Achav set up Novos, so remember again, the way he sets him up is he makes a claim that Novos cursed the king and cursed did both. Now, by the way, this is an intricate plan because Novos also hired witnesses. Like the witnesses testified falsely against Achav hired witnesses to testify against Novos. So what they testified against was that Berak Novos Elohim Umelach. So Novos cursed God and he also cursed the king. So the Gemara listen to this. So Bishop are in the same Umelach, how do you say Berak Novos Elohim Umelach? So I understand why the witnesses had to say that Novos cursed the king. Because according to the Chachamim, ultimately again that those executed by the king, their property goes to the king. That's remember what Achav wanted at the end. I remember the Amrin that's saying the Yarshim, Lamali Umelach. But eventually that says that even if you're executed by the king, your property goes to the inheritors, then why did the false testimony have to include that Novos cursed the king? Who cares? Actually, using the logic, Elohim Lamali. Why did the witnesses have to lie and say that was cursed God? Whereas God was, remember again, cursing God is punishable by what? Punishable by what? By death. Get executed by Based it. Everyone agrees that there's just, so in other words, so what's here altogether, which is Elos La Fusco. Rather again, what Achav's plan was to go ahead and really create a tremendous sense of animosity and anger towards numbers. That people would be like so incredulous, they'd be so overwhelmed by what numbers did, cursing the king, cursing God. So again, when fabricating this, Eidos Achav made it as bad as possible, so that the Dayanim himself would not be inclined to find grounds to exonerate levels. Incredible. According to Hina says that if you're executed by the king, your property goes to the king. And it succeed by Yonas Yoav El Oal Hashem by Chazik Bekernas on his yak. So let's spend a little bit of time on the story. When David HaMelech died, he gave his son Shlomo a number of instructions. And some of them was to deal, quote unquote, to deal with certain people. These were people that David HaMelech felt that he could not execute during his lifetime for a variety of different reasons, that he felt were absolutely necessary to be punished by Shlomo. One of those people was Yoav. Yoav was actually a fiend of David HaMelech, but he just went off the rails, did his own thing on a number of different occasions we discuss. So what happened? So David dies. So Yoav hears that he's about to be executed. What does he do? He runs to the Mishkan, to the oil where the Mizbeach and the he was not close to the Mishkan per se, but where Aaron and his Mizbeach was. And what does he do? Grab onto the corners of the bath, like the hub, like claiming like sanctuary. He's holding onto the corners in his bath. And what happened? He gave Vayomer Lo 8 sake almost. And Yoav says, I'm not leaving, after again, I'll die here. Now what's what does this mean? Rashi ends up with that according to this approach, Yoav wasn't trying to escape death, preferred to be judged by the Sanhedrin than by Shlomo. Why? Now, according to the this makes a lot of sense. Because, okay, Yoav knows he's going to die. He knows he's going to be killed. But at least if he's still by the Sanhedrin, then what? His property goes to his kids. If he's executed by the monarchy, his property becomes the monarch's. So therefore, he holds on to the corners of his back. He says, fine, you need to execute me. I'll be judged by the Sanhedrin, but not by Shlomo. So again, according to this, makes a lot of sense. I learned extension. But Rabbi who says that even if you're executed by the king, your property goes to your kids. So in other words, why holding on to the corners of his back? Either way, in other words, if he knows he's going to die, either way he knows his property is going to his kids. First one was a found answer, the Chaye Shah. The Chaye Shah was that Yoav was trying to buy himself a couple more moments of life. Right? By saying that I'm not going to be executed by the king, but I want the trial of the Sanhedrin. Chaye Shah. He's buying himself a few extra moments of life. Really profound. So the Gemara goes like that. So says to Shlomo HaMelech, okay, here's what's going on. Yoav is going ahead and holding on to the corners of the Mizbeach, and he is refusing to be judge a king. Rather, again, he insists on being judged by the Sanhedrin. So Benayo sends a message back to Shlomo to carry Yoav before Ani. So what's going on? So here's the conversation that happened between Yoav and Benayo, which was subsequently conveyed to Shlomo. Amalei, Zil Emalei Taki Lo Tavu B'Hayda. So listen to this. So Yoav says to Shlomo through Benayo, Shlomo can do two things. In other words, it's not fair that I should have two questions. One of the things, he cut her. Now again, so just look at it. As much as he doesn't, he cannot go ahead and kill Yoav. He cursed Yoav. And the curse that he gave to Yoav is that Yoav's descendants would be killed before early, giving a significant curse. Yoav said to Shlomo, it's not fair. I can't have two punishments. He says, listen to this. So again, he says, Shlomo, here's the deal. If you're going to kill me, but then you have to accept upon yourself, upon you and yours, the curse of your father. It's not fair that I should be executed and have the curse. So if I would be executed, the curse falls upon you and your descendants. Or if not, spare my life, and I'll suffer the curse. I and my descendants will suffer the curse that David HaMelech gave to us. We'll talk about them. So Shlomo says, fine, he kills Yoav, and Shlomo the curse of David upon himself and his family. Again, we'll see exactly what this means in just a little bit. I'm going to give you David Rab. Called Klalos, Sheshudo David, it's Yav's family, is our David. And then, tragically enough, the curse, all the curse that double leveled upon Yoav actually boomerang back onto David himself, Shlomo and David. For example, I carries with this Yoav Maxik Bapala, the Nufa Bakarev, the Pasar Lachem. So remember, this was the curse that David gave to Yoav. The curse he gave to Yoav, your descendants will be all amongst them will be Zav, Sorat, Saras, Maxik Bapala means by a king, by crippled, supported by a king. Nufa Bakarev, stricken down by the Lord, Pasar Lachem. Got right, more. And all of these curses came true in David HaMelech's descendants. Zav from the father will come who is son of Shlomo. Dr. Sib, HaMelech is Amitz Laros from the Hovanes Yishalayim. Sib, Chala Merkov, Asher Yirkav Allah Zavitro. So the Gemara just points out over here the symmetrical Rishonos between what happened to these individuals and now these Sora, Uzio between Sora and Sib, Kazkaz Gaba Limo on the Hash, the Slayimo, Lima Bashem, and the Kaz, Gabo Al El Kikal Hashem, Akta, and Shechak, Siv, Gatzaras, Zar Kabanetsko. Okay, Maxik Batala, who had to be supported by a king, that's Asaf. Again, these are all kings from David HaMelech, Shlomo. So may Asa, Maxik Batala, and Asa, Siv, Rak, the Easy Signas, Chala, Esragbo. Remember, Sha'aksa put Gara. He was seized by this element called Pudgara, which required him to use a king. By the way, what's Pudgara? He was Pudgara. Pudgara is as painful as a needle in the flesh of a living person. That's what Pudgara feels like, constant needles in the flesh. So, by the way, right by the Sibra of Nachman says, by the way, Mina Yada, how did Nachman know this? How did Nachman know what could rush? To which the Gemara says, Ipa, Mechush Havid Chayim. So it could very well be that Nachman suffered from Pudgara. Maybe he had his commandment. Iba is Ema, may Rabbi have a gamma, right? Or he would learn this from his Rabbi. Rabbi said to the stance that Iba is Ema, Sod Hashem Lireav, or Brista Hodiyah. Which Rabbi said literally means the secrets of Hashem are given to those who revere him, and his covenant made known to them. So I said this is very interesting again. Much more to say on this topic, but we often speak about the concept of Das Torah, the great Torah personalities, great Torah have a concept of Das Torah. What's Das Torah? Das Torah doesn't know that Talmidei know everything about everything. So what it means is that sometimes when a person is heavily steeped in the life of Torah and spiritual development, connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, constant growth, they understand the world in a certain way and see things with a sense of clarity that's sometimes the best of us. Because it is often misunderstood to mean like that you should ask Rabbi, everything, that the answer is everything. No, right? You should ask usually medical questions, right? Ask doctors, ask accountants, financial questions, ask lawyers, legal questions, right? That's good things. But because of that story, that just means like when a person is connected, when you're hooked into that, this one always will say, when let's just amongst friends, right? If I am in touch with my learning, right? I'm good. I'm here, I'm learning, I'm studying, I'm attentive, I'm tuned in, right? When the shir is over, or again, it doesn't be a shir, and like I'm plugged in, I'm really plugged in. You close the Gemara, or whatever state you're learning, and you feel different. You have a certain clarity about life, clarity in your kids, clarity in your career, clarity. That's the shtick, that's the shminis of that Torah. When you're plugged into Torah, you understand the world and life in a different way. Conversely, when I'm not, when I'm missing shit, I'm missing my cabooses, so I'm not, I just feel different. Everything feels different. That's because I'm not in to the source. So therefore, Sod Hashem, just, again, so that feeling that all of us feel, right, when we're into our learning and we're plugged in, so amplify that, by 100, that's what great Torah scholars have. So that little bit of clarity that we have after our own episodic love, spiritual connectivity, is exactly what people come and feel amplified often every day of their life because they constantly actually plugged in. That's the concept ultimately. That's what Gemara says. Maybe Rav Nachman just knew. He just, how did you know? Because he knew. Because when you saw the show, incredible. Gemara goes like there. No felt the Charef who died by storm Yoshio. Ksiv, Mayora, Amor, Mamel, Yoshio. So this is by the way, this is when Yoshio was killed by Paro Nechol, who was the of Ashur, right? This is where again Assyria, Ashur wanted to Paro Nechol wanted to lead his army for Eretz Yisrael. Not start war, he just wanted to answer Eretz Yisrael. And Yoshio was so convinced of people's righteousness that he refused to allow a foreign army to march through. He made a mistake. And ultimately, again, he loses his life. Because obviously, by refusing entry to Paro Nechol, that was a declaration of war, and he was killed. And the says he was killed by archers. He was pierced by so many arrows that literally, again, his body came like a sea. If this sounds a little bit familiar, this is on Shabbat morning. This is one of the most authentic hymns that we can trace themselves back to Churban Bayis by Konin Yahu Al Yoshim. It's one of the oldest hymns that we have, tracing back to the Churban. Okay, Tasvalachem, who read the Chanya. Say, because we learned about Yechanya, a couple of days ago, got exiled by his Rishon. I'm Rabbi Huda. So again, so just by the way, just to kind of reconnect us. So Yoav says to Shlomo, you can't do both, right? In other words, that you can't execute me and also go ahead and have me receive the curses. So you're going to execute, and you're taking the curse upon yourself. Shlomo orders him to be executed, and apparently he's about the curses upon himself. So we'll say it's going to say something amazing. I'm going to say, by the way, let's leave this. I'm going to do Damara. This is what people say. This leads people to say the following saying: top of Nantes, Tehei Lota, or Lo Tehei Lata. Better to be the one who is cursed than to be the one who curses. Why? What does it mean? When a person delivers a curse, unfortunately, sometimes it's only a matter of time until that recurrence boomerangs back on you. So David HaMelech delivered a curse to God, and again, a justifiable curse. But at the end of the day, he cursed another year. What ended up happening? The curse boomeranged back upon him and his son. Take a look at this for a moment. Rashi says, "They wrote the they better to be amongst those who are cursed, and not among those who curse. If you should so kill us, sorry, kill us, because the curse has a boomerang back. First of all, just to understand over here, this whole because the curse was uttered by David HaMelech, like so many times on Shas, that the words of the tzaddik create a reality, almost like an irreversible reality that cannot be undone. So once the curse was uttered and came into the world, that was a fact. It was going to happen. Now the only shaila was upon whom was going to solve. So an incredible idea. Better to be the ones who are cursed than to be the ones who curse. Incredible. Asur the Yoav, supposed to die. So what happened? So again, just go back to this. So they brought Yoav. They brought Yoav ultimately again to be judged. And we said to Yoav, why did you kill Avner? Now, we're going to see obviously he brought the trial for a number of different things. One of the things that he was accused, not accused, that he did it, is he killed Avner Ben Ner. Okay, so we'll say a lot of these stories are just so complex because they occur during a complex time in Israel's history, the transition of the monarchy between Shaul and David. So Avner Ben Ner was one was one of the generals, the primary generals of Shaul. When Shaul, he supported Shaul's son, Ishbosheth. Then Abner ben Ner, and he decides that, you know what, David is the future of Klal Yisrael, and David offered a peaceful transition over to his side. But he's not interested in war with anyone within Klal Yisrael. So he offers him Yoav. Now remember, Yoav, who was a general of David HaMelech, had a profound distrust for Avner, and he was raged that David HaMelech offered him to spare his life and offered him a position in the army. He just couldn't believe it. So he killed Avner. So Yoav killed Avner. So that's one of the things that David never forget. And again, the problem is all of these things. I don't say. One of the hardest things about leadership is that, remember, when a person is in a leadership position, anything that happens in the under him is his responsibility. That's the way it works, or at least effective leadership is when a leader takes responsibility for everything. So for David, as much as David didn't kill Avner, his general did. His general did. As such, again, for David, that represented a kind of culpability. So therefore, structure killing. So they ask, number one, why'd you kill Avner? Amalei, Shkol Hadam Asal. I was here, killed my brother Asal. Killed my brother Asal, which is true, right? When we killed my brother Asal, therefore I'm a Gol Adam. So the Gemara says, come on, Asal. Yeah, do you know why Avner killed Asal? Because Asa was running after Avner to kill Avner. This was war. He was running after Avner to kill Avner. So yeah, Avner killed Asa in order to save his life. So I understand. Avner had to stop Asa in some way, but he could have injured him, could have maimed him, right? Right? Hurt him in the leg, or give him some type of injury that prevents him from pursuing that you didn't have to kill. When someone's pursuing you to kill you, you often don't have the luxury of trying to figure out how could I injure him in order to stop him. You just have to stop him. You have to stop him. So which Yoav said it doesn't make any sense. I'm like, Hashdofin Chamishis Kivale, Dixiv, by Akemis Ela Chomesh. So Yoav said, I don't buy it. Because if you look at the way that Avner killed Asal, he killed him in a very specific way. He killed him with a strike of the spear underneath the fifth rib. Right? It's a very precision strike. Now, why would you strike someone under the fifth rib? The Makom Shemara V'Chavit, apparently it's the area where the gallbladder and the liver intersect or next to each other. So you can get them both in one. It's a death blow. It's a death blow. So Avner says, come on. A skilled soldier can deliver such a precision strike to someone who's pursuing him underneath the fifth rib, and you're telling me that he couldn't just injure him from pursuing him, he had to kill him? I don't buy it. Therefore, I was justified in Avner, because at the end of the day, Avner killed my brother. I'm the Gol Adam. I had a right to do that. Nisa Avner. Fine. So basically, let's leave aside Avner. Let's move on to the next thing. Why did you kill Amos? Like you said, you have killed a lot of people. Hey, why? So fine. Even if you have a good argument for Avner, why did you kill Amos? So I'm going to first line. Amos, very simple. Very simple. Amos defied the king. Amos defied David. Now, what's called by Mord Malchus is execution. By the way, there's no judge and jury. If you defy the king, you're done. I often thought two things I think are going to be an interesting adjustment when Mashiach comes. So number one, there's one Beis Hamikdash. Somebody says, right, this is very important, right? There's not like the young Israel, the Beis Hamikdash, right? The Yagud of the Beis Hamikdash, the Hasidic Beis Hamikdash, the Litvish Beis Hamikdash, the Ashkama Beis Hamikdash, right? The Karabakh Beis Hamikdash. There's one Beis Hamikdash, and it's going to be fascinating and beautiful and incredible to see how Klal Yisrael gets act together and is able to exist under one roof. The other thing is going to be to a king. It's going to be a big adjustment. Let's say you understand we are very different leadership models. And leaders really make suggestions, right? But much more than decisions. And let's say the king and a monarchy, whatever the king says is what you do. And if you defy, the punishment is death. That's called Mar B'Malchus. And again, there's no appeal, there's no but there's no but. But 1 second, this is mindful. Just such a 2,000 years we haven't lived with a king, and we've lived in different kinds of countries. And now, like democratic societies where it's easier, but a king is an absolute authority. Now again, we saw before, it's not totally absolute. There's checks and balances for the king as well. But for myself, when the king says something. So therefore, again, Yoav says, I killed Amos. He says, what did he do to this? It says, the king said to Amos, I need you to gather everybody to me in 3 days. So Amos went to gather people. And what happened? And they were delayed. It wasn't 3 days, more than 3 days. So what happened? So therefore, Yoav said, Amos did not comply with the order of the king, and therefore, again, he deserves to be executed. So again, Be'el responds, Yoav, come on. No, Amos made the right move. This is beautiful. Why? So beautiful. So what happened? So Amasa came. And what did he see the Jews doing? Pasuk from the Sefta. Both sides. They were learning Daf Yomi. Right? The Jews were learning Daf Yomi. So Amasa says to himself, Amar, so again, the boss says, whatever the king says, something you have to listen. And if you don't listen to the king, you're going to death. I'm going to put maybe even if Jews are learning Torah and they don't listen to the king, they're put to death. Therefore, the pasuk says, "Rak is a meal. Rak hazak is strong when it comes to learning of Torah, i.e., this usurp. They grant the king's wishes. So it's beautiful. The king's going to assemble in 3 days. Once it gets there, they're going ahead and learning Daf Yomi. So I must figures let them finish learning. And when they finish learning, then I will gather them. So it wasn't more the Malchus. Here, just the opposite. He listened to the Melech. But which Melech? HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Because the desires and wishes of the Ribonosh are more important than the desires and wishes of the king. So therefore, again, so the business of Benayel says, to Yoav, you had no right to kill Amos. Elahu Gabra, the Gemara says, Elahu Gabra, rather again, the basin says to Yoav, anyone who was more than Malchus, anyone rebelled against the king, it was you. You rebelled against him. The Siv, Vash, Baal, Ad, Yoav, Nata, Acharei Adon, Yoav, Acharei Avshalom. Acharei Avshalom, no Nata. Let's listen to this. Because the pasuk says, news came to Yoav that Yoav feared after Adon. I know he must be again, but after Avshalom, he did fear. Now this is incredibly important. I remember again, David faced multiple rebellions in this. It was by Adonai that she had a order. Right? And Adonai ben Chagis was the son of David, who proclaimed himself as king when David was dying in his deathbed. Right? Adonai ben Chagis misnaseh lemar ani amloch. So he proclaimed himself as king. Figured David's dying. David appointed an explicit heir. So therefore, Avshalom was a much more brutal and violent rebellion. So the Gemara says that not the Acharei Adon Yoav, again, he followed after Adon Yoav, but after Avshalom, he did not follow. My Lord, what does it mean he didn't follow? Or he didn't, not that doesn't mean follow, not that means to fear. He says, Amar Yehuda Shedikish to those from Nata. He wanted to follow Avshalom. In his heart, he wanted to follow Avshalom, but he didn't. My time alone. Because David was still had his youthful vigor. When Avshalom rebelled, David was still strong. He was young and vital. And as such, again, Yoav was smart enough to know David was going to win this. So Yoav was also to pick the winning side, but he wanted to follow Avshalom. David literally again, David's astrologers were still Let's come out before. David had 400 sons who were born to Yifas Torah wives, 4 brides. So the Gemara says, Kulam b'nei Yifas Torah hayim, umegadlei beloris. They grew their beloris. What's the American beloris? The beloris, like the ponytail, like the long piece that the old dad called the Zohar would go ahead and grow. And they would be the David HaMelech's army. They were the of David. I guess interestingly enough, when Governor Nelson went out to war, when other nations saw soldiers that appeared to be Gentile soldiers fighting for David, it was very scary. Because suddenly again it felt like it wasn't just the Jews who were aligned with David, but rather again it was even Gentile nations who were aligned with David. Okay, so therefore again, Yoav was smart enough to know David's got all this muscle. He's got all this muscle. Probably not ready yet. But again, in Yoav's heart, first of all, he followed Adoniah ben Chagis, so he was part of one rebellion, and he would have been part of Avshalom's rebellion had Avshalom had a better chance. Completely Rabbi Abba Barkanas. We'll say, so remember, coming later in this entire sugya far is that Yoav was antagonistic to David. Right? He was antagonistic to David. That again, here, this last piece, actively antagonistic, in that he joined one rebellion, I don't know, and was ready to join it. There was another total version to this story. So the more specifically, Rabbi Abba Barkanas, the Malay David also Yoav, and Malay also Yoav Nechama. There's another version of this. Or another version of the relationship between Yoav. In this version, were it not for David, Yoav would have never been able to successfully wage war. Yoav also discovered the Torah. And were it not for Yoav, David would not have been able to learn Torah. What does this mean? Right? David owes a mishpat stuck in a kalamo. Yoav ben Tzvi, David HaMelech performed mishpat and staka. Really again adjudicated cases. Did chesed for all of Klal Yisrael. Yoav ben Tzvi in charge of the army. Matam the Asayid mishpat and staka l'kalamo. Why was David able to do mishpat and staka? Just as an aside, speaking of something amazing. What's the role of the king? The role of the king is to make sure that there's savor, to make sure that there's justice, and to make sure that there's chesed. That's the job of the king. It says, why was the king able to do his job? The Gemara says, Mishum the Yoav ala Tzava, because Yoav was waging the battles. Matam Yoav ala Tzava, and why was Yoav able to be successful in the army? The David also mishpat staka because David was going to mishpat and staka for the Irish nation. I will say this is a personal, just a different version of the story. Again, a story, a version of a patristic partnership. King and general. The king is able to mishpat. Why? Because the general is leading the army. And the general is able to be successful in the army. Why? Because the king is stuck in mishpat. Which I will say, but also a profound model for, we'll call it organizational success. One person can't have everything. So at the end of the day, the only way there's success, you can plug this into anything, is if there's synergies between different people. So David is able to be David because Yoav is Yoav, and Yoav is able to be Yoav because David is David. But if David would have Yoav and Yoav would have to be from David, the whole thing falls. The whole thing falls. Profound. Was a warrior. Also, let's understand that. They always say things of David on Melech. Right? He's always sitting with what? What is he always sitting with? He's always sitting with the heart. Right? And you wonder to yourself, I don't know, but how much time do you think he actually just sitting there strumming the heart? Like what's the shot? I don't know if he was a warrior. He was a warrior. His entire life, he was a warrior. So he could have managed the army. But he also understood that if David was managing the army, he's not doing stuck in mishpat. And that means he's not doing his job. There have to be different roles. There has to be this synergistic partnership with the Klal Yisrael in order to get things done. Because if David has to do everything, then David really ends up doing nothing as well as it could be done. Incredible. Mother's like, now the Gemara is going back to the story of where Yoav actually killed Avner. So what happened? So David made peace. David made Avner. After David makes with Avner, so Yoav sends a message. And because Avner, by the way, if you don't mind, come back. I want to talk to you for a little bit. Shiva also need Bar Hasira. They brought Avner back from Bar Hasira. By the way, my Bar Hasira. I'm going to be Barkana Bar Hasira Gamrulo La Avner Shihare. It was the Bar and the Sira that caused Avner to be killed. I will say just very quickly. Rashi points out over here, but which is contained outside Bar and Sira, refers to two important events. David HaMelech, remember again, after Shmuel coronated him after Shmuel coronated him as king, David did not want to be king. He did not want to be king. So what happens? Shaul now loses it on David, feels that David is enemy number one of the state. David will not fight his father-in-law. He will not, so he runs. So the two things that happen. One night, so Shaul's army is camped. David HaMelech snuck into the camp, and he took the king's shield and the king's camp. He goes up to the top of the mountain. He cries out and says, "Shaul, look, I'm not your enemy. I told you while you slept, I didn't." Avner says to Shaul, maybe one of our soldiers is on David's side. Scout, he's hiding on his side, but David never really infiltrated. That's story number one. Story two is also Shaul's marching, pursuing David, goes into a cave to relieve himself. David HaMelech had to be hiding in that very same cave. I just take a lot of it. Right, what happens? So what happens? Literally, Shaul's back David. David could have killed Shaul right then and there. But instead, what he does is he cuts off a corner of his garment. So when Shaul comes out of the cave, David comes out afterwards and says, "Oh, look, see, I was right behind you. I could have killed you. I'm not your enemy." Both of those times, Avner convinced Shaul not to reconcile with David. He convinced him not to reconcile with David. The Gemara says, do you know why Avner Ben was killed at the end of Yoav? Because he had two opportunities to make shalom with Shaul and David, and he failed to do so. That is why Avner lost that bar, and Rashi points out a reference to those two events, which was such a tremendous Mr. Haskell. Conflict happens. You have an opportunity to de-escalate that conflict, and you don't take it, there's culpability for perpetuating that conflict. Avner had the great opportunity of de-escalating, but he actively chose not to take it. When you don't de-escalate, you are guilty causing machlokas. And there is no greater infraction within Klal Yisrael than sowing the seeds of discontent and causing machlokas. And after the Gemara says, that's why Avner Ben Ner lost his life. Incredible. So the Gemara says follows. So Yoav took Avner to speak about him in just a moment. So Rabbi essentially, Yoav judged Avner as a Sanhedrin. My time at Asal. They have this whole conversation. So Yoav says to Avner, why did you kill my brother Asal? So Asal wrote the fire. So again, Avner says, what do you want from me? Asal was running after me. What should I have done? So you should have injured Asal. Just injure him in his leg. Go ahead and kill him. So Avner says, I couldn't do it. So Avner said, you're a liar. He says, come on. You killed my brother by striking him underneath the fifth rib, like we saw before, gallbladder and liver. You definitely did that. That was a precision blow. Someone who could deliver some blow could have also injured my brother's leg. He would have no longer pursued you in that case. So you're a liar. You injured him. You killed him. And then again, I'm going to kill you. The Gemara says, "L'daber ito b'shali." What does that mean? To speak with him b'shali. I'm Rabbi Yehuda Marav. Shalom or shalom. So Avner, how do you? So remember again, Yoav called Avner back. David, just to understand the comment over here. David made peace with Avner. Avner is going on his own. Yoav, Avner has no reason to think that anything was going on. So Ran was over here that he asked Avner, Avner was talking. Avner, let me ask you, how is it doesn't have arms? It doesn't have hands. How does she do chalitza? So she has to remove the shoe. So Avner said, I guess she can unteeth. So Yoav says to Avner, how exactly would that work? So Avner says, I'll show you. And he bends down. So he bends down and leaves himself exposed. That's when Yoav killed him. So that's what it says. So the Lashon over here, of L'daber also is a play on words. Shalom, like shalom, right? Take off the shoe. So he killed him because he was asking a question. Chalitza, Avner had his guard down because he thought he had made peace with David and his generals, killed them. Incredible. So Yoav kill underneath the fifth rib. Okay, so killed him underneath the so at least biblically, that fifth rib blow, that was the so he killed him in that same way. So the Gemara goes back there. So the Heshiv Hashem Estama Arasho. So the lashon of the pasuk is that Hashem will go ahead and repay Yoav for the blood he has shed because he killed two people who were tzaddikim and tovim mimenu, people who were righteous and better than Yoav himself. Tovim, isn't there a good shayudarshan achem berakim? So again, that's a reference to Amasa, right? Amasa, Yoav killed Amasa because he said he was the Malchus. It wasn't Malchus. He just felt that covet to him trumps covet to the covet to trumps covet to the king, right? V'hulo darash tzaddikim sheheim v'pevelo asu v'igeres asa. So one of the things that they did not do is when ultimately again when Shaul wanted to wipe out the city of Nov. So ultimately, again, Abner did not do it. They would not comply with that, even though Shaul said it verbally. On the other hand, when David commanded Yoav to place Uriah Hitti on the front lines, which was an incorrect thing to do, he did it through a letter, and Yoav still complied. So the Gemara goes right there. So remember again, Amasa didn't think that Yoav was going to do it himself, and therefore again he was able to kill him. So now Yoav is executed. Let's say Yoav is executed. So now what happened? The pasuk says he was buried in his house in the desert. So Atit base of Midbar, understand Yoav's house is in the desert. What does that mean? Yoav's home was like, what does that mean? So we'll say, so part of Yoav's punishment was his property wasn't even taken by the king. So what happened to his property? It was made hefker. Just like the desert is hefker, Yoav's property was made hefker as well. Another possibility is Kimidbar. Other possibility is that Yoav's house was like a midbar. Just like in a midbar, there's no Gaza, there's no theft. Why is there no theft? There's nothing to steal. There's no immorality. Why not? Because again, there's not really people there. So just like the desert is clean from theft and immorality, so to Yoav's house was clean from theft and immorality. The Yoav Yichya Eshar Ha'ir. What does that mean? That literally, again, it sounds like he supported a lot of the city. Whatever Yoav ate, even the greatest delicacies. Rashi says over here, these were different types of fish. Which were delicacies. Yoav would share everything he had with the poor. Even the greatest of delicacies, he would always share everything he had with the poor of the city. So it's quite an amazing way to narrate it, right? Because the entire Gemara is talking about the duplicity of Yoav, right? Killing people who were unsuspecting, going over to his home. There was of immorality or theft in his home. Yoav was incredibly generous. Anything that he had, shared with everything. So we'll say, so what's going on over here? Like, how do you reconcile this? So we'll say, how do you reconcile it? We live with this every single day. Even great people do terrible things. And even great tzaddikim make significant mistakes. It's not a stira. Each of us have parts of us that are incredibly beautiful, holy, and incredible. And then we have other parts of us that are incredibly compromised, broken, and impure. That's the way that it is. And that's the inconsistency we live. And the incredible part is, my impurities don't obscure my pieties. I don't know if that's the word pietishness, right? But on the other hand, my fruitfulness, my righteousness also doesn't go ahead and eclipse my negativity. We live in this constant state of almost inherent contradiction. That is the nature of the human condition. Even a young who is clearly so duplicitous in his behavior, yet has so many elements of himself that are so profound. The beautiful part of this is this is what gives us the ability to tshuva. This is why no matter how badly I mess up in life, I can always turn myself around. Why? Because there's always that bucket of good that is still there. There's always that beauty that is still there. So no matter how bad the bad part was, the good is there. It can simply be built on that. Out of this move, therefore, the types of execution based in skila, sifa, herik, mechanek, skila stoning. We're going to go through all of these. Still, we burning. Herek means again decapitated swords and kind of expression. So that's the order. That's the order. Shimon or Rishut Nabsai. We're going to see that what the Mishnah says like this. The order of the Mishnah is out of here. This is an order of severity. An order of severity. Right? Skila Chamura. So again, most Chamur Skila, and so on and so forth. Right? From most severe to least severe. But we shouldn't disagree. He says, Sreifa, Skila, Herek, Mechanek, Herek. Rabbi says the order is like this. Sreifa, skila, cherek, right? We have to see what the machloek over here. Zu, mitzvahs hanestol. I will say that which we learned before. We learned all about skila, right? We went through the entire process of skila. It says, Amar Rava, whatever Chazal make a list, right? Whenever they make a list, is not to the order specific. Except in certain cases, except for the Shiva Salmonim. I will say now, this is not. What's this case? It's not. Shiva Salmonim Ma'avina Lakasa. So let's say again, a woman has a certain garment. And what do we? We're not sure. Is it blue or is it something else? So the way to do this, the way to end this is essentially you wash with 7 inches. They've actually washed 7 different things. It still remains in her and I look for myself, it's blood. It's blood. So what are the 7 things? So the Gemara says, kafal, saliva, make greaser and saliva after from eating oats, melad ryan, urine, yisad, bolus, kamila, these are the types of cleaning agents. So both say, salaf, lamaisa, and the order over here is very kakani, seifa, if you use these clean agents out of order, or if you use them all at once, the process is invalid. So again, what you're saying is normally Rabbi saying like this. Normally, when Chazal give us orders in Mishnah, orders don't really matter. They're not really, except over here they are. No, no. What about our Mishnah? Our Mishnah also was our Mishnah is also order specific. Right? Why? How do we know that? From the fact that Rabbi Shimon argues on the Tanakama indicates to us that the order is specific in the Mishnah. Alright, so 1 second. So if that's the case, then why doesn't Rabbi use this as well? The Ida, they put the Lokamari. No. They're not talking about cases where there's machlokes. They just brought up the case of the cleaning agents because that's the case where everyone agrees. When it comes to machlokes, everyone agrees in machlokes. The Papa says, "Af Seder Yoma." Even the order of Yom Kippur. It's not what's Yom Kippur? Torah gives a very specific order for the avodah. And if you go ahead and you disrupt the order, then Allah said the avodah is invalid. So why doesn't Rav include that in his list as well? That just has the severity of Yom Kippur. It's not the shot that any part of the avodah is more important than the other that it should go first. It's just because of the chumrah of the day unifies in order for the. We're talking about over here in order of severity of item. What about the order of the tummy? The offering, the kani Allah, zet seder tummy. It also has to follow a certain order. The ida, how the mitzvah ba'alma. So saying no, the order of the tummy, that's just the chatzila. Chatzila is the order. It's ultimately still good. I also have to stop over here for today. More, I know, flew through that last part a little bit. And then we'll catch up tomorrow. All right, it's covered, everyone.
It has a terrible reaction to the body. This is why it doesn't stay low. Accusing him of being misinformation. Like he literally helped create the fucking thing. Well, look, you did not do it. You never go after anybody. But that's got outside the narrative. What I'm saying is Sanjay's not that guy. No, Sanjay agreed, but he
good morning. Good morning. Let us begin with our sponsorships a moment or two early. give my thank you all of our sponsors for this morning show today. Our commentary sponsor for Touching Hey Hey. Our annual commentary sponsor for Tosin Mishpacha. To start facing the judges this year. As is close. And so it's almost Ari. We have learning sponsors of the Ari and Kyle Richter. And many Rabbi Ritter's dear grandmother's class, shillings upon the ball. Our Jaffroni sponsors for today, Jacob and Judy Greenfeld, Redeeming Mishmas Captain Ayam Mubarak Kito, Shane Komdomo. Gave his life fighting for Ami saying Eretz Yisrael Breath at this today. Our Jaffroni sponsors for today as well, Saeed and Sina Aiken, Redeeming Mishmas Saeed's mother, Haji Bas Harab Meir Moshe, number first yard site. The American icon was Shama Saga and the families in the Hama, all of our hostages home, and our holy soldiers should be successful, but not safe. Let us be here. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem, and an ambitious day. An ambitious day ahead of us, but we're going to make it. So today, that's 40 days. But we wrapped up on Men's on the days 47B, and we are acting on Ashi Amar as follows. I did this as follows. Mondays are doing this week. Lenders, so as I remember again, talking about, talking about the concept of Hol V'Id, we ran out of time yesterday, but we didn't quite finish up the sugya. We're talking about the sugya of Hol V'Id, the concept of that sometimes once something is set aside and cannot be performed, so at the end of the day, it can't be performed any longer afterwards as well. So it says as follows. When does Averis begin? At what point in time does Averis begin? So you might say, so again, Averis technically begins from the time that the grave is filled in. So you might say, Kapara is like when does Kapara begin? Remember, we saw yesterday that there are three elements to Kapara through death. One, right, part one is death itself, part two is burial, and then part three is decomposition. So the Gemara says, okay, Averis begins from the time it is filled in. When does Kapara begin? So when we translate it from the moment that the pain of the grave begins, which again, the Hash just means the beginning of decomposition. So let's say, what's the issue? So remember again, the Mishnah pointed out that when someone is killed through a Risas Bezdin, there's no Shiva. There's no Shiva. So again, what's interesting here, in other words, I want to say Shiva for the relative. The problem is that only sit Shiva when after Kapara begins. When does Kapara begin? The beginning of decomposition. But when does Averis begin? Time that the grave is so big. So the problem is at the time that Averis begins, at the time that Shiva would have begun, you can't sit Shiva because the executed individual has not yet achieved their Kapara. Therefore, again, therefore the Mishnah rules, no shot what do you see from here? All of the Itchut again, that once something can't be performed, ultimately again is forever precluded from performance. So I will say that here's interesting. And yesterday's like that Kapara only occurs actual decomposition. And now what we see from here is that decomposition, even some decomposition is fine. And that is why you need complete decomposition to move the body. Remember, what the Mishnah said, we go ahead and we move the body to cover all those actors fully decomposed. But why do you need complete decomposition? After all, again, just let it be a partial decomposition, that should be enough. To which we want to issue will actually. So it's actually a logistical issue. Whereas we say once a body begins to decompose, you can't even move it. You can't move it because it falls apart. So therefore, it has to be that disintegrated and the body is complete, or you wait for complete decomposition. If you wait for complete decomposition, then you can go and move the bones afterwards. Okay, so let's say again, just another proof to the concept of holding truth. Once something is set aside, it's set aside. Good. So let's say another interesting sugya. Have a shakimini after Lashisa Basyama. So very interesting. So apparently, I was like one of the Talmudic beliefs for treating fever. Treating the fever, a first day fever is earth, is dirt. So they used to take dirt from the kever of Rab to treat a first day fever. Okay. There was it says over here, if you look at Rashi, that says over here, Lashisa Basyama Biyom Yishalo, they misrapping also offer. So again, I don't know if it's that like grave dirt or just dirt in general. But apparently you're saying this dirt has a medicinal quality, and for a first day fever. So the Gemara says, they take it from the kever of Rab. You're going to hear Rab. So you might say, I'm going to Shmuel. So people came to Shmuel to complain about this because they thought it was inappropriate. How can it be that you're taking dirt from the kever of Rab to go ahead and treat a fever? Seems like a misappropriation of something dedicated to the dead. Came to Shmuel and said, I'm a little. You know what's happened? Shmuel said, Shmuel said, I think it's a great idea. Why? Because Karka Olam with the Karka Olam even the Esaras. So Shmuel said, it's again, it's Karka Olam with earth. And earth is never prohibited. Now, what's his right? It's it. One of the things when he wanted to repeat the Avodah Zarah, he ground up all of the Avodah Zarah, and he sprinkled the Avodah Zarah dust on the kvarim of the people. So he was makish karabinei am navodas b'chavim. So the Rabbi is comparing kvarim to Avodah Zarah. Navodas b'chavim and b'chavim. What's very interesting? Avodah Zarah cannot be found on something that is mechubar the karka, something that is attached to the ground, attached to the the same. Asher can yorshim also esal them al hari halavim. So the interesting enough, so the pasuk here talks about the environment, the environment itself. We have to eradicate all vestiges of our Avodah Zarah. So it talks about again the nations that you inherit. Asher yorshim also esal al harim. So gods are positioned on mountains. So the marketers over here. Gemara says, it's not for their gods on the mountains and not for their gods which are the mountains. In other words, let's say somebody decides to say, you know what? I hereby declare 7 miles an Avodah Zarah. Right? It's an Avodah Zarah. Right? This mountain is an Avodah Zarah. You can't do that. Zarah doesn't identity was not upon karka, right? I think it depends upon objects. So the one wants to just over here. So therefore, you can't make a mountain Avodah Zarah. You can't make a street Avodah Zarah. So the pasuk compares Avodah Zarah to a kever, to a grave. The same way, Zarah can't devolve karka. So the conditions of a grave can't revolve upon karka, as Gemara says. However, in the middle of this, so again, that's why God said, or Shmuel said, excuse me, Shmuel said that they're taking earth from God in order to go and treat his first day fever. So basically, where is the kasha? HaChosef Kevela Adi Bahala for Kavim Makamaka, interesting case. So let's say Reuben lost his father, like Reuben's father Yaakov died. So what did Reuben do? He dug a grave for his father, but it turns out that he ended up using a different grave for his father. So he dug a grave A for his father, but buried his father in grave B. So let's see, so again, Reuben should not bury. So in other words, that grave that Reuben originally dug for his father can't be used at all. So we'll say that sounds like, that's, again, we're going to further qualify this reading later on, but that sounds like halakha l'maisa. Sounds like halakha l'maisa. That earth does become prohibited. This must be another but it's talking about laying actually built a structure on top of the ground for father. That really might have been in ground, but he built the structure on top. It's that structure that becomes prohibited for non-use. I won't say now why exactly it becomes prohibited for non-use. We'll have to see. Rashi says, "Lo yisbar haben olam is the word that Rothschild relates. Ne'asar b'chol hana. Okay, but the who have been nami lats who would sort of ish achar also the Moshe. That was the Gemara is saying over here that this case is not specific in that Reuben looking for his father. It would have been Allah with anyone. Once you dig a grave for someone, so there's a lot of things happening in this case which we're going to unravel in just a little bit. But the idea for us in this moment is that halakha l'maisa, ground does become prohibited. We're not talking about ground. What are we talking about? An above ground structure that becomes prohibited. Okay, Tashma, kever chadash mutabano. So let's say a brand new kever. Now, what's a brand new kever? It's a kever that wasn't designated for anyone. Actually says over here, the mace was not a lachad stam, or the kushiyam from mace correct. So let's say stam, a grave was dug, not for anyone in particular. Mutter b'hana. Be interesting to see how to repurpose that, right? But for my second, it's mutter b'hana. Okay, so you might say it's hidden. But if you put miscarriage or a stillborn, so you go and you bury a baby in there, a savannah, also if you're going to go to a savannah, so it says, what do you see from there? You see from there that once you use a grave for the dead, the earth itself becomes prohibited for any benefit. So it's like, no, how can that means the clever thing is, once again, we are an above ground structure. Okay, so touch means that in reality, in work with graves, there are 3 types of graves. What are they? Kever hanimsa. Kever hanimsa means, I will say, that you discover a kever in your property. Right? Or you discover that somebody died now. What it means is somebody illegally buried their dead property. Yeah. Right? So that's called kever hanimsa. That's kever. Right? Kever 2 is kever hayadua, which as is understood, it's a property, what you do about it. And number 3 is kever hamazik, is halacha, which poses a god, not danger, but as a damage to the public. And once in how does the kever pose damage to the public? So Rothschild points out over here that, for example, the kever is situated in a public thoroughfare, and halakha l'maisa, people are passing over it with the truma, with their meiser, with other items that then become ritually impure as a result of the location of the kever. So what's halakha in all 3 of these? So let's say if you find a grave on your property, which means somebody illegally buried their dead on my property, then what's that? So that's me for kever. Well, that's me. And once you move it, the common tar, so ultimately again, the area in which the dead was buried is tar, and what about now? And that's because there was an illegal burial. Somebody was not allowed to put their dead there. They did. I'm allowed to move it, I'm allowed to use it, and the area is tar. Kever hayadua, if you have again a kever that was known, which means again, I knew that somebody buried their dead on my property, also this way, so you're not allowed to move it. The common tame, if you go ahead and move it, the makom is tame. That's the problem focus over here. The idea over here is to see that halakha l'maisa, the karka does remain tame. They'll actually say asr. Kaza mazik is an if somebody that does damage, that poses damage to the general public, then Allah is looking at no, so you're allowed to move it. And if you do move it, you come on tar, its area is tar, but usher banda. So once again, 2 cases, like the halakha l'maisa, the area itself of the grave is usher banda. Once again, Hakanami, the kever. Talking about over here about structure of the grave, versus okay, the camera needs someone to reflect. So that by the just as an aside, if you find the grave on your plate, you're just allowed to move it. What about the following situation? Right, maybe again we buried the dead on my property because somebody found the property, and what's that? We really buried this mitzvah right where you find it, and he acquires that area. So why are you so quick to say that you're allowed to move it? Maybe there's a mitzvah which cannot be moved. The one says no, shining this mitzvah to color is slave. And this mitzvah is different. Why is this mitzvah different? Because it has a call. It has a call in order people know about this mitzvah. All right, if not, so again. So just want to point out over here what's occurred. What's occurred is that halakha l'maisa, the dirt of the kever itself is not necessarily asr banda, and that's why Shmuel posted that halakha l'maisa, they take the dirt from the kever of Rav to treat a one-day fever. So it sounds like that's the Gemara saying over here. Anytime it becomes usher is when you have some, because now why wouldn't the dirt of the kever be usher banda? Because of the comparison between a grave and avodah zara. Just like avodah zara, anything that is karka, but cover the karka, ultimately is that usher banda. So to buy a grave, the karka itself is an usher banda. Conversely, a building structure built on top of a grave, that will be usher banda. Okay, so let's say, now very interesting sugya. Ikmar, how are we begging? So let's say this is fascinating, and actually this sugya has a lot of different ramifications. So already begging. So what happens? Somebody makes a garment for with this, right? So again, we call it Yaakov dye, and then it goes ahead and weaves a baguette for the so it's just and you can see a little bit. Perfect. You know, it's not catch up with some. I feel bad because I don't sort of so the rest of how always begging me. So once you watch the ahead and technically trust. Okay, now interesting enough, watch what's happening over here. So back to what they say, silent is not actually doing with Rashi. Rashi says over here, yeah, how are we begging the mace? La'achar shemes. So let's say, so now, Yaakov died. Reuben made tachrifim for Yaakov, made shrouds. So let's say, so now the silent is, what is the status of the shroud? So Abai Omer Aser. Abai says it's Aser. Now what does that mean, Aser? Rabbi says it's mutter. I was looking to Rabbi, this means like this. Abai says you cannot use that shroud now for something else. Rabbi says yes you can. So Abai Omer Aser. Abai says it's Aser Hazimona Yosihi. Abai says designated something for a particular use and endows it with that identity. So therefore, once you go ahead and you make a shroud for burial, that becomes a burial shroud, even if it has not actively been used in that way. And therefore, halacha l'maaseh becomes aser ba'ana. Just like any other accessories of the dead become aser ba'ana. Okay, Rabbi, Rabbi says, no, it's mutter. Why? Hazmar Rav Nossi. Rabbi says designation does not endow an item with identity. Right? So again, Rabbi says, when does the shroud become aser ba'ana? When does it become aser ba'ana? When you wrap the mace in it. That's when it becomes aser ba'ana. So it's like this that we're going to see really extends in many different areas of halacha. Does designation endow the item with identity or not? Machlokes Abaye and Rabbi. Okay, so let's analyze this. So my time with Abaye, Abaye says that has that designation endows with identity. What's his logic? My time with Abaye. Gamar Shama Egla Arufa. So it's a Shama of Shama from Egla Arufa. So once I say just to get the psukim. It talks about Lakamas Sham Latikaver Sham. And then that's Russian of Sham by Lisa, by death of Miriam. And by Egla Arufa, the Arfu Sham Esa Egla. They will decapitate the calf there. So Sham. So Sham by death, Sham by Egla Arufa. So it says you are not Egla Arufa, Razman, and Sira by Egla Arufa, the moment you designate it. Now the truth is, it's not really the moment you designate it. Actually, for example, the moment you bring it into the dry riverbed, right? So once you bring it into the dry riverbed, that's the designation. From that moment on, it's designated as Egla Arufa, and from that moment on, it is Aser Ba'ana. So Hainami Ba'azman and Sira. Okay, so just like Egla Arufa, the moment you designate it is Aser Ba'ana. So to again, by death, by tapu, any component, any death accessories are automatically Aser Ba'ana. Rabbi Sham let's go back. So Rabbi has a different zero Shava of Sham. Avodah Zara, I want to say something to Avodah Zara. Avodah Zara does not become aser by designation, only through worship. For example, let's say I say table is going to be Avodah Zara. The table Avodah Zara, let's keep it simple, right? So the designation of the table as Avodah Zara does not make it Avodah Zara. There has to be active worship. Down to it, like you offer an addition to it, put a carbon on it, right? But the designation itself does not create that whole result. So then the other says, just like marbles, it has no rubber syrup. Hakanami, something like that accessories on the syrup. Incredible. Suppose I saw literally two different Xer Shabbos. Fascinating. My time will come down the first. Why don't you do it? There is also so why don't you do it after that love? So Gemara says, I'm gonna call Mishamshin Gamino, Lafukle Egra Alifa the heat Gufa Kedusha. Because you also it is better to learn out about the Zara accessories from that weekend. Because you also remember again, both of them are accessories. Both of them are accessories. As opposed to Egra Alifa, which is the Avodah itself. Because second line Rabbi, my time of Rabbi, why are we out from the Zara? And on the thought, you need the arcade, you need the arcade. That means you should learn common things. In other words, common things. And Avodah Zara, throwing taxes also, right? But I remind you again, that can Avodah Zara, that's common. You must just, I'm sorry. Rabbi might come and do it. Why doesn't that why doesn't that buy you learning out from Avodah Zara? I'm going to call you do the arcade and you do the arcade. You learn out common things from common things. What's common? And death. La Fuke Avodah Zara, the love or which is not normal. So interesting enough, sometimes this thing with the circle is a bit more aspirational than actual. Look at it actually said, reading the arcade, Garrett, how you do the Rothschild came. It's the Bible Jews, the God, and he says, so again, the point that I is making over here is, let's compare things that truly exist within the orbit of the universe. So let's see within the orbit of the universe. Because again, that's part of communication. And Egra something that is up to us, why bring that up as part of the living? Okay, so I reference this, but set the table for you to achieve the macrocus. What's the macrocus? Has monomosa. Does the designation of an item endow it with its intended identity or not? Abaye says yes, has monomosa. Rabbi says no, has monomosa. Suppose I see now that so here we go. Next day, so should come in address. So listen to this. Let's say you have a scarf. People usually go in a scarf. Should come in address. That is ultimately again is Thomas Metrics. Take a look at Rashi. Sha'af who law in address. Tamim Shenekafal. Don't be a shepherd. Only Enes Rothschild. Remember again, Thomas Metrics. Thomas Metrics is every time, let's say for example, a Zav will sit on something or rest his weight on something or hold the very long Zav or Zavar, again it could convey what's called Thomas Metrics to the item. So a shawl or like a kerchief could be macabre Thomas Metrics because again, the person can put their head on it, the person can sit on it. So that, let's say you have to keep on your tongue. The nut through the safer. The rest is very interesting. What happened? We took this shawl, this sif, and we designated it as a safer Torah cover. Okay, so now interesting enough, as a safer Torah cover, obviously no one's going to sit on it. No one's going to sit on it, no one's going to rest their weight on it. What's that? So ultimately, again, it is now from Thomas Metrics, right? Because again, it actually points out even without a version where it's lean on it or sit on it, because it is designated for safer Torah use. But it can still contract from Thomas Metrics. So I say, what do you see from there? Now, the way you're reading this Gemara is you designated it for use as a sefer Torah, as a conference sefer Torah. I haven't actually used it, I designated it. Well, yeah, it says it's Torah from Thomas Metrics. What does that show you? That has mononosity, the designation endows the item with its intended identity. To which the Gemara said, no, Ema, nasa the character. No, what it means is you actually gave the sefer Torah and you used it to back the sefer Torah. This is not hasmana. This is not designation. What is this? This is active use already. To which the Gemara says, I'm sorry, that's not the Rothschild. So what's listen to this? So the Gemara says, 1 second. Can you actually use it to that Sefer Torah? So what's the conversation? That's obvious. The Gemara says, no. There's another plot twist to this. Watch this with Chista. This is fascinating. We'll come to this later on again. What about Chista? High Sefer the Azmi relates to like pillars. This is what I'm saying. If you have once again a shawl, and you're using this as you designated it as a tefillin bag. I'm going to wrap my tefillin in this shawl. This side of the tefillin, and use it for tefillin, also makes it a shiti. You're not allowed to use it as a money bag. Once I've used it for tefillin, I can't use it as a money bag. So the Gemara says, Azmi below, side below Azmi. But if I went ahead and designated it, but didn't use it, or use this but didn't designate it, starting from the nature of the sheep, you can use as a money bag. So what's like this fascinating position of Krista? The Krista says, in order to endow an item of identity, you need two things. Number one, hasimana, right designate, and use. If you don't have designations and its identity, which is actually quite bad. By the way, there's really three opinions in this whole thing. There's Abaye, Rabbi, and Abaye says Hasman and also that's identity. Rabbi says Hasman Allah and also designation is not in the identity. And the Krista says you need Hasmana and Shimush. You need designation and use in order to endow item with identity. Pretty incredible. Okay, Abaye, the Amr Hasmana, you'll see. According to Abaye, it says that designation as identity. I'm going to stop translating it. See, I'm has one of those. So Rabbi has one of those. Asmide, Afagapi, and Sarbe. According to Abaye, who says that designation is significant. So now, as soon as you designated that shawl for someone, even if you did not use it, it still has its identity. Sarbe, but what happens if you used it? That wasn't the super thing. Abaye says, in order to endow with identity, you need designation. Now, designation without use is enough, but use without designation, according to Abaye, does not endow with identity. So the word says like the Tashma. So we're still trying to figure out who's correct in this focus. So Tashma, Nefesh, which in Kai, Mutabana, which is the case. What's this? So a Nefesh now. What is a Nefesh? A Nefesh essentially is like a memorial, a grave, a tomb. So you built a nefesh l'shem kai. Like in other words, you built a tomb for someone who's alive. I don't know, birthday present, anniversary present, whatever it is. So the nice, some people just are not creative, right? So the nice. So you built it, obviously going to imminently die. You go ahead and essentially you construct it while they're still alive. So what's halacha? Mutabana. This is mutabana, right? Because again, it's built for a living person. So because it's built for a living person, it does not take on the identity as anything to the identity. She says, Nefesh, Sha'al HaKever, no, Sheikai, so again, this is an above ground structure that's built on top of a grave. That's the only very dense. So again, now, so machine babies usher. Interestingly enough, it's built for someone who's already dead, then it is usher bano. Right? Usher bano. So it's like, what does that sound like? Yeah, it sounds like you're doing it for a person who's already dead, but what they have not yet been buried yet, which sounds like what's happening over here. There's Hasmana, there's designation, and yet it says it's Asrbana, which sounds like again Hasmana Musi, like Abaye, which was no, the Rama Benes. No, come on, with somebody who's buried already. Versus, okay, you have to marry your Yosef. So it's like that's the case. So why do you even have to mention? Why do you even have to mention anything about adding on any additional lands? Yosef, Namilo. So what's this often of like even if you don't go ahead and add on anything, it's saying yes or no. Which you must sorry, Yosef Nami. So it's interesting. You might say, no, the structure is usher even if you move the deceased, even if you move the corpse out of it and they bury it somewhere else. So the Gemara says, Amar from Bar Papa Amar stuff and how you makilo if you know exactly the area that was added on after some died, you can reduce that and the structure is more Rothschild. Okay, Rothschild Kevin Lobby, all of the kiddo to rap, so it's not focused. Listen to this case. Yaakov's guy, his son Ruvain goes ahead and Rothschild Kevin Lobby digs a grave for his father. But with Rothschild is with stones, right? He moves aside stones in order to go ahead and make her Kevin's father. Bahala covered the Kevrach, and then Ruvain ends up burying father in a different grave. Okay? So I was always saying, what's Shiloh? Shiloh is what's the status of the first grave, which was dug? Harei zeh covered Olamis. Ultimately, again, Ruvain used the first grave forever. Forever. So again, why is he not bringing this up? What does it sound like? It sounds like this is a din of Hazmana Milsa. Hazmana Milsa, the grave has been designated for a kibbutz, which one says, no. Hashim Mishum covered other. No, it's actually nothing to do with Hazmana. It's a din in Kibbutz. He didn't keep it out on her father. So because he dug the grave for his father, if I love the he can't use it forever, that's covered for his father. But I understand that the attorney said somebody who decides to give it pray for his father, and he ended up burying his father somewhere else. He's covered the hell brothers. You should never use the grave at all. Forever, to let the other presumption for other shapios. If this is a din, a kibbutz av, then fine. Eladi under Mishum Hazmana. I would say, but ultimately, again, if it's a dinner Hazmana, Tavi la'arika mi'ikalaman damar. So I say, it's interesting. Again, just like people shroud themselves, we're beginning to move the shrouds together. Does anyone say that that's Hazmana Milsa? Hazmana Milsa at most is what? When the shroud is completed. So sometimes we hear this mention about Chotze Kever, which means like you're moving the side down. The moment you begin to move the sides, Halakha L'Maisa, again, that grave is broken deferred, doesn't make it. Rather, that's what you have to say. What you have to say is that this case, keep it out. So it turns out, it's already the second time mentioned this case. It turns out that if a person digs a grave for their parent and ends up burying the parent in a grave, that first grave becomes Asr Ba'ana for the child. Why? It's not a it has none. What is it? It's a din in kibbutz avayim, a din in honoring the parents. That a grave that was by parent should not be used for anything else. Incredible. So Tashma, Kever Chadash goes to Banos. Says again, let's do a Kever Chadash. Kever Chadash is just a grave dog, right? Just stam dog. So he says, Mutabano, it could be for Ashabano, if you bury a stillborn baby in there, then it becomes Ashabano. So the reason you use Russian on Yifel is because often a Yifel is a nondescript mace. Right? This could be a miscarriage, this could be a stillborn baby. So in other words, there's not an identity for the mace. So therefore, again, even if you go ahead, it's almost as like, even if you just buried an Yifel in there, ultimately it's Ashabano. Hittel in Loditol, so that's what it's it's only once you bury the Mayfeld in the grave that the grave becomes Asabana. So what do you see from here? Only once it's actively used, designation is not enough to make it Asar. So if you want to swag in the Afagato, not true. The truth is, even if you didn't put anything in the grave, it's still Asar. Without fulfilling from Shimon of the This comes to us with Rich of Shimon of the Amma, and the following Tfisa Sakena. Shimon says that in general, a stillborn or miscarriage does not go ahead and endow the area with the status of a grave. So it's coming to exclude that position. How about I ask? You know what's the case over here? I'm sorry, just skip there. Sorry. Tashma, Moshe HaMason the Mason, Moshe HaMason the Extra. So remember, all of this is so much focus about Rava has one of Milsa, has one of Lab Milsa. So interesting case over here. Let's say Yaakov passed away, and we go ahead and we collect money for Yaakov's burial expense. And it turns out that there's surplus funds. What do you mean surplus funds? So you the most time makes okay, whatever is surplus stays in what we'll call the burial fund. Burial funds are like you don't need it for Yaakov, you'll use it for future revival. Most amazing, you're shocked. So actually, let me reframe this. In general, there's a general collection. We're collecting for the needs of right? Somebody passed away. It's a nondescript collection, and there's surplus, so that remains in the we'll call it the burial fund. What happens if, let's say, we're collecting for someone specific? We're collecting for Yaakov. Yaakov passed away. Collecting for Yaakov Rabbi. Now it turns out again, we needed $5,000. We raised $7,000. What if we get to $2,000? The Gemara says it goes to the Arshim, goes to the children, goes to children. So now, interesting, I'm asking, what's the case over here? The government hide. Now, what's interesting about this is as follows. If you take a look at Rashi, this is in the wide lines of Rashi, if you like down your shop, the Yarshim get the surplus money to benefit from it. Alma has mana love and mercy. So what do you see from here? So that money was designated for Yaakov's burial expenses. And now there's surplus. What do you do with the surplus money? It goes to kids. What do you see from here? That has mana love. So the designation does not endow something with identity. No, we collected this while Reuben was alive. That's a little awkward, right? But for myself, again, Reuben was aiming to be dying. They knew that the family didn't have the money to cover the expenses. They wanted to be proactive. So they collected all these. I'm not saying that the difference between that is, okay, they're seeing money in the burial churches if someone's still alive, so therefore again, it's not called money associated with the dead, and therefore Allah said should be mutter. As the Gemara says, that's not what it says. It's not most Shahamis, the Yarshav. Leftover money that was collected for the general dead remains in the burial fund. Most Shahamis is for any money left over for the dead, in order to collect it for a specific person who died, go to the kids. To turn Allah for the mercy. What kids are first one I will say, kids are doubling some scam. What was the case number one? In general, we're collecting for general needs. Not someone specific. General needs that goes into the general burial fund. The mace is the shop. We're collecting Ruvain or Yaakov, right? That specific fund, specific mace. Surplus funds go to the kids. So let's say that sounds like we're collecting the money once Yaakov's already dead. Well, the time they aim a safe off, the mirror you go behind actually already else. What's discussing? So it turns out. So this is actually raising the money. So let's listen to this case. Right? So Yaakov dies. So again, if we're raising general funds for burial expenses, again, I know that I need to use funds for Yaakov to die. But the way we frame the collection is this is for the needs of the dead. So it's a general collection. Okay, so that's easy. Any surplus funds remain in the burial fund. But now let's say Yaakov died. Yaakov's life going to cost $5,000. You need to go ahead and raise $5,000. You end up raising $7,000. So what do you do with the extra $2,000? So Tanakh says it goes to Yaakov's Yarshim. This is the Shadimir Omer. No, you go and actually have a and it says don't touch it. Don't touch it. It's not clear. Essentially, it's not clear what you do with that money. So therefore, Allah said we leave it until Eliyahu Nabi comes. Rabbi Nasser says, Ya'asenu Dimos al Kidro. No, the extra funds for Reuben's Makseva. For his Makseva or a structure, use it for something associated with his grave. Or sprinkle wine and aromatic on his funeral bier. Rabbi Nassim says the money has to be used for Yaakov himself, whoever he's using. It has to be used for the deceased. So let's listen and watch this. And Mar says, Ella, both Abai and Rabbi interpret this Raisa in accordance with their respective positions. Here we go. Abai is the time of the Holy Amas, what I'm listening. Abai says everyone agrees that designation endows the item with identity. So Tanakh said because you lay toughest, they talk low toughest. So what's like this? Tanakh is like this. Has money no seed. But I think it goes like this. All the money that is going to be necessary for the burial of Reuben is down with burial money identity. The rest of the money is not. And therefore, for my supposed to be Russian, this is not a combo. Right there, the sector, you talk to see, don't talk to. Right there, it's not sure. Right there, it's not sure. Does the have money devolve upon all the money collected, or only the money necessary for the burial? Therefore, no, you bought an actual burial. Therefore, again, right here it says, don't touch the remainder until the young man comes. Rabbi Nassim, she brings the bad copies, he'll talk the Hashem of the Masakibo. Rabbi Nassim says, no, it's obvious has money no see, and therefore, again, the burial identity develops upon all of the money, and if I walk away, so only the must of the burial. And you don't need it for the burial. Use it for aromatic. People here, I'm not saying that, so it's a Rabbi today. Rabbi does this according to his reasoning. The Kuli Amma has not a lot of this. Everyone agrees, everyone according to Rabbi, everyone agrees that designation does not endow with identity. Tanakh keeps it lay achuli machos. So Tanakh like this in general collection of money for one of your needs. So the Gemara says, once again, the mace is for the Yarshis. That's one mention that to be sound of anything, and therefore it's local, and therefore when I say that any goes to Yarshis. From the Sanki, they do not do the local. The name is not sure whether that means before that. Therefore, therefore, that he must have does the low local, and it says ultimately again, it's not local. Therefore, again, Yas that he was ultimately again, he was using for burial, or let's say, using himself. So okay, fine. So it's like Halacha again. Here is the point of view that Halacha, the Machlokas Abai and Rabbi ultimately still remains in existence. Right. So the Gemara says follows. The Gemara says, fine. So but the Mechila over here is that not the person ultimately is looked on the fact is going to suffer humiliation after his death. Whereas the idea over here is he's looking on that death. So that says over here, kind of comes up. About him. When he was alive, he was already local, ultimately again, honors embarrassment. The Nechal, she was father, and he saw so, he's not that he'll be embarrassed. After his death, for the sake of his children. Okay? So the bottom line is, in alignment with all the effective positions. How you are the woman exactly within 6 years of us. So I'm going to carry through. We're going to rock on what research and what happens. They're so distressed that they're taking all of their items, literally again their garments, and they're throwing it on top. It sounds like what they're doing is they're throwing it on top of the grave of their son, like as almost like Rashi points out over here as like a display of nothing in life is meaningful anymore now that we lost our child. The problem here is when they throw it on the kever, does that become asur ba'ano or create a significant issue going forward? So the other people is talking about Kilim. We tell other people and save the garbage. Then our first look at Rashi, the Saba ala Kela from the above, Dina Shabbos Havim the garbage. Alba as one of the Nosihi, Dili Nosihi, like a Hatzala. So we see as the parents are throwing that, pick it up, take the garments. And we'll say, now what do you see from this? The fact that the others can go ahead and step in and pick up the garments indicates to us love Yossi. Signation is not significant because if the nation was significant, then how long the nights off? Now, also the nights off, too late. What's the other days? Hassan Mishum Mararaki is different over there. That case is different. Why is that case different? Because how it's clear the parents aren't making an informed decision. What's happening over there? They're soothed by grief that they're just throwing away all of their stuff. So there's a lack of gas. So this is not Hazmana Nosa, Hazmana Lav Nosa. There's no gas. So because there's no Allah Nosa, others can step in and say, I need to turn you in another way to sell. So it says this, when is that so that you can save it? Items being thrown had not Luta. Now let's say, they're assuming over here, which literally means to bury about local but need to save it. But again, now let's say, so the pastors, what they sound like is, as long as it didn't touch the funeral beer. But if it touches the funeral beer, it's possible, no. But I understand, if there's not really like informed das over here, so why should it make a difference? No. When we say it touches the bed, it's not talking about the funerals here. But saying essentially there are two different mitos. There was one mito that the mace was carried, right? But there was another mito which the mace was. So when the parents are throwing garments, they're throwing it on the mito on the beer on which the deceased is being carried. So that other people who come rescue the items, save the items, because again, no one's going there and making any for churches over here. This is Greek. And you can salvage the items. And on the other hand, I was thrown on the bed, on the structure, that the son going to be very with. Once stuff has been thrown on there, you can't take it off or not. Because anything thrown on the beer in which the mace is going to be buried almost can be confused with tapu, with burial shrouds. And we're concerned that if people start taking this to be dead, then what people will think that burial shrouds can be repurposed as well. Tashma, kish, you says kish, tashma, kiss, shasalami afotron. Well, that's backwards on kiss. If you have a pack that was made tillin bag, so ultimately you can't use it for a money pouch. Then you have tillin, so I'm sorry. Shasalami afotron, sorry, so Rice says, if you have a bag for tillin, you cannot use it for money. You have tillin if you only place the tillin, which means it's like the pouch was not made for tillin, but rather it was a pouch. You happen to put tillin in it, then many of them molds. Ultimately, again, you can put money in it. So what's interesting enough, this sounds like has one of those like designation ultimately again is significant. Which we want to say, I saw the Niak tillin. So the mobs keep that good stuff. So no, that read it as follows. If you made the pouch, it's yours, and you used it for, then you can't subsequently use it for money. Who the pain is that? It's right there for this. Let's remember again what the Christus say. You need nation and usage in order to go ahead and endow in the identity. So Tashma, Amar Behuman, Asedi Tik shall say, but not Tik shall tell. I go to the class and say, that's me. Make me for a Sefer Torah, or not to show me a Torah bag. What's the actual understanding behind Kodesh, Mutter, Lashtam? So if I've not used the items in their daily purpose, then ultimately I can use it for whatever I want. Partially establishing the whole, but if I once I use it for a contest, I can no longer use it for something mundane. So I'll say, that sounds like Rabbi, that Hazmona Lav designation is not significant. So long as it is not being used, alters in reality to know. This whole thing is isn't my focus. Deciding to go Osha Talale or the Chosen Torah. You decided to coat your Torah. It sounds beautiful, right? But now that I do it. Or for that matter, again, you use the hide of a non-kosher animal. Ultimately, again, the Torah parcel. So, or the name of Torah's Kshiros, you use the leather, right? You use the kosher animal, obviously the Torah. Sure. Obviously, Shlosh is on the Shlosh. Even though hides that we for tillin, we're not tanning the shmuck. Right? You're tanning wasn't on the shmuck. Or behemoth to hold up sweet cheese on the shmuck. So someone else says, no, eat kosher hide, but rather you also have to have a hide that was tanned for the purpose of tillin. However, if you go to Rabbi, you look at the Rabbi day, so the point over here is, once again, this is Machlokas. We're suggesting that this Machlokas, whether or not you need tanning or shma, ultimately again is the Machlokas Abayu and this Hazmana Machlokas. Okay, Rashi says over here, Atagak Shlo Abiba Arch Hazmana Lavno Shiblo Aslan Ba. Yes, see the focus. So what's the opposite over here? I like to get my focus and make me focus. Okay, I'm going to be a Rabbi. So I'm going to say to Rabbi, the following, we equal Dukta to number of ways of arguing beggar ways. So what's it about now? After this whole thing, this brings up such an interesting. Remember how this whole machlokas Abai and Rabbi got started? How did it get started? The last of was how only beggar limits. If one used a beggar for a mace. That's how this whole thing started. So you might ask, what do I mean how only beggar for a mace? So is there such a thing ultimately again that one is reading the beggar to mace? What? The mace is going to sit there, just going to lie there while you're reading the beggar? It takes time to read the beggar. So what's the shot with reading a beggar for the mace? To which the Gemara says, no, what happens? It could go shuffling the harpanya. It had shuffling that time. It happened once the harpanya was a very poor community, and they're literally like even for tahrir. What happens? Someone would die, and after they would die, they would kind of scrounge together, scraps, and they technique for the dead. Okay, that's it. So it's like, that's what it is. Don't put a kavase die. But I wonder, don't put a kavase girava. So it's like, fundamentally, okay, so here, who does Allah follow Abaye or Rabbi? So again, first thing he says, Allah follow Abaye, Hazman and Osa. Second thing he said, Allah follow, so it's no Rabbi. So what's like, Osa, kavase girava. The Allah follows Rabbi, that has Mana, Labs. And ultimately, Allah for the Mesa. Allah for the Mesa. Designation does not endow an item with identity. Yeah, I want to say the truth is, generally, that's how we pass it. Generally, that's how we pass it. So I'll give you an example. For example, let's say a person buys a brand new toilet bag. I bought a brand new toilet bag, right? It says filling on it, right? It has my name on it. So it looks like a toilet bag, smells like a toilet bag. Interesting enough, technically speaking, if you decide to repurpose that a lunch bag, right? It's a one fancy lunch bag, right? Technically, you could do this, you could do that. Why? Because that's not allowed to see. All there's been a designation. Now, once you put your filling in, once you put your filling in there, then it's you put toilet, and you can't make it into a lunch bag. But technically, that's by the toilet. Other pieces in halakha maybe it's clear, but you might really like Lava, Hazmana, Lasa. Designation of some particular purpose does not endow with a vendor. Once again, there's a tremendous Musaf Haskell in that as well. What's the Musaf Hazmana Lav you'll see? So I was like, what is designation? That's thought. Thoughts do not reality. Actions do not create reality. What creates reality? Actions. Actions. So when you put your tefillin in a toilet bag, there's a Maisa create reality, thoughts and intentions that are both like such a tremendous. So like, you know, go through like so many beautiful thoughts, so many intentions, goals, dreams, aspirations, which are all fundamentally incredible, but are meaningless unless we act. Hazmana Rab see intentions, designations do not create realities, only actions do. Shalom Alaisa, Shalom Alaisa, as always say, Shlayach. Kevin, you have a great day, everyone.
I was in Maui, 10 years ago. And I was sitting at a table having brunch with like a bunch of people. We traveled to Maui, the couples and the kids.
All right, Joe, it's like good morning. Let us begin with our sponsorship moment with early. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. Thank our Talmud Torah sponsor, First Kafshin, hey, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tosin Mishpacha, Meretz Yisrael for sponsoring all the Shem and Drushes this year. As a Zchus from the Soros Talos on Yisrael, a week of learning sponsors, Rabbi Ari and Hannah Richter, in memory of Rabbi Richter's dear grandmother, Sarah Bas Shimon Zichron Devracha, our Daf learning sponsors for today, Jacob and Julie Blumenfeld, Leili Nishmas, Captain Ayam, Mevarach Tuto, Hashem Yikom Damo, gave his life fighting for Israel and Eretz Yisrael's darkness today. Daf learning sponsors for today as well, Saeed and Haken, Leili Nishmas, Saeed's mother, Taji Bas Harat Meir Moshe, on the occasion of her first yard site. Married to our Talmud Torah, all living in the Shem Sav and Aliyah, the families in the Chama, should bring all of our hostages home, and our holy soldiers should be successful in the whole of Maaseh. First, with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. An ambitious day ahead of us, but we're going to make it. So today, that's 48. But we are picking up on the days 47 weeks. And we are picking up at Rav Ashi Amar. Rashi says as follows: Avelos Lois Ikonos Helis. When does Avelos begin? When does it? So remember again, the Gemara was talking about the concept of we ran out of time yesterday, but we didn't quite finish up the sugya. I was talking about the sugya of all the concept of that sometimes once something is set aside and cannot be performed, so at the end of the day, it can't be performed anywhere afterwards as well. So Gemara says as follows: when does Ash begin? What was the time does Ash begin? So Gemara says, So again, Avelos begins from the time that the grave is filled in. So I'm sorry, Kapara Ne'emasai Kahad. Just Kapara. Because we're going to slow yesterday's down that there are three elements Kapara through death. One is right, part one is death, part two is burial, part three is decomposition. So the Gemara says, okay, Avelos begins from the time that the grave is open. When does Kapara begin? So we're going to be translated from the moment that the beginning of the grave begins, which again, the Pashtus means the beginning of decomposition. So let's say, so what's the issue? So again, the Mishnah pointed out that when someone is told from Mizas there's no Shiva. There's no Avelos. So again, what's interesting over there? The person wants to sit Shiva relative. The problem is only sit Shiva when after Kapara begins. When does Kapara begin? The beginning of decomposition. But when does Avelos begin? The time that the grave is filled in. So the problem is, at the time that Avelos begins, at the time that Shiva would have begun, he can't sit Shiva because the executed individual has not yet achieved their Kapara. So therefore the Mishnah rules, no Shiva. What do you see from here? All the Itru. Here's Allah again, that once something has been nitcha, once something can't be performed, the identity is forever precluded from performance. That's so that was his thing. And yesterday's that it sounded like that kapara only occurs with actual decomposition. But now what we see from that is not complete decomposition. If that's the case, why do you need complete decomposition to move the body? Remember, the Mishnah said that Allah we go ahead and you move the body to kever avos actually decomposed. But why do you need complete decomposition? After all, again, just even partial decomposition would be enough. That's actually a logistical issue. But as I was saying, once a body begins to decompose, you can't really move it. You can't move it because it's falls apart. So therefore, either it has to be that it's interred when the body is complete, or you wait for complete decomposition. If you wait for complete decomposition, then you can go and remove the bones afterwards. Okay, so again, just another proof to the concept of whole nitru. Once something is set aside, it's set aside. That's good. So we'll say another interesting thing. So it's very interesting. So apparently, I'll say one of the Talmudic remedies for treating a fever, a first day fever is earth, is dirt. So they used to take dirt, cover of rab to treat a first day fever. Okay. That wasn't out. It sounds like we're look at actually Lashisa Bashlama So again, I don't know if it's like grave dirt or just dirt in general. But apparently again dirt has a medicinal quality and therefore be very good for first day. So the Gemara says they take it from the driver of Rav. You don't care about Rav. So the Gemara says, I'm going to Shmuel. So he came to Shmuel to complain about this. He thought it was inappropriate. How could that you're taking dirt from the kever of Rav? Go ahead and treat a fever. Seems like a misappropriation of something dedicated to the dead. So he came to us, Amrlo. Yes, Shmuel said, Shmuel said, I think it's a great idea. So Shmuel said, it's kind of this earth, and earth is never prohibited. Right? It's Shmuel said, Yoshio, one of the things when he wanted to repudiate the avodas, he ground up all of the avodas, and he sprinkled the avodah dust on the arm of the people. So the must So the Nabi's comparing Klarim to avodah zara. Which is very interesting. Avodah zara cannot be found on something that is attached to the Krishna. For example, it said, "Asher ten yarshin osam al haham halam." So interesting enough, so the pasuk here talks about the idea of Devarim when we go into Israel, we'll eradicate all vestiges of avodah zara. So the Torah speaks about again the nations that you inherit. right? Asher Yoshua Osam Es Elohim Al Haharim. So their gods are positioned on the mountains. So the Gemara Darshans over here, the Gemara says Al Haharim Elohim Velo Haharim Elohim. It's interesting halacha. It's dafka their gods on the mountains and not their gods which are the mountains. In other words, let's say somebody decides to say, you know what? I hereby declare 7 Mile is an Avodah, right? It's an Avodah, right? This mountain is an Avodah. You can't do that. Avodah doesn't devolve. Avodah identity does not devolve upon, right? See, Avodah identity devolves upon objects. So you might want to just here, you can't make a mountain Zara. You can't make Avodah Zara. The pasuk compares Avodah Zara to a kever to. So the same way that halacha l'maisa Avodah Zara can devolve upon karka, so to again the prohibitions of a grave can't devolve upon karka as well. So the Gemara says, how can I be menuchober? So therefore, again, that's why Rav Shmuel said it's not a problem if they're taking from Rav's grave in order to go in and treat the grave people. So Mason have the Avi Bahala from Karmaka. Interesting case. Let's say Reuben lost his father, right? Reuben Yaakov died. So what did he do? He dug the grave for his father, but it's actually he ended up using the grave for his father. So he dug the grave, paid for father, but buried his father in the grave. So Mar says, Hari said, so again, should not bury. So in other words, the grave that Reuben originally did for his father can't be used at all. So we'll say it sounds like that's again we're going to further qualify this meaning later on, but that sounds like halacha l'maisa. Sounds like halacha l'maisa that earth does become it. Rishon says no, I'm asking about the carabinian. So that's talking about where Reuven actually put structure on top of the ground for his father. In other words, that burial might have been in the ground, but he built a structure on top. It's that structure that becomes prohibited for non-use. I will say now, why exactly prohibited for non-use? We'll have Rashi. Rashi says will be a person. Yikbar haben olam is the even the husman the mace. Ne'asar b'chol hana. It's not like the hua dinami in school. Sorry, ishach have also the nosanak. Now, what's the verse assuming over here that this case is not specific. In that Reuven dug it for his father. It would have been Allah with anyone. Once you dig a grave for someone, so there's a lot of things happening in this case, which you're going to unravel in just a little bit. But the idea for us in this moment is that halacha l'maisa, ground does become prohibited. So which the says, right around ground, what are we talking about? Above ground structure. That becomes prohibited. Okay, Tashma, Kever Chadash, what about? I know, so we'll say, brand new kever. Now, what's a brand new kever? The dash was a kever that wasn't designated for brand new. Rashi said was stamped. So we'll say stamped. A grave was dug, not for anyone particular. So it's mutter behind no. Mutter behind no. Interesting to see how to repurpose that, right? But the nice again, it's mutter behind no. Okay. So the Gemara says, "It'll both." But if you put Nathan will say like a miscarriage or a stillborn. So you go ahead and bury our baby in that. Ultimately, again, so it says, what do you see from here? You see from here that once you use it for the dead, the earth itself becomes prohibited from any benefit. The Kevin. Once again, what are we talking about? An above ground structure. Okay, so Tashma is Omer Shalosh Kvaras, and this is very interesting. In reality, in the world of graves, there are 3 different types of graves. What are they? Kever Hanimsa. Kever Hanimsa means that you discover a kever in your property, right? In other words, you discover somebody buried again what that means. Somebody illegally buried in your property. Yeah, right? So that's called Kever Hanimsa. That's category 1. Category 2 is kever has its upgrade. It's a kever on your property, but you knew about it. And number 3 is hamasik is harabe. Which poses a has damage to the public. There wasn't a high damage to the public. So Rashi talked over here that, for example, the kever is situated in a thoroughfare, and halacha lemasim over it with the nicer with items that then become ritually or as a result of the kever. So I say, what's that halacha? Kever and stuff. I will say, if you find the grave property, which means somebody illegally buried their dead on my property, and what's that halacha? Much less no, so I'm allowed to move the kever. So allowed to move it. You know, and once you move it, so ultimately again, area in which the dead was buried. And that's because they did. I'm allowed to move, I'm allowed to use it, and the area is hard. Kera hayadua, knew that somebody buried their dead property. Also, you're not allowed to move it. You know, the makom is tamei. That's the power thing over here. The idea, because you see that halacha lemaisa, the car does remain. Or actually say asabana. Kavra masik is rabin. If somebody, there's a kever that does damage or poses damage to the general public, then halacha is much of the so you're allowed to move it. You know, you do move it, you come out hard. It's area is car, but asabana. So once again, you see it in the 12 freaks. Like the halacha, so the area itself, the grave, is asar. Which once again, Hakanami talking about over here about a structure built on top of the grave. Okay, you can't wrap it also. And by the way, just as an aside, if you find the grave on your property, you're just allowed to move it. Maybe it's a nice mitzvah. Right? Maybe again, you're right, somebody buried the dead on my property. You know why? Somebody was found dead on my property. And what's the halacha? So where do you bury a mason mitzvah? Right where you find him. And he acquires it. Why are you so quick to say that you're allowed to move? Maybe this is a mason mitzvah which cannot be moved. It says no, shining mason mitzvah. Why is a mason mitzvah different? Because it has a call. In order to people know about its mitzvah. All right, don't say so. Again, just point out over here what's occurred. Is that halacha l'maisa, the dirt of the kever bandal, and that's why Shmuel asked him that halacha l'maisa, they could take dirt from the kever of the tree for one day. It sounds like that's more single. The only time it becomes asur is you have some, because now why would the dirt of the kever be asur bandal? Because of the comparison between a grave and a zara, just like I hold the zara. Anything that is karka, the karka, ultimately asur. So to buy karka itself is not asur. Conversely, a big structure built on top of a grave, that will be asur. So it's now very interesting. Itmar, or so this is fascinating, and this sugya has a lot of different ramifications. So yeah, so what happens? Somebody made garment for the deceased. Right, so again, call it Yaakov died, and Reuven goes ahead and weaves a baguette for the son. So I would see a little bit. Perfect. I was like, no, that's sorry. Go back because I was. Okay, so Gemara says as follows. So Ignar, Orik Beggar makes. So what's now watch this. Somebody went ahead and made definitely from shrouds. Now, interestingly enough, watch here. So what's this? The Shaila Rashi says over here. Orik Beggar makes La'achar Shemes. So what's now Yaakov died. Reuven made kaftan for Yaakov, made shrouds. So now Shaila is, what is the status of the shroud? Sabaya Amar Asr. Abai says it's Asr. Now again, Asr. Rava Amar Mutar. Rava says it's Mutar. As well as the Pashas what this means is like this. Abai says you cannot use that shroud now for something else. Rava says yes you can. Sabaya Amar Asr. Abai says it's Hasimana Nosi. Abai says designates something for a particular use and gowns it with dagger. So therefore, once you go ahead and you make the burial, that becomes a burial shroud, even if it has not actively been used in that way, and therefore halakha l'maaseh becomes asr b'nah. Just like any other accessories of the dead become asr b'nah. Okay, Rabbi says no, it's mutter. Why? Rabbi says designation does not endow an item with identity. So again, Rabbi says when does the shroud become asr b'nah? When does it become asr b'nah? Wrap the mason. That's when it becomes asr b'nah. Suppose like this is a yisod of the machlokas that we're going to see reads and in many different areas of halacha. Hasmana nosi, hasmana la nosi. Does designation or not? Machlokas ayin Rabba. Okay, so let's analyze. So my time is Abaye who says that has nosi, that designation endows with identity. What's his logic? My time is Abaye. Gamar sham galufa. Seems to have Abaye makes of sham. So what's he suggesting to get the tzukim? The Torah talks about that Hamas sham Miriam. Vatikaver Sham, and then by lashon of Sham by Nisa by that. Rufa is va'arfu Sham es ha'egla. To take the calf there, so Sham by death, Sham by egla Rufa. He says by egla Rufa, the moment designated. Now the truth is, it's not really the moment designated. Right? It's out of the year. It's the moment you bring it into the dry riverbed. Right? So once you bring it into the dry riverbed, that's the designation. From that moment on, it is designated as Egla Arufa. And from that moment, it is Asr Ba'anah. So, Hainani Ba'azmana Misra. Okay, so just like Egla Arufa, the moment you designate it is Asr Ba'anah. So, to again, by death, by Kahutun, any will call it, any death accessories are automatically Asr Ba'anah from the moment you designate it. Rabbi has a different Seder Shava of Sham. Avodah Zarah, Ma'avodah Zarah, Ma'avodah Mitzvah, and we'll say similar to that Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah does not become ushered by designation, only through worship. For example, let's say I say this table is Avodah Zarah. Table of Avodah Zarah, let's keep it simple, right? So the designation of the table as Avodah Zarah does not make it Avodah Zarah. It has to be an act of worship. To bow down to it, I could offer a libation to it, put a carbon on it, right? But designation itself does not create Avodah. So therefore, Rabbi says, just like Ma'avodah from the Hazman al Misra, Ha'chachanan, death accessories, Hazman al Misra. Incredible. So really two different Zera Shabbos. Fascinating. Rabbi, my time will go on the Eglah. Rabbi, why don't you learn those? So why don't you learn that? So the Gemara says, I'm going to call the Shamshin Kaminon, Lafikle Egla Arufa that he Zusha. Because what's it is better out about the Zara accessories from, because what's remember, both of them accessories. Both of them are accessories. As opposed to Ikar Avoda itself, top of Memphis, same Garme Avoda. Why do you learn it after Avoda Zara? And when the thought meet the archang and meet the archang. That means Abaye says you should learn common things after common things. What are two common things? Death and Avodah Zarah. We throw taxes also, right? But the nice again, death and Avodah Zarah, death common. The Gemara says, Egla Fuke Avodah. I'm sorry. Abaye might tell me people come around. Why does that say that wrong? Why do you learn out from Avodah Zarah? Amar Lachot. Eat the arcade and eat the arcade. We learn out common things from common things. What's common? Egla Rufa and death. To exclude Avodah Zarah, which is not common. Avodah Zarah, interestingly enough, sometimes this thing will start a bit more aspirational than actual. Look at that. He says, "Maybe the arcade Shederech HaYehudim Lasos came. It's the derech of Jews to die and to get Egla Rufa." He says, "Aval Avodah Asura LaAvod Ha'Avah L'Lach Lo Mitzvah Kashmish." So again, the point that Abai is making, compare things that truly exist within the orbit of the. So what exists within the orbit of the Yusa, that's part of the new condition, and Eglaruta, but both these are as part of the Luta. Okay, those sides. So now we're not finished this, but we just set the table for you. Machlokes. What's the machlokes? Hazmana milsa lashesa. Does designation of an item endow it with its Abaye says yes, Hasmana Nosa, but says no, Hasmana Nosa. Suppose I say now let's dig into this. So here we go. Meisvei, so there is the kasha, keep on a medrash. So listen to this. Let's say you have a scarf, a woman's scarf. She tame medrash. That is ultimately again is tame tumas medrash. Take a look at Rashi. Shah who ra'oi the medrash. Hamim shemekafal tov yov. Onish enes rashmas. Remember again, what's tumas medrash? Tumas medrash is any time the let's get is zav. This something or rest is something or hers with a love or zavat. Ultimately could convey what's called tumas medrash to the item. So a shawl or like could be makabel tumas medrash. Put the head on it, the person can sit on it. So that let's say you have the kippah shukami medrash, the nothing was safer. The lesson is very interesting. What happened? You took this sit and you designated it as a sefer Torah cover. Okay, so what's this? Now, interestingly enough, as a sefer Torah cover, obviously no one's going to sit on it. Like, no one's going to sit on it. No one's going to rest their weight on it. What's that? Torah min medrash aval tomi maga. So ultimately, again, is now tahar from tumas medrash, right? Because ultimately, again, they're actually put out that version. It's going to be very tough because no sit on it because it is designated for sefer Torah use, but it can still contract from tumas maga. So I'll say, so what do you see from here? What do you see from here? The way we're reading this Gemara is you designate Torah as a cover for sefer Torah. I haven't actually used it. I've designated it. Well, yet it says from tumas medrash. What does that show you? What does that show you? That hazman amilhi, that designation endows the item with its intended identity. It says no. Ima nas nasa v'krachto. No. What it means is you actually gave the sefer Torah and used it to wrap the sefer Torah. This is not hazman. This is not designation. What is this? Is active use already. To which the Gemara says, I'm sorry, nas nasa v'krachto. You don't have pista. High sudra the hazman the mitzvah Torah. She must listen to this. So the Gemara says, 1 second. If you actually used it to wrap a sefer Torah, so what's the conversation over here? That's obvious. So no, there's another plot twist in this. Watch this for Chista. This is fascinating. We're going to come visit this later on again. What's it of Chista? Chista. High sudra the hazman the mitzvah Torah. This is what we'll say. If you have once again a shawl, and you're using this as you designated it as its tefillin bag. I'm going to wrap my tefillin in this shawl. Tefillin, and I used it for tefillin. You're not allowed to use it as a money bag. In other words, once I've used it for tefillin, I can't use it as a money bag. So the Gemara says, "Azmane velo sarbe velo azmane." But if I went ahead and designated it, but didn't use it, or used it but didn't designate it, shari memeitza be'pshiti. You can use it as a money bag. So we'll say this is the fascinating position of Rav Chisda. Rav Chisda says, in order to endow an item with identity, you need two things. Number one, simana, by designation, and use. If you don't have designation and use, the item does not have its identity, which is actually quite fascinating. So it's going to turn out, by the way, that there's really three opinions in this whole thing. There's Abaye, Rabbi, and Rav Chisda. Abaye has one and also designation and identity. Rabbi says, Hasman Allah, no, so designation is not in the identity. And Rav Chisda says, you need Hasmana and Shimush. You need designation and use in order to enter it. Pretty incredible. Okay, Abaye, the Amar Hasmana knows. According to Abaye, who said designation and identity, I'm going to start translating. So Abaye, Amar Hasmana knows. According to Abaye, he says designation is significant. But as soon as you designate shawl for stolen, even if you did not use it, it still has its sarbe. But what happens if you used it? Low. Now, what's the use? Abaye says, in order to endow with identity, you need designation. Now, designation without use is enough. But use without designation, according to Abaye, does not endow with identity. So the Gemara says, Tashma. So let's still try to figure out who's collecting this math. So Tashma, Shabano, L'Shem Chai, Mutabana. Interesting case. We'll say so a nefesh. Now what is a nefesh? A nefesh essentially is like a memorial, a tomb. So interestingly enough, you built a nefesh L'Shem Chai. In other words, you built a tomb for someone who's alive. I don't know, birthday present, because right. So the Maisa, some people just are not creative, right? So the Maisa, you built somebody who's obviously going to imminently die. You go ahead and you construct it while they're still alive. So what's halacha? This is mutar ba'ana, right? Because again, it's built for a living person. So because it's built for a living person, therefore it does not take on the identity as anything for the dead. If it's nefesh, binyan sha'al ha'kev, no. The above ground structure that is built on top of the grave. That when somebody dies, they're going to be buried there. So again, now, so the shame maze us interestingly enough, if you built it for someone who's already dead, then it is asr ba'ana, right? Asr ba'ana. So let's say, what does that sound like? Now, it sounds like you're building it for a person who's already dead, but not. Which sounds like what's happening over here. Hasmana. There's designation. It says it's Asr Ba'ana, which sounds like, again, Hasmana. We'll see, like Abaye, to which Gemara says, no, to Rama Benes. No, somebody buried you already. Gemara says, okay, might hear you a Hosif. So that's the case, then why do we even have to mention about adding on any additional? The Hosif, Nami, so ultimately, again, if you don't go ahead and add on anything, it's Asr Ba'ana. Sorry, the Hosif Nami. So I said it's interesting. The Gemara says, no. The structure remains usher even if you move the deceased, even if you move the structure out of it and rebury it somewhere else. So the Gemara says, from Bar Pabachista, in Hayamaklo, called Sasamotra. If you know the exact area that was added on after the person died, you could remove that and the structure remains motor. Tashma. Okay, what's happening? We're still in this machlokes. So in this case, Yaakov died. His son Reuven goes ahead and Chotzit Kevin digs a grave for his father. There's lashon of Chotzit is with stones. Right? He moves in order to go ahead and make a kever for his father. And then Reuven ends up burying his father in the grave. Okay, so obviously what's the Shiloh? What's the status of the first grave, which was the Hare Zet covered Olamis. Again, you can't use Reuven can't use the first grave forever. Sigmar says Moshe. So again, why is Sigmar bringing this up? What does it sound like? It sounds like this is the din of Hasmana Milsa. Hasmana Milsa, grave is designated there for a can't use. Which one says no. Hashem shouldn't cover others. No, it's actually nothing to keep it off. I'm your father. So he doesn't agree for his father. Unless he can't use it forever, that's covered for him. And I understand, the 26th of Shimon somebody moved inside to pray for his father, ended up burying his father somewhere else. Harizendo, you cover the head of others. You should never use the grave at all. Forever. Tomorrow says, shouldn't come out other graves. If you say that this is a divine, I will say, but ultimately, again, if it's a din of Hasmana, so it says things again, just like even with shrouds themselves, when you're beginning to weave the shrouds together, does anyone say that that's Hasmana Nosa? Hasmana Nosa at most is what? When the shroud itself is completed. So too we hear this lashon of Achotzev Kever, which means like you're moving aside stones. The moment you begin to move aside stones, halacha l'maaseh, again, that's it, the grave is perfect. It doesn't make any sense. Rather, what you have to say is that this case is a separate thing by Kibbutz Av. So it turns out, it's already the second time I mentioned this case. So it turns out that a person takes a grave for their parent and ends up buried in a different grave. That first grave becomes Asr Ba'ana for the digger, for the child. Why? It's not a din in Hasmana. What is it? It's a din in Kibbutz Av. In honoring your parents, that a grave that was dug for a parent should not be used for anything else. Incredible. So, Tash, Kevin, Father's mother, but I know a the grave is Motabana. So again, was of a Kever Chadash. Kever Chadash is just a grave dog, right? Just stop dog. So the Gemara says Motabana. It'll bone for Asabano. If you bury a stillborn in there, a baby in there, then it becomes Asabano. Also, by the way, the reason of the fell because often a fell is a nondescript mace, right? This could be a Kever stillborn baby. So in other words, it's not going to identify mace. Or again, even if you go ahead, it's like even if you just buried a Nevano, Hittel in Lo Hittel, so it's even here. It's only one buried the Nefel in the grave that the grave becomes Asabano. It's actively used. The Nishu is not enough. Asr, to which the Gemara says, Afagav to Lo Hittel. Even if you didn't put anything, it's still Asr, Ulaf Reb Shimon Gamliel. It comes to a position of Shimon Gamliel. In the Nephalim Tfisas HaKever. Shimon Gamliel said, a stillborn or a miscarriage does not go ahead and endow the area with the status of the grave. So it's coming to exclude that position. You know what's the case over here? I'm sorry, just skip the sorry. Tashma, most are amazing, most are amazing. So once I remember, all of this is from Makoki Sabai and Rava Azman Musa Azman Lav Yosef. Interesting case over here. Let's say Yaakov passed away, and we go ahead and we collect money for Yaakov's burial expenses. And it turns out that there's surplus funds. What do you do with surplus funds? So the most are amazing. Okay, whatever is surplus stays in what we'll call the burial fund. Burial funds, all right, you don't need it. You'll use it for future days. Most are amazed we are shoved. So let me read this. If in general there's a general collection, right? We're collecting for the needs of the dead, right? Somebody passed away, a nondescript collection, and there's surplus, so that remains in the we'll call it the burial fund. What happens if, let's say, we're collecting for someone specific? We're collecting for Yaakov. Yaakov passed away. Collecting for Yaakov. So it turns out again, we need $5,000. We need $7,000. We get $2,000. The Gemara says to the Arshim, goes to the children. Goes to the children. Goes to listen out. Interesting, I'm asking, what's the case over here? What's interesting about this is as follows. If you take a look at Rashi, Rashi says this is in the wide lines of Rashi, 3 lines down the Yarshav. This man, the Yarshim gets surplus money to benefit from. Alma Hasmana Lati. What do you see from it? So that money was designated for Yaakov's burial expenses. But now that there's surplus, what do you do with the surplus money? It goes to the kids. What do you start? That has monolad knows the designation does not says no, we collected this while Reuven is alive. That's a little awkward, right? But the Maisa, again, Reuven was imminent to die. He knew that the family didn't have the money to cover the expenses. They wanted to be proactive, so they collected while he was alive. Now, I was saying, now the difference between that is, okay, they're collecting money for burial expenses of someone who's still alive, so therefore, again, it's not called money associated with the dead, and therefore, Allah it should be mutter. The Gemara says, "Hello." The Gemara says, "Hello, Tanya." That's not what it said. It's not. Most Hamesim, the Yarshav, leftover money that was collected for the general debt remains the burial fund. Most Hamesim, money is left over for the doors collected for a specific person who died. Go to the kids. Tanya law. When the Gemara says, "What's the example?" First, I will say. Case a couple of cases stam zem osam islamic. What was the case? So case number 1 is in general we're collecting for someone's specific check that goes into the general burial fund. The mace said zel mosam is collecting for Reuven or for Yaakov, right? That's specific funds for a specific mace. Surplus funds go to this. So let's say that's. Sounds like we're collecting the money once Yaakov's already dead. Well, the time they it turns out that this is actually not so listen to this case. Right? So Yaakov dies. Again, if we're raising funds for burial expenses, again, I know I need to raise funds for Yaakov dies. But the way we frame the collection is this is for the needs of the dead. So it's a general collection. That's easy. Any surplus funds remain in the burial fund. But now Yaakov died. Yaakov's life is going to cost $5,000. Go ahead and raise $5,000. You end up raising $7,000. So what do you do with the extra 2,000 else? The Tanakama says it goes to Yaakov's Yarsh. Listen to this. Rabbi Meir Omer, Lo Yigo B'Hain Ashiyava Elio. And Meir said, touch it. Don't touch it. It's not clear. It's not clear what we do with that money. So therefore, how long we leave it until Eliyahu Hanavi. Rabbi Nassim says, Senu Dimos Al Kivro. Use the extra funds for Ruvain's Matseva structure. Use it for associated with his grave. Rabbi Nassim Al Kivro. Or Ziluf Mitaso. Or sprinkle wine or something aromatic on his funeral. In other words, Rabbi Nassim says the money has to be used for Yaakov from some reason. It has to be used for the deceased. So let's just now watch this. Gemara says, Ella Abaye Mikayis Rabbi. Both Abaye and Rabbi interpret this brisa in accordance with their respective time. Abaye says everyone agrees that designation endows the item with identity. So Tanakama covered the chazile toughest, so lo toughest. So therefore, but Abaye is like this. Tanakama is like this. Right, Hasmana knows, but Hasmana only goes like this. The money that is necessary proving is endowed with burial money identity. The rest of the money is not for Allah. It goes to the Russian. That's the Tanakama. Right? Right? He's not sure. He's not sure. Does the Hasmana devolve upon all the money collected? Only the money necessary for the burial. For therefore, again, don't touch the remainder until Yana comes. Rabbi Nassim, Shitli, the Vadai Tafis, Rabbi Nassim says, no, it's obvious, Hasmana knows. And therefore, again, the burial identity devolves upon all of it, and therefore, Allah, all of it must be used for the needs of the burial. And if you don't need it for the burial, use it for aromatic sprinkling on the funeral bier, seva, so on and so forth. The Chulia Amma has Manalandos. Everyone agrees the nation does not so a time comes like this money for one's burial. The person can't take care of it for themselves. So the Gemara says, but nevertheless, again, the mace is mochel for the doesn't want the Yershin to have to be sound for anything, and therefore he's mochel, and therefore Allah so the remainder goes to Yershin. For Rabbi Meir no mochel, Rabbi Meir is not the mace is mochel or not. Therefore, hilchach or yishabayim. Therefore, don't touch the remainder. Rabbi Nassim Shitale lo mochel. Rabbi Meir says ultimately again the mace is not mochel. Therefore, again, Yasa Dimos Al Kivlo. Ultimately, again, they get Dimos use it for burial needs or let's say, so okay, fine. So I'll say, again, the point over here is that Halacha L'Maisa, the Machlokas Abaye and Rava still remains in existence. The Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, fine. So, by the Kilo over here is that whether or not the person ultimately, again, is mochel on the fact that for humiliation after his death. In other words, the idea over here is he's mochel on that death. So, when he was alive, he was already mochel. He's called that he'll be embarrassed after his death for the death of his children. Okay? Bottom line is both Abaye and Rabbi both bring them up. Haya Avivi, Mamazakin Bokalim, let's say who's a child. In terms of Reuven and Rachel, they're so distressed that they're taking all of their items and they're throwing it onto what they're doing is they're throwing it top of the grave of their son, as almost like Rashi points out here, as like a display of nothing meaningful anymore. Now that we lost our, when they throw everything on the kever, does that become aser ba'ano and create a significant issue going forward? So haya aviv imam izarkin bokim mitzava alakayim. We tell other people quickly go and save the God. In other words, look at Rashi. Aron also literally they love. Dana shagagol is that. Amas mara milsihi di milsihi lekahatsala. So we see other people as the parents are throwing that, pick it up. take the garments. Now, what do you see from this? The fact that the others could go ahead and step in and pick up garments indicates to us Hasman Lav Nosi. That designation is not significant. Because if designation was significant, then Allah Lamaisa, then Allah Lamaisa would be too late. We'll say, I'm days. It's different over. This is different. Why is this different? Because halal Lamaisa, it's clear the parents aren't making an decision. What's happening over? So consumed by grief that they're just throwing away all of their stuff. So there's lots. So this is not a thing that has mana no hazman alab no. There's no gas. Therefore, Allah others can step in and say, "Hafi, anything kula arushim will let them learn." So shalom not the lita. So it says into this. When is that so that you can save it? When the items being thrown have not touched the lita. Now I say, now we're assuming over here, which literally means the burial bed. Aval nogu b'mita asur. And I want to say, so the pashtos, what this sounds like is, as long as it didn't touch the no. But I don't understand. If there's not really like form of das over here, so why should it make a difference? No. When you're bed, it's not talking about the funeral. I must say, essentially, there are like two different mitos. There's one mito in which the mace was carried, right? But then there was another mito in which the mace was buried. So when the parents originally referring on the mito here on which the deceased is being carried, so that again, other people come rescue the items, save the items, because again, no one's going for choices over here. This is grief, and they can salvage the items. If on the other hand, items are thrown on the beer, on the bed, or on the beer, that the son is going to be buried with. Once stuff has been thrown on there, you can't take it off. Why not? Because anything thrown on the beer, which the mace is going to be buried, almost to be confused actually from the burial shrouds. And we're concerned that if people start taking stuff off that bed, then what people will think that burial shrouds will be repurposed as well. Okay, Tashma, says Tashma, kiss. I won't say back question, please. They have a pouch that was made for tillin bag. So ultimately, you can't use it for a money pouch. I'm sorry. So Rabbi says, if you have a bag that for tillin, you cannot use it for. If you only place tillin, so like the pouch was not made for tillin, but rather again it was a pouch. You happen to put tillin in it. Then what? Ultimately, again, you can put money in it. So it's interesting enough. This certainly sounds like Hasmana Milsa. So it sounds like designation. Ultimately, again, is significant. Which Gemara says, "Imo asol v'niach tillin, asol v'haniach ma'os." Keep that. So no, rather read it as follows: if you made the pouch for tillin and you used it for tillin, then you can't subsequently use it for money. Who's it? Does that reflect? That's Rav Chisda. Was again what Rav Chisda said? What Rav Chisda say? You need designation and usage in order to go and endow an item with a Shatashma, brother Uman, Asedi Tiksha, or not Tiksha, Tillin, go to the Kassim, Asedi Kassim, Gafsman, make me a cup, right, or literally a box, or a Sefer Torah, or not Tiksha Tillin, or make me a Tillin bag. What's that called? I don't understand your Shpahan, Kodesh, so Kodesh, Mutter, Lashtam Shem. So say if I have not yet used the items in their consecrated purpose, I don't think I can use it for whatever I want, right? However, the Shtamish when but if I use it for a consecrated purpose, you know, use it for something. But say, what does that sound like? What does that sound like? That sounds like Rabbi. That Hasmana Lav designation is insignificant. Or even it's been done, so long as it is not used, ultimately it have identity. Which one says really tonight? This whole thing is in Machlokes tonight. Hasmana Milsi, Hasmana Lav Milsi is in Machlokes tonight. This thing here we go. Sip on the Zav, Oshatal Ale, or the name of Mea, so the Tzulim. If you decided to put Tzulim in gold, sounds good, right? But it's fun. You're not allowed to do it, right? Or for that matter, again, you used hide of a non-kosher animal. Psulos, ultimately, again, the Tzulim apostle. So our behemoth, Toros, Ksheros, but if you use the leather, right, you use leather from a kosher animal, obviously the tefillin are kosher. Even though the hides that were used for tefillin were not tanned lishma. Even though the tanning wasn't on the shma. Half or behemoth put up psulos, actually on the shma. So Shlomo says, no, it's not enough to use a kosher hide, but rather you also have to have a hide that was tanned for the purposes of tefillin. Only the Rabbi, the Ramu Bay, so the point over here is, again, this is Simakis, where the word suggesting that this machlokas, whether or not you need tanning the shma, ultimately, again, is the machlokas Abayi, as this Hazmana no silas. Okay. Rashi says, Same machlokas. What's the only one in Rabbi to that machlokas and make it into machlokas? Okay. I'm going to be the Rabbi. So this is Rabbi. So Rabbi, the following. Me ika duchta juramu be meis va'arki beged lemeis. So we'll say, by the way, now, after this whole thing, the Gemara just brings up such an interesting version. Remember how this whole machlokas Rabbi and Rabbi got started? How did it get started? The last of the Gemara was ha'oreg beged lemeis. If one weaves a beged for a meis. That's how this whole thing goes. So let's say, so now the Gemara just asks, well, what does that mean? Ha'oreg beged lemeis. So is there such a thing ultimately, again, one is weaving a beged for meis. The meis is going to sit, just going to lie there while you're weaving the beged. It takes time to weave a beged. So what's the pshat? Weaving a beged for the mace. Which the Gemara says, no, it happened. It became its own shachli d'harpanya. It had shachli that work community. And then even for tachlisim, someone would die, and halacha. After dying, they would kind of squish together, scraps, and make tachlisim for the dead. Okay, Darshan. So we'll say, Darshan. So we'll say, fundamental machlokas over here. Who does Allah follow, Abaye or Rabbi? So again, first thing he says Allah follows Abaye, Azman and Milsa. Second thing he says Allah follows Rabbi. So Azman and Milsa. Rabbi said, Helpasa, Habas Rabbi. The Allah follows Rabbi, and Hazmana Lav Milsa. And ultimately, again, Allah follows Allah designation does not endow an item with identity. I will say the truth is, generally, that's how he passed it. So I'll just give you an example. For example, let's say buys a brand new tefillin bag. I bought a brand new tefillin bag, right? It says tefillin on it, right? It has my name on it. So pretty much looks like a tefillin bag, smells like a tefillin bag. Interesting enough, technically speaking, if you decide to repurpose that as a lunch bag, right? It's one fancy lunch bag, right? Technically, you could do it from Shuburban's, and you could do that. Why? Because Hazman Allah knows. All there's been a designation. Now, once you put your tefillin in there, then it's you. Once you use for tefillin, then you can't make it a lunch bag. But technically, speaking, Rabbi Hazman Allah. I'm not saying a tefillin bag. Other king halacha may not be as clear, but the Gemara is running over here like Rabbi Hazmana Lav. Designation of for a particular purpose. In doubt with it. There's a Musraf Haskell in that. What does it mean? What's the Musraf Hasmana Russian? Designation is a thought. Do not create reality. Intentions do not create reality. Reality, actions. So when you put the tefillin in a tefillin bag, there's a Maisa creates reality, thoughts and intentions. That both say such a tremendous Muslim life. We go through life with so many beautiful thoughts, so many intentions, goals, dreams, aspirations, which are all fundamentally beautiful and incredible, but are meaningless unless we act. Hazmana, Lav, Nosi, intentions, designations do not create realities, only acts do. That is true. Allah. And that's compliments. As I was saying, all right, everyone. Great day, everyone.
They stopped using it. People stopped
class in this is
because they try to tell you that, oh no, it's
I want to be in trouble.
heterosexual.
Certain things.
Transition to heterosexual. Totally asexual. It's an AZT response. What is it possible that AZT can involve and that Peter Duesberg's right? This was my thought. And I'm like,
all right, so good morning. Good morning. Let's begin with our sponsorships. A moment is too early. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning shift today. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for Kashin Hey, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tosim Mishpacha, Meretz Yisrael, for sponsoring all the Shimmers this year. As a Zchus, Rabbi Soros Talos Sam Yisrael, a week of learning sponsors, Rabbi Aryeh and Chana Richter, in memory of Rabbi Richter's dear grandmother, Sarah Bas Shimon Zichron Livracha, our Dafyom sponsors for today, Jacob and Judy Blumenfeld, Re'ili Nishakten Ayam Nevarach Tuto, Hashem Yikom Damo, gave his life fighting for Am Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael's justice today. That was for today as well. Saeed Mehikin, Le'ilu Yishmas, Saeed's mother, Taji Bas Harat Meir Moshe, on the occasion of our first yard site. We hope that in America, our Talmud Torah, all of them, Shamus Avin, and we all, the families in the function, all of our home and our holy soldiers should be successful. Whole Maaseh Yidehim. But with that, we have a lot to do today, an ambitious day ahead of us, but we're going to make it. So today is Dr. Shem class 48. But not on Memzai on page 47b. And we are picking all of Ashi Arma. Rashi says as follows. Avilos names like on this house. When does Avilos begin? So remember again, the Gemara was talking about the concept of how the it ran out of time yesterday. Well, we didn't quite finish up the sugya. Was the sugya of how the concept of that sometimes once something is set aside and cannot be performed, so at the end of the day, it can't be performed any longer afterwards as well. So the Gemara says as follows: Ne'im Ravasha, but Avilos was Avilos speaking. At what point in time does Avilos speak? So the Gemara says Nistimas Hagola. So again, Avilos is filled in. So the Gemara says Ne'im Kapon Saikahadyo. When does Torah? Because remember again yesterday's daf that there are two elements to Kapara through death. One is the right itself. Part 2 is burial, and then part 3 is decomposition. So the Gemara says, okay, Avelus begins from the time that the gate is open. When does Kapar? So literally translated, from that, the pain of the begins, which again means the beginning of decomposition. So what's the issue? So remember again, the Mishnah pointed out that when someone is there's no Shiva. There's no Avelus. So what's interesting over here. The person wants to. The problem is they can only sit shiva after kapara begins. When does kapara begin? The beginning of decomposition. But when does avelus begin? The time that the grave is filled in. If the time that shiva would have begun, he can't sit shiva because the executed individual has not yet achieved their kapara. So therefore, the Mishnah rules, no shiva. What do you see from here? Shiva. All the itchu. It was they would see from here is Allah again that once something has been nitcha, once something can't be performed, then ultimately is forever precluded from performance. That's the problem that you about. So there was here's this interesting. And yesterday that it sounded like that kapara only occurs in actual decomposition. And now what we see from here that not complete decomposition, even some decomposition is fine. If that's the case, why do you need complete decomposition to move the body? Remember, the Mishnah said that Allah we go ahead and move the body to cover of those actually fully decomposed. But why do we need complete decomposition? After all, again, just let it be even composition, that should be enough. That's actually a logistical issue. Whereas I will say, once a body begins to decompose, you can't really move it. You can't move it because it falls apart. So therefore, either it has to be disinterred when the body is complete, or you wait for complete decomposition. If you wait for decomposition, then you can go and remove the bones afterwards. Okay, so again, just another proof to the whole once something's set aside, it's set aside. Good. So let's say another interesting story. This is very interesting. So apparently, I'll say one of the Talmudic remedies for treating a fever, a first day fever, is earth, is dirt. So they take dirt from the Rav to treat a first day fever. That wasn't out. It sounds like over here, if you look at actually that says over here, Yom Rishon Shalom, they wrap in but also offer. So again, I don't know if it's called like grave dirt or just dirt in general. Apparently, again, dirt's medicinal, and therefore be very good for a first day. So the Gemara says, they would take it from the kever of Rab. You don't care of Rab. So the Gemara says, so people came to Shmuel to complain about this because they thought it was inappropriate. This would take dirt from the kever of the Rab to go ahead and treat a fever. It seems like a misappropriate something dedicated to the dead. So I came to Shmuel and said, Shmuel said, Shmuel said, it's a great idea. Why? So Shmuel said, oh, it's earth. And earth is never earth. Now, once it's Raya, the Sid, Shmuel said, one of the kings, when he wanted to repudiate the Avodah Zarah, he ground and he sprinkled the Avodah Zarah dust on the Kfarim of the people. So you must say, Makish Karabnei Avodah Zarah. So the Nabi is forgetting. Kfarim, Avodah Zarah. Was very interesting. Avodah Zarah cannot be found on some karka. Something that is something that can't be drowned or touched up. Asher and Yarshim also Esalohim al Haharim Haramim. So interestingly enough, so the pasuk talks about the idea of Devarim when you go in Parshat Yisrael, yes, to eradicate all vestiges of Avodah Zarah. Speaks about the nations that you inherit, right? Asher Yarshim also Esalohim al Haharim. So their gods are positioned on the mountains. So the Gemara over here, the Gemara says, Al Haharim Elohim, below Haharim Elohim. It's interesting. It's not that they're God's mountains and not their gods which are the mountains. In other words, let's say somebody decides to say, you know what? I hereby declare Sayalin as an Avodah Zarah. Right? It's an Avodah Zarah. Right? This mountain is an Avodah. You can't do that. Avodah doesn't devolve. Avodah does not devolve upon karka. Right? See, Avodah Zarah identity upon objects. So you can't make a mountain Avodah Zarah. You can't make a street Avodah to a kever, to a grave. So the same way that halacha l'maisa, Avodah Zarah can't devolve upon, so too again the grave can't devolve upon karka as well. The Gemara says, how can I be in the mechubar? So therefore, that's why Rav said, or Shmuel said, excuse me, it's not a problem if they're taking earth from Rav's grave in order to go and keep his first day. So basically, Mary is the kind of interesting case. So let's say Reuben lost his father. Reuben's father Yaakov died. What did they do? He dug a grave for his father. It turns out that he ended up using a different grave for his father. So he died A for his father, but buried his father B. So again, Reuben should not, that grave that originally dug for his father can't be used at all. We'll say that sounds like, that's again, we're going to further qualify this later on, but that sounds like halal sounds like halacha that earth does become. How come I'm asking of the Caribbean? But it's talking about the Ruvain actually built a structure on top of the ground for his father. Burial might have been in the ground, but he built a structure on top. It's that structure that becomes prohibited for 9 years. Now, we'll say now, why exactly it becomes prohibited for 9 years? This is literally Rashi. Rashi says here first, Lo Yikbar Ben Olam. We're assuming over here that this case is not specific in that Hussein dug it for his father. It would have been Allah with anyone. Once you dig a grave for someone, so there's a lot of things in this case. We're going to around just a little bit. But the idea for us in this moment is that halacha l'maisa, ground does become prohibited. Which says, we're not talking about ground, what are we talking about? An above ground structure. That becomes prohibited. Okay, fine. Kever chadash mutar ba'ano. So we'll say a brand new kever. You know, what's a brand new kever? The Rashi was a kever that wasn't dedicated for anyone. Rashi says here, the low mace was machatz was stam, or the shiyam was not mace korenu. So we'll say stam, a grave was dug, not for anyone in particular. So it's mutar ba'ano. Mutar ba'ano. It'd be interesting to see how it's that, right? But mice again, it's mutar ba'ano. Okay. So the Gemara says, "Hittul bol nefel." So if you put now nefel is usually like a miscarriage or a stillborn. So you go ahead and bury a baby in there. Asarbana. Ultimately, again, it becomes asarbana. So it says, what do you see from here? You see from here that once you use it for the dead, the earth itself becomes prohibited from any benefit. First one says, no, hafanami, the kever. Once again, what are we talking about over here? An above ground structure. Above ground structure. Okay. So Tashma, Nimtza Ashkosh Kvaras, which is very interesting. Gemara says, in reality, in the world of graves, there are 3 different types of graves. What are they? Kever Kever means I will say that you discover it in your property. Right? In other words, you discovered somebody buried. Again, what that means is somebody illegally buried their dead in your property. It happens, right? So that's called kever. That's category 1. Category 2 is kever hayadua, which as it's understood, it's kever on your property, but you knew about it. And number 3 is kever. Kever, which poses damage to the public. There wasn't how does the kever cause damage to the public? So Rashi points out over here, for example, the kever is in a public thoroughfare. Halacha l'maisa has to go over it with truma, with their nice, with other items that then become yours as a result of the location of the kever. Kever and inzak. So let's say if you find a grave on your property, which allows to move the kever, allowed to move it. And once you move it, the Komo Tar, so ultimately again, an area in which the dead was buried is Tar, and Motorban. That's because that was an illegal burial. He was not allowed to put their dead there. I'm allowed to use it, and the area Kera Hayadua, you have again a Kera that was, which means again, I knew that somebody did that on my property. So you're not allowed to move it. You know, if you make it hand on, that's the power here. The idea over here is the karka does remain. If somebody, if there's a kever that does damage or causes damage to the general public, then Allah is much of the no, so you're allowed to move it. And if you move it, its area is tar, but asarbanda. So once you see it in 2 out of the 3 cases, like the halacha l'maisa, the area itself of the grave, once again, hakanami, the kever opinion. Talking about over here about a structure built on the grave. Okay, someone can know so. Rabbi says, brother, just as an aside, if you find the grave, what about the following situation? Someone makes mitzvah, makes mitzvah. Right? Maybe you're right, somebody buried the dead on my property, you know why property. And what's halacha? What's makes mitzvah? Right where you fire the dead area. So why are you so Christian? Maybe this is a mitzvah which cannot be moved. To which Gemara says, no, shining is mitzvah, we call it a slate. A mitzvah is different. Why is a mitzvah different? Because it has a goal. It has a call in order people know about a mitzvah. All right. So I'll say, so again, I just want to point out over here what's occurred is that halacha l'maisa, dirt of a kever is not necessarily usher. And that's why, again, the halacha l'maisa, they get the dirt from the kever of Rav to treat one day fever. It sounds like that's what Gemara is saying. When kind of becomes usher is when you have some, because now why wouldn't the dirt of the kever be usher bana? Because of the comparison between a grave and a just like avodah zarah, anything that is karka, mechuber the karka, ultimately asur bana. So to create the karka itself is not asur bana. A being, a structure built on top of a grave will be asur bana. Okay, so this is now very interesting. Itmar, ha'orig beged. I say this is fascinating, and this sugya has a lot of different ramifications. So, what happens? Somebody makes a garment for the deceased. So again, we'll call it Yaakov died, and goes ahead and Reuben goes ahead and weaves a beged for So just only because I have a little bit I feel bad because I don't have so much. The Gemara says follows. So if not, Ha'orig Begel made ahead and made Tachrichim. Now watch what's happened over here. So we'll say Shaila. So actually, look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Shemes. So we'll say so now. Yai. Ruvain Tachrichim for Yaakov shrouds. So now the Shaila is the status of the shroud. So Abaye Amar Asr. Abaye says it's Asr. Is that new Asr? Rava Amar Mutar. Rava says it's Mutar. It means it's like this. Abaye says you cannot use that shroud for something else. Yes, you can. So Abaye Amar Asr. Abaye says it's Asr. Hasmona Milsi. Abaye says designated something for a particular use. Endows it with that identity. So therefore, once you go ahead and use the shroud for burial, that becomes a burial shroud, even if it has not actually been used in that way. And therefore, halacha l'maisa becomes asur bana, just like any other accessories of the dead become asur bana. Okay. Rava Amar Mutar. Rava says no, it's mutar. Why? Hasmar Nosi. Rava says designation does not endow an item with identity, right? So again, Rava says when does it become asur bana? When does it become bana? When you wrap the meat, that's when it becomes asur bana. So this is a yisod that we're going to see extends in many different areas of halacha. Hasmana nosi, hasmana lav nosi. Does designate endow the item with identity or not? Okay, so let's analyze this. So my time with Abaye, Sabaye says that has mana. That designation endows with identity. What's his life? My time with Abaye. Gamar Sham Egla Arufa. Since Abaye makes it clear Shava of Sham from Egla Arufa. Just to get again. He talks about Vatas Sham Miriam, Vakikaver Sham. And then that's lashon of Sham by death of Miriam. Now Rufa is va'arf Sham es ha'egla. Decapitate the calf there. So Sham. So by death, Sham by egla. So it says the Ma egla Rufa Nisira by egla. The moment you designate. Now the truth is, it's not really what you designate. Rashi points out that it's the moment you bring it by riverbed, right? So bringing it to the dry riverbed. That's the designation. From that moment on, it is dead as Egla Arufa. From that moment on, it is asur bana. So okay, so just like Egla Arufa, it is asur bana. So to again by death, any death accessories are automatically asur bana from the moment you designate. Rava Amar Sham Me'avonos no problem. So Rava has a different Ksira Shava of Sham. Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah. Bazmal Misra. I want to say something about Avodah Zarah. Avodah does not become asur by designation, only through worship. For example, let's say I say this table is going to be Avodah Zarah. Table Avodah Zarah, simple, right? So the designation of it does not make it Avodah Zarah. There has to be an act of worship. I bow down to it. I can offer a ladin to it. Put a carbon on it. The designation itself is Avodah Zarah. So the Bible says just like Mavos from the Hazmarlon so by death accessories, incredible. We'll say so. Really, literally two different Xer Shabbos. Fascinating. Why don't you learn? So, Rabbi, why don't you learn African language? So the Gemara says, Amalacha, Mishamshin, Kaminon, Lafukle Egla Arufa, better to learn out about accessories from Catholic. Remember again, both of them are accessories. Both of them are accessories, as opposed to Egla Rufa, which is the Ikar Avoda itself. Second line, Vabaye, my time why do you learn it out from Avodah Zarah? Rabbi says we should learn common things out from common things. In other words, what are two common things? Death and Avodah Zarah. You throw in taxes also, right? But the nice again, death and Avodah, that's common. You must just I'm sorry. By my time when people come around, why doesn't that? Sorry, you said that wrong. Why doesn't that buy you learn it out from a whole stuff happen? You learn out common things from common things. Common, and death. To exclude Avodah Zarah, which is not normal. Interestingly enough, sometimes this statement is starting to be a bit more aspirational. It actually said, the derech ha-Yehudim came. It's the derech of Jews to die and to Egla Arufa. He says, Avodah Zarah asur la'avod aved me'noach filchach lo mi. So again, the point that Rabbi is making over here is, let's come that truly exists within the orbit of the year. So what exists within the orbit of the year of death, because again, that's part of the human condition. And Egla Arufa, Avodah Zarah is usher to us, winding that up as part of the year. So now we're reference, but we just set the table for a very cheap machlokas. What's the machlokas? Hazmana milsa nasa. Does designation of an item endow it with its intended identity or not? Abaye says yes. Hazmana milsa. Rabbi says no. Hazmana milsa. So now let's dig into this. So here we go. Meisvei is the kasha. Keep on should come in address. So listen to this. Let's say you have a scarf. Should come in address. Ultimately, again, it's Kamei plus measures. Take a look at Rashi. Sha'af hu shemekafal goes Yoshev Esalash. Onish Rothschild. So let's remember again with Tumas mattress. Tumas mattress was soft. Will something or rest his weight on something or first the dirty body. So it's called Tumas mattress. So a shawl or like a kerchief could be makabel Tumas. Again, the person put their head on it, the person can sit on it. The Nasnu was safe. The lesson is very interesting. What happened? You took this sif, and you designated it as a safer Torah cover. Okay, so it's now interesting enough. As a safer, no one's going to sit. Right? No one's going to sit on it. No one's going to rest their weight on it. What's that? So ultimately, again, it is now tahar from Tumas Medrash, right? Because ultimately, again, without tefillah, without immersion, it's going to be coming to no one's going to lean on it or sit because it is designated for Torah use. It's still contractable from Tumas Medrash. So I'll say, so what do you see from here? Now, the way to reading this Gemara is designated for use as a Torah. I haven't actually used it. I designated. Well, yeah, it says it's tar. What does that show you? That Hazman Amilsihi, that designation endows the item with its intended identity. To which the Gemara says, no, Ima nas nasa v'karach. No. What it means is you had Sefer Torah and used it to wrap the Sefer Torah. Designation. What is this? This is active use already. To which the Gemara says, I'm sorry, that's not the v'karach though. Listen to this. So the Gemara says, 1 second. If you actually used it to wrap a Sefer Torah, so what's the conversation of it? That's obvious. Tusha says, no. There's another plot twist. Watch this for this stuff. This is fascinating. We're going to come visit this later on again. What's the this stuff? High sudra da azmine the nature by tefillin. This is what we'll say. If you have once again a shawl, and your use has designated it as a tefillin bag. I'm going to wrap my tefillin in this shawl. It's sarvei tefillin, and I used it for tefillin. You're not allowed to use it as a money bag. In other words, once I used it for tefillin, I can't use it as a money bag. So the Gemara says, azmine below sarvei below azmine. But if I went ahead and designated it, but didn't, or used it but didn't designate it, shari l'meitza ve'pshit. Suppose like this is the fascinating position of Rav Chisda. Rav Chisda says, in order to an item with identity, you need number one, hazman, right, designation and use. Don't have designation and use. The item does not have its identity, which is actually so it's going to turn out, by the way, really three opinions in this whole. There's Abaye, Rava, and Rav Chisda. Abaye says Hazman and also designates identity. Rava says Hazman Allah no, so designation is not in the identity. And Rav Chisda says you need Hazmana and Shimush. You need designation and use in order to endow an item with identity. Pretty incredible. Okay, according to Abaye says that that's identity. I'm going to stop translating. Do you understand? Hazman Milsi, Hazmane Apagapol Sarde. According to Abaye, who says that designation is significant. As soon as you designate that shawl for tefillin, even if you did not use it, it still has its identity. Sarbe, but what happens if you used it? Hazmane in ilo lo. Abaye says, in order to endow with identity, you need designation. That designation without use is enough, but use without designation, according to Abaye, does not endow with identity. So the Gemara says, right, the Tashma. So let's still try to figure out back in this mathologus. So Tashma, Nefesh, Shabano, Shin Kai, Mutter Bana. Interesting case. So we'll say, so a Nefesh. Now what is a Nefesh? A Nefesh essentially is like a memorial, a grave, a tomb. So, interestingly enough, you built a Nefesh L'Shem Kai. Right? In other words, you built a tomb for someone who's alive. I don't know. Whatever it is. So the Mesa, some people just are not creative, right? So you built in other words, somebody who's obviously going to die. You go ahead and essentially you construct it while they're still alive. Mutter Bana. This is Mutter Bana, right? Because again, it's for a living person. So because it's built for a living person, therefore it does not take on the identity as anything. Rashi says Nefesh binyan she'al hakev shebeno l'shinkai ch'shiyamos yikarebo. It's above ground structure that is built for grave. That when somebody dies, they're going to be buried there. So again, now Shem Nevis Asr. Interestingly enough, if you build it, then it is Asr Ba'ana. Right? Also say, what does that sound like? Now it sounds like you're building it for a person who's already dead, but they have not yet been buried. Which sounds like what's happening over here. Mana. There's designation, and yet it says it's Asr Ba'ana. Like Abaye, which says, no, we're somebody who's buried there already. Right? He'll say if that's the case, then why do we even have to mention anything about adding on any layers? Even if you don't go ahead and add on anything, so I said it's interesting. It says, no. The structure means us if you move the deceased, you move the corpse out of it and rebury it somewhere else. So the Gemara says, Amarat from Bar Papa Amarat stuff in Haya Makiro. If you know the exact area that was added on after the person died, you could remove that and the structure remains perfect. Kashma. Okay, so I hold it kever la'avid. B'halach shekiro he was still in Yaakov died. His son Reuven goes ahead and Chotzev kever la'avid makes a grave for his father. By the lashon of Chotzev with stones, right? He moves aside in order to go ahead and make a kever father. B'halach the kever acher, and then Reuven ends up burying his father in a different grave. Okay, so I was going to say, what's the status of the grave which was dug? Is that where you cover it? Ultimately, again, Reuven can't use the first grave forever. Zimmer says, so again, why is Zimmer bringing this up? What does it sound like? It sounds like this is the din of Hazmana Milsa. Milsa, grave has been dead, therefore it can't be used. Which one says, no, Hashem should have covered other. No, it's actually nothing to do with Hazmana. It's a din in Kibbutz Av. Didn't keep it up on your father. So because he dug the grave for his father, he can't use it forever. That's covered for his father. And I understand the 20 Sefer, somebody moved aside to create a grave for his father, and he ended up burying his father somewhere else. You should never use the grave at all. Forever, if you say that this is a din in Kibbutz Av, then fine. I'll say, but ultimately, again, if it's a din of Hazmana, so I'll say, it's interesting. Again, just like even with shrouds themselves, when you're beginning to weave the shrouds together, you want to say that that's Hazmana Nosa. Hazmana Nosa at most is what? When the shroud itself is completed. So to hear this lush about Chotzev kever means that you're moving aside stones. The moment you begin to move aside stones, halacha and that's it. The grave is broken. It doesn't make any sense. Rather, what you have to say, is that this case, separate thing by Kibbutz Av. So it turns out we've exhorted the second time in the case. It turns out that if a person digs a grave for their parents and ends up burying the parents in a different grave, that first grave becomes asur ba'ana for the digger, for the child. Why? It's not a hazmana. What is it? It didn't keep it avay. It didn't honoring your parents. That a grave that was dug for a parent should not be used for anything else. Incredible. Touch. Kever chadash motabano. A brand new grave is motabano. So we'll say again, what's the about kever chadash? Kever chadash is just a grave that was dug, right? Just stam dug. So the Gemara says motabano. Little bone for asabano. If you bury a stillborn in there, a baby in there, then it becomes no. So say, by the way, the reason Lashon of Nefel, often a Nefel is a non-mace, right? This miscarriage. This could be a still. In other words, she's not going to pay for the mace. So therefore, again, even if you go ahead, it's almost as like even if you just buried a Nefel in there, ultimately it's asur ba'ana. So what do you see from here? It's only once you bury the nefel in the grave that the grave becomes asur ba'ana. So what do you see from here? Only once it's actively used, designation is not enough to make it asur. So which the Gemara says, what? In the afagav the lo hito. Not true. True is even if you didn't put anything in the grave, it's still asur. Ulafuki with Reb Shimon Gamliel. This comes to his position, Reb Shimon Gamliel. Amar ein lenefalim tfisas hakever. Shimon says that in general, a stillborn or a miscarriage does not go ahead and endow the area with the status of a grave. So it's coming to exclude that position. I'm going to ask, what's the case over here? I'm sorry, just skip the, sorry. Tashma. Most are Mason and Mason. Most are Mason. So remember, all of this is not like Okisabai. Interesting case over here. Yaakov passed away. And we go ahead and we collect money for Yaakov's burials. And it turns out that there's surplus funds. What do you do with surplus funds? So the Mosar Mason, okay, whatever is surplus stays in what we'll call the burial fund. Burial fund, it's all right, you don't need it for Yaakov, you'll use it for future buyers. Mosar made your shove. So actually, let me reframe this. If in general, there's a general collection, right? We're collecting the needs of the dead, right? Somebody passed away, a non-collection, and there's surplus, so that remains real funds. What happens if we're collecting for someone specific? We're collecting for Yaakov. Yaakov passed away, collecting for Yaakov. Now it turns out again, we needed $1,000. What did we get? The Gemara says it goes to the Arshut children. goes to children, interesting, what's interesting is as follows. If you take a look at Rashi, this is in the wide lines of Rashi's three lines down the Yarshav. Lehanos man, the Yarshim get the surplus money to benefit from it. Alma Hasman Milsi. So what do you see from here? So that money was designated. That money was designated for Yaakov's burial expenses. But now that there's surplus, what do you do with the surplus money? It goes to the kids. What do you see from here? That has money. So the designation does not endow something with identity. Shmuel says, none collected this while Reuben is alive. It's a little awkward, right? But the Maisa, again, Reuben was imminently dying. They knew that the family didn't have the money to cover the expenses. They wanted to be proactive. So they collected while he's alive. Now, saying now the thing that is, okay, now you're collecting burial expenses of someone who's still alive. So therefore, again, it's not called money associated with the dead. And therefore, the Maisa should be more perfect. The Gemara says, that's not what it says. It's not most Mason, the Yarshav, leftover money that was collected for the general dead remains in the burial fund. Most is for any leftovers for the dead, in other words, collected for a specific person who died. To the kids, Tony Allah, and the Gemara says, what's the example? First one, Kates that double Mason stam, Zemos Mason. What was the case? So case number one, the general would collect for general burial, not someone's specific general needs. That goes into the general burial fund. The Zell most makes the collecting for Reuben or for Yaakov, right? That specific funds for a specific case, surplus funds go to the kids. So let's say that sounds like we're collecting the money once Yaakov's already dead. Well, the time What's this fact? It turns out that this is actually a rage. So let's listen to this case, right? So Yaakov dies. So again, if we're raising general funds for burial expenses, again, I know that I need to use funds for Yaakov who died. But the way we've framed the collection is for the needs of the dead. It's a general collection. Okay, so that's easy. Any surplus funds remain in the burial fund. But now let's say Yaakov died. Yaakov's life is going to cost $5,000. You need to go ahead and raise $5,000. We have to $7,000. So what do you do with the extra $2,000? Like Tanakama says, it goes to Yaakov's Yarshim. Rabbi Meir Omer, lo yika b'hen ad shiyava idiyah. And Meir says, don't touch it. Don't touch it. It's not clear. Essentially, it's not clear what we do with that money. So therefore, leave it until Eliyahu Hanavi comes. Rabbi Nasser says, Ya'asenu dimos al kivro. No, use the Reuben's matzeva. Use it for his matzeva or structure. Use it for something associated with his grave. Or sprinkle wine or something aromatic on his funeral. Rabbi Nassim says the money has to be used for Yaakov himself. It has to be used for the deceased. So let's listen, now watch this. Gemara says, Ella, both Abai and Rabbi interpret this rice in accordance with their respective positions. Here we go. Abai says everyone agrees the designation endowed the item with identity. So Tanakama Savar the Chazile Tafis, the low Chazile low Tafis. So therefore, Abai is like this. Tanakama is like this. Right? Asmana knows. But Asmana only goes like this. Only the money that is going to be given for the burial of Reuben is endowed with burial money identity. The rest of the money, and therefore Allah for myself goes to the earth. That's the Tanakh. Right? The mayor is not sure. The mayor is not sure. Does the Hasmana devolve on all the money collected or all money necessary for the burial? Therefore, and Rabbi says, don't touch the remainder until the yarn that comes. Rabbi Nassan, Shitale, the Bandai office, Hilfach, Yasenati Masashiko. Rabbi Nassan says, no, it's obvious, Hasmana no see. And therefore, again, the Bel identity devolves upon all of the money, and therefore, Allah, all of it must be used for the needs of the burial. And if you only need it for the burial, use it for aromatic sprinkling on the funeral beer, a matzeva, so on and so forth. Rabbi interprets according to his reasoning. The Chulia Amma has Manalandos. It's Rabbi. Everyone, according to Rabbi, everyone agrees that designation does not endow with identity. And a conversation so a term like this, in general, collection of money for one's burial needs is embarrassing. It's embarrassing that a person can't take care of themselves. But nevertheless, so the Gemara says, but nevertheless, again, the may sell for the Yarshin. The Yarshin have to be sound, if anything, and therefore he's mochel, and therefore Allah the remainder goes to the Yarshin. For a man, Misafki, like you mochel, you know mochel. Therefore, therefore, Rabbi Nassim Pita, like the low mochel, and it says ultimately again the mace is not low. Therefore again Yasef Dimos Al Kivro. Ultimately again making Dimos used for burial needs or let's say Zilo cleaning ourselves. So okay, fine. So it's like Halacha L'Maisa again. The point over here is that Halacha L'Maisa, the Malchus Abaye and Rabbi ultimately still remains in existence. Good. So he gives as follows. The Gemara says over here, the key over here is that whether or not the ultimately again is vocal on the fact that he pointed suffering humiliation after his death. In other words, the idea over here is he's vocal on that death. So Rashi says over here, kind of comes up and look at the bottom. When he was alive, he was already vocal ultimately again on his embarrassment. The name is she's Bazar la Acham Saso. He's vocal that he'll be embarrassed after his death. Noas Yarshin for the of his children. Okay, so both bottom line is both covering both has their own respective positions. Hashmal obviously when was acting both here. This was so let's say parents lose a child. Parents Reuben and Rachel lose their child, and what happens? They are so distressed that taking all of their items, literally again their garments, and they're throwing it on. So what they're doing is they're throwing it on top of the grave of the son, right? As almost like Rashi points out over here, as like a display of nothing in life is meaningful anymore. Now that we go on the kever, does that become aserban and create a significance going forward? So tell other people to quickly go save the garments. In other words, perfect. Look at Rashi. So when we see other people split as the take the garments, now what do you see from this? Go ahead and step in and pick up these indicates to us. That designation is significant. Because if it was significant, then Hello Maisa, well, the Maisa will be 2 days. Hassan Shrai. It's different over. That case is different. Why is that case different? Because Hello Maisa, it's clear the parents aren't making an informed decision. What's happening over here? They're so consumed by grief that they're just throwing away all of it. So there's a lack of das. So this is not a thing that knows has not a lot more. So there's no das. So because there's no das, therefore, others would step in and say, when is this so? So into this, when is that so? When the item is being thrown to the mita. They were assuming over here, which literally means the burial bed. But again, I will say, so the kashtos, what it sounds like is, as long as it didn't touch the funeral beer. But if it touched the funeral beer, it's asrba, no. But I don't understand, if there's not like informed das over here, so why should we make No. When we say the bed, it's not talking about the funeral beer. I will say, essentially, there are like 2 different mitos. There was one mita which the mace was carried, right? But then there was another mita with which the mace was buried. So when originally throwing garments, they're throwing it on the mita, on the bier on which the deceased is being carried. So that, again, other people come rescue the items, because again, no choices over here. This is grief. And they can see the items. If on the other hand, on the bed or on the structure that we call the beer that is to be buried with stuff has been thrown on there. You can't find out because anything here in which the mace is going to be buried almost, and we're concerned that if people start taking stuff off that bed, then what people will think that burial shrouds to be repurposed as well. Okay, Tashma. Back to our story, please. If you have that was made for tillin bag, almost. So ultimately, you use it for a money pouch. So I'm sorry. If you have a bag that was made for tillin, you cannot use it for money. The pouch made for tillin, but other again it was a pouch. You happen to put tillin in. Then what? Then you have balls. Ultimately, again, because it's interesting enough. This one is like has one milsa. So it sounds like designation. Again, is significant. Whereas it's emo, asiach tillin, asiach balls. So you know, rather read it as follows: in the pouch for tillin. You use it for tillin, then you can't subsequently money. Who's the pain? Is that that's what Chista? Was there what Chista said? What Chista say? You need designation, and you in order to go ahead and enjoy. So Tashma, Amar lo shall say for now shall tillin. I go to class and say the craftsman, make me a cover or literally a box for Torah or an article or anything that's tillin bag. What actually understanding behind so Kodesh Lashtamish Chol. If I have not yet used the items in their consecrated purpose, then ultimately I can use it for that. Right? However, but once I use it for a consecrated purpose, I can no longer use it for something mundane. So I'll say, what does that sound like? That sounds like Rabbi, that Hasmana Lav Nos. Designation is not significant. Or even though it's been designated, so long as it is not being used, ultimately it does not have identity. Which says in reality, tonight, this whole thing is a machlokes tanoi. Hasmana Nosi, Hasmana Lav Nosi is a machlokes tanoi. This Sanya, here we go. Sipan Zav, Osha Tala Alei, Arbaim Atmea, those are chores. If you decided to come in and go, sounds beautiful, right? But you're not allowed to do it, right? Or for that matter, again, you use the hide of a non-kosher animal. Sulos, ultimately, again, the Tillin apostle. So, Arbaim Torah, Ksheros, but if you use the leather, right? You use leather from a kosher animal. Obviously, the Tillin kosher. Even though hides that were used for tillin, not tend the shema. It wasn't on the shema. The Rothschild says, or behemora psulos, actually it's on the shema. So Rothschild says, no, it's not enough to use a kosher hide. You also have to have a hide that was tanned for the purpose of tillin. So fine. So the point over here is once again the focus. We're suggesting that this focus, whether or not you need tanning the shema, ultimately again is the focus and Rabbi as it has mana no see or lack no see. Rashi says over here, Agav Shema Abdul Arz the Shema has mana love no see paslon. Same focus. So once all the merges that will be here. I and Rabbi took that machlokes and made it into a machlokes tanoi. Okay, I'm going to be Rabbi. Rabbi said Rabbi. So Rabbi, the following: Me iko duchta duramu be'nes va'argi beged be'nes. So we'll say, by the way, now after this whole thing, the Gemara just brings up such an interesting question. Remember how this whole machlokes Abai and Rabbi got started? How did it get started? The last of the Gemara was ha'oreg beged lemes. If one weaves a beged for a mace, that's how this whole thing got started. So now the Gemara just asks, well, what does that mean? Only beged for mace. So is there such a thing ultimately again that one is weaving a beged for mace? What? The mace is going to sit there, just going to lie there. Well, it takes time to weave a beged. So what's the shot weaving a beged for the mace? To which the Gemara says, no, what happens? It goes shafli to hartanya. It happened Hartanya was a very poor community, and they're literally again even for Tahitian, what would happen is someone would die. And myself, after they would die, they would kind of scrounge together. Okay, so we'll say So let's say, fundamental focus over here. Who does Allah, Abaye or Rabbi? So follows Abaye as Manamosa. Second thing he said, follows Rabbi. So as Manamosa, what's the Hilchasa? Kavasa Rabbi. The halacha follows Rabbi that has Mana Lav Yos. And ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa, halacha l'maisa, designation does not endow an item identity. Now, I will say the truth is, generally, that's how we pass it. So I'll just give you an example. For example, let's say a person buys a brand new tefillin bag. I bought a brand new tefillin bag, right? It says on it, right? It has my name on it. So it's pretty much looks like a tefillin bag, smells like a tefillin. Interestingly enough, technically, if you decide to repurpose a lunch bag, right? Technically, you should represent you could do that. Because Hasman Allah knows all there's been a designation. Now, once you put your tefillin in there, once you use for tefillin, then you get into a lunch bag. But technically speaking, you pass it like Rabbi, Hasman Allah. That's why the tefillin bag. Other cases in halakha may get clear, but you might as well hear like Rabbi, Hasman Allah. Designation of something for a particular purpose does not endow with it. And there's a tremendous Musar Haskell in that as well. What's the Musar Hasman Allah? So I will say, what is designation? Designation is a thought. Thoughts do not create reality. Intentions do not create reality. What creates reality? Actions. Actions. So when you put your tefillin in on that, there's a ma'isa. Ma'isa create reality. Thoughts and intentions. That I will say, such a tremendous Muslim life. Look for life. So many beautiful thoughts, so many intentions, goals, dreams, aspirations, which are all fundamentally beautiful and incredible, but are meaningless unless you act. Hasmana, Rav, intentions, designations do not create realities, only actions do. That is true. All right, come on, everyone.
It's like I thought everybody had
Shkoyach.
Kids, I touched my wife. I tried to get it. I didn't get it. This just didn't get it. I didn't get it. I had 2 days where I felt crappy. Not crappy.
No, we passed the Mrs. Sales.
So what I did was I just went
It makes us required to have one of the videos with trouble. Certain things are required. The channel, you can't tell me what you need my money to put it on.
You don't have to think you make that trouble. I'm
Nobody deals it.
So what is this? Jamie got it, Tony got it, a bunch of our friends got it, and they were fine. My family was fine. My kids got through it like that. That was the nutty thing. Like one of them had like a little bit of a headache, and she came home from school, and then she tested positive. And she was sick for a day, maybe 2 days. With no medication.
Hi, Josai. Good morning. Good morning. Good to walk. Hopefully, everyone had a beautiful, uplifting, and meaningful Shabbos. A great close spot Hashem to continue and begin a new week of Mesechus and Hedges together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors to thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the year of Tavshin Pei Hey, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all of the shiurim and drushos for this year, and also for the Soul of Am Yisrael. Our learning sponsors are Ari and Chaya Richter, in memory of our Richter's Jewish grandmother, Sarah Bas Shin Zichron Levach, who is in the terrorist this past week. We also merit of our commentators and Shalom having our real family in the Shabbat. And of course, we dedicate our learning in the precious hostages, as well as we continue to bring them the Shalom and the Shalom and the merit of our holy soldiers there. And for allow you to be successful. Look what Maaseh did. But with that, let us be not to be Baruch Hashem. An incredible dot ahead of us today. Sorry. All right. Okay, so let's be here. So let's say today's dot is Memzayin 57. I believe this was left off about 6 lines into the white lines. Is that correct? Everybody in the room? As uma vossa unida que subsídia, that passage. So Memval is 46b, about 6 lines into the white lines. Very good. Christian Visionavu or Mission Kappa. When we bury the dead, ultimately again because not to bury them is considered to be a bizarre, a degradation, or a humiliation for the dead, or because that burial affects kapara. So the Gemara says, burial affects the total. The Gemara says, it might not be, what does it matter? What happens if a person says, right, Reuben's about to die, and Reuben says, you know what, don't bury me. Don't bury me. I know I don't spend the money, Rabbi is expensive, just don't bury me, it's alright. So is a person allowed to say, don't bury me? So the Gemara says, it depends. See, this is about degradation and humiliation. Remember again, degradation and humiliation doesn't only impact the dead, it also impacts the family. It's going to be humiliating for a family to have someone unburied. Maybe Rashi says over here, Rashi says almost very close, to be because it is innocent for the relatives. See, it's a dinner humiliation, so it's not just the dinner humiliation for the dead, for the deceased person, because again, the dead person's dead. One of the good parts about being dead is you don't believe, right? That's right, right? So the nice side is so you have to see the bright side of everything in life. So the nice side, again, after you say your dad, there's no humiliation. So it's not bizarre when you say degradation, who's humiliated? It's family, because the family is having their relatives unburied. Say humiliation, even if Reuben says, don't bury me, you don't listen to him. On the other hand, the undermission kapara, but at the end of the day, perhaps burial is about atonement. Perhaps burying the dead is part of the atonement for the dead. So then halakha so again, I will say, if you take a look at Rashi says over here, כי יש לתהג לכפרה התמונה זו שמורידים ומשפיעים על ספיוס. I will say, could very much, we'll see this, we've seen this actually, we'll see more today, that burial, death, atonement. And it could very well be that part of is burial, is being put in the ground. That's part of the atonement of the ritual. And we'll see now, show you beautiful in this Rashi. If you look to it, Rashi describes burial. He says, again, you see that Rashi? The Rashi is right across from the last show in the Gemara. When you bury someone, burial itself is a kapara. Look how Rashi describes burial. Rashi describes hatmona. Hatmona literally means insulation. In other words, you go ahead, you take a pot, you wrap it in a towel, that's called hatmona. Rashi calls burial a hatmona. We'll say, what is this Rashi? What is that trying to tell over here? Burial is not a permanent. Burial means you put it in the ground and you put it there. You're insulating it there until something else. What's the something else? Mashiach. Yes, I may see. Like the entire you sold the burial. When you say, and that's what I will say, that's why amazing enough, in Jewish burial, there's no flowers. Right? In Eretz Yisrael, it's interesting. In Eretz Yisrael, you see special soldier burials. But in general, we don't have flowers by a funeral. Why is that? There's really two reasons. I guess you can't bring it down. Number one, because often, like conventional thinking is, do whatever you can to pretty up death. In other words, whatever you do, don't make death look like death. That's why you see by other religions, what will often happen is all the earth is covered. Like you'll never see a mound of dirt, and there's weeds, there's flowers, and it's beautiful. Then what happens? There's the service. Everyone leaves, and then what happens? Then the dirt comes out, the digging happens, right? Because the goal is to really cosmeticize death. I don't know if that's what we're using, right? Cosmeticize, right? Just make it look pretty, make it look nice. You just try to understand that one of the most important parts of mourning, one of the most important parts of life, is whatever you go through, lean into it. Whatever you lean into it, just put yourself in it. So there's, lean into it. Death is reality. Death is the end. Death is my love. going into the ground and they're going to be buried. And there's no pretending that it's any prettier than it is, because it's not. It's difficult, it's heartbreaking, it could be devastating at times. But the sooner you get into it, the sooner one is able to practically deal with it. That's number one. Number two is at the end of the day, we believe, see, if you make a funeral into a big final send-off, then it looks like this is the end. But it's not the end. That is not the end. And not just the end because of the Olam Haba. We believe in Mashiach. We believe in Chias and resurrection of dead. We believe this is just another stage. Just like birth stage of life, death is a stage of life. But it's not the end. So I like to make a whole big deal out of it because the end of the day, it's just another stage. And I say that is so profound. We're putting the ground, so to speak, insulated. It's a holding place. Holding for what? For things and the dead come back to life the year of your name. So he says, that's the Shiloh. That's the Shiloh. So once everyone agrees there's a din of burial. Din of burial. As it's just nobody. You know, by the halachos of mourning, different halachos. The halachos, you know, that's why you find in different communities. People really do different things. But the one thing that everyone agrees with is buried in the ground. That's how it's interesting. I remember when I came to Baltimore, I never saw this before. Like the first one, when the early batteries here, they utilize bolts. Sometimes it's because the water table or different things like that. Never saw it before in my life. So again, it came to halakhic shilas was also fascinating. But even then, it's an event. The Gemara says as follows: the shilah. So why do we bury? Do we bury because degradation for the Farapara? It's atonement for the dead. So it's not clean up. We're on his deathbed. He gathered family. He says, Chavra, do me a favor. I'd rather you go the money on burial. Right, goes for the money. I take the money. It was a joke. All right, good. Right, nice program. And make a lafayette or shliver it so you're on base on. Can you do that? So it depends. If burial is about kapara, okay, so we can say, I don't want the kapara. If burial is about humiliation and degradation, Reuben doesn't have a right to bring that humiliation upon his family, which I will say that is also another tremendous concern. In life, you can do whatever you want, but you can't do whatever you want when what you want to do has implications upon other people. So sometimes we forget that the choices we make don't only impact us, but the choices we make have a ripple effect on our families, on our friends, and our community. So you can choose whatever you want for you, as long as it only impacts you. But the moment your decisions and your choices have an impact on other people, you must absolutely unequivocally keep that in mind before making a final decision. That's our Shaila. She said to the Gemara, let's go. So you might say, touch one, we need tzaddikim. So let's listen to this. Well, it's obvious. Because we buried tzaddikim. They both say now the fact that we even buried tzaddikim, we are not sure kapara tzaddikim and kapara sufi. Now obviously what does that show you? That shows you that burial is because of what humiliation and degradation. Because the tzaddikim need kapara. Tzaddikim don't need type of kapara, to which the Gemara says something absolutely amazing. No. Tzaddikim, so the Gemara says, it's not true. Even tzaddikim need atonement. Why? Adam in tzaddik ba'at sheyasetov v'lo yachta. Was one of the most profound psukim in all of Tanakh. Shlomo says in Taharas, Adam in tzaddik ba'at sheyasetov. There is no such thing as a tzaddik who doesn't mess up. Even the greatest of tzaddikim makes mistakes. Even the greatest of tzaddikim, when he dies, is in requirement of kapara. Incredible. Tashma, let me answer this. Tashma, the self-to-go college of Kabbalah. So we say the boss is that the eulogy all time, so you look at me there, and this is an appeal. You haven't been the boss, unfortunately, was the kings of Malchus Israel. the film for Israel, the split kingdom, and unfortunately introduced Rabbi Zara. He had a son by the name of Avia. Well, he had a number of sons, but his son Avia was one of his righteous choices. So the Prophet says they eulogized him and they buried him. The Amakif did have like a Hanach Nami Yitzur. But if you tell me that also what that burial is for Kapara, so why is only Avia buried? Why are all the other sons buried as well? The Gemara says, "Hi, did Tzaddik have any Kapara? How long do you have any Kapara? Not because sometimes the Allah was like this. Tzaddikim deserve Kapara. The Shoim don't deserve Kapara. Kashma lo yispadu, lo yipadu, don't have any Kapara." Okay, so one second. So therefore, the Gemara kind of ends off, and the Gemara doesn't tell us exactly what the reason is for. Now, happens either the Rasham Paskins is that the entire essence of burial is because of degradation. That's not the Rasham Paskins, but the truth is it's really both. The burial itself is part of the Kabbalah, so we're going to essentially that there are three parts to Kapara, to the power of death. There's death, there's burial, and then there is the decomposition. Thank you. Decomposition of the remains. Those are the three parts that affect it. But burial itself really serves these two purposes of halakha ma'isa, halakha again. That atonement also saves the family from degradation. Also, this is actually very important because this comes up. Unfortunately, what happens if a family member leaves instructions to be cremated? They're cremated, or even not as, let's say they leave for above ground burial. Now, in general, there's a mitzvah to the case. There's a mitzvah to uphold last will and testament of someone who dies, but not when that runs out. So therefore, again, even if someone requests to be cremated or above ground burial, the family member has the ability to write. It is an act of service to the deceased to give them a proper burial. Religious is just so before. Number one, the degradation to the family, and number two, the incredible kapara that burial affects the neshama. All right, along the same lines. Ibn has speak of Yakar the Chai Havi or Yakar the Shliga. Both say this is an incredible Gemara. Eulogies. Why do we deliver eulogies? Let me ask you some notes. I open every single revival with this information. Right? Because, yeah, I still think it's not necessary. So the Gemara asks the following question. Not this any probably sounds weird. Not that he calls me all the values. Right? We just have to be about the same values. Right? And that's the Gemara. The Gemara says, a eulogy. Like you deliver eulogies. Yakar the Chai Havi is honor to the living. What a eulogy does is essentially a eulogy gives that people are speaking about one very good or Yakar the Shak or no cover to the family. It's not cover to the deceased. Cover to the deceased, right? The neshama is there by Rabbi, and therefore the neshama hears all the incredible things that are being said about it. The Gemara says, okay, they might not communicate. Who cares? What does it really matter? So listen to this. That's everything that was that. And really says, I do not want any eulogies. Sometimes people say, I don't want any eulogies at my Rabbi. So we used to have professional whalers, not W-H-A-L-E-R, like W-A-I-L-E-R, right? Otherwise, that makes that people like professional flyers, you would get these guys. So I wonder, what an interesting service to provide, right? But for myself, the truth is, it's very different than bringing a band to the wedding. You always need a truck who helps to set the mood. So these guys, people would come, they would cry, they would eulogize, they would this. So what would happen? So can you force children to pay for the wailers, the criers, eulogizers? So I said, listen to this. So it depends. What does it depend on? If eulogies are about cover for the family, so then ultimately, again, even if Ruben says, I don't want any eulogies, you don't listen to him. He eulogies if you want. But if on the other hand, eulogies are about cover for the deceased, so if the soon-to-be deceased individual says, I don't want any eulogies, then you should listen to them. That's the Shaila. So the Gemara says, let's analyze. Tashma Baram, this all the Sarah. So wow, this is so high Sarah. This is such a beautiful Gemara. Avram Avinu to eulogize for her and to cry for her. Let's see, it's interesting. Richard points out on this passage. If you think about it, it doesn't seem the right order of things. It should yavo Avram with Sarah the Ludah, that he cried for her, and then he eulogized her. Right? Crying is the most instinctive part. So it said that he eulogized when he cried for her. So Rabbi Richard he says that Avram understood that there were two parts to Sarah. There was public Sarah, there was private Sarah. There was Sarah as Avram his wife, and there was Sarah meaning like as the mother to the monotheistic community. So Avram Avinu put loss of the community above his own personal loss. So first he knew that was for the community, and then only after he gave the community the opportunity to mourn for her, only then did he mourn his own personal loss. Overwhelming. Anyway, so we should look at the Tarihu, we should look at the Avram, Mashu, and Sarah. And once now, here's the stride in the Gemara, and this is very important. The Gemara understands over here that Halakha L'Maisa, Avram Avinu was not with Sarah when she passed away, right? Remember again, Avram was by the Akiva. Sarah meaning dies in the Sheva, right? So Avram Avinu, Sarah meaning dies, and Avram Avinu was by the Akiva. So Avram Avinu has to come to Sarah when she dies. So now remember, that means they read in order for Avram to eulogize. You say, watch this, if you say the eulogy is for the sake of the deceased, then I understand. Then it makes sense. It's covered for that don't do like a burial. But if you say that the eulogy is covered for the living, so because of covered for Avram Avinu, because it's covered for Avram Avinu, people should hear about his wife, they should talk about his wife, and it's covered for him with the way the burial of Sarah. Doesn't seem to make that much sense. So because of the covenant of Avram Avinu, we're going to delay the burial of Sarah. It doesn't make any sense. No, delaying the burial to give cover to Avram was covered for why? Sarah Gufa Nechalei Yehi Dimiyakir Brachra. So it was covered to Sarah for Avram to have covered. In other words, even if I say that eulogies are not for the dead, but eulogies are for the living, the greatest cover one could have given to Sarah Imanim was to give cover to her husband. The greatest knowledge that Sarah would have would be to know that Avram Avinu was being treated beautifully with love and with care. It is such a beautiful insight into knowledge. And at the end of the day, there's so much about like what makes a beautiful and meaningful and holy marriage. And I'm going to say, I think it's right here, like on this Gemara, when you love and you care for someone so much that their needs are more important than your own, that's a beautiful, holy, and blissful relationship. A lot of times in marriage, I'm happy to do for the other, right? I'm happy to do for my spouse, as long as my needs are met. Right? It's like the prerequisite. As long as I'm good, I'm happy to give as much as needed. That's not really what it's about. Really, marriage represents a level of selflessness that really goes above and beyond normative expectations. The ability to do needs above my own totality. But as long as the other person is happy, I'm good. I'm good. So for singing, but what makes Sarah being happy? What was covered for Sarah? Covered for Sarah was to know that I'll take care of even in death. Like Sarah was happy in death, knowing that there's such a selflessness when it comes to marriage that really, again, by the way, you should just know, if the reverse as well, what's something amazing? I like my heels and just like I'm small, but the heels match. Remember, Avram wanted to have children more than anything. Sarah couldn't have children. Avram went real far to the idea of taking a second life. And who did it come from? Who brought up the idea of bringing up a second life? Sarah brought it up. Avram never brought it up. It never came up. It was never a suggestion mentioned Why? Because I said because Abraham valued Sarah over anything. If it's a choice between Sarah's feelings and children, I'm going with Sarah's feelings. If it's a choice between Sarah's happiness and my future, I'm going with Sarah's happiness. Also, do you understand what it means to be committed to another human being? It's not about me. It's not about me. If HaKadosh Baruch Hu is mazmin Ashira, HaKadosh Baruch Hu allows me to build a life with a partner, if it gives me that gift, which not everyone is able to have, then by definition, the way to nurture that gift is to be 1,000,000% selfless. It's not that, okay, as long as my needs are met, I'm happy to give. A heightened level of selflessness and everything. That was Abraham and Sarah, and that's what they modeled for us. Incredible. Touch them up. All right, dude, we're not going to finish this stuff. Okay. All right, too good. So, I know it's not my fault. You put this like with me either. It's like with me up here. It's too good. All right, let's go. Touch them up. There's something to call these up. There's something to call these up. Cover also. So again, we're just getting back. We might be revisiting Sutra and mentioning before. I have you up on your Rabbi. So don't check the eulogy. And if you want to say the eulogy is about honor to the living, we remember the family of the so Tzaddikim wants to come to other people through them. Tashma, I have a Shbaz said they shall not be buried. So the Gemara says that ultimately Tzaddikim don't want coverage coming to the Shem. Tashma, the Shalom Hamus, or the Mitzvahs Avosech, Amalokana, Yom Shari Lechanecha. Can Yisrael Lachar, Aya Adam, Yisbudu Lach, so that's his by Sikyo. So by Sikyo, the Rabbi tells him that ultimately again you're going to die in peace. And the hires of the kings who came before you will be for you. He's going to have a good death. They're going to eulogize you. Now, again, if the eulogy is about honor to the living, honor to the dead, so let's just say, no, it's not just say, no, it's not about the dead, it's about the living. So it's what they mean. So ultimately, Klal Yisrael will gain honor through you the same way that Klal Yisrael gained honor through your forefathers. So it's like a really beautiful idea as well that Tzaddikim are happy when other people get honored through them. Like Tzaddikim don't just need people, don't need their own honor. Tzaddikim are always happy when other people get covered through them. What's the top of that sign? 47. Tashma. Mivza be'inav nimas. So this is David and Arakim together. Which literally means again, someone who is lowly in his own art. Zech is Kiel Meladuda. This refers to his Kiel Meladuda. Shekibler Asmos Aviv Amita Shalchavar. He dragged his father's bones, his fur. So his Kiel's father was a man by the name of Achaz. So again, he went ahead and he dragged Achaz's bones on a bed of ropes. Now what does that mean? So remember, Achaz was a tremendous Russia. Introducing Hizkiel was a tremendous tzaddik. One of the things Hizkiel felt that he had to do when he first assumed that he was absolutely fundamentally and totally repudiate the idolatry of his father. So what he did was he dragged his father's remains through the streets to show that this is a fundamental and complete repudiation of evil. So the Gemara says, spoke a little bit about this by Shalashim, about this concept of sometimes, needing to slap people in the face and just say, no, this is not what we do, this is not how we do it. You know what like, so what's my time? Let's take it to have like a part of so and if you say that eulogy is about coming to the living my time, because it's having a kapar lavua. He did this ultimately again, so she kapar for his father, for our function, Shum kapar lavua. Because of coming for his father, he did not cover the Klal Yisrael. So you must say, fire names that we can make for Klal Yisrael also. Whereas again, this was important even for Klal Yisrael for gold to cover in order to go ahead and have kapara for Achaz. Tashma, Amar Lahem. So what's this again? Remember, we're still tethered in our fundamental question. What's our fundamental question? What is the role of the eulogy? Is eulogy there ultimately again to go ahead? Is it honor for the dead or is it honor for the living? So Tashma, both said, is an incredible thing. Tashma, Amar Lahem. So it was in his Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda, before he died, he gave a series of instructions to his children. And he said to his kids, he said to his family, Al tisbiduni ba'ayaros. Do not go ahead and don't eulogize me in the small villages. So remember, they would take Rabbi Yehuda, he died in Sipori. They're burying him in base shard. So they were to go ahead and take his casket. It was a journey. And they'd be making a number of stops along for eulogies. So he said to them, when you make stops, eulogize me. Don't eulogize me in small towns. Only eulogize in large cities where there will be a large gathering of people. That was his instruction. That was the instruction. So the Gemara says, now again, if you eulogy is for cover for the living, then what does it mean that us care where you eulogize him? What does it matter? However, yes, you Yisrael say. So Rabbi Yehuda Nasi felt well, ultimately, again, the larger eulogies wouldn't be a cover for him, but rather again, it was a cover for Klal Yisrael. If people would see that Klal Yisrael were honoring the Torah scholars in such numbers, that'd be a cover for Klal Yisrael. Incredible Tashma. Shemar goes back to so now our Mishnah. What are the Mishnah? So said, Halakha is not to bury the dead, right? But if they live for the purposes of honoring the dead, for example, to bring a casket or to bring shrouds, ain't no over Allah. So let's say you're not over. In other words, the only time you're not allowed to delay burial is when you're just delaying it for some other associated reason. But the reason we're delaying burial is to give the mace even more covered, bringing shrouds, bringing a casket. That is going to be fine. So the Gemara says, not allowed to blow those shoulders. Doesn't it mean for the cover of the mace? No. The Kvodo Shalkai, so it means for the cover of the lip watch. Which Kvodo Shalkai make not is labor mace. So I would say, out of cover for the living, we're going to delay the burial of the dead. How does that make any sense? In the Torah says, you shall not leave his body hanging on the tree. Why? Because it's a degradation. So you say any degradation is comparable to hanging the body on a tree. So the Gemara says, when are you not allowed to delay burial? But delaying will result in a degradation for the dead. Keep until less baby Zion. But over here, because there is no Zion, therefore again, someone says it's interesting. You're allowed to go ahead and delay the. This actually comes up a little bit, where delaying burial in a way that doesn't present to be Zion for the dead. So all of these things are also very different in our current circumstances. This refrigeration. So remember again, in the times of the Gemara, not so long ago, before refrigeration, so leaving someone unburied for any amount of time, especially again during the summer, could result in significant humiliations. Yes, a lot of these things have changed. So the Gemara suggesting that sometimes we're getting this interesting interface between considered to be covered for the mace and covered for the living. What we see is that sometimes these things very much in yourself. Watch this. Touch law. And we live with logos, Allah Ayaros, logos, Rabbi are the declaration, over Allah. In order to give people more time to come to the Rabbi, right? Let people know that so and so died, let people come to the Rabbi, to bring again the criers, to go ahead and bring the casket, shrouds, and over Allah. One is not in violation of halal and delaying the burial. Shekala Ose Eino Ela L'Fogo Shalos. Because whoever does these things, ultimately again is looking for the Kavadas. Havi Kava concept L'Fogo Shalchai Ein Bo Zayonis. So also, remember this to say for kids, anything that's done to cover up the living, ultimately is not a desire of the living. So in other words, there's an intersection between these concepts about what's covered for mace and covered for kai, right? But ultimately, these things very much cringe because if people are allowed to more property, then that gives greater honor to the dead. See, even if it turns out that we're delaying the burial a little bit, not a lot, a little bit, to give people the opportunity to mourn, that's called for the living, and really it translates to honor for the dead. Everybody wants to touch them up. Everything else says, You've sitting up on the mace. This is fascinating. It is only one dead. Should it fly out of Anisa? Where something negative happens after the person dies. For example, so the Gemara says, make shalom nispat. For example, let's say you have someone who is not eulogized appropriately, but lo nikbar, or someone wasn't buried at all. Oh shit. Someone was dragged by a wild animal, also not buried. Oh shit, how you be shunning this outfit? On the castle, or was waiting on the funeral bier, so singing enough elements. This is a good sign for the Muslim. How are these things a good sign for a mace? Because it points out over here, that means is retribution is being exacted for the punishment of the deceased on the body here in this world, so that the neshama will not have to suffer in that. In general, we have this idea, that it's a very high level to reach, but it's only something that we have to inspire to. So when difficult happen to us in life, there is a certain element of sin that has to come with it. Why? Because every little bit of sad, every little bit of discomfort or pain or difficulty that I have in this world means that it's less that I have to suffer in the next. All of us have spiritual baggage, and all of us have things for which we need atonement for. And that atonement is exacted from us in this. It means there is less punishment and less atonement in the world to come. So not just suggest that we have something now, obviously, and that's a very high level, to reach. But even if I can't, sometimes what they polite is about things that I know to be true, even if I'm not really holding there just yet. Incredible argument. So you says, now, so what do you see from here? So he says, Shlamina, you get the Shakti. So what do you see from here? What did the man say? Well, for our purposes, what's your point over here? Someone died and they weren't properly eulogized. I don't know. You can come up with this case and I'm going to say, you know what this does happen? Someone dies on Cholamite. Right? Or it's a grave site, today, in America, we're very used to funeral home levites, right? So, but again, in many places, it's not necessarily funeral home levites, so it's grave site, and it's pouring. It's pouring, right? So a person doesn't get the hesed that they deserve. And Gemara says, you know what? It's actually a beautiful thing. Because since there's a pain in missing out on the eulogies, that lack of eulogy benefits the deceased. What do you see from here? What is here? For whose purpose? Who do eulogies serve? Who's it for? For the dead. For the dead. Eulogies at the end of the day, the wording of eulogies are really for benefit of the dead. And you could the Shakti ultimately again benefit for the dead. Therefore, again, if the dead person doesn't receive it, it's part of his hapara. So we'll say, Rabbi said, Shmamina, you can show you Shmamina. So we see from here, eulogies are both say ultimately are for the dead. Now the truth is, the reality is, it's not even mutually exclusive. They can both be right. Eulogies have this duality. On one hand, again, the absolute this is incredibly important because sometimes you don't understand the profundity and depth of a eulogy. And sometimes like the most inane in a eulogy. So imagine for a moment a person said goodbye to another. Imagine somebody said to you that 5 more minutes to speak to your father, to your wife, to your husband. Imagine somebody said 5 minutes. You wouldn't say, the crab cakes. It's actually happened. Like, oh, I know how to use old bed. Like, oh my God. Imagine if someone said, right, if someone said you have 5 minutes to speak to your parent, to speak to us. Imagine what I said. That was a little late. What happened? That sounds right. Just think about this. Somebody said you have 5 more minutes to speak to your loved one. 5 minutes. through your loved one. That's what eulogy is. That's eulogy. It's not to paint a picture. People think like it's about a historical picture. Very nice sentence. That's great. You can post his website. Right? All of that, you can read that on your own. That's not what a eulogy is. A eulogy is an opportunity, a last opportunity. The mace is right there. Speak to the mace. Speak to the mace. In every single relationship, there are things that we wish we said that we got a chance to say, or we didn't say it in the right way, or maybe didn't say it enough. It's ultimately, again, a dead. We're dead now, all living as well. It's not mutually exclusive. But the essence of eulogy for the dead, right? Let's go back to why you call them. So let's remember again, next part of the Mishnah was that they would not go ahead and bury the dead in the cemetery, right? It's not even by basically they were buried in the same cemetery as someone who just died. So the Gemara said, the whole kaf lama, why? It seems so severe. So why change it up? Because you bury Rishon, that's just a big thing. This is a big thing. You don't bury Rishon, and it's just like, you say to yourself, well, come on, once you die, kind of like death is the great answer, and the answer is no, it's not. Right. And the truth is, he worked really hard to live like that way. And in Russia, he didn't work hard. Okay, you reap what you sow. And Tzaddik is not very much very next to the Tzaddik, because again, you live your life a certain way, you're going to die a certain way. And you're going to be that a certain way, and that's just the way that it is. So when someone about Kabach and Elimination, Kabach and Tzaddik, how do we know that we don't die with Shoyim? Next to Tzaddik and Shneimar, by he ate golden fish. This is wild. Okay, so listen to this story. This is from Rabbi. So Torah's talking about Klal Yisrael was at war. They're at war.
Yeah.
So like, carrying one of the casualties of war, and they saw the approaching enemy army. To them. So what did they do? So they throw the body, they bury the body, so they threw it into a burial cave. It happens to be the burial cave they threw into was the burial cave of the Navi Elisha. Get ready for this. What happened? So again, remember, so the way they used to bury is they would bury him, right? Well, first they bury on the ground, what they would do is after the body decomposed, left the bones, and they would put that, like they would carry them, like they would keep. Now you can see this on the grave of Shimon HaTzadik. You can go up. It's in his juice, so you know, see, it's done in other rooms. Right next to they have to cover the Sanhedrin Kitana, which is like this massive burial. So what's interesting is over there you can see they have like shelves, and the bones, the stone shelves there. It's fascinating. The guy's thrown into the burial cave of Elisha. Listen to this. His body comes in contact with Elisha. Vayada ish ba'atzmos Elisha, vayechi vayakam al rakov. You cannot make this up. The man, right? So the dead man comes in contact with the bones of Elisha. He came back to life. So you want to say, now why did he come back? No, why is he coming back to life? So apparently this man was a Russia, and he did not deserve to be buried in the same grave as Elisha. Because we don't bury Rishon next to Tzadikim. So a miracle occurred, he came back to life, walked out. So as I'm going to help the middle of you may know, so I'm saying that maybe he came back to life for a different reason. But finally, the old died. So Elisha asked him for a bracha. He didn't have a bracha. So Elisha said to him, I would like to be doubly as big as you. Can you imagine that? And he said, I'd like to be double as big as you. So what that means is, remember, Eliyahu brought one person back to life. Elisha said, I want to be doubly as big as you. So Elisha therefore should be life. Now, Elisha died, he only brought back one person to life. Maybe this was his Pishnayim. Maybe this was his double portion. Maybe this was the second time he brought him back to life. That's it. We'll say first one. Here's the problem. It's true. The guy came back to life. We'll say what happened. He came back to life. He walked out of the burial cave and he died. In other words, he didn't go back home. He didn't go back home. He came back to life enough out of the burial cave and then died immediately afterwards. So it's either not each time they finish Kachla Dati. So it's like Marsh just like that, just like so by the way, how did Elisha get his Pishnayim? How did Elisha to become a portion? When did he bring the second person back to life? Sherifi Saras Naaman, she screwed his off. You know, the Naaman, who was the general of Aram, was stricken with Saras. Elisha cured him from Saras. And you know that someone's house is considered to be like dead. So the curing of Naaman from Saras was like this against a mace. The seed Amati Kumes, but you see what we see from here, what's the difference? The difference from here is that we don't bury a Russia next to a tzaddik. What we shouldn't call it Russia next to a tzaddik in the same way that we don't bury Russia next to a tzaddik. And called in Russia, Hammer, Eichal, so we do not bury a serious Russia next to a small Russia. Like, I guess there's like we'll call it like people who are expert in shine, and then there are people who dabble, right? Russian dabblers, right? So I'm not sure, there's like a Russia law, Russia law, just like a shit, Russia law, right? So again, there are different levels of shine. We don't go ahead and bury a real Russia next to a Russia law. So there is a book for us. So maybe we should have a different cemetery. Besides Basin, 4 different days now, 4 different cemeteries. So it's Gemara, she only need 2. Okay, we'll have the open. So let's say, that is burying, not burying. Next to Tzaddikim. Again, obviously, that can get a little bit sensitive. Who exactly is the on this relative? But that's why, for example, certain cemeteries that do have restrictions. Shomer Shas. Did I cover other specialized? So I think there are certain cemeteries that absolutely do maintain certain religious obligations from the people who are going to be buried there. Okay. So the answer is, I'm going to do if someone ate Caleb, now Caleb is forbidden fact. Someone ate Caleb, which is obviously illegal. And then realized what he did, turned it out to carbon. He's ready to offer up a car. And then what happens? The Hebrew is gone, and then he became an Apocalypse. So again, for Ruben, it's been a busy day for Ruben. And he began the day by eating Caleb accidentally. After he did that, he realized what he did wrong. He separated the carbon. And then after that, he became an Apocalypse. Now the story's not over. The Hajjabah, and that's when he came about Shabbat. This just shows you what a person could pack into one day. Right? If you maximize your time, you can really accomplish a lot. So he goes ahead and now he becomes about Shiva. So what's halacha? This is fascinating. How will the nitra yitka? That will say the halach is an apikoris is not allowed to offer up a cup. You can't accept from an apikoris. So watch this. One carbon was owned by an apikoris, then what's the halacha? It can't be reoffered up. So even though Ruben now became about Shiva, he needs separate new carbon. You can't use that carbon. Why? Because of all yitra. Once something has been set aside for non-use, it cannot be incredible. So let's see. Another case. Actually separate out a carbon, and then he became insane. Right? To show that then he became sin again. So what's the alcohol? The meat that let's say since the person is showed that he can't offer them. So again, essentially, since the company was owned by a show that it can't be offered, even though he subsequently becomes sane again for myself, he still can't offer up that carbon. Why? Once the carbon has been set aside for non-use, they seem to be redundant, right? They seem to be the exact same thing. So why do I need both cases? It's three cup. Yes, when they come out, so if you would have just told me the first argument again, purchase, I would have said, you shouldn't eat who doesn't have shit, he became an application on his own. I didn't make a Kadafi. Basically, the guy became insane. Ultimately, again, he didn't choose that. That just happened on its own. Maybe he's like someone who's sleeping. And therefore, again, when he wakes back up, ultimately, again, if you offer up the carbon, the actually in the heart of insanity, which is the India of the life, sir. So that's that. Told you to go ahead and return, right? Because I'm somebody's going to become seeing it. Aber außerdem die Regulation immer noch, but in case we had you, they'll ultimately again to become trouble. Maybe so he can't offer up there for you. Never mind. In both these cases, he can't offer up the carbon. Why? Because essentially, the carbon was owned by someone who is unfit to offer it. It's forever set aside for none. The person's status changes. He's going to have to set aside it for animals. Set aside for non-use, ultimately it remains set aside for non-use. Most of it's running supposed to hospital, which is in life, there are certain doors that close that once they close you cannot let. So we need to be able to think that if we don't advantage a certain opportunity in front of them, it's okay, I'll get to it later. And there are advantages now, and yes, the opportunity will be there later, but there are many things in life. Now, once the door closes, you cannot crack open. You're not getting back that opportunity. Once again, do it anymore than ultimately the beautiful news is there's more opportunities, right? There's always additions afterwards, right? But Lamaisa, again, sometimes once they're gone, it's done. So you know, there's like that's why be so careful also to be mindful of our opportunities, to be mindful of the doors that open to advantage, because you think when it's a little bit less busy and a little bit quieter, never has. Remember like that. I'm going to say, how you about touching? It's not here in the back over here. How you touching is there. It's by here in the back, which is tree that is condemned the inhabitants worship idolatry. And now again, let's say in the Iranian itself, there were kachim, there were sacrificial items. So how about this? Kachim is death, anything that was being represented as death should be killed. Kachim like Rabbi, ultimately again should be redeemed. Why do you have to kill the animals? Given the ikdil to kapara. The south of the Gabon. Once the people of the earth are killed, ultimately they get their kapara. And they use the kabanos. Romi shulani hold the need to you too. Because once something is set aside for non-use, it means set aside for non-use. Somebody buy it. These Sabbaths, nothing. But never say that much. That's the concept of hold you to you. Anyway, somebody and these services makes me so crucial. How do they come? Hold on. 1 second. Rabbi says, 1 second. Do you think that death by itself atones? Listen, we're going to this thing that death, he said, do you think that if someone just dies as a Russia, that the death atones? Someone says, makes me so crucial. Everyone say, if a person Russia, and then he just dies, natural causes. You want to kapara, then that provides atonement. I don't know, Shemaya, Yakar, Pirish, Rabon, something, Yakin Sibor. You might have thought that maybe, let's say a Cohen, parents, and his parents died. His parents became out because you might have thought that a Cohen should be withheld for these individuals. Only parents are on the derech is a son calling the Tommy for his parents. Now, what do you see from the other side? Isn't death mechaper? Death, what kind of death is mechaper? When someone is executed, that type of death is a natural forcing of death. That's not necessarily mechaper. How you could execute it because vicious to someone who causes while being a Rasha. This is so crucial. If you are Kamayas, die of natural causes as a Rasha, then if a person is a Rasha and it is because of their rishos, death atones. Now we'll see even that death by itself doesn't atone either. There has to be more. This is about the structure of the question. The Gentile may come into the Son of Flesh. Was a heart chapter that defiled, you are holy, you are holy. Nothing as the Vash, our Dakama, of Pashamayim. They have given little again a carcass of your servants for the birds. The south is that the flesh of your Hasidim to the animals of the earth. My Avadecha, my Chasidech. Avadecha, what's Chasidech? Tomorrow says, love Chasidecha, Chasidecha. Chasidecha refers to your Hasidim, are true pious individuals. So you know, Avadecha, Honey did the Dina Janae Kala. That was first two. These are people who were Rashai. The Chayman did and once they were executed, once they were executed, they were called Avadecha. What's he from here? You see from here that's executed by Beis Din, Obi becomes a tzaddik. Can you actually compare people who are executed by the monarchy to people who are executed by Beis Din? Haruge Malchus, those executed by the Malchus, since all Havili Kapara. So I said, some of you executed by Beis Din, since that's an abnormal reality, death is machaber. That's by Gentiles. So those who are killed, that ultimately, because that's abnormal, that's machaber. Essentially, they're killed by Hashem. On the other hand, the Gemara says, Haruge Beis Din, but those killed by Gedidim Kamiktoi, who are killed because of legal trespass, no Havilu Kapara. Ultimately, again, that death is not a Kapara. So once it's not the Gemara suggesting three types of death. Death of natural causes, death by enemies, just like the death of Kiddush Hashem, and death by a Beis Din. So now wants to suggest death of natural causes and death by Beis Din do not automatically affect Kapara. It's not going to automatically affect Kapara. Death by enemies, right? Essentially, that automatically affects Kapara. Kedo. You know, I'll tell you what this is true. This now, we'll say, this now, well, how you call it also, when someone is executed by Beis Din, we don't go ahead and bury him in the kever of his fathers. These are like, but if you say that actually death by a Beis Din ultimately again affects kapara, then why wouldn't you bury him in the burial of the forefathers? So it's the Gemara says, but no, really the requires death, right? Death and burial. So most of the Bahamas are the only name when somebody was executed in. We will not have, there was no Abayis. There was no Abayis, yes, there's Mishkas, but there was only Aninus. Because Aninus ultimately is in the heart. So now that comes to the Ikbah. But if you hold the person is executed, then Allah might say it's a kapara. So let them mourn. The Ba'ina Nami equal basar. Really, kapara takes in three things. Number one, execution. Number two, burial. Number three, decomposition. Decomposition. Therefore, again, you can't do our big dose because, again, not until decomposition. To which the Gemara says, like the Nami Biktani, Nisakel Apostle Malakim Satsomus, the cover also of the Common Shmamina. What do we see from this? We'll say that again. What did the Gemara say? The Mishnah said, now, after you bury them, after the body decomposes, we can then do Lukat Atzamos, so we can gather the bones, and then afterwards rebury the individual ultimately again in Kabbara. So we'll say, what comes out of here is something interesting. So what comes out of here is three different types of death. Natural causes, well, more than what I mean is, Russia, and now they do one of three ways, either natural causes. So it's clear that if Russia dies of natural causes, the impact of his death, Rishos, the impact of his death on his Russia status, zero. Still Russia. If he dies because he's killed by what we call he's killed by Gentile nations, then what's that law? His death is mechaber. Like that, find out Kiddush Hashem. Kiddush Hashem, his death is absolutely mechaber. Then there's the third type of death. The third type of death is being executed by Beis Din. So what happens when Beis Din executes a Russia? So we'll say here it appears that it's interesting. Here it appears kapara, but kapara really requires burial, and number three, compensation. I will say, number two is we already know that death execution by Beis Din is not matzah. How do we know this? What did the Mishnah say? When they were 10 amas away from the Beis HaSkil, the Beis Din say, what did the Beis Din say? It's tzvada. Right? You see from her that death in Beis Din. Why? Because they were ordering him to do vidu. They were ordering him to confess his sins. So the fact that he had to do vidu, the fact that he had to confess his sins, indicates to us that death by itself was not mechaber, even Nisa is not mechaber. But rather again, even death by a Beis Din is still going to require number one, shiva. You gotta do vidu before you die. Number two, execution. Number three, burial. Number four, decomposition. We'll stop over here. I want to point out, It's really not a Rifka's fault. You didn't get the. He was supposed to get to the end of the page yesterday. It's all on it. So if you see him, please make sure to link.
Everybody in America, everybody in America, the reason I mentioned it is the vaccine that they rolled out for monkeypox, same vaccine, and 1 million people took the monkeypox vaccine. And the government was trying to get monkeypox to be as scary as as COVID, but they couldn't find anybody with monkeypox. They kept showing the same hands with monkeypox, and there was some African kid, and they couldn't find anybody with it. And so eventually, most people didn't care, but 1 million people lined up.
All right, go outside. Good morning. Good morning. Good to rock. Hopefully, everyone had a beautiful, uplifting, and meaningful Shabbos. Great special to continue and begin a new week of the Sefer Messages. We're going to begin by thanking all of our sponsors. Thank our Hamadodah sponsors for the year of Hey, our annual Hamadodah Social dedicated all of the year and instructional school year as we host for those couple Shabbos learning times for the higher times and many of the lifters we attract on the start of the drop off we also embarrass all our trouble having to do with the family and of course we always dedicate our learning to the skills of the hostages with the Torah from home the trouble and the Torah and the American law will be told that allowed to be successful to call Maaseh either. Because of that led us to the lot to be about Hashem. An incredible God ahead of us. Alright. Okay, so let's hear it. What's it? Today's down to some Zion. 57. I believe the Rivka left off about 6 nights into the wide lines. Is that correct? The Bailu. Vura Mishum Bizona. Good. So the Bailu. Ask the Rabbi says, should really so this year, so the bottom base 46b about slimes into the wide line. Mara asks if Vura Mishum Bizona, Vura Mishum Kapal. When we buried that ultimately again because not only degradation or diminution for dead, or is it because that burial affects? So Gemara says there are burial versus might not be, whatever. The Amar, low, but the Guru Allah. What happens if a person says, like, Reuben's about to die? And Reuben says, you know what? Don't bury me. Don't spend the money that I spend. Just don't bury me. It's all right. So the person allowed to say, don't bury me. So the Gemara says, this is the owner who is local for me. Say this about checking. It's not really doesn't only impact that. It also impacts the family. Have someone look at Rashi says over here, Rashi is almost right across. If the son is being close, because it is embarrassment for the relatives. Significant humiliation. So it's not just the humiliation that the deceased person is dead. That person is dead. One of the parts about being dead is you don't get easily embarrassed. Right? Right? So in other words, so the nice side, you have to see the bright side of everything. Right? So the nice side, again, after you dead, there's no humiliation. So it's not being done, it's not when we say degradation. Who's being humiliated? Family. Because the family is having their relative buried. So if it's a humiliation, even if he says, don't bury me, you don't listen to him. You don't listen to him. On the other hand, the Armatation Kapara, but if at the end of the day, perhaps burial is about atonement. That's burying the dead, is part of the atonement for the dead. So then halacha l'maisa again, if you look at Rashi says over here, the heavy like hakara, the hatmana zoom, and mashbilah also the happiness. It's very well, since we see this like extra 3 more today, that burial, death affects the atonement. And it could very well be that part of the atonement of death is buried. So put the ground and part of the atonement of the individual. It wasn't that facing people from Rashi. Look where Rashi describes buried as being relative. You see that Rashi? Oh, the Rashi is very close from the last short line of the Gemara. When you bury someone, burial itself is a kapara. Look how Rashi describes burial. Rashi describes literally means insulation. Wrap it in a towel. That's called hatimana. Rashi calls burial a hatimana. What is this Rashi? What is that Rashi over here? Burial is not a place. Burial means body in the ground, and you're insulating the ground. What's something else? What's the something else? Shia. Yes, like that's the entire Yisod of burial. And you say, and that's what I was saying. That's why amazing enough, Jewish burial, there's no flowers. Right? In Eretz Yisrael, you see it. Like in Eretz Yisrael, you see it, especially if it's soul burial. But again, in general, we don't have fire. Why is that? There's no two reasons. I guess you can't lose down. Number one, because often, like conventional thinking is do whatever you can, pretty up death. In other words, what you do, don't make death look like death. That's why you see by other religions, what will often happen is all the earth is covered, like you'll never see a number of dirt. And if you flowers is beautiful, then what happens? There's the service, everyone leaves, and then what happens? Then the dirt comes out. What the goal is to really cosmeticize that. I don't know if that's a word, right? Cosmeticize, like, think of a tree, think of a place. You just can't understand that one of the most important parts of learning, is one of the most important parts of life, is whatever you're going to do, whatever you're going to put yourself in. So there's death, what's death? Death is finality. Death is the end. Death is my love in the ground and the going to carry. There's no that it's infinite than it is, because it's not. It's devastating. But the sweet you look into it, the sweet one is able to practice. That's number one. Number two is at the end of the day, you make a funeral into a big fire, send off, and it looks like this is the end. But it's not the end. That is not the end. And we believe in Mashiach. We believe in the resurrection of the death. We believe that this is just another stage. Just like birth is a stage of life, death is a stage of life. Disease is worse than the I don't think a whole big deal out of it. It's another stage. The back question there is so profound. Mother, we're putting the body to the ground, so to speak, to insulate it, hold it, to hold it. Hold it for what? Mashiach comes and the dead come back like the year of your name. So it says, that's Shiloh. That's the Shiloh. So what's everyone agrees as a burial. Let's see. You should just know, by the way, one of the halachas of mourning, halachas. Many times, really, that's why you find different communities. People really do different things. But the thing that everyone is with is setting the ground. That's the other first one of the early guys is that some of the cemeteries here, they utilize bones. Now, sometimes because the water table and things like that, never saw before in my life. Again, it's a lot of interesting, I like Chinese also, but again, fascinating. But even then, it's in the ground. Okay, so then the verse is as follows. That's the Shiloh. So why do we bury? Do we bury because of desire? Don't think it's going to be a degradation for the family, or do we bury it as kapara? It's a totally on his deathbed. He gathers family. He says, "Cover up, favor. I'd rather you do the SAC program. Don't spend the money on burial. Don't spend the money on burial. Take the money. All right, good. All right, good. Take the money, use it for them, and make a lachash of it on Besan, and that's an only burial. So don't do that. And you do that. It depends. If burial is what we say, I don't want to. If burial is about humiliation, then the nice again, even though moving up the evolution upon is family. Okay, that is also another tremendous thing. So life, you could do whatever you want, but you can't do whatever you want when what you want to do has implications upon other people. So sometimes like we forget that the dreams we make don't only impact us, but the choices we make have a ripple effect on our family, on our friends, and our community. So you could choose whatever you want for you, as long as it only impacts. But the moment your decisions and your choices have an impact on people, you must absolutely unequivocally keep in mind before making the final decision. That's our shayla. So says the Gemara. Let's go. So the Gemara says, "My Tashma, the Ikber Tzaddik." What's the key to this? Well, it's obvious because we bury Tzaddik. They're both saying now the fact that we even bury Tzaddik. We are not sure how far Tzaddik is. Now, if you want to catch that, then my shows get very interesting to avoid humiliation and degradation. Tzaddik don't need any type of kapara, to which the Gemara says something that will be amazing. No, Tzaddik, it's not true. Tzaddik didn't need a tongue. Why? It says, Adam in Shad Shayasakov Loyachta. It was one of the most profound sugim in all of Tanakh. No, it says in Tahara. In Adam in Shad Shayasakov, no such thing as a Tzaddik doesn't knows the greatest of tzaddikim makes mistakes. Even the greatest of tzaddikim, when he dies, is in requirements of kapara. Incredible. Tashma. Some people call each other kabbalah also. They will say that the units are all Christ. So you listen to me very good. Then you love him. You love him. Then God is working again because one of the things of Moses is well. The first thing of Moses is well. Is good kingdom. And unfortunately, we shall have about Israel. He had a son by the name of Akira. Well, he had a number of sons. But his son Akira was one of his righteous children. The Bible said the ruler died and they buried him. The other case, we have like Kapara, Hanach Nami in the Peru. But if you tell me that all he was, that's burial is for Kapara, why is only Akira? Why is only Akira buried? Why aren't all the other sons buried as well? Then I decided to have a Kapara. Hanach Lo have a Kapara. Not because sometimes is like this. He can deserve kapara. The shine don't deserve kapara. Tashma no yispudu, no yikperu having a kapara. Okay, come on, say so. Therefore, the Gemara kind of the Gemara doesn't tell us exactly what the reason is for. Now, happens to be the way the Rambam passes is that the entire essence of death is because of degradation. But it's really both. It's really, again, that burial affects part of it. So we're going to see essentially that there are three parts to kapara, to the atoning power of death. There's death, burial, and then there is the
experience.
decomposition of that affects atonement. The burial really serves this whole purpose of and also saves the family from degradation. It's actually very important because this comes up, and unfortunately often, what happens if a family member needs instructions or even not as strong as that. Let's say they use instructions for above ground burial. Now, in general, there's a mitzvah to the the last will and testament that someone dies, not when that one's so therefore, the legal someone requests to be above ground burial, the family member has the ability to do what is right. There is an absolute service to the deceased. Burial, the reason is just so that so those kind of when those incredible that all right, along the same lines. By law, Speda, Yaka the Chai Have or Yaka the Shmi. I will say this is incredible tomorrow. Eulogies. Why do you deliver eulogies? So you want to ask the following question. Not necessarily follow myself here, not going to follow all the values, right? We just have to be allowed to say right. The Gemara asks as follows. The Gemara says, Esteta, a eulogy. Why do we deliver eulogies? Yaakov the Chayahavi, is it in honor to the living? Or we'll say, do we say that what eulogy does is essentially a eulogy gives cover to the family. It gives cover to the family that people are speaking about their loved one. Right, good. Or, Yaakov, no, it's not a cover to the family, it's not cover to the says, okay, they might not be what does it really matter? So listen to this. Let's say we didn't know that. And where it says, I do not want any eulogies. Sometimes people say, I don't want any eulogies of my Rabbi. So is or for that reason, we used to have professional whalers, not W-H-A-L-E-R, right? In other words, like W-A-I-L-E-R, right? In other words, that when I said people like professional flyers, you guys would get like you get superstar. Right, but when I said the truth is different than bringing a band to the wedding. Always need to help set the music. If you guys keep it time, people come to try this. So what happened? So force children to pay for the whalers, the fire, those are such events. What is it depend on? If eulogies are about cover for the family, then ultimately, again, even if I don't want any eulogies, if you want. But if on the other hand, eulogies are about cover the deceased. So if you should be deceased said, I don't want any, then that's the silence. So first, let's analyze. Kashma, Bayava Avram, all the son of a live close. Wow, that's it's beautiful. Avram being to you her and to Christ. It's interesting. Points out on the pasuk that the right order should be Bayava Avram, post the Sarah, fight for as many years. Like crying is the most like instant part. Then it says that he was out for the fight. So that we said this passage says that Avram understood that there were two parts of Sarah. There was public Sarah, there was private Sarah. There was Sarah who was white, and there was Sarah who was like as the mother to the monotheistic community. Avram was taught the laws of the community about his own personal laws. So first he eulogized him. That was for the community. And then only after he gave the community the opportunity to warn her, only then did he warn his own personal laws. Overwhelming. Anyways, we go with the E on the Kushim with the Kaye, we should not put that wrong. Mashu Sarah, plus that Holocaust myself. Avram was not with Sarah. Avram was tied to Eva. Sarah means the right? Right, Sarah when she died. Now remember, that means that they believed the burial of Sarah in order for Avram to come. If you say is for the sake of the deceased, then I understand. Then it makes sense. Without Sarah, that don't like the burial. But if you see she's covered for the living, because of covered for Avram Avinu, so that people should hear about his life and talk about his life, it seems to make that sense. From Yaakov the Kayehu, Yaakov the Kayehu, Mashu and Sarah. So because of the covered for Avram Avinu, makes any sense? No. Delaying the burial, covered to Avram, was covered to Sarah. Why? Sarah for Nechalei. Covered to Sarah, Avram have covered. Even if you want to say that not to the dead, but you living, if they covered one could have given Sarah the meaning, but to give covered to her husband. the greatest nachas I would have
Take
would
away
be
from
to know
the
that
amount of
Avram
training
Avinu
you
was
do, they
being
take away from your focus. They
beautifully
rob
loved
you
and
of
I said, it is such
I always
a
tell the
beautiful
comics this
experience to be
when it comes to like dealing
and
with
at the end of the day,
haters and things online that you're
there's
creating.
so much about like
You only have
what
like think of your
makes
mind as
a
having
beautiful
a
and
number of
meaningful
units of
and
attention.
fully marriage.
Think
And
you
I
have
think it's
a
very cool
100 units of focus.
you love you
Anything
someone
that
so
eats
much
into those units,
that
anything
their
that bothers
needs
you,
are
that
more
annoys you,
important
that's using that's
Yes.
stealing
of
from your
beautiful
100.
holy.
So now you have 80
You know, a lot of
or
times in
70
marriage,
units of
I'm
focus. Just
happy
three of it is
to be
concentrated
the
on
other. Like I'm happy to be my spouse as long as my needs are met. Like, it's like the
So
two
there
records.
was just this
I'm
skill
happy
of
to
Holly,
give as
the
much
fact
as
that she had all this opportunity to
you
with
know.
a big team,
Marriage
with
represents
selfless focus.
that really goes across
Biggest champions
the
of her
ability
as a
to
fighter,
another
as
human
a
being's needs.
like
Help
a
my
legitimate
others.
pioneer and a
You
star.
know,
It was
as long
first,
as
it was
the other
Gina
person is
Carano.
happy, I'm good.
And
I'm just
Cyborg
sorry,
to a certain
you know,
extent, but
what
Cyborg
made
had
Sarah
as
what was covered for Sarah, covered for Sarah was to know that Avram was taken care of. Death, even in death.
I was
Right,
a huge
Sarah was
supporter
happy
still.
in death, knowing Avram was
When
taking
you
such
watch the
selflessness. When it
watching,
comes to
you
marriage,
get your ass
that
kicked.
literally again,
The other person's
Avram,
talking
your
about how
needs
great
are
the
above
other
mine. And by
person's
the way,
doing, how
you should
bad
just
you're
know
doing.
it was the reverse as well.
Doesn't
Both
sit
sides
well with
crazy.
people, especially
Avram is
someone
like
who's got
a
that kind
hero
of champion
mentality,
that fucking
but
pull back out.
he was married. Remember, Avram wanted that was more than anything. Sarah couldn't have children. Never once brought the idea of taking a step up. Where did it come from? Who brought up the idea? Who brought it up? Sarah brought it up. Avram never thought it. It was never a suggestion. It was never. Why? Because Avram valued Sarah over anything. The children and going with Sarah's. If it's a choice between Sarah's happy and my future, going with Sarah's happiness. That's a question which is possible. Another thing. It's not about me. It's not about me. If I'm reminds me of me. I should have allows me to go the life of a partner. Gives me that gift that not everyone is open to have, then by definition, ways to nurture that gift is to be 1,000,000% selfish. It's not okay as long as my needs are met. I'm a level of selflessness and everything. That is the Sarah, and that's the model for us. Incredible. Touch them up. Okay. All right, it's too good. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. You pick up. The festival called Cover Road. So we're just I ended up in Rabbi. The Torah says they eulogize and they buried in the Amid. The Kayyim, who makes it eulogy is about honors of the Hanach and the Yipur, where the member or the brother and family of the Rabbi and the Bach is being covered. So, of course, the Eichel and Tzaddik, you didn't have to do Tzaddikim was covered them for other people to see them. Lo Eichel and Tzaddik, you didn't have to be Rishayim. I have a clause that says they shall not be they shall not be buried. So the Gemara says that ultimately Tzaddikim don't want covered coming to Rishayim. Tashma. Shalom Amos, or Misrafos Avosef, Amalot Marishon, Mashayu Lechanecha. Can you sit by your Adon, Yisbu Lach, so what's it like Sitio? So by Sitio, he tells him that ultimately again you're going to die in peace. So with the fires of the kingship king of Puri, he's going to have a good death, they're going to eulogize. Diamet, we should look at the Kaye, might not be now again, so the eulogy is about 140 dead. So if it's Sitio, or it's not Sitio, then we eulogize. Who cares? It's not about the dead, it's about the living. It's Holly Karalu. Look, and it's native, Yaakov Bet Yisrael, Yehi B'Miyaspi Ba'avasa. So ultimately, it's Christ will gain honor for you, the same way that Klal Yisrael gain honor through your forefathers. Almost like a really beautiful idea as well. That when other people get honor, right? So he can don't get people don't need their own honor. That he can always have other people get What's the top of the enzyme? 47. 47. Lives up the lives up the again. Someone who was cold in his own eyes. Zef is still not a this is the first skill either at most of the drank his father's bones. So his go spot was a man by the name of Ahaz. So ultimately, again, he went ahead and drank Ahaz's bones on the bed of now. What is that? So the Ahaz is tremendous level. He's not everywhere. His go is tremendous.
She fucks everybody up. She's so
actually the idolatry of his father. Really did that. Just beats the piss out of her. So that this is done. This is a fundamental and complete definition of the so you know, I understand a little bit about this champion-minded person. Like she's like sometimes, needing to slap people in the face because they know this is not what you do, this is not how you do it. You know what I mean? My friend, let's see if we have a couple of what sometimes the English with the Kaye, and if you say that it's about coming to the living night, but it's not a couple of what it's ultimately again, so she couple of the father, so Alpha, some couple of the naturally uses spell. Because couple of the father, spell the fire. Let's show again. Remember, we're still other people fighting. What is the role of the leader? Is the leader there ultimately again to go ahead and be honored for the dead, or is it honor for the living? We're touching on both of these separate touchdowns. I will go ahead. So we're going to diagnose. We're going to diagnose. Before he died, she was a series of instructions to his children. And he said to his family, now this really idols. Do not go ahead and you guys do don't eulogize me in the small village. So remember, they were taking like died. He died in Sipori. They were burying him in base shelter. So they were going to go ahead and take this journey. Essentially, making a number of stops along the way. So he said to them, when you make stops, eulogize me, don't eulogize me in small towns, only eulogize in large cities where there will be a large gathering of people. That was his instruction. That was the instruction. The Gemara says, the Iyam is the fire might not play. Again, you would choose to cover from the living. What does it mean that that's there in the living? What does it matter? However, yes, we will take this slow today. Like we got us felt, and ultimately again, the large commentators and experts and what have you that it's not 9 years. People see that quality so to compete at a scholars such numbers that get help with the problems. So others vary so it's much shorter range. Now I'm
And you gotta kind of look
most of my look is not allowed to look dead.
you can
Right?
only
But
look
they
when they're
burying
at
the
that
dead
peak.
for
Like
the
some
purposes of
years and
honoring
some
the dead. For
gets
but I
kind
will
of
always
slow because the later in life the performances
ain't no
are
over.
the same. They
So
weren't
we're not over. In other words, the only thing allowed to do burial is when
that's just
you take the
human.
language
You
and
gotta
some
look at
other
him when he was the champion. He was one of the most elite guys that's ever competed in a sport period. He's one of the greatest of all time. And you gotta look at when he was in his prime. There's only a certain amount of time you can do that. And then when a fighter doesn't want to do that, they don't want to do that anymore. You gotta get out. You gotta get out because there's some fucking 20-year-old Mike Tyson out there. There's some dude that lives for his sleeps fighting. All they want to do is land you. Just think that's their whole focus in life. They don't give a fuck about relationships. They don't give a fuck about where they live. They don't give a fuck about anything. Just winning. That's how you become a world champion. That's how you become the elite. You don't need to give yourself all
When
that
are you
stuff
not allowed to
away
make
from
that
human
look?
being to
It's the
exist.
way will
It's
result
a very
in
strange way to
degradation
live.
for the dead.
You know,
About
and for
half
her, it's
of
natural.
even
Like
the
she's
less
born, she's like
desire
born
of
with
the
baby of this great
because
man,
it is no
and she's
desire.
married and
Well,
travels
therefore
around. Who's
again,
also
it's
was elite.
you're allowed to go ahead and
Heavyweight.
delay
You know, she's like, I'm done.
this actually
Make some
this
career
actually
kids.
comes up. a little bit where the range vary over in a way that doesn't present science or genetic. It comes to all the remember again, or refrigeration. So leaving someone undiagnosed for any amount of time, such as the summer, it will result in
But I run through Luke Skywalker, not Darth Vader. He's not the Vader.
it might just in some
He's
place.
probably more
Well,
strong.
we're getting this feature for feature based between what's considered to be covered for the mason and covered for the living, or what's ultimately considered as sometimes very much in the second place touched on. If you look at Bogo, the Shemaya Allah Ayah, the Habib in the corner, the Habib the Arba, over Allah. Was a legal person one day in order to give people more time to comfortable life, right? Let people know that so inside that people were trying to bring so ask you crowd ain't no overall one of the violations of Allah it's called a set ain't no error with no show. Once you ever does these ultimately Kala also the Kodosha in both design elements. So also remember these two. Anything that does for the cover of the living ultimately is not a design element. In other words, there's an intersectionality about what's covered for me and covered for God, right? But ultimately, again, these things very much converge. Because people are allowed more property and what that is with the honor to dead. See, even if it turns out that we're living very little, not a lot, a little, for the application to more, that's called living. Really translates to honor to dead as well. That means touch them up. But you know something else it says? Very interesting. Sitting enough of the mason. This is fascinating. It is a good over one day. And it's by the where something negative happens. For example, Mason Shalom is fun. For example, let's say that someone who apologized appropriately. The low bar, someone who wasn't buried at all. Osha, I guess Roras was graduated by a wild animal, also not buried. Osha, how you be sure yourself on the dream? This is a good sign. On the GoPuff app and your local liquor during including Walmart, Kroger, Total Wine, and Circle K. And you can get a flavor, grab a variety, lemon lime, watermelon, pineapple, and wild cherry. They also have a great flavor in collaboration with Prince and Snoop Dogg. Their new lemonade coming out now. Visit HappyDad.com for a limited time offer and use code 51 Hacker Hat and get one free. Enjoy the cold Happy Dad's speed of legal drinking age. Please drink responsibly. Hard seltzer, and lemonade is all alcohol located in Orange County, California. All of us have spiritual back. And all of us have things for you.
You don't really want that in your life. It's like, you know what it's like? I call some car.
This world
Monster's a great drive, but you don't want to take them on a road trip. Shaggy took me to so I have a great Lakers hookup, right? I go to all the Lakers games, and I invited Brendan Shaggy.
Even if I say something goes in life is about things that I know to be true, even if
so that's my only kind of flex, you know, that can bring people to these guys. So I don't have a lot to offer, but I can offer that. She was like, yeah.
Incredible. So Yumar says, now, what do you see from here? Let me know you feel the shock. What do you see from here? What did Yumar say? What father of the person called him? Someone died and they were able to do that. I don't know. You come up with these numbers where it's like, you know what this does happen? Someone dies at Kalamite. Someone dies at Kalamite, right? Or it's a great side for you. Right? So, again, in many cases, grace is foreign. Right? So, a point doesn't get the husband that they just do. Or says, you know what? It's actually different. Because she's person. Yeah, exactly. You benefit. What do you see from here? What do you see from here? Who's the perfect way? Who do you serve? Who's the sport? Or the death?
You want a one-night stand, you want a muscle car, you want a long-term relationship, get a Lexus.
Therefore, again, if that person doesn't receive it, it's part of his kapara. The bottom line, when I say Shemamida, you heard the Shakti, the eulogies of also again are for reality. It's not because sometimes people doing some about
people buy tickets for something like, oh yeah, truck.
imagine
Tires. Anything mix. I love anything the military drive. Auctions and shit.
You wouldn't say, like, oh, do you know how to use old things? Old them. Oh, sorry, right? Imagine if someone said, right? If someone said you have 5 more minutes. Your parents. Imagine that was said. That sounds So I'm just saying, just think about this. So you have 5 more minutes to speak to your loved one. 5 minutes. It's not to paint the picture. People think like it's about historical pictures. Those are all very nice things. That's great. You can post that on the Levinson's web, right? All of that is able to read it on your own. That's not what it is. A eulogy is an opportunity. The mace is right there to speak to the mace. Speak to the mace. Because in every single one of the dreams that we wish we never got a chance to say, or maybe didn't say it in the right way, or maybe you could have shot. It's ultimately again for the dead. That it serves a benefit to the living as well. The next part of the Mishnah was, do not go ahead and let the dead sing 7 times. That Mishnah was executed. They were not buried in the same cemetery as someone who died stunned. So the Gemara says, the whole half level. Why? It seems so severe. So why do that? The Christian Kobe Russia because we do not bury Rishon and this is a big thing. We don't bury Rishon and it's like to save yourself from Shemar. Once you die, like death is the great equalizer. And it's no, it's not. It's like which is what we do hard to do this time. And in Russia, finish that part. Okay, so you put yourself inside the Krishna, right? Russia, very nice to live your life a certain way, you're going to die. You're going to be that. That's just the way it's not about the nice without it. How do you know that you don't yes, that you can try. By you ain't holding this is why this is the
I think it's the Trump. I think Trump was
so
such
Torah's talking about how you saw with Adam. They're at work. And what happened? So by they were carrying one of the casualties of war, meaning Rothschild to it, and they saw approaching enemy army. So what's by Ashbichu as a Irabusha. So they did not have control of the body. So to bury the body, they put it into a burial cave. Right, put it into a burial cave. It happens to be they threw it into burial cave of Navi Elisha. Get ready for this. What happened? By Yom Ishba. So again, remember, so we'll say, wait, when you make it simple as race, just racial, right? Well, first they bury in the ground, and then off what they would do after the body was composed, they would collect the bones, and they would place it like they would have in the cave. So right next to it, they have
so
two very
vague.
close
People love to keep vague things
and
because then they
it's
can
very
make their. I saw a comedian, I won't say her name because I can't
So what's
pronounce it,
interesting
but
is over there you can see they have
I
like
will say it, not
shelves,
some holding back
and the
names.
bowls are
Mary
placed
Elaine
on
Rice,
shelves.
Jennifer
That's
Rice,
fascinating.
or
So
whatever
the
her
guy's
name
thrown
was.
into the
Yeah, she
burial
was really nice to
pit
me,
of
and then she used to be.
his
Yeah, she
body comes into
she
contact
got
with
caught talking
the
shit
stuff.
about
Yaga
her
is
ideas, and
by
then she's
he
like,
Yakam al
and she's a nice person.
The man, so the dead man,
She's
comes
nuts.
into contact with the
And
bones of the Rishon,
I
came back to
saw
life.
her do a bit the other night.
Came back to life.
In the lab,
So
where
you
she
must
was
say,
like,
now why did he come
she
back?
was
Now,
like,
why is
this
he coming back to
guy,
life?
and he said,
Apparently, this man was a
she
Russian.
said, how are
And
you?
he did not
I'm
deserve
just
to
really
see
sad
buried
today about
in
Charlie.
the same grave as a
And
Rishon.
then she goes,
Don't bury Rishon next to at least in America. The third came back to life, walked out. Walked out, was America. You may not, you have
and then she said,
one of the old guys.
she's like,
So
oh,
Lisa
what
asked him
part of his ideas did you
So
find
Lisa said,
so
I would like to
gripping?
double
His racist. And she
Yeah,
started
yeah.
launching into like
And he says,
about like,
I
the fact that
like
a guy
to
she
double
like would be sad about Charlie assassination. It's the biggest turnoff to her. She wrote like a whole bit. And I was like, I can't believe that this.
maybe this was his
I can't believe it's a
maybe
take
this
that
was
the
his double
crowd is on board
maybe this
with.
was the second time he busted him back to life. That's
In
it.
this
Mihafi was the first one. Mihafi, I just decided I'll run you up. I'm not going to make Here's the problem. It's true. The guy came back to life. Mostly what happened. But he came back to life. He walked out of the burial cave and he died. In other words, he didn't go back home. He didn't go back home. He came back to life enough, walked out of the burial cave, and then he died. He afterwards, he was Ella, he not Mishnah in the Shtam. So the same Marcus Tigers. So by the way, how did Elisha get his Mishnah? How did Elisha get a double portion? When did he bring a second person back to life? Rabbi Yochanan, Sherikei Tzaras Naaman, Shishkulah. Naaman, who was the general of Aram, was stricken with Tzaras. Elisha cured him from Tzaras. Someone Tzaras, the curing of Naaman from the Tzaras was like a Tzaras. Sick, I'm not teaching. So remember, was like, but you see, what do you see from there? What's the here is that we don't bury around. You shouldn't see COVID Russian sometimes we bury Russian, but I did. Half the Colvin, the Hummer, ate the Russian cow. So too, we do not bury serious Russia next to a smaller Russia. I guess it's like or call like there are people who are exiled, and then there are people who babble. Babble, right? Russian words. Hey, so let me say, there's like a Russia, and there's like a Russian law. I don't like the shape of a Russian law. So again, so there are different Russia. We go ahead and bury a Russian. That's the little Russian law. The list in our book for us. So maybe we should have a cemetery for every different space. Cemeteries, there's going to take first I'm going to be open. Okay, so by the way, that is about not burying the shot next to something. Again, obviously, that a little bit sensitive. So exactly this sign on this also, but that's what, for example, you do have certain cemeteries that do have restrictions on this. Shomer Shabbos. There are certain cemeteries that absolutely do maintain certain religious strictures and certain religious obligations upon the people who are going to be buried there. Okay. So you want to say, I'm going to Rabbi Yochanan. Also, Caleb, the Rippish Kabbalah, was the very interesting holophobia. If someone eats Caleb, now Caleb is forbidden fat. Someone ate Caleb, and again, which is obviously illegal, and then realized what he did, and separated out the carbon. He's ready to offer up a carbon. And then when the Hebrew died, then he came out the court. So again, he began the day by eating Caleb, accidentally. After he began to realize what he did, he separated out the carbon. Then after that, he came out the court. Now the story is not over. Just shows you what happens. If you maximize your time, you maximize your time, you can really transition. So he goes ahead and now he becomes about Shiva. So what's fascinating? Hold of the Nitra, I will say the halakha is not allowed to so watch this. Once this carbon was owned by Koresh, what's the halakha? It can't be offered up. Ruben now became about Chuck. He needs to separate a new carbon. He can't use that carbon. Why? It has the whole mitzvah. Yet once something has been set aside for Ruben ate Salem accidentally, separate out a carbon, and then he became insane. He became insane, right? It showed that because of it, he became sin again. The whole mitzvah since the person was a shota, can't offer up a carbon. So again, essentially, since the carbon was owned by a shota, it can't be offered. Even though he subsequently becomes sin again, still can't offer that carbon. Why? Once the carbon has been set aside for non-use, set aside for non-use. They seem to be right? They seem to be the exact same. So why do I need both? Yeah. When it comes if it would have been from the first case, ultimately again, I would have said, he became out on his own. I in the middle of Kadafi, and in case the guy extremely sins, ultimately again, we could achieve that. In the Piyashin Dami, maybe he's an again, when he wakes back up, ultimately they offer up the carbon. Yes, in the hospital, if it's just the case of insanity, you shouldn't go in the other line. Sir, does have the ability to go ahead and turn, right? Doesn't have the ability have a husband to the other lot, so even though at least he has the ability ultimately again to come about Shiva, maybe I lost my son, you can't offer up there, but you again. In both these cases, you can't offer carbon. Why? Because essentially, the carbon was owned by someone. It is forever set aside for non-use. Even if the person's status changes, he's going to have to set aside a different element. Whole of the mitzvah, once something is set aside for use, ultimately again, life, there are certain doors that close, that once they close, you cannot reopen. So you like to be able to think that if you don't take advantage of certain opportunities that are in front of them, it's okay, I'll get to it later. And there are situations in life like that, where if you don't take advantage now, in your chance, the opportunity will be there later. But there are many things in life where if you don't take advantage now, the door closes. You cannot try back open. You're not getting back that opportunity. All of the new once you can't do it anymore, then ultimately again you are done. Now the beautiful thing is there's always more opportunities, right? There's always additional things afterwards, right? But the nice again, sometimes once it's done, it's done. So you know those guys, that's why I have to say about this of our life opportunities. It gets to very well. Because if you get to it's a little less desire, never happens. Never like it. So Yosef, half an hour now, how you about culture? So it's not here any deficit. So if it's by hearing us, it's the sin that is done because we have a worship idolatry. And now again, let's say any earning deficit help they were touched. They sacrifice items. I love this touch of death. Anything that was up is there, sure that you touch it by the Kabbalah, anything that financial sanctity, ultimately again should be redeemed. Why do you have to kill them? Why do you have to slaughter the animals? Even you could feel how you look up the south once the people of the early dynasties are killed, ultimately again that's their kapara. I mean, use the Kabbalah, once something set aside for non-use, it means set aside for non-use. This service, sometimes the whole beauty is somewhere by this service makes me go. I really can't follow. Second, Rabbi says, death by itself atones. What's the wrong with this thing that death atones? Rabbi says, do you think that if someone just dies in Russia, that's what death atones for them? It makes me suffer. And what's that is a Russia. And then he just dies. Just died, natural causes. The Gemara says that's kapara. That doesn't provide atonement. You talking about, you might have thought was that maybe, let's say a Cohen. Cohen has a father or parents, and his parents went off to death. His parents became out because you might have thought that a Cohen is timing himself for these individual relatives. Only when the parents are on the right together is a son who is a Cohen coming to those parents. Now, what do you see from that, right? You see from that Allah, but they died. Isn't death the matter? No. Death, what kind of death is the matter? When someone is executed, that type of death is the matter. But just stand dying of natural causes, that's not necessarily. I'm going to rub it down. Never be show. Executed because of his wishes, this died of natural causes while being a Rasha. Maybe he's selfish. Even if you are to come out, you go having the kafara. Never be selfish. Even though you are to come out, is having the kafara. This is incredible distinction. If a person is a Rasha and they die of natural causes as a Rasha, that death does not atone. If a person is a Rasha and they're executed because of their rituals, that atones. Now, we're going to see even that death by itself doesn't atone either. It has to be more. Hey, dog, it's Mizman yourself. Both going after us. This is about the structure yourself. Gentile nations have come into this holy sanctuary. Through X, the Bash, our death color of our mind. They kill again the carcasses of your sins as food for the birds. The son of the Chaisa are proceeding to the kingdoms of the earth. My Avadas is that. What's Avadas Hasidafa? Tomorrow says, Love Kasa Hasidafa Manish. Therefore, refers to real Hasidus. Real Hasidus are only two individuals. Therefore, finding the Machane color. Avadas is true. These are people who were and people and once they were executed, called the Avadacha. Once they were executed by a nation, they were called Avadacha. What do you see? You see here that someone executed from the Amale Abaye, Mika Damis Amadeus, Mika Medan Harugi Malchus Harugi Basin, to actually compare people who were executed by the man of people who were executed by Basin, Harugi Malchus executed by Malchus. Since also, how do they come on? So it's like somebody executed by basis seems like an abnormal death sentence, an abnormal reality. Death is not happening. Harugi Malchus, that's right, that's death by judgment. So those who are killed, let's say enemies, that ultimately, again, because that's abnormal, they're not there. They're killed, essentially, they're killed by Shem. On the other hand, the Gemara says, Harugi Daisy, those killed by Daisy, it's coming. What killed because the legal trespass, lo havilu kapara. Ultimately, again, that death is not a kapara. So let's say, so now the Gemara suggests three types of death. Death of natural is death by enemies, like the death of Hashem, and death is. So the Gemara wants to death natural causes and death by danger does not automatically affect kapara. Not automatically affect kapara. Death by enemies, right? Essentially, that automatically affects kapara. Here you go. I'll tell you why this is true. This is now, this man, no how you call it also, when someone is executed by danger, we don't go ahead and bury him in the camera of his fathers. These are like, but if you say that execution death by a baby ultimately again affects kapara, then why wouldn't you bury him in the burial place of his forefathers? So if the Gemara says, no, really the atonement requires death, right? Death and burial. And burial. Most of the if somebody was executed by their sin, we would not go ahead. There was no abelos. There was no abelos. Yes, there's no abelos, but there was only anin. Because anin ultimately again is in the heart. So you must these are that it's for having the kapara. If you hold that once a person is executed, then Allah is against the kapara. So let them mourn. Which must say, but even not people busting. No. Only kapara takes effect in two. Number one, execution. Number two, burial. Not position. Decomposition. Therefore, again, you can't make it because again, medical decomposition. Where it says, "Daikinami Tani is Achel Habas and Malakin Satzomus." The children also have been command. What do we see here? We see also that again, what did the Gemara say? The Mishnah said that Allah to bury them after the body decomposes. You can then do almost gather the bones, and afterwards each individual ultimately again have a bones. But from that over is something really interesting. From that over is three different types of death. Death natural causes. What I mean is a person in Russia, and now they die in one of three ways. These are natural causes. So it is clear that if a Russia dies of natural causes, what's the impact of his death on his rishos? The impact of his death status? Zero. Still Russia. If he dies because he's killed by Malchus, he's killed by Gentile nations because he's a Jew, then what's the halacha? His death is in the chaper. Right? That's dying of Kiddush Hashem. Dying of Kiddush Hashem, his death is absolutely in the chaper. Then there's the third type of death. The third type of death is being executed by Daisy. So what happens when Daisy executes the Russia? So let's say here it appears that it's interesting. Here it appears that there is kapara, but kapara really requires three things. Number one, execution. Number two, burial. And number three, decompensation. Number two, burial. Know that execution like Daisy is not covered by itself. How do we know this? What did the Mishnah say? When they were 10 amas away from the base of Kira, what did the Daisy say? What did the Daisy say? Right? It's Sibanda. He's not to do vidui. Right? You see from here that death by itself is not in the chapter even from Nisas Daisy. Why? Because again, they would order him to do vidui. They would order him to confess his sins. So he had to do vidui. Not to confess his sins indicates to us that death by itself was not the chapter. Nisas Daisy is not the chapter. Again, even death by a basin is going to require number one. Shuvah, gotta do vidui before you die. Number two, execution. Number three, burial. Number four, decapitation. So you want to say, stop over here. I want to put down. It's really Rabbi Really, I'm trying to talk. We were supposed to get to the end of Amid Days yesterday. It's all on it. So if you see him, please make sure to bring him.
You can come up to me and talk to me and like I like everybody. I like trans people. I have plenty of gay friends. I'll jokes about straight people. Just you are one of them. That's the thing. It's also fun to be naughty, isn't it? Yeah, I love. So the reason I was bringing all that is that like I feel like I've never once talked to someone.
Good morning. Good morning.
I'm not gonna go to the
Good Tavach. Hopefully, everyone had a beautiful, uplifting, and meaningful Shabbos. It's a great Chos Bashan to continue and begin a measure together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors. Thanks. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the year of Tashkin Pei Hey, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Social Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all of the shiurim and drushos for this year, as is supposed to be Soros Avos for Am Yisrael. A week of learning sponsors Rabbi Ari and Hannah Richter, in memory of Rabbi Richter's dear grandmother Sarah Bas Shimon Zifron Lebracha, Paris this past week. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, Hashem will have an aliyah, the family in the Chama. And of course, as always, we dedicate our learning, our precious hostages, that we continue to bring the Shalom and the Karov and the merit of our whole American. We will allow them to be successful. The Chol Ma'aseh Yidei. So let's say that. Let us speak. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Incredible job ahead of us today. All right. Okay, so let's begin. So let's say today's job is Mem Zayin 57. I believe the left off about 6 lines into wide lines. Is that correct? You buy a little. Good. So you buy a little. As the Bible says, some really interesting suggestions here that are quite fascinating. So Mem Vav is 46b, about 6 lines into the wide. You buy a little. Mara asked the question, when we bury the dead, ultimately because not to bury them is considered to be a bizayon, a degradation, humiliation for the dead, or is it because burial affects kappa? The Gemara says, when it affects the home, the Gemara says, it might not be, it doesn't matter. What happens if everybody says, you know what, don't bury me. Don't bury me. You know what, don't spend the money to buy, it's expensive, just don't bury me. It's all right. So is a person allowed to say, don't bury me? So the Gemara says, see, if it's about degradation and humiliation, so remember again, it's degradation and humiliation. doesn't only impact it, it also impacts the family. It's going to be humiliating for a family to have someone unburied. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Lav Kol Kamine, Rashi says almost right across, to be Zayin Hu the Krova, because it is an embarrassment for the relatives. So if it's a din and humiliation, so it's not just a din and humiliation for the dead, for the deceased person, because again, the dead person is dead. One of the good parts of being dead is you don't be easily embarrassed. Right? Right? So in other words, so the nice you have to see the bright side of every plate. So nice again, at least when you're dead, there's no humiliation. So it's not these when we say degradation, who's being humiliated? It's the family. Because the family is having their relatives buried. So if it's a humiliation, even as don't bury me, you listen to him. You don't listen to him. On the other hand, the Armit Mishum Kapara, but at the end of the day, perhaps burial is about atonement. Perhaps burying the dead is pardonment for the dead. So then halacha l'maisa again, I will say, if you take a look at Rashi here, ki'echi edele kapara batmana zoom shemidim umashbirin osa b'tachti. I will say, could very well be, and we'll see, this mentioned, we'll see more today, that burial, death, and it could very well be that the atonement of death, burial, is being put in the ground. That's called. I'll show you something beautiful Rashi. Look the way Rashi describes burial. He says again, so you see that Rashi? Oh, the Rashi is right across from the last short line in the Gemara. When we bury someone, burial itself is a kapara. Look how Rashi describes burial. Rashi describes burial as hasmana. Hasmana literally means insulation. So, in other words, you go ahead, you take a pot, you wrap it in a towel, that's called hasmana. That's called burial. We'll say, what is this Rashi? What does Rashi say to highlight over here? Burial is not a permanent state. Burial means you're putting a body in the ground and you're keeping it there. You're insulating it there until something else. What's the something else? Yes, I mean, like the entire you sold the burial. When you say, and that's I will say, that's why amazing. Like, in Jewish burial, there's no flowers, right? In Eretz Yisrael, it's interesting. You see it, right? You see it like a shoulder burial. But again, we don't buy a funeral. Why is that? Because really, two reasons. I guess you kind of brings down. Number one is because often conventional thinking is whatever you can to pretty up death. In other words, whatever you do, don't make death look like death. That's why if you see by other religions, what will often happen is all of the covered, right? You'll never amount of dirt. And there's meats, there's flowers, it's beautiful. Then what happens? There's the service. Everyone leaves, and then what happens? Then the dirt comes out, the dignifies death. I don't know if that's a word, but I'm going to use it, right? Cosmeticize, like just make it look pretty, make it look nice. You just can't understand that one of the most important parts of mourning, which is one of the most important parts of life, is whatever you're going through, lean into it. Whatever you're going through, lean into it. Just put yourself in it. So there's death, okay, lean into it. What's death? Death is finality. Death is the end. Death is my loved one is going into the ground and they're going to. There's no point in that it's any prettier than it is. Because it's not. It's difficult. It's heartbreaking. It could be devastating at times. But the sooner you move into it, the sooner one is able to tap into it. That's number one. Number two is the day we believe if you make a funeral and a big final send-off, then it looks like this is the end. But it's not the end. Death is not, and not just the end because the Neshama goes to Allah. We believe in Mashiach. We believe in the resurrection of the dead. We believe that this is just another stage. Just like birth is a stage of life, death is a stage of life. But it's not the end. So I have to make a whole deal out of it because at the end of the day, it's just another stage. I say, Rashi's question here is so profound. We're putting the body into the ground, so to speak, to insulate it. It's a holding place. Holding for what? When Mashiach comes, and the dead come back to life in the era of Yom Kippur. So we'll say, so that's the Shaila. That's the Shaila. So what's everyone agrees is a din of burial. Din of burial. Okay, you should just know about one of by the halachas of mourning. There are so many different halachas. Many of the halachas are really minor. That's why you'll find that different communities will really do different things. But the thing that everyone agrees with, burial in the ground. That's the halacha. It's interesting. I remember I think I never saw this before in my life. The first one of the early advice I did is that in some of the cemeteries here, they utilize vaults. Now, sometimes it's because of the water table or different things like that. Never saw it before in my life. So again, a lot of interesting halakhic shilas with Rothschild, but again, fascinating. But even then, it's in the ground. It's in the ground. Okay. So in any event, the Gemara says as follows. So that's the shayla. So why do we bury? Do we bury because of desire? You don't bury. It's going to be a degradation for the family, or do we bury because burial is kapara, it's atonement to the dead. So what's not kamina? Reuven's on his deathbed. He gathers his family. He says, Chevra, do me a favor. I'd rather you go on a Pesach program. Don't spend the money on burial. Right? Don't spend the money on burial. Take the money. All right, good. Right, good. Take the money, use it for a Pesach program, and make a chayim for me, a little shliver of it for me on Pesach, right? And then all you guys. Can you do that? So it depends. If burial is about kapara, it's really good to say. I don't want the kapara. If burial is about humiliation and degradation, then the nice again, even though Reuven doesn't want it, Reuven doesn't have to bring degradation and humiliation on his family. It's also another tremendous in life. You can do whatever you want, but you can't do whatever you want when what you want to do has implications upon other people. So sometimes we forget that the choices we make don't only impact us, but the children have a ripple effect on our family, on our friends, and our community. So you could choose whatever you want for you, as long as it only impacts you. But the moment your decisions and your choices have an impact on other people, you must absolutely unequivocally keep that in mind before making the final decision. That's our shayla. Says the Gemara. Let's go. So the Gemara says, "My Tashma, the Ikber Tzaddik." Let's listen to this. Well, it's obvious because we buried tzaddikim. Rabbi saying now the fact that we even buried tzaddikim, we are Rabbi Shul Kapara Tzaddikim and Kapara Tzaddikim. Now, obviously, what does that show you? That shows you that burial is because to avoid humiliation and degradation. Tzaddikim need kapara. Tzaddikim don't need any type of kapara. To which the Gemara says something absolutely amazing. No, tzaddikim, the Gemara says, it's not true. Even tzaddikim need atonement. Why? It says, Adam in tzaddik ba'ar sheyas atov v'lo yachza. It was one of the most profound psukim in all of Tanakh. Shalom and Kahalas. Adam in tzaddik ba'ar sheyas atov. There is no such thing as a tzaddik who doesn't mess up. Even the greatest of tzaddikim makes mistakes. Even the greatest of tzaddikim, when he does, is in requirement of kapara. Incredible. Tashma, so let's answer this. Tashma, so Kali Shabbat Kabbalah also, Jabot said the Pasuk said they eulogize all of Kali Shabbat, eulogize them and they buried him. Then Yerava ben Nebat again was of Malchus Israel. The first king of Malchus Israel. Splitting them, and unfortunately introduced a lot of Avodah Zarah. He had a son by the name of Aviyah. Well, he had a number of sons, but his son Aviyah was one of the righteous children. So the Bible says they eulogized him and they gave him the Armid Kefi to have it all. But if you tell what that burial is for kapara, so why is only Aviyah buried? Why aren't all the other sons buried as well? So the Gemara says, because sometimes the halakha is like this. Tzaddikim deserve kapara. Rishonim don't deserve kapara. Kashma lo yispadu, lo yikbaru. They don't have the kapara. Okay, so therefore, the Gemara kind of ends off, and the Gemara doesn't tell us exactly what the reason is for. Now, after three ways that Rambam Paskins is that the entire essence of burial is because of degradation. That's what Rambam Paskins. But the truth is, it's really both. It's really a burial itself affects part of the kapara. Also, we're going to see essentially that there are three parts to kapara, to the atoning power of death. There's death, there's burial, and then there is the decomposition. Thank you. Decomposition of the remains. Those are the three parts that affect atonement. But burial itself really serves this twofold purpose of halacha l'maisa, again, that atonement, and also saves the family from degradation. Also, that's actually very important because this comes up. Unfortunately, often, what happens if a family member leaves instructions to be cremated? They cremated, right? Or even not as strong as that. Let's say they leave instructions above ground burial. In general, there's a mitzvah to the L'chaim Givei. There's a mitzvah to uphold the last will and testament of someone who dies, but not when that runs the place halacha. So therefore, again, even if someone requests to be cremated or above burial, if a family member has the ability to do what is right, it is an absolute service to the deceased to give them a proper burial for the reasons we just saw before. Number one, the degradation to the family, and number two, the incredible kapara that burial affects for the neshama. All right, along the same lines. Ibailo, Haspeda, Yaka de Chai Have, or Yaka de Shli. This is an incredible Gemara. Eulogies. Why do we deliver eulogies? Somebody asked me some notes. I open every single rebuttal with this. This is my. Again, but I still think economics is necessary. So the Gemara asks the following question. Not that the following may sound weird, not to be talking about all the bias. Right? We just happen to be a lot of the same bias. Right? Anyway, so the Gemara asks as follows. The Gemara says, as data, a eulogy. Why do we deliver eulogies? Is it in honor to the living? In other words, we'll say, do we see that what a eulogy does is essentially a eulogy gives cover to the family. It gives cover to the family that people are speaking about their loved ones. Very good. Or, or no. It's not about cover to the family, it's about cover to the deceased. Cover to the deceased, right? And the Shama is there by Levaya, and therefore the Shama hears all the incredible things that are being said about it. The Gemara says, okay, the might not be right? Who cares? What does it really matter? The Amar, Losis Pidu Allahu Gabra, Inami La Pugni Yarshin. So listen to this. Let's say Ruben knows that, but Ruben says, I do not want any eulogies. Sometimes people say, I don't want any eulogies at my Levaya. So or they used to have professional whalers, not WHALER, right? In other words, like WAILER, right? In other words, that makes the people like professional criers, really guys that you get these guys. I was wondering, like, what an interesting service to provide, right? But the truth is, it's no different than to the wedding. You always need Evra who helps to set the mood. So these guys, people would come, they would cry, they would eulogize, they would this. What would happen? So can you force children to pay for the wailers, the criers, eulogizers? So said all this. So it depends. What does it depend on? If are about cover for the family, so then ultimately, again, even if Ruben says, on the other hand, eulogies are a cover for the deceased. If the soon-to-be deceased says, I don't want any eulogies, then we should listen to them. That's the Shiloh. So the Gemara, let's analyze. Tashma, Vayava Avram, this all the son of the Livkos. Wow, so precious Chai Sarah. This is such a beautiful Gemara. Avram Avinu came to Sarah to eulogize for her and to cry for her. Because, it's interesting that the Rothschild points out on this passage. If you think about it, that it doesn't seem to be the right order of it. It should be Vayam, Livkos, Sarah, this Todah. That cried for any eulogizer. Right? Crying is the like instinctive part. Instead that he eulogized her and cried for her. So Rabbi Soloveitchik posits, he says that Avram understood that there were two parts to Sarah. There was public Sarah, there was Sarah. There was Sarah as Avram Avinu's wife, and there was Sarah meaning like as the mother to the monotheistic community. So Avram Avinu put the loss of the community above his own personal loss. So first he eulogized her. That was for the community. And then only after he gave community the opportunity to mourn her, only then did he mourn his own loss. Overwhelming. And as much as well, but the Ian with Mishum Yakar the Chayehu, Mishum Yakar the Abram, Mashu Sarah, that was here's this dragon Gemara, and this is very important. Gemara understands over here that myself, Avram Avinu was not with Sarah when she passed away. Right? Remember again, Avram was by the Akiva. Sarah Imenu dies in the area. Right? Right? Sarah Imenu dies was by the Akiva. Sarah Imenu has to come to Sarah when. So now that means that they delayed the burial of Sarah in order for Avram to come and to eulogize. So if you say, watch this, if you say that a eulogy is for the sake of the deceased, then I understand, then it makes sense. It's covered for Sarah that don't delay her burial. But if you say that a eulogy is covered for the living, so because of covered for Avram Avinu, that people should hear about his wife, that people should talk about his wife, and it's covered for him, we delay the burial of Sarah. It seems to make that much sense. So because of the covenant to Avram Avinu, we're going to delay the burial of Sarah. It doesn't make any sense. Isn't that beautiful? No, delaying the burial to give covenant to Avram was covenant to Sarah. Why? Sarah it was covered to Sarah for Avram to have covenant. In other words, even if you want to say that eulogies are not for the dead, the eulogies are for the living. The greatest covenant one could have given to Sarah was to give covenant to her husband. The greatest nachas that Sarah would have would be to know that Avram Avinu was being treated beautifully with love and with care. They'll say, it is such beautiful insight into marriage. And at the end of the day, there's so much about what makes wonderful and meaningful a marriage. I will say from this tomorrow. When you care for someone so much that their needs are more important than your own, that's a beautiful, holy, and blissful relationship. A lot of times in marriage, I'm happy to do for the other, right? I'm happy to do for the spouse, as long as my needs are met. Right? It's like the prerequisite. In other words, as long as I'm good, I'm happy to as much as needed. The truth is, that's not really what it's about. Really, marriage represents a level of selflessness that really goes above and beyond normative expectations. Another human being needs above my own totality. And to me, that as long as the other person is happy, I'm good. I'm good. Sorry, what made Sarah happy? What was covered for Sarah? Covered for Sarah was to know that Avram was taken care of, even in death. That right, Sarah would be happy in death, knowing that Avram was going to be such uselessness. When it comes to marriage, that again, Avram, your needs are above my. By the way, you should just know it was the reverse as well. Once I choose something amazing, Avram is like my heroes in marriage. Besides, I have some own parents, but the heroes in marriage. Remember, Avram wanted to have children more than anything. Sarah couldn't have children. Avram never once brought up the idea of taking a second wife. Right, where did it come from? Who brought up the idea of a second wife? Who brought it up? Sarah brought it up. Avram never brought it up. It never came up. It was never never mentioned. Why? Because Avram valued Sarah over anything. There's a choice between Sarah's feelings and children and going with Sarah's feelings. If it's a choice between Sarah's happiness and my future, I'm going with Sarah's happiness. Listen, to understand what it means to be committed to another being. It's not about me. It's not about me. If I customize me, I should have allows me to build a life with a partner. If it gives me that gift, it's ready to nurture that gift. Is to be 1,000,000% selfless. It's not that, okay, as long as my needs are met, I'm happy to give. A high level of selflessness and every that was Avram and Sarah, and that's the model for us. Incredible. Tashma. We're not going to finish this stuff. Okay, so I don't know. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. You put it's like let's leave her. It's like the neighbor over here. It's too good. All right, let's go. The subtitle called Yisrael. The subtitle called Yisrael. We visited Sukkot war. I have you up in your Rabbi. The Torah says they eulogize the neighbor. If you want to say that eulogy is about spiritual living, Hanach b'nei Yiprininu, where the brothers or the family of Yerabim and the back is serving a full Tzadikim in Yaakov and she. Tzadikim want covered to come to other people. Kashma, Spidol v'lo Yikpuru, lo no Tzadikim in Yaakov Yerushalayim. But Pasuk says they shall not be buried. So the Gemara says that ultimately Tzadikim don't want to come into Yerushalayim. Kashma, the Shalom Hamus. Over Mistrafos Avosef Amalach Marisha, Mashayu Lefanacha. Kesifu Lecha, via Yisbu Dubach, so was it by Tzidkiyo. So by Tzidkiyo, the Navi tells him that ultimately again you're going to die in peace. And with the pyres also came before you will be. So you're not going to have a good death, you're going to eulogize. The armor Mishum Yukrit the Chayim, Mainach. Now again, the eulogy is about honor to the living. Honor to the dead. So what does that say? Yo, that's going to eulogize. Who cares? It's not about the dead, it's about the living. Which was Holly Kamalu. What they need to say to him, the Yaakov Yisrael, he had to mislead the Avasef. So ultimately, Klal Yisrael will gain honor you the same way that Klal Yisrael gains honor through your fathers. So it's like a really beautifully as well that Tzadikim are when other people get honor through them. And Tzadikim don't just when people don't need their own honor. Tzadikim are always happy when other people get covered through them. What's the top of Mem Zayin? 47. Tashma. Nivza be'inav nimas. So this is David HaMelech in Torah. Nivza be'inav nimas, which literally means again, someone who is low in his own eyes. This refers to Chizkiyahu, the king of Judah. Shekiver Atzmos Aviv Amita Shalchavah, dragged his father's bones. So Chizkiyahu's father was a man by the name of Achaz. So ultimately, again, he went ahead and dragged Achaz's bones on a bed of ropes. Now, what does that mean? What does that mean? So remember, Achaz was a tremendous Russia, introduced all the Zara everywhere. Chizkiyahu was a tremendous tzaddik. One of the things that Chizkiyahu felt that he had to do when he first assumed the monarch, he was absolutely, fundamentally, and totally repudiate the idolatry of his father. What he did is he dragged his name through the streets to show that this is done. This is a fundamental and complete repudiation of people. So the Gemara says, I spoke a little bit about this by Shal about this concept of sometimes, need to slap people in the face and just say, no, this is not what we do, this is not how we do it. You know what it was like? In my time, I'm sorry. And if we say that eulogy is about cover to the living, my time, okay, he did this ultimately again to shvi kapara for his father, for Achaz, mishum kapara davua, mashuli b'ikdal, because kapara for his father, he denied cover to Klal Yisrael. Yisrael gufayu nechali b'nechli karayu legabe. For Klal Yisrael is good also. Whereas again, this was important thing for Klal Yisrael. Klal Yisrael was for gold covered in order to go ahead and have kapara for Achaz. Kashma. So let's say so again. Remember, we're still have fundamental question. What's our fundamental question? What is the role of the eulogy? Eulogy there ultimately again to go ahead is it honor for the dead or is it honor for the living? So Tashma is an incredible demand. Tashma. So we'll say this Rabbi Yehuda Nasi before he died. He gave a series of instructions to his children. And he said to his kids, he said to his family, Al tispidu ayoros. Do not, and so don't eulogize me in the small villages. So remember again, he died in Sipori, burying him in Beis Shar. So they were going to go ahead and his casket, it was a journey. And essentially they'd be making a number of stops along the way for eulogies. So he said to them, when you make stops, eulogize me. Don't eulogize me in small towns. Only eulogize me in large cities where there will be large gathering of people. That was his instruction. That was his instruction. The Gemara says, now again, if the eulogy is recovered for the living, then what does that mean that us care and where he eulogize? What does he matter? So now he felt that ultimately the larger villages, right, wouldn't be a cover for him. But rather again, it was a cover for Klal Yisrael. See that Klal Yisrael was what I was honoring the Torah scholars and such notes. That would be a cover for Klal Yisrael. Incredible Tashma. So now goes there. Helino Lechodo. So now our Mishnah. What do we learn in Mishnah? Well, said Allah is you're not allowed to delay burying the dead, right? But if they bury the dead for the purposes of honoring the dead, for example, casket and to bring shrouds. So let's say you're not, in other words, the only time you're not allowed to say burial is when it's delaying it for some other reason. But the reason we're delaying to give the mace even more, bringing shrouds, bringing a casket, that is going to be fine. So you imagine, my love of the mace doesn't mean for the covenant of mace, low, the photo shall Chai. That means for the covenant of the living. Where's what? Vodo Shalchai made not lay the mace. So understand, have covenant for the living, we're going to delay the burial of the dead. How does that make any sense? In no, the Torah says, you shall not leave his body hanging on the tree. Why? Because it's a degradation. So we say any degradation is comparable to hanging the body on a tree. So the Gemara says, listen to this. When are you not allowed to delay burial? When delay will result in a degradation for the dead. Because it is no bisayon. Well, therefore, again, so we'll say, so it's interesting. You're allowed to go ahead and delay this actually comes up a little delaying burial in a way that doesn't present the Zion for the dead. Again, it's also all of these things are also very different in our current circumstances with refrigeration. So remember again, in the times of the Gemara, not so long ago, before refrigeration, someone's unburied for any amount of time, especially again during the summer, could really result in significant humiliation for the dead. So a lot of these things have changed. But the Gemara is suggesting that sometimes we're getting this interface between what is considered to be covered base and covered for the living. What we're going to ultimately see is sometimes these things very much intersect. It's Kashla. The Shamea al Ayaros, Lahavi the Konos, Lahavi the Arvit Akrifes, in over Allah. So let's say if we leave a person unburied, in order to give people more time to come to the Levaya, right? Let people know that so-and-so died, let people come to the Levaya, to bring, again, the criers, to go ahead and bring the casket, shrouds, Eino over Allah. One is not in violation of halal samis delaying the burial. Shekala ose eino elo lechodo shamis. Because whatsoever does these things, ultimately again it's doing it for the kavod hametz. Alchi kavar kala ose lechodo shalchai ein bo bisayon hametz. So that's what the Gemara really means to say is like this: anything that's done for the kavod of the living, ultimately is not a bisayon of hametz. In other words, there's an intersectionality between these two concepts about what's covered and covered for God. Like that ultimately, again, these things very much converge because people are allowed to mourn more properly, and what? That gives greater honor to the dead. See, even if it turns out that we're delaying the burial a little bit, not a lot, a little bit, to give the opportunity to mourn, that's called honor for the living, but really it translates into honor as well. Therefore, the Marsh Tashma, Rabbi Nassim says, it's very interesting. Simin Yafa the mace. Fascinating. It is a good omen for the dead. Where seeing negative happens after the person dies. For example, so the Gemara says, mace nispat. For example, let's say you have someone who is not eulogized appropriately, below nikbar, or someone has to buried at all. Osha Chaya Gora dragged by a wild animal also. Osha Hayu Ishamin is in Almita, so or was raining Simin Yaf elements. This is a good sign for me. So listen, how are these things a good sign for me? Because Rashi points out over here that what it means is retribution is being exacted for the punishment of the deceased on its body here in this world, so that the neshama will not have to suffer. in general, we have this idea, that it's a very high level to reach, but it's really something that we have to aspire to. That when difficult things happen to us in life, there is a certain element of simcha that has to come with it. Why? Because every little bit of tzad, every little bit of discomfort or pain or difficulty that I have in this world means that it's less that I have to suffer in the next. Right? All of us have spiritual baggage, and all of us have things for which we need atonement for. And when that atonement is exacted from us in this world, it means there is less punishment and less atonement in the world to come. So Gemara just suggests over here something now we say again, it's a very high level. It's very high level to reach. But even if I can't, sometimes we'll say life is about things that I know to be true, even if I'm not really holding there just yet. Incredible. I will say so. The Gemara says, now, so what do you see from here? So the Gemara says, Shmamina, Yikra Desham. So what do you see from here? What are the Gemara? For our purposes, what's the part over here? And they weren't properly eulogized. I don't know. You can come up with this. Say, you know what this does happen? Someone dies on Chalamayim. Right? Or it's a grave site. Today, in America, we're very used to funeral home levites, right? So, in many places, it's not necessarily funeral home levites, but graveside. And it's boring. So a person doesn't get the hesped that they deserve. So the Gemara says, you know what? It's actually a beautiful thing. Because since there's pain in missing out eulogies, that eulogy benefits this. What do you see from here? That whose purpose, who do eulogies serve? Who's for? For the dead. For the dead. Eulogies at the end of the day, delivering of eulogies are really for a benefit for the dead. A yikra d'shachvi, ultimately again, benefit for the dead. Therefore, again, if the dead person doesn't receive it, it's part of his kapara. I will say, Rabbi Gemara says, Shmamina, yikra d'shachvi, Shmamina. You see from here, the eulogies of also ultimate are for the dead. The reality is, it's not even mutually exclusive. They can both be right. Eulogies have this duality. On one hand, again, the absolute process is incredibly important because, sometimes people don't understand the profundity of depth of the eulogy. And they'll talk about sometimes like the most annoying things. So imagine for a moment, imagine somebody said to you, you have 5 more minutes to speak to your mother, to your father, to your brother, to your wife, to your husband. Imagine somebody said 5 minutes. You wouldn't say, thank you, classmates. That's right? Oh, did you know how to use Old Bay? Oh, sorry. Right? Imagine if someone said 5 more minutes to speak to your parent, to speak to your spouse. Imagine that was said, but Matt, that was a little delayed. That sounds right. I'm just saying this. Somebody said, you have 5 more minutes to speak to your loved one. 5 minutes to your loved one. That's what it is. That's the eulogy is. It's not to paint the picture. People think like it's about a historical picture. It's all very nice things. That's great. Right? You can post that on the Levinson's website. Right? All of that is there. You can read it on your own. That's not what eulogy is. A eulogy is an opportunity, a last opportunity. The mace is right there to speak to the mace. Speak to the mace. Because in every single relationship, things that we wish said that we never got a chance to say, or maybe didn't say it in the right way, or maybe didn't say it enough. And that's how you can shut it's for the dead. For the dead. Now, it also happens to be that it serves a benefit for those lost. It's not mutually exclusive, but the essence of eulogy always for the dead. All right, let's go back. So, how you covering? So let's remember again, next part of the was that they would not go ahead and bury the dead in the same cemetery, right? When somebody was executed by Basin, they were not buried in the same cemetery as someone who just died. So the Gemara says, the whole kaf lama. Why? It seems so severe, so bad. The fishing crush it's inside it. Because we do not bury Rishon necessarily. This is a big thing. We don't bury Rishon, and it goes like, you say to yourself, okay, once he died, kind of like that is the great equalizer. And the answer is no, it's not. No, it's not. Tzaddik lived his life a certain way. And the truth is, he worked really hard to live his life that way. And a Rosh didn't work hard. Okay, so you reap what you sow. And Tzaddik is not buried, Rosh is not buried next to a Tzaddik, because again, you live your life a certain way, you're going to die a certain way. And you're going to do that a certain way, and that's just the way that it is. So you worry about Chabach and the Minayishin Kol Rosh Tzaddik, how do we know that Bari Rishon, next Tzaddik in Shneimar, by Aim Kolvin Ish, this is from Navi, Malachim days. Listen to this. So the Torah is talking about Klal Yisrael was at war, they're at war. And what happens? So they're burying one of the casualties of war. And they saw the approaching enemy army to them. So what did they do? So they didn't have time to throw the body. So they buried the body. So they threw it. Right? Threw the burial cave. It happens to be the burial cave they threw it into was the burial cave of the Navi Elisha. Get ready for this. What happened? Is they would bury in caves, right? Well, first they bury in the ground, and then off what they would do is after the body decomposes, they would collect the bones and they would place it like in a kind of a cave. You can see this. Anyone ever went to the grave of Shimon HaTzadik? He's not popular. It's interesting. So see, it's like other side of it. Hey, right next to it, they have this family called Kevin Sanhedrin, which is like a family, this massive burial cabin. So what's interesting is over there you can have like shelves. The bowls are placed on the fascinating. So the guy rolled into the burial cave of Elisha. Listen to this. His body comes in contact with Elisha. Vayaga ish ba'atzmos Elisha. Vayechi vayakam al raglav. The man, right? So the dead man comes in contact with the bones of Elisha. He came back to life. So the Gemara will say, now why did he come back? No, why is he coming back to life? So apparently this man was a Rasha, and he did not deserve to be buried in the same grave as Elisha. Because you don't bury Rishon next to Tzaddikim. So a miracle occurred, he came back to life, walked out. So it's only about the Dimalik Yumena Vina Pishnai and Beruchachal Eli. So maybe he came back to life for a different reason. Before the died, so Elisha had a bracha. So Elisha said to Eliyahu, I would like to be doubly as great as you. Can you imagine? And he says to Eliyahu, I like to be double as great as you. So what that means is, remember, Eliyahu brought one person back to life. Elisha said, I want to be doubly as great as you. So therefore, she should bring back two people to life. Now, Elisha died, he only brought back one person to life. Maybe this was his Pishnai. Maybe this was his double portion. Maybe this was the second time he brought him back to life. That's it. We'll say first line. Here's the problem. It's true. The guy came back to life. We'll say what happened. But after he came back to life, he walked out of the burial cave and he died. In other words, he didn't go back home. He didn't go back home. He came back to life enough to walk out of the burial cave and died immediately afterwards. Ella, he no trying to his classes like that. So by the way, how did Elisha get his Pishnai? How did Elisha get a double portion? When did he bring the second person back to life? Rabbi Yochanan, Sheripe Saras Naaman, Shishkula Kames. Oh, you know what he did? Naaman, who was the general of Aram, living with Saras. Elisha cured him from Saras. And we know that someone Saras is so the curing of Naaman from the Saras is like yes, amazing. The Sid Anati Kames. So what do you see from here? What's the takeaway? The takeaway from here is that we don't bury a Rasha next to a Tzaddik. In the same way that we don't bury a Rasha next to a Tzaddik, so too, we do not bury a serious Rasha next to a smaller Rasha. I guess it's like there are people who are expert Rishon, and then there are people who dabble. dabble, right? Russia dabblers. Right? So let me show. There's like a Rush, there's like a Russia law. Russia law, just like a shade Russia law. Right? So again, so there are different levels of shayim. We don't go ahead and bury a real Russia next to a little Russia law. The list can for us. So maybe you should have a different cemetery for every different Misas gate, right? There's 4 Misas gates, 4 different Misas. You have 4 different cemeteries. There's no snake first, Gemara, maybe traditionally only need 2. Okay. So I'll say, so by the way, that is a halacha about not burying the shrine next to tzaddikim. Now again, obviously that can be sensitive in terms of who exactly is decided on this also, but that's my point. You do have certain cemeteries that restrictions like this. Shomer Shabbos. There are certain cemeteries that absolutely do maintain certain religious strictures and certain religious obligations upon the people who are going to be buried there. Okay. Yours says, I'm like, okay, let me hear this card. Very interesting. If someone eats Caleb, right? Now, Caleb is forbidden fat. Someone ate Caleb, and again, which is obviously illegal, and then realized what to do, and sat down the carbon. He's ready to offer up a carbon. And then what happens? They hit a daito, and he became an apikolis. So again, Ruben, it's been a busy day for him. And he began the day by English accidentally. After he did that, he realized what he did wrong. Separated the carbon. Then after that, he became an apikolis. Now the story is not over. This just shows you what a person was packed into one day. Right? If you maximize your time, you can really accomplish a lot. So it comes about Shuvah. So what's that? What's this fascinating? Holok this guy. I will say the halach is Koris is not allowed to offer again except for an apikolis. Once this carbon owned by an apikolis, then it can't be rid of. So even though Ruben now became about Shuvah, you can't use that carbon. Why? Once something has been set aside for non-use, it cannot be used. Incredible. So Ruben accidentally separated out a carbon, and then he became insane. Right? The shota, the chazav and the shtab, but then he became sane again. So what's that? The whole of the nida, let's say same person is a shota, can't offer up a carbon. So again, essentially, since the carbon was owned by it can't be offered. Even though he subsequently becomes sane, he still can't offer that carbon. Why? Once the carbon has been set aside for non-use, it's set aside for non-use. Incredible. Now, why don't both these cases? They seem to be redundant, right? They seem to be the exact same case. So why do I need both cases? If you would have just come with the first case, ultimately again, apikarsis, I would have said, he became an apikolis on his own. But in the case of the guy who became insane, ultimately again he did that just happened on his own. Maybe he's like someone who's sleeping. And back up, ultimately again he can offer up the carbon. The actually in the half, and if we're just in the case of insanity, we shouldn't get in the other officer because that the ability to go ahead and return. Right? Doesn't have the ability to somebody's going to become sane again. Have a husband the other officer, but in the case he has the ability ultimately again to become about the maybe halacha l'maisa, you kind of different too. Never will say again. In both of these cases, you can't offer up the carbon. Why? Because essentially, if the carbon was owned by someone who is unfit to offer it, it is forever set aside for non-use. Even if the person's status changes, he's going to have to set aside a different animal. The concept is holov nidcha yidcha. Once something is set aside for non-use, ultimately, again, it remains set aside. As well says the tremendous hospitalness, which is in life, there are certain doors that close that once they close, you cannot reopen them. See, we like to be able to think, but if we don't take advantage of certain opportunities when they're in front of them, it's okay. I'll get to it later. There are situations in life like that where if you don't take advantage now, the opportunity will be there later. But there are many things in life where if you don't take advantage now, once the door closes, it closes. You cannot pry it back open. You're not getting back that opportunity. Once again, you can't do it anymore, then ultimately again, you are done. Now, the beautiful news is there's always more opportunities, right? There's always additions afterwards, right? But once it's done, it's done. So that's why we have to be so careful, to be mindful of our life opportunities, to be mindful of the doors that open in front of us to keep advantage, because we think we're going to get to it when it's a little bit less busy, a little bit quieter. Never happens. Gemara goes weiter. How you kachim means deach. So what's this by Yerni Dachas, which is a city that is condemned. The inhabitants worship idolatry. So now again, let's say in the Yerni Dachas itself, they were kachim. They were sacrifices. Halach is kachim is deach yamusu. Anything that was going to be offered up in his deach should be killed. Kachim bedekam too. Anything that's financial. See, ultimately again should be written. You have to kill them. Why do you have to slaughter the animals? Havilu kapara. Salkulu gabah. Once people of the early dachas are killed, ultimately again that's their kapara. And they use the kabanos. Because once something is set aside for non-use, it remains set aside for non-use. That's the concept of One second, Rabbi says, 1 second. Do you think that death by itself atones? In other words, we're going with this thing that death atones. Rabbi says, do you think that if someone just dies as a death atones for them? So if a person is a Russia and then he just dies, natural causes, that's not kapara. That's not provide atonement. You can hear Shmaya, you have to Pirish, something Sibor, you tell me, I thought was that maybe, let's say Cohen has a father or parents, and his parents went off with death. His parents became happy. You might have thought that a Cohen should be Kami himself for these individuals. But also, only when the parents are on the right derech is the son who's a Kohen the Tommy for those parents. Now, what do you see from there? Say, you see from there, God isn't death mechak? No, death. What kind of death is mechak? So, if someone is executed, that type of death is mechak. But just stam dying of forcing or natural causes is not necessarily mechak. Somebody runs nerag and jump the how could you compare someone who's executed because of his rishos, someone who died of natural cause? Rasha, Mace of Risho, Kevin the Ari Kamayas, Lo Havili Kappa, Nerag Mito Risho, Araki Mayas, Havili Kappa. This is the type of distinction. There's a Russia, and they die of natural causes as a Russia, that death does not atone. If a person is a Russia and they're executed because of their rishos, that death atones. Now we're going to see even that death by itself doesn't have to be more. Teda, Tichsev, Nizma Yasaf. And okay, so we'll say this is about the destruction of Beis Hamikdash. The Gentile nations have come into your Beis Hamikdash. They have defiled your holy sanctuary. They have given literally again the carcasses of your servants as food for the birds. The flesh of your chasidim to the animals of the earth. What's Chasidecha? So there's love Chasidecha. Chasidecha refers to Chasidim. Real Chasidim are truly pious. So the Gemara says, Avadecha, Hani Dimechai, Dina Dimeikara. Avadecha, these were people who were Rothschild. They Chayvim people, and once they were executed, once they were executed by a Beis Din, they were called Avadecha. What do you see from here? You see from here that someone executed by Beis Din ultimately becomes a tzaddik. Only Abaye. Nikam Adamis for days. Nikam Adamis Halugi Masalugi Beis Din. Can you actually compare people who were executed by the monarchy to people who were executed by Beis Din? Halugi Malchus, those executed by the Malchus, the law within Hamikdash, since all really kapara. So I say somebody executed by Beis Din, since that's an abnormal death sentence, an abnormal reality, death is not kapara. So those who are killed, let's say by our enemies, that ultimately again is abnormal. Therefore, that's Machakar, killed by Kiddush Hashem. On the other hand, you can Haluge Bezdin, those killed by Bezdin, they did commit to it. Who are killed because of legal trespass, no Haluge Kapara. Ultimately, again, that death is not a Kapara. So what it says, now the Gemara suggesting there are three types of death. Death of natural causes, death by enemies, which is like the death of Kiddush Hashem, and death by Bezdin. So the Gemara wants to suggest death of natural causes and death by Bezdin does not automatically affect kapara. Does not automatically affect kapara. Death by enemies, right? Essentially, Kiddush Hashem, that automatically affects kapara. Here you go. I'll tell you why this is true. This now, we'll say a few more minutes. This now, though how you covered also the kibbutz also, when someone is executed by Beis Din, we don't go ahead and bury him in the kever of his fathers. These are like but if you say that execution, death by a Beis Din, ultimately again affects kapara, then why wouldn't you bury him in the burial place of his forefathers? Which the Gemara says, no. So really, the atonement requires death and burial. So most of about only was executed by Beis Din. We would not go ahead. There was no avelos. Yes, there's no avelos. But there was only aninos. She'ein aninos ala balev. Because aninos ultimately again is in the heart. So you must visa that even the ikba having kapara the avlu. But if you hold that once a person is executed, that Allah Kalamais again it's a kapara. So let them mourn. No. We're really kapara takes effect in three things. Number one, execution. Number two, burial. Number three, decomposition. Therefore, again, you can't do avelos because, again, not until decomposition. To which the Gemara says, the children also have been common. What do we see from the Yisrael? Say that again, right? The Mishnah said, twice after you bury them, after the bones, you can then gather the bones and then bury the individual ultimately in Kavra bones. So both sides. What comes out over here is something really interesting. So what comes out over here is halach l'maisa, three different types of death. Death from natural causes. What I mean is, a person is a Russia. And now they die in one of these either natural causes. So it is clear that if a Russia dies of natural causes, what's the impact of his death on his rishos? The impact of his death on his Russia status? Zero. Still Russia. If he dies because he's killed by what we call halugim, he's killed by Gentiles because he's a Jew, then what's the halacha? His death is in the kappa. Right? That's dying out Kiddush Hashem. His death is absolutely in the kappa. Then there's the third type of death. The third type of death is being executed by Beis Din. So what happens when Beis Din executes a Russia? So let's say here it appears that it's interesting. Here it appears that there is kapara, but kapara really is three things. Number one, execution. Number two, burial. And number three, decomposition. Now both sides. Now the truth is we already know that execution by Beis Din is not mechaber by itself. How do we know this? What did the Mishnah say? When the Beis has skila, the Beis Din say, what did the Beis Din say? Right? This is Vada. You start to do vidui. Right? You see from here that death by itself is not mechaber even for Nissan. Why? Because again, they would order him vidui. They would order him to confess his sins. So the fact that he confess his sins indicates to us that death by itself was not mechaber. He says Beis Din is not mechaber. Even death by a Beis Din requires number one, shuvah before you die. Number two, execution or decomposition. And we'll say, stop over here. I want to point out, it's really Rabbi. It says what? He was looking at the end of Amud days yesterday. All on it. So if you see it, please make sure to bring it. We'll say, shkayach everyone.
Because if you're doing any of these things and you can't defend it, you're probably pretty stupid. But when you start going, I won't even be associated with that person because of whatever it is, that's a problem. Well, it doesn't seem smart. Yeah, it doesn't seem healthy. You know, if you don't have any room for disagreement. But it's also like the thing between Kimmel and Trump is so dumb. It's very dumb. It's so dumb.
Well, it's like good morning, let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Good thing. Howard told sponsor.
Yes.
Howard goes sponsor 4. All right, you're going to go sponsor. the Tosin Mustafa, to dedicate all this year to the host, for the Soros Fellows, and so I wish the learning sponsor for the audio director, and then to Sarah Bass Shimmer, the Holy Rafa, which is currently being observed in both the American Torah, King Shamo having a real understanding. And that being sponsored in Nishmas or Cambridge Ruffle Festival yesterday was also being observed the American Torah. Who's having an understanding in this. What's with that? Let us begin. All right, we are going to do a runaway train today. Let's do this. Today's daf is Menhei 45. We are picking up on them down literally again, 3 lines down from the top. So remember again, he's left up in the middle of Yeshua and the Malach. Malach appears to Yeshua, tells him, I'm here because of 2 things. Number 1, you went ahead and you failed to offer up this coming yesterday, the daily offering. And 2, now it's at night, you should have been learning Torah, and instead you're going ahead and you talked with Talmud Torah. Okay, during the day you were fighting a war. You couldn't learn. But now you should be learning. Now you should be learning. And again, and Yeshua says, so for which one did you come? Sorry. Right, for which one, right? What is the infraction for which you are coming? To which the Gemara says, Amalei Atabasi. I came out to the Talmud Torah. I came out because they're not learning. So what happened? Yeshua literally because it says Yeshua slept literally that night in the valley. What is that? Well, let me show you what I'm talking about. He slept in the valley of Yeshua says, take out the Gemara, you learn now, the mother is really not learning. Everybody likes to get to work. I'm going to be okay. Is it also work out or you understand your house? I will come and tell you what's not going to speak. What do you see from me? You see that Torah is even greater than the offering of Kabbalah. So what a profound thing. Learning Torah is even greater. What does that mean? Merit. There's a course that what a piece of learning Torah is even greater than all Kabbalah. It's not on a basic level. It makes so much sense. Remember, offering of Kabbalah is something that someone else does for you. It's true, I agree with you in important Christ, but when I say I'm not actually Torah, it's something that I actively engaged in. I'm going to buy it also really just a profound, but if we have the opportunity to engage in something that's even greater than offering of Kabbalah. You know, already I buy it, I come out of my movie, what do we do with this blessing? In Eretz Yisrael, following counsel. I'll give you his mire. Don't look to fight. Not Tasaba Akarizal, but Hakmin Osariah. What we do when your friend humiliates you. Read call, use SAFL. You know, having argument with your friend if you need to. The Sakar out. But don't reveal the secrets of the what does this mean? Because Allah has brought me Cheskel. Late and one of means something. Because God was obsessed with Cloud Israel. So he says to Cheskel, go and say the following Cloud Israel. Go and tell them, Avicha Mori, Yinecha teaches. So it's actually pretty careful here. Go and tell them, your father is an Amorite, and your mother is a Hittite. And this is a reference to the fact that Ad came from the foundations. As it upset the Klal Yisrael, it says, go tell them that your father is a Hittite and your mother is an Amorite. The Gemara says, Amalek Pastor is from Baruch. So Ruach Pastor is literally again a spirit. That actually points out this was the Malach Gavriel. The Malach Gavriel says, before I say, Baruch Hu, Shalom, Yevol Avim Andu Charecha, only the Machem also says Gavriel, Yitzhak Kadosh Baruch Hu Moshe, Yibolo Shalom. Avim and Sarah was you say this, like you go ahead and say such a thing. Not that you go ahead and embarrass them. That's it. It's like a saga. So God literally says this passage to listen, fight with whoever you need to fight with. But don't reveal this to all the others. And you should say, right? Because God had the right to speak. Who is no one was ready for you. Shemos Yishma. Gabriel has 3 names. Piskin, Itmir, and Sidro. Piskin, Sheposim Far Tabinala. Piskin because again, literally he measures his words towards his prophet. In other words, that Jesus is able to see Hashem in a stark way. Itmon, She'ot things in Israel. It was shut out the evidence of Israel. Sigron, Kevan Shesaga, Soga, Shukina Bosat. Once again, like says the conversation is over, the conversation is incredible. So the Gemara says, Hayalo Shua Batzar, Amar Rabbi, the older sources, so this pasuk is from Eov. This pasuk is from Eov. Now, literally translated over here, what's happened is Eov's friends, there's this interesting conversation after Eov is suffering, so there's all these interesting conversations between Eov and his friends. His friends are trying to figure out the root of his suffering, like why is he suffering so much? They say to Eov, had you davened, would you not have been saved from this calamity? And the Lord will be only yachted of the Tefillah itself. Was it a profound Gemara? A person should always daven before the suffering occurs. Daven proactively. Shemali Lord having the Tefillah itself, they base El Ubein Ha'ai, when the Shtayim and the Shayah Surit Tikar. Had Adam Avinu not proactively daven in the area between L and I, Klal Yisrael will never save. That refers to, remember again, that's the war. So these stories can't remember again, how do we get started with this? Achan was taking the spoils of Yericho, but he wasn't allowed to. Yeshua knew that something was up, because 36 men were killed in the battle of Ai. They were killed in the battle of Ai. That's the issue is, why are you losing soldiers? Because it's like there are someone committing an Avera. So what it says, the idea over here is also that why only 30? Yeah, Baruch Hashem, it was quote unquote only 36. After you get places, precious messages, and roots, could have been much worse. So the word attributes the minimized casualties to the proactive philos of Avram Avinu. So the word says, it's actually a very, the word also introducing us to a different dynamic of tefillah, which is proactive prayer. We're very used to the concept of reactive prayer. Something's wrong, I need something, there's crisis, I got it, which is incredibly profound as well. Now the word says it's concept of proactive prayer. And it's proactive prayer, the avoda is, while things are calm, while things are good, recognize that things can and do change so quickly. That is the Rebbeinu should only produce for active stabilizing force that things should not go off the rails. So the Torah of Avram happens proactively again, or it should be beautiful inside of the tefillah. It's like the studies of the Anis Ashwa the tefillah, in Sorim Milamala. So literally translated, it actually says over there, from the Anis Ashwa the Milamala, inside, B'chol Masinu, anyone who governs its intensity here in this world, so the celestial, so there's no negative forces or prosecutorial forces in the heavens have the ability to act against it. And you have to the only package other than Shiura Koma Amsun as Kol. I'm sorry, the only package other than Shiura Hakoma Amsun Kol, the Alulo Sorim Milamala. So this is a very beautiful Gemara. The verse says as follows. That's what she always asks compassion for good action. She has Kofo. She is saying Malak Yashar, it's the Baki Shrachanim. The Shemod Yuhulo Mashir Milamala. So Haji Mashmayat source is the person should always ask when they have nothing. The person should say, I should have Siaka, the Shmai in the celestial sphere. Malak should help me, and Malak should have to show them not to against me. The Malachim of the Baki Shrachanim, Malak Yashar is the Baki Shrachanim. The Malachim should help to ask for me. The Shalom Yehudim Milamala, the Shemot constituting force above, Shahani Hayala Shuach and Basra. So in general, this is always quite interesting because this notion that Malachim help me or against me, soliciting angelic assistance above, if it's appropriate, if it's not appropriate, so it has to be part of a raging hashkafic debate about the roles of Malachim within our tefillos and things like that. But the point that we're making over here is the person should realize that any given moment ask for help, right? Ask for assistance, or from Malachim, absolutely incredible. Beautiful. should keep it all Biblia. So say so again, you must tell about it. We know should keep it all Biblia. How do we know that Biblia works? And when a person does Biblia, a person confesses their averos, that Biblia itself has a curative on the individual. Shneimar, Vayomer lo Yoshua, Ma'achatan Yakifa, Ma'achatan Yakifa Shorayim. So again, by Achai. Yoshua says to Achai, after you did us today, Hashem will Hashem will, I'm sorry, just as you have uprooted us, Hashem will uproot you today. So the Gemara says, Hazeh, Hayom Hazeh Ata Achot, Yata Achot Yom Habo. Hashem is telling us, excuse me, Yeshua is that time today you will uproot. In other words, in this world you're punished, but in the next world, if the next world do not. In the Zohar, Zimri, the Esau, the Hemon, the Kilko, the Darda, Kulam Chamisha, my Kulam Chamisha, Kulam Chamisha in the Odom Habo. 5 of these individuals have a portion from Sid Zimri, Sid Achon. So we'll say, so says, it's the name of the person is Zimri and Achon. Rabbi Shmuel Chadam Achon Shmuel. One says his name was Achon. Zimri was Achon. I've already for Shmuel Zimri. So why does he call him Zimri? So you know, to show us a nice Zimri. Because he acted like Zimri. Now this goes back to yesterday's fact that remember again, Achon committed many different averos. One of the things that Gemara accuses him of was Naramura, to engage in an immoral adulterous relationship. The last thing is obviously the fact that Zimri Shmuel, obviously knows his name is Zimri, the Rabbi Shmuel Achon, so why is he called Achon? She'ichin Avonoseihem Shal Yisrael. Ultimately, again, because he caused the sins to wrap around Klal Yisrael like a snake. His sin ultimately enveloped all of Klal Yisrael. Incredible. He also said that Paradiddle, the memory just I like this. You know, the Rambam lays down. Kishiyasa Tshuva, the Rambam Hilchos Tshuva, Halacha Aleph. The Rambam says, Kishiyasa Tshuva v'yosher mechato, chayu l'nisvados. The first step in Tshuva is Hebrew, is confession. Why is that the first step in Tshuva? So if Gitcher is inside the question of that part, it tells us Shiva, it's a beautiful thing, look at Shura called Yehuda Tzhuva. It's very simple. It's very simple. Because at the end of the day, before you confess it, it's not real. If I don't confess it in my mind, and again, what happens over time is, over time, I'm able to somehow justify it. I'm able to justify it. I'm able to go ahead and kind of remake it, retool it in my mind. You know, it depends how good you are. Sometimes I could justify it if I'm really good, make it into my yourself. Right? Then after enough time, I can even begin to myself as a son. You know what? So the power of confession is confession makes the sin real. I acknowledge the fact that I did something wrong. I acknowledge the fact that I wrote something significant of me. If I acknowledge and I make it real, then I the opportunity to fix it. If I don't do those things, I'm just never going to end up really fixing it. That's the power of Hebrew. The confession itself has a real ability of right. Even Hebrew is Mechapa. So if you think about that confession code, how does that make any sense? If I confess it, I just confessed it. It's not like I did anything else. It's not changed my life. It's not like I changed the way that I live, but I must see the act of enough personal courage to take a step back and say, I did something, and to own it, that by itself is a huge and incredible step in personal growth. Even if I don't do anything, even if there's no action there has to be more follow-up. But even if argument's sake, if there's no more follow-up, that is still a tremendous accomplishment. Incredible amount. All right, let's go back. You know what it says? Done the silos, so we all learn that plus that's one. So remember again, so if you remember the end of the Mishnah, was talking about this idea. Now what happens if a person doesn't know how to be good? The person doesn't know how to be good. So what happens? What's the the person is just saying, like my guest should so then the Mishnah ended off. There was this Mishnah. The Mishnah ended off. If Ruben, that he is innocent, Everybody could say, my death should be a kapara for all of my averos, except for this, because I didn't do it. So then the comes back to that. That's the case. Everyone will say that. Everyone's going to say that. Why? Right? Because every defendant is innocent. Every defendant is innocent. He says to Gemara. Right? He says to Gemara. Good. Do not process. Who cares? Let everybody say it. Let everybody say it. What does it matter to us? So let every guilty person bring that out. Say, my death should be a kahara for every other except this one, because I didn't do it. So what? What does it matter if he says it? Because it doesn't look like it. At a certain point, it looks like you're casting aspersions on the judicial abilities of those two. Right? Because at the end of the day, every single person who's being executed says, I didn't do it. The optics are strange. The Allah Eden, I don't need Eden as well. I want to listen to this verse. I'm not bothered. My Sabbath actually, yes, I'm recalling. There was once a guy who was being right after he executed. Amar, in which the Abazel located Shasi Kafara, the follow of Rothschild. His statement is guy is not to be executed, and he makes the following statement. If I committed this sin, if I committed this other, if I was being executed, my death should not be an atonement for any of my offenses. In any other respect, if I don't have this avera, Shasi Kafara the whole avodas, then ultimately again, allow my death to be an atonement for all of my offenses. If I did this avera, my should atone for nothing. If I didn't do this avera, my death should atone for everything because it's on the looking and listen to this things. Because you know what? And I hereby, they didn't just do their best. They didn't do their best. So I don't hold them culpable for my death. However, even but the witnesses should never be forgiven. Because what the guy's saying right is obviously the guy closed. What he was right. He's saying two things. Number one, he's saying, if I committed this avera, my death should atone for nothing. If I didn't commit this avera, my death should atone for everything. Number one. Number two, I don't hold Asian accountable, right? They're just doing the job, their constitution, nothing else for them to do. But the agent, he should never be fined for this. Not in this world and not in the next. So what happens? Which is to show from the Rabbi, South Zero, now the Chum heard this, and they said, obviously, this is startling. This was very startling because the guy was willing to go ahead and say that if he committed this avera, his death should not be a kapara. Very startling. So now the Basin heard this, they didn't know what to do. If you bring it back to the exam, you try the case, you can't do that because already it should be verdict. What happened? Executing. And again, they think that really what's happening over here is the guilt is going to be suspended around the neck of the agent. That's obvious. The Gemara says, let's see if the Kahadri was Sahadi. No, let's say what happened over here. What happened over here is, someone said, first of all, it's obvious. Obviously, it's a very shocking statement. But just because the guilty party makes the statement doesn't mean they're going to reverse the din. The din is the din. Obviously, it's a pretty shocking and jarring statement. But there's nothing else to do. No, what happened over here? The witnesses wanted to after hearing this, like the witnesses wanted to recant. So as the Gemara says, if you had to do my hobby, you should have called your not yet. So there's a principle in Avis. One is, that's the principle. If you give your testimony, that's it. You can't go ahead and retract afterwards. To which the Gemara says, that's the Kayar behind it was silent. It was saying what happened over here. The witnesses wanted to and they wanted to explain why they were retracting. So maybe they have a rationale for why they were out. And then we thought about it a little bit more. And then I was like, how lucky it is, they've actually reviewed one person's testimony. You can't go ahead and go back and do that. That's the end of the story. Even if they have good reason to go back and give the whole story, like your whole myself, the whole explanation, nevertheless, we don't go ahead and let them go back. And let's say, to do the says, yeah, who mercy the divine next stuff is the tax collector. I'm gonna record it separately later on. This is a overwhelming story. that's brought down in Rashi. The reason I left on this page is because that entire left-hand column is pretty much one Rashi. It goes from the top to the column recorded later on in the as a separate piece because it deserves its own time and the shot of finishing it. We're going to save it for later on, but it is a tremendous story. All right, so let's say that's the end of that sugya. The power of Bigui, the power of to go and affect the atonement all by itself tremendous. Continuing in the action process. So now remember, they're leaving you now. They're leaving you, don't have to be executed. So now we'll say when they were 10 amos away, that's when the whole bigui, that's when the whole confession process occurred. Now they're down on this away. So what happens? Not cheating also the dog. So they tell him to take off his clothing. The Gemara says, now the reason they're doing that is because remember, a person who's unclothed is killed faster as a result of stoning. That's what we're going to see over here. This is not a degradation piece. This is just the opposite. This is in order to expedite the execution. So when you're 4 amos, we tell them to undress. So you also so the Hebrew says like this: a man who just has something, a little piece of clothing covering the front of his body, the makom, and for a woman, a small article of clothing to cover her front and her back. That's what you do. So to preserve some modicum of sneers. So some say, this becomes a number of stone unclothed, ultimately is by a man. A woman is going to be executed, she's always executed. On top of men, 45, here we go. So everyone is stoned unclothed. A man has one piece of clothing just covering his muscle, right? And a woman has clothing covering her front and her back. The Chum said, come see a man is clothed naked, and a woman is not. My counter, what's the obvious Rahon? What's at the root of Rahon? What's the logic of the Rahon? Say that only a man is stoned unclothed, but a woman is executed clothed. The Rahon also, Pastor says they will stone him. My also, what does also mean? Also, you want to say that the thing of stoning applies to a man, it doesn't apply to a woman. That's it. Or say the Pastor explicitly says that they will take out the man or the woman for stoning. Which was the other my also, right? What does also mean? And so below the Susa, what it means is that is a special thing of stealing by a man that doesn't apply to a woman. What's the special thing of stealing apart from a man, not by a woman? Also, clothing that by a man is stoned unclothed, and a woman is stoned with her clothing. The Gemara says, also below Susa, also the Susa. Okay, so we'll say that's the Chacham. That's the Malacha. So again, you go ahead and you stone a man without his clothing, a woman is with her clothing. You know, it really says, also, the locus is so, Roshna Isha. That means no. Also is a generic term that means what? Everyone is stoned without their clothing. Like that's the halacha. That's the halacha. So the Gemara says, it doesn't matter man, it doesn't matter what the name are. That will say, magnificent. What's driving a lot of this? The name of the text is just to imply that the Chai Shili with Yehula, but it's still a Chai Shili. Even though what's happening over here is that I got right there, literally again, it's just a Chai Shili, but the maybe something deeper over here. Maybe the Chachamim are concerned, ultimately again, they are concerned that if you go out, especially by a woman, and stone her, there are other people. So maybe again, the singer will go ahead and elicit the inappropriate desires, and therefore that's what I'm concerned with. So Rabbanon, who are concerned for that. Sorry. Who are concerned for that? Or say a woman is always stoned clothed, right? And Rabbi Yisrael seems not to be concerned. That was happening already. What's the question? But yet, we actually just the opposite. Always just the opposite. So this is nice. So this is nice. A coin of leaders. So again, so there's always special adultery. And there's an entire process. She's brought before the coin. There's the entire mixture of water. So we go ahead and do the water. So as the coin rips part of the clothing. God says, this is not clean of these out. The coin holds on to her clothing. They care, they niflu, Shinagala as Libaba Sosa her heart is closed, and they undo her hair is braided, they undo the braids of her hair. What that means is, in the social process, it is possible that it will be unclothed. Some states that I don't allow it. But he even says, in higher Libaba, no higher Libaba. The higher Sada, the higher social, and ultimately again if her hair is attractive, we also don't undo it. What do you see here? So you might say it sounds like well, it's the one who is Hoshish, ultimately sees this Sota, in some state of being unclothed, is going to retire with him. They ended up not to be concerned for that, directly contradicts what we just, that I found saying, well, there's always the old wriggling clothing. Oh, and Rabbi Yehuda, she's in a partial state. Being unclothed. So what's going on? Rabbi says, no. By the time of Shema Hating with the Zakar, she's going to appear to Kuda. How about on the Kashba? That's incredible. No one says, no. The difference is, in the case of the Sota, so what's going to happen? So she comes out of this innocent. She comes out of this innocent because it's interesting. The Pir Kuda, what is the Pir Kuda? What's going to happen? He's going to emerge from days there, like innocent, so that's good. And what's going to happen? The Pir Kuda, I'm going to try to pursue her, and it comes out innocent. I have plans for tonight, it's not bad. So I mean, not good also, because she's so alright, so that doesn't work. Yeah, well, so the nice again, so because ultimately again, she can be found innocent, the reason the basis, which is sexual immorality, is source, it is partial state of being unclothed. Here, in Mishnah, we talk about only will be executed. So there's no concern about that. So you mentioned the law, Asilu is Gabach, and I said this is incredible. Maybe again, maybe you should be turned by Stila, because if they see a woman in a partial state of being unclothed, so again, fine, so there's nothing's going to happen with this woman, she's about to be executed. Maybe we'll awaken in them higher to do immoral things with other women, or just immoral things in general. So it's an incredible deal. Our Rabbi Miri, Eyitzar Sholit, Ella B'mi She'elav Los. I said this is fascinating. Rabbi says we have a tradition. What's the tradition? That the Sahara only takes hold of something that you see with your own eyes. In other words, what Rabbi says is this. Seeing one person doesn't awaken a desire for morality with someone else. Seeing the person awakens a desire for morality with a person that you see. It doesn't, it's not essentially, what I'm saying is, immorality is not transferable. Like, in other words, it applies to what you see, it doesn't really transfer to anything else. It's such a fascinating and incredible idea. So therefore, again, the concern over here is immorality with the Sota. The concern over here ultimately, again, with this particular woman that you're seeing in a state of being unclothed. But if she's being executed, there's no further concern about that. The Sahara only goes over something with your own eyes. But essentially, if you don't, or if it's transferred, if you're not seeing it, then there's not a use of Hara for it. Tremendous. So again, Rabbi says, what's that? The only opposing says contradiction. There's also contradiction in the Rabbanon. I'm sorry, the Yudah no kasha. Just every kasha. Our graph, no switch combination, but no kasha. Haka in the Eastern Devil is ultimately universal. So remember the passage says, Yudah is two different things, right? Yudah is going to say all of this is done with Sota and by the execution. is in order to go ahead and give muscle to other people. So at the end of the day, a person's not going to come to when they see a woman in a partial state of being unappropriately executed. Witnessing an execution in and of itself is one of the greatest forms of muscle. So remember that the heat game off, the other big card. So maybe you should be both. Maybe you should go ahead and allow for the night side, compromise from both ways, namely execution and also the basement for being unclothed. I'm not going to argue you have to know Echad Kamocha, Baller, Lo, Nisa, Yafa. So I said, this is incredible. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says, no, you don't have to execute someone. If there's someone, you have to on their dignity. You're not going to dignity. So I say, isn't this incredible? You have to learn Echad Kamocha. What is that? How does this manifest itself? Even when you execute someone, there is still a halacha you have to do here. If you're executing someone, what is it? Not good. Right? Not good, right? Weak people don't get into those kind of situations. The last situations that people get into, generally, if you let out to the base of schema, you're not a good person. Because you've done something that is deserving of execution. And again, remember, you know, we've seen the whole subject. The basement's been advocated for you, the system is advocating for you, yet no one you pretty much is probably not a good guy without any needs. So it's even for the Jew, not a good guy, there's a halacha. What's the halacha? You have to obligation to love him like I love myself. Not manifest. How does it manifest? What it manifests is minimize the suffering or minimize the degradation that such a person is going to have in his execution. So again, in this case, if you're trying to do that for a woman, we're not going to execute her unclothed. That's what it means. Or for a man, we're going to execute him unclothed or sitting in a cover in the area of his meat. We're going to preserve his dignity. Ultimately, again, to a degree, even though such a person believes in such behaviors, we're still going to go ahead and present. So also, if there's a mitzvah of the happening of the Kamocha, by the person who is liable to death penalty, how much we have to love each other as well. Those who get into such divisiveness, and we get into such strife and such Ashkafic differences, at the end of the day, there is a profound obligation that we have to love each other. If I don't have to love the person who's being left out to be executed, I'll have to come on the come on. How much I have to love the Jew, no matter how different he or she is from me. For example, similar to later Rav Nachman tonight, maybe Rav Nachman's statement also not what is tonight, similar to law. To play Amma with Rav Nachman. Everyone agrees with Rav Nachman. Everyone agrees. So what's this the English? I do meaning of the this is very profound. Gemara said this, everyone agrees with that. You have to find, make sure you have to execute someone, do so in order to preserve their dignity. So say here's the shayla. What do people care about more? Do people care about physical pain? Or in order to give a person a trade-off between preserving their dignity and suffering less? Which one will people choose? Will people choose the preservation of dignity? More physical pain or less physical pain, but the compromising of their own dignity. That's the much closer. The verse, remember again, what's the shot? The trade-off is like this. I can keep my clothing, right? So I preserve my dignity, but what? Skila is more painful. Or I can shed the clothing, right? So the dignity is gone, but there's going to be less physical. So what's this suggest? This is so profound. Which one do people prefer? Figure out she actually is going to finish. I love my brother, but in the faith. You need to be faith. You love what should be set up with the deepest tequila you can get in my finest tequila. The other that you can sell with the people wasn't not focus on this. Not focus on the person. Of course, I can. You have everyone agrees that you have to come over. It's an focus in nature. Also, it's such a fascinating much like this. From here, by the way, fortunately, it is to never the dignity of another. Because sometimes I keep my dignity and suffer physical pain rather than lose my key and be a little bit more comfortable. Incredibly submissive. So how to execute people, but how to people when they're alive. So you have to cut them off. You have to love it no matter what. They this is you. You have to try to accept and to love every Jew, even if you disagree with them. Number one. Number two, this is why you have to be so careful about how we treat dignity of another. Because you see from here, dignity is so important that hurts people without even suffering. But keep your dignity and to suffer. Mishnah, basis of the Commons. Okay, now as I sit out, it's fascinating about it. These Mishnahs, we will be again, we're going through the journey. It's almost like overwhelmingly, we're going through the journey. We're walking side by side with the accused. So what happened? Basis of the Skila was 2 stories high. Remember again, the Skila was what we saw before, we've already referenced it. You push a person off a high roof, if he would die, well, we'll see it now. So it was 2 stories high. One thing else, after that, it didn't build for a must know. So you can us a we'll see what's going down. One of the witnesses, so the reason he worked is he would stand kind of like, we'll call it perpendicular to the edge of the building, and he would be pushed by one of the witnesses. The witness exactly. Makes a lot of sense. Like the witnesses have to take out the execution. So they push him by his like torso, by his head. So they push him by the side, and they push him off the roof. So the Gemara says, after that, even the Bible never Halibo, far more. Sometimes when he hits the ground, he falls like trash. They turn him on his side. The release bar, and ultimately again, it's predators. Both of them have guts. In other words, you might have thought that in order to your skill, you have to throw a stone. You gotta get something in there. You might say, no. If he dies from impact, skill also the impact. If he didn't die in impact, so again, first one pushed him off. The second one, Shane knows outside, and the rest of the Alibo. The second one goes in and hits the stone. Literally again, this means throws another guy. In these play outside, like that dies from the first one, very dedicated. So if you're not, this must have a holy so then again, more people get involved and begin to stone them. Shema Yad, even to you, show up. Rabbi said, Yad Kolam back door. Go say fast. It says in the Tana, the commercial, the commercial, all it can show us. Remember again, now it's given us 2 stories high. Plus, remember again, a person who stands at a certain height, means that it's going also from a larger height. Why is such a structure? The Gemara says, not Barshu Gedela Hamis Asar Tfachim, a pit has the ability to kill at a depth of 10 Tfachim. 10 Tfachim. Called Gedela Hamis Asar Tfachim. So generally, the Gemara says that even a height of 10 Tfachim, which actually seems to be a relatively low amount, but even a height of 10 Tfachim has the ability to cause someone to die from the attack. I'm going to try to have something that I can come up. Water low needs to yucca. If you doubt from a fall of 10 Tfachim, you can. The chances are you won't. And you're just going to get very fast. The idea, and that will cause pain. The idea of here is we want it to fall that is high enough that the probability that a person is going to die. That's what we want. That's what we want. So the Gemara says, Allah for myself, you have to come up. Well, let me see, kill him in a way that minimizes the pain. So you have to read what's that's the case. Put him on a 10-story building. Like, put him on a 10-story building. First, the Gemara says, no. The Gemara says, you shouldn't do that, not because remember, if it's too high, it won't happen. The body will become intensely mangled, right? Mangled, and again, that would be a lack of cover ultimately again for the mason. So we find this middle area. After that, even go. Well, turn out by the mention, because in general, how do we know that the accused, right? Or not accused, the guilty party is pushed off the building. Now, the Lomar, Yorov, as I said, pushed off. Umierajući skill, I know this guy. Tamo lomar sakol. Umierajući skill with here. How do you know that it's pushing and stoning? Tamo lomar sakol I sakel on the road yara. Umierajući needs to be here. So how do we know that it's halachah l'maisa? Halachah l'maisa. He went ahead and he died as a impact to that treatment. Tamo lomar oh yara yara. Umierajući after those, how do you know that this is true not just for the desert, but also future generations as well on the days? Tamo lomar sakol yisakel. Okay. And not that's when he lives outside so if not, remember, the guy doesn't die from impact. So the second witness comes along and takes the stone, no cell back on him, so that Allah Omer, Evan Haisar, Sham, Masu Shkeli Adam, and I said, wait, it's a sound like this. First witness comes along, and what the first witness do? He's the pusher. He's the pusher. And then again, if Wuding doesn't die from impact, so second witness comes along, and goes ahead and takes the stone and throws the stone. So the second witness is taking the stone all by himself. What's that? At that time, but you know, every Haisar, Sham, Masu Shkeli Adam. What the again, there was a stone there, but the stone was so heavy that it could only be carried by two people. So it's not the one person thing, it's a two person. So it's Imam says, the Albiba, the no problem else about the race, but Nasa, or the Chief, you see, maybe Adam, so Imam says, the Chief, I'm sorry, the Chief, the Chief, so the reality was this. It was a heavy stone. It had to be mixed witnesses. No blood, no smell, Allah, both witnesses lift up the stone together to show who is peace and mercy. What happens to lift it up together? So the only one of them who would be the flowers. But essentially, actually points out there's two people try to know something where is it happening. It doesn't go in the defined direction. It's just different forces acting on it. So again, maybe that's in general peace and mercy. Go to the shame and you're holding the child and come from the Hashem's death. When two people that say something, the intended item doesn't go in the right direction. Two forces acting on it. Shkishizem Mashvitsem Akbar, and the Hebrew Mashvim of course, what's this Kafakanis? This is Kafakanis. So therefore, again, when the didn't touch an impact, so what happens over here? So Allah again, the two of them together lift up the stone. And they throw it down, and put together, but only each number two throws it himself in order to go ahead and ensure that it's going in the right direction. I want to point out a tremendous Muslim hospital in this, because there are life-affirming lessons even in execution. What do I mean by that? So say something about this just a moment. In life, there are stones we have to live. Right? In life, there are things we have to accomplish. And a lot of times in life, in order to accomplish things, you need other people to assist you. Right? I need other people to help me live. You should only rely on other people. At a certain point in time, you gotta take ownership for getting the stone where it needs to get. Too often, other people from beginning to end. Right? I want to accomplish that I need for this, I need this, for that. We all need other people to assist. No one can live life without assistance. You need other people to help you lift the stone of person and you should accomplish it. But at the end of the day, to get that stone where it needs to accomplish the things you need to do, it's got to be you and you alone. Other people can assist, but you should. The execution of your life goals, the execution of the things you want to accomplish, own it, take it, lift it. It's got to be you and God. Tremendous. Life only lessons even in the midst of execution. So my writer, so back on the most of Adam. So he has it, interestingly enough, he has it again, so remember, he has it, if that first stone didn't work, then all the cars gets involved. So he has what Bryson says, it never happened. Never happened that you had a person who didn't die either from impact, or at least from impact, and then initial stone after that. So the Gemara says, that time, we can't mean that the Arab, it doesn't mean that they did it. It doesn't mean that actually, again, they threw additional stones. That's not what it means. Rather, what it means is the mitzvah coming up. In other words, if it was needed, this is what would happen. happen. In other words, process, right? We're laying out the process. The process was that halacha l'maisa, again, first push him off. If he dies on impact, good. If he doesn't die on impact, then first, second witness comes along and throws down a big stone. And that works. Then again, everyone's going to engage in the stone. Now, did that ever happen? That they need cars or get involved in the stone? No. But nevertheless, that's part of the process. So that's how you So now this is incredible. There's a stone that was prepared for the second witness to throw if it was necessary. She says to me about that Rabbi. So Achas Evid Shnis the Achas Eish Shenikra the Echad Side Shnei Rambo the Echad Shekar both Kuba bars and bars. This is fascinating. After a person was executed, anything used in the process of execution was buried along with the guilty party. The Gemara says over here, the sword was used to kill him, the tree that he hung on, the stone that was used to stone him, right? The rope that was used to stone him, I buried with him. So it's like that's the thing. How was there a stone? Rabbi Tzimcha didn't attack the Maisi after he fired. So what it means is one stone for customer. In other words, that right, if they're executed moving, the stone used in execution was buried along with him. But then if the customer was another execution, they would prepare a second stone. So you must in the burning, these items would be buried with him after we don't that time, any burning mode. We wouldn't bury these items with him. So let's say, by the way, the logic for burial is why it makes a lot of sense. You don't really want the stone, that was used for execution around why. It's going to be a lack of covered on it. Because people are going to say, listen, oh, that was the stone that killed you. Right? That's the tree that shimmered from. You don't want that. It's a lack of it. So the Gemara says, yeah, they buried the stone along with the individual, and then they prepare another one. The Gemara says, 1 second, but they buried with him. That time he was in the barn, But if we learn that we don't bury the item together with the mace, that looks like you don't want to bury this with the mace. It's almost like such a degradation to the that a mace should be buried along with this very item was executed. Sometimes you're right. I'm going to pop up my emo the keys up right now. It doesn't mean that we put it in the cover. Like, you're not actually putting the instrument for execution in the cover itself. What it means is burying it along in the same general area together with the mace. We can figure out that even talk about this is fascinating. So let's say again, moving is condemned, and when the execution is carried out, so the one of the witnesses lost the hand. So if you lost the hand, then Ruben gets off on a technicality. So you must not right. So apart from Ruben is part of the shoulder, the left. This is incredible. So because it says the hands of the witnesses have to be on the defendant or the guilty party first. So therefore, if the witness doesn't have a hand, so Ruben goes free. Technicality. So that people without hands can't be witnesses. Well, somebody's an amputee, doesn't have hands. So he can't go ahead and testify in a capital case. No, what it means is like this. We're talking about witnesses who did have hands at the beginning of the proceedings, and they found them guilty. So again, if they lost their hands before execution was carried out, then the accused or the guilty party gets off on a technicality. But if they didn't have hands from the beginning, the testimony is fine. So the Gemara says, "Let's say, come up and see the Shnai Yellow with the Rabbi Shponi. So here's the problem. Here's the problem. It says, what's the following situation? It's a shop in the road basin, right? It says, when it's a shop and we testify about the following. We are here to testify that in so-and-so basin, Ruben was found guilty of killing Shimon, and so-and-so were his witnesses. So the showing up they're talking about Ruben being found guilty in a different basin, and ultimately again, and so were witnesses. So that's interesting enough. How is it to be before he just said the witnesses could be the ones who go ahead and carry out the execution? Yeah, that's the next character. In this case, Ruben is going to be condemned based on testimony about different testimony that happened in different days. So I said, Shmuel, Shmuel said, no, actually, those second set of witnesses that show up, they're actually the original witnesses who testified that we were guilty. And we were in the crop. So once I So let's say, and here's this entire discussion. What's fascinating about this is
maybe it's just because
a literal interpretation of it. Right? You might say, you use that what? The witnesses, their hands have to be on him first. Right? If the witnesses just push him off the side of the building by ski off, however, the might literally say, if one of the witnesses doesn't have hands, then what? Then what? Who then goes free? So you might say, that is a pretty literal interpretation of the pasuk. So is that how we operate? Is that how we operate? That we're literally going to require such a literal interpretation? So the Gemara says, please. All right, anybody in the Christ unless you really need such a literal interpretation? Most you must, I'm not getting most careful. Any other than somebody pays someone else, how much want to execute him? I only know that you have to execute him in the particular execution that the Torah highlights. Right? How do I know? So let's say someone's high skilo. Someone's high skilo. How do I know that for some reason can't administer skilo that killing anyway that I can? Now how about this? Even if you can't administer the particularly prescribed nisa that you X different way, I'm a little most I'm not going to come up. Most too much executed. So what do you see from here? What you see from here is that Allah explicitly says something, there's some latitude with the interpretation. Right? So the Torah says that you're supposed to get skila, if you can't get skila, you give herod. But it couldn't herod. So you see from here that skila don't have to be necessarily interpreted explicitly, but only has some Amrita. So that's not a good lie. That's different. Why? Because the other is like the most you must. There's a lesson of a pasuk, right? And the pasuk ultimately is most must, which is a more general statement. The ligman, so why don't you go and learn after let this be the paradigm. That even the Torah specifically, it doesn't explicitly doesn't necessarily have to be understood in an entire way. Right? That's essentially the ligman today. It should not be Yosef, reality Yosef and Goladam. Let's say both now are going to see. These are both cases. So the Torah hands down a very specific punishment, but the Torah also gives you latitude in the implementation of that punishment. I will say now, question is second. What's Shiksa Rabbi Gaffa? Shiksa Rabbi Gaffa is very important. I won't call it exegetical principle, but a legal principle, which is as follows. When the Torah says something once, right, that means that once is to create the paradigm, to create a rule. So when the Torah says the same thing, what is that coming to tell you? That these situations are an exception to the rule. So watch this. Here we go. So the whole thing to the Rabbi Gaffa, whenever the Torah says the same principle twice, that is to create an exception and not to create a rule. So watch this. The Gemara says, so you just want to say, what's this one say? But the Torah tells me, kill someone, you didn't kill Shimon, he's not guilty. What's the law? How we have to kill him with skila? What if we give skila? What if we can't give skila? We can kill him. Kill him, we can kill him. Right? So the Gemara says, Gola Dama, you decide, Gola Dama, you miss us out there. So mitzvah of Gola Dama. What's it like? Kills Shimon accidentally. The Shogun. What is the punishment for murder? What's the punishment? You go to Golas, but there is an avenger of blood. Who is avenger of blood? Like, who is that? Who is that? That's the person who was killed. So the Gemara says, how do you know that? How do we know? So let's say that Shimon doesn't relatives. So therefore, no Goladam. These did appoint a Goladam. It's so interesting to see like who applies to that job, right? Like Bezdin goes ahead and appoints a Goladam. So ultimately again, so you see from here, even when it's Torah says that it's Dafka the Goal Hadam who goes and executes, he's a relative, yes, there's no relative in the place. So what do you see in these two cases? Even though the pasuk explicitly says something, nevertheless, what? We interpret it to be not necessarily literal. So Torah says a person who kills someone else is killed by skila. Okay, if you can't do skila, do something else. person who feels accidentally is liable to get the hand Gol Adam, but if there's no Gol Adam, then what? Phasing appointed. So these are two instances where we don't interpret the concept literally. So let's say, therefore, two instances teaching us the same thing, non-literal interpretation, but because it's stated twice, therefore it means what? These are the exceptions and not the rule. But everywhere else, what is the rule? What is the rule? Literal interpretation. Literal understanding. If I was in a circle, we now understand that what? Who pushes the guilty party off the roof by skin? Who doesn't? The witnesses. And therefore, if between the verdict and the pushing, one of those becomes an amputee, loses his hands, then what's the halacha? Ruling goes free on a technicality. You understand technicality? Incredible, incredible. So essentially, only mark the Jewish still there actually. We know what we know. We know what we know. But do we not need the positive? Do we not? We're going to stop with it. By the way, excellent job. Let's say excellent job. Would have been nice to get to the Mishnah. Would have been nice to get to the Mishnah. That would have been fantastic. Like we did it in Baruch Hashem. We leaned into it. We accomplished it. We finished up literally on the same page, almost on the same Israel. I was like, what a range. And I was such a tremendous success. I'm going to point out one last piece. One of the most important recitals to all of this. What do you take? Let's say, think about it, like a trickle down to learning these Gemaras. Like what do you do with all these Gemara execution? As I always find, when you learn about death, what death does is learning about death creates the most life-affirming lessons. These are tragic circumstances where someone's life is coming to an end. So listen, what it has to really ingrain within us is that Baruch Hashem, if we're here, if we're living, if we're breathing, if Baruch Hashem, we are not, Baruch Hashem, subject to these inyanim, then it means we got to accomplish. We got to do every breath we have is tremendous gift from the Ribono Shel Olam, and we just result at the next one. Let's say Shkoyach, a good Shabbos.
Looking for cotton swabs, go buy Q-tips. That's what it is. You're not just watching football, you're watching the fucking NFL. And if you're so bored, you're watching the XFL.
Right, good morning, and let's begin. Relax.
Let's do something different.
Today's chapter 46. We are taking up Ben Ham and Days 45G at mission of mission, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 by up from the back. 7 we'll say after a person is stoned, so the body is hung. The body is hung. Right? Whoever experiences love is hung after. The tongue becomes safe, ain't only its left, and the body is back on the let me say the only people bodies are hung after are the individuals who can go ahead and kill because they curse that historical or one who worship Avodah. We'll discuss it where some cases. Haish told also cut off Klapia to let a man. And the body of the man is ultimately against his face. His face is the people. But you shall not Klapia. But a woman, the body piece is ultimately again towards the post. Upon which she is giving up on the answer. The from say, Haish Nibla, Ve'in Haish Nibla. Supposedly this goes back to yesterday's from say, only a man is hung, a woman is never hung, even after sleep. But also remember again, we saw already in yesterday's we passed like this statement of the Sahih that only a man is hung, a woman is not out of sleep. But the emotions, Shimon ben Shekach, Rabbi Eliezer says, Shimon ben Shekach, but Shimon ben Shekach went ahead. This was the big Rashi that Shimon ben Shekach executed 80 women who were engaged in service, and he hung them. Okay, good. He hung all 80 in one day. All 80 in one day. So the Gemara says, so first of all, again, it was 80 women. the aim and in general, again, we do not go ahead and execute. We do not judge two capitals in one day, which is what we have tradition is saying. That case was an outlier. We'll discuss. The Rabbi the Pasuk says you will kill him and you will hang him. Your whole father was in Israel and was executed by the king automatically home. Father Gomar kill us and will kill our father. Pasuk says because the kill us and kill the degradation, the curse of God is hung. Not the color says so. We'll say what is that? This refers to that passage is referring to the one executed because the first time for man the is that just like the one who's actually powerful is Skiba, and he is hung afterwards. Anyone who was killed by stoning is subsequently hanged. These are the words ultimately again of that. So also the Eliyah says therefore you see this connection. Ultimately only those who are killed with skila, as a result, ultimately again, of Kurdish powerful and Avodah Zarah comes into the same category. They're both a denial of the existence of God. But from the man the Carlos that Chekapa Minister, after Chekapa Minister, I'm sorry, for the first time, that the actions, any kind of person is killed by skila, he is hung afterward. The Chachamim say no. That anyone who is killed they can be a kofar b'ikar. That was a kofar b'ikar. They deny the existence of God. There are only two cases where a person is killed for being kofar b'ikar. What are the cases? Number one, a person curses the sorrowful, and number two, Avodah Zarah. Both of those are denial. God, and therefore against all those two cases, look at this one. It says, "Do not like me." It's really Rabbi actually tell you about the level actually do doing YouTube. People say that are you bound to the exegetical principle through which we doubt you speaking? Rabbi should tell you trust me. Rabbi should follow God. So how do we dash my follow God? But whom us did tell you said God. So we'll say you will go ahead and you will kill him and you will hang him. This is the general principle. He killed us because again I will say the phrase he killed us and will kill from you. Right? Literally the curse of God is in trapped. That's the first specific statement. He held him out of the Haggadah. Since these two faces were right next to each other, I mean in the cloud should have cried. I would have said that they will say in general again, the cloud is only comprised of that which is included in the God. Honey in the low. The only these, i.e., the Gadian person and Avodah Zarah, are included in the obligation of hanging. But other situations where a person is executed, he's not hanged afterwards, which the ones involved. Hashka, the miracle Kimi Hadad, and now that the two phases in fact are distinct from one another. Ahani the Rabuye Avodah Zarah. Ultimately, again, it comes to include Avodah Zarah. Is done late before because once I have Zarah resembles the case of Megadi. Rabbi Eliezer, Dorish redo Megadi. Rabbi Eliezer, on the other hand, Dashins rebuy. Let's rebuy. So Bohumas, Vitalisa, rebuy, you will kill him and you will hang him. This is you kill us, Elohim. You kill us like in 5 meal. This is an exclusionary case. You have the Kavi, the Hadad. If the two faces were other, no, Marbinan, Allah Abodas for Hamidi, I would have only included Avodah Zarah, because Avodah Zarah ultimately resembles Megadi. Hashda, the Mehadavi, now that there's Ahani, the Rabbi Shar Nismo, it comes to include other people who are killed ultimately again by Skila. That they are also hanged as well. So as the Saturday Paskin, it's interesting enough, we Paskin ultimately again like the Chachamim. That Allah only people who are hung are people who are executed because of Megadi and Avodah Zarah. Only those who are executed because they kill God and because they worship idolatry, those bodies are hung after executed. I want to be clear, but this is referring to the Rabbi said the person is not killed hanging. And we're going to see that. It's actually very interesting. They killed through stoning. After they killed through stoning, we hang the body. That only applies to specific cases of Megadi and Avodah Zarah. Other cases of Skila, it will not apply. So it says the Gemara the following. Ha'ish told him,
My time is Rabbanon. So we'll say the Gemara says the following. What's the Rabbanon? Remember again, the Rabbanon say that only a man is young, a woman is not. Says my time is Rabbanon. But Rabbi also was the Shahangan also him and not her. Rabbi Eliezer also belongs to so. Just like yesterday, that he says no, so is not supposed to be gender specific. Or so means the only stone individual to exclude what? To exclude his clothing. Rabbanon agree with that, by the way. That also means the individual. Ella Amar Krav, if he yet ish below Isha. That's another process. The process when a man will have a sin in he will be hung afterwards. Below another one. Right? Yes. Hi, if he yet ish my brother's day. What does Rabbi as you do with this one? It's amazing because I love my it comes to explore from the obligation to from him. So the Gemara says, "Hanya, then solar umora yisroven." Like divrei Rabbi Eliezer. 1 second. The Rabbi says, she will say, this is Rabbi Eliezer. The Shita says what? Everyone who is stoned is subsequently hanged. So therefore, again, so that the solar umora will be hung as well. So there's a contradiction. So there's Ish means a man is subject to him, but what? Right? A man or Mora is not. Right? It says, according to Eliezer, a Ben Sora Umora, by Yitzchak Rabos Ben Sora Umora. So ultimately, you're not going to say you're right. A Ben Sora Umora is hungry as well. My time the Amar Krav, if he has a Ish, the Ish Tate, Ish below Ben. So ultimately, again, Ish means. Chase Misha al Kefon Narag, Yotza Ben Sora Umora, Sha'al Sopon Narag. Oh, so let's listen to this. So interestingly enough, when it comes to this pasuk, we're going to see what we have is what we call a real achamid. Two exclusionary phrases. When the pasuk is if he at the ish state, so we dash an ish below bed. That refers to a man and not a boy. Number two, chait, says she's executed for a sin. We from that, someone who was executed for sin. Now this comes to exclude Ben Sora. Remember again, there's a big novelty. Why is this big novelty? Because the Sora is not to be executed, but rather is executed. Why? No, he will become. Remember, all this is done is stolen some money from his bought meat and wine. That is not an offense punishable by death. The Gemara says, because we know that he's going to only become an individual who is going to steal and rob and kill other individuals. What do you see from here? How they read Achamid. This is two exclusionary phrases in a row. Ve'emiyut Achamid Elalabos. And also one of the exegetical principles is that when a miyut Achamid, two exclusionary phrases, one after the other, that comes to include something else. In this case, what does mean? It comes to include ultimately again and then it comes to include Ben Sora and Moret. The fact is hung. What's it so amazing? We got just say the exegetical principles work. We have two exclusionary phrases, both that seem to exclude Ben Sora and Moret from the obligation of hanging, yet because there are two repetitive exclusionary phrases, Miyot Achamiyot and the Rabos comes to include Ben Sora and Moret. Incredible. Amar Rabbi Eliezer, Eloshim Ben Shaidak Kalanoshin. Rabbi Eliezer says, but one second, sisters come say we only hang men, we don't hang women. He says Judaism is misogynistic. See, right? We only hang men, we don't hang women. So Rabbi Eliezer says to Chachamim, what about the case of Shimon Ben Shaidak? Shimon Ben Shaidak, he hanged those 80 sorceresses, right? Those 80 women in one day. So I'm gonna Krista, when do we say that they didn't execute two people in one day? That's only to be executed with two different forms of execution. How about the Misa done? But the mice again, if they have two cases with the same death penalty, then ultimately again they will try both of those cases in one day. The Misa Achasavis, yet it was the case of Shemon, where all 80 women executed in the same day. And yet again,
we see that case as an album, that was something that would not be normally done, even though against all these women were being executed in the same way. Ella, even my husband, not this is what you have to say. Most of Ella, the news to us, so we'll try 2 capital cases in one day, and execute 2 people in one day. Just one Nisa, that's like 2 Nisas. What does that mean? They're Asian. What's the Nisa? Right? We go, they are Bears. So we'll say Rashi for just a moment. The key is 2 or 5 lines up from the first line. Nisa Achas, Shea Bears, She'in, Ve'in Nisa Achas. So it says, basically, will adjudicate capital cases as long as what? 2 dissimilar Averos, but with the same penalty. What's an example? 2 dissimilar Averos with one death penalty. You could go Shabbos V'Avodah Zarah. So what they both Shabbos and Avodah Zarah carry with them a same penalty of skila. Same penalty of skila. So the Gemara says over here, basically will go ahead and adjudicate 2 cases with the same death penalty, when there's 2 different infractions. About the Misa Achas, excuse me, I'm sorry. Basically will not adjudicate 2 cases, even if they have the same Nisa, if they're 2 distinct Averos. About the Misa Achas, the Avera Achas, done. They will say there are 2 cases for the same infraction and the same death penalty. Enoch Nami's basically will adjudicate that case. So we'll say, where the Gemara is holding right now is the following. When do we say that Basin doesn't judge 2 cases? Obviously, if it's 2 similar cases, Basin won't judge 2 capital cases in one day. But even if both of the cases have the same death penalty, they're different infractions, we won't judge those 2 in either. The only time there's a possibility of Basin custody of 2 capital cases in one day is when it's not a the same case. Both of the people committed the same Avera, and therefore ultimately against same fraction, same death penalty. Master Rabbi raised the kasha. Ain't done Mishnah by Yom People know if they know FS. Or second, the Bryce says that if they cannot send 2 people, can't go ahead and give out 2 death sentences in one day, even with an adulterer and an adulteress. Listen, it seems to be saying about it. Let's say 2 people are brought to today's a man and a woman. Why? Because they both made an act of adultery together. Same Avera, presumably what? Same. Now, based on what we did, same Avera, same time. What should be the halacha? Basin should be able to adjudicate 2 cases. Yet we see the Gemara says the right says that we wouldn't adjudicate those 2 capital cases on the same day. Which the Gemara says, "Tell the Gemara Krista about playing a ball." Oh, the most what's the case? There's an interesting case. If a child commits adultery. So we'll say if there's a special dress of custard, she is killed with Sreifa, even though again the man is killed either with Sila or Chenek, depending on her particular status. But it's one of the interesting amounts where the woman gets different punishment from the man. The Gemara says that could be the case. But even though they're both showing up as basis the same Avera. By the way, the same Avera they committed one another because the death sentences will bring Basin will not rule on both those capital cases in one day. Oh, that is so amazing about. What I was saying the case, and again, we're not going to do intricacies over here, but if you have witnesses who testify about a Bas poet who went ahead and committed adultery, then what? You have Asian who come and make the first set of witnesses Asian Solomon, and then you have a third witnesses who make the set of witnesses Solomon, who read the first set of witnesses and correct it. Ultimately, again, the Asian Solomon and the Asians will get a different visa than the Isha would have. The point we're trying to make over here is that when the Bryson says please don't execute 2 people in one day, even an adulterer and adulteress, that contradicted what we said before. That basically will hand down 2 death penalties when both cases are the same Avera and the same punishment. So what do we do with Bryson says? We won't kill the adulterer and the adulteress the same day. We understand that to be referring to a very specific case of adultery, where the circumstances are such that the adulterer and the adulteress are receiving 2 different punishments. But kind of does Omer, the Yaakov Omer, Shabbat Shadeit in Makim Ba'olji Shominator. This is very interesting. I have heard, I will say, a number of you have asked me this question over time. When we have cases where they technically punish them, but it's clear that the guy's a bad guy. You know, you have cases like this where somebody has done something illegal, But for whatever, I want to say something different. You know the guy's a bad guy. He's just a bad guy. I don't mean like making a personal thing. Like Nathan knows he's bad. But for whatever reason, you can't punish him within a legal framework because whatever the issue is. We went on talking about what we call the long arm of the law. Basin has a long arm. You might say, Basin has the right to go into office, as well as level out other punitive measures. Shalom and Torah. Because Shalom and Torah means even when the Torah is not commanded. Below now the Basin doesn't do this in order to violate Torah law. Ella could be last rather again go ahead and make a protective fence around it. So Basin will say, I don't mean that Basin has the right when necessary. We see ultimately again that the collective needs are served through the administering of this country. You might actually give an example. There was once a guy who was riding a horse on Shabbos during the days of the Avila days, who stole him. They brought him and they stole him. We show the fact that because riding an animal on Shabbos ultimately deserves stila. Ella shots, but the action man, mostly what is that? So we know a lot riding on Shabbos. I love it. Why can't you ride an animal on Shabbos? So it's zero to that that ultimately again a person may come to bring up a branch in order to go ahead and get the animal to get it food. So again, riding an animal on Shabbos doesn't do that much. Certainly not a death penalty. Hey, Malchus, you get Malchus, first one of the week. Remember the Gemara gives us the context. This was the Yivan. The Yivan he wants to outlaw a number of things amongst them. Shabbos. There was an active effort to undermine the sanctity of Shabbos. This Jew was publicly flaunting Shabbos, publicly violating Shabbos. So therefore, the Basin took it upon themselves to execute it. Why? Because they felt it was important in order to go ahead and safeguard the sanctity and severity of Shabbos in the eyes of the times. So this is the long arm of the law. Another example. There was another man. Now, it was a married couple, and he had relations with his wife, hugging the feet. In other words, he saw the years in relations with the couple. Now, not that bad. It was under the trees, so it was a little bit more, but it was something. It was considered to be a breach of sleep. It was a breach of relative steps. Feel the days, and they burned the days, and he got nervous. There was what's the prohibition involved? Is a man having relations with his wife underneath the fig tree? And the answer is no. It's not. It's not like again. So what's happening here? Jewish you might understand this right? It's not like that. Right? So the Gemara says over here, the Gemara says, but Rabbanan felt that this was an incredible riches. Now, what the other societal circumstances that are happening at this time, I don't know. But the Maestro, whatever it was, you can understand that this is a brazen breach of modesty. Even though it's not absurd, but again, Chazal felt the need to step in and to flog him, like to give him out this. So the Gemara goes like this. No, by Mishnah. Keita told us, we'll say this is amazing. So what's the process for hanging the individual? Now that we've established for ourselves, first of all, the only people who are hanged are the individuals who are executed from a godly level to Zara. So only cases of where you curse God and where you worship idolatry. Those are the only cases where a person is all the cases of that. Only a man is hanging a woman is not. So the Gemara says, so how do we go ahead and ignore him?
Says the fans are better, for sure.
The shotgun has a core about it. So we take a bowl, we put the pole into the ground. But each say, again, I will say, so you have the pole that's into the ground, and you put the pole across the top of that pole. But each Yosef, I must remember again, he's not like the pole for these after the person is already executed. I will say, I think I will tell you, so there's my perception. How do you hang the body? Right? you put a noose around it and you hang the body. That's not how they hung people to the this. They know the Zua Gatsu. He tied the person already dead. He tied their hands together, They told you so. And you hang the individual by their hands. The reason I started thinking about this with my family. I started saying over this Mishnah because I was so intrigued by this. I could have such a kid unbelievable by my wife. Because like my kids are turning out at the table like well, but I was so struck by this. I was so struck by this because again I don't know why I didn't remember this Mishnah before, but it's so dramatic. It's just you don't think about this. This is how the person is hanging. Okay. Anyway, the point is it's not really getting into the conversation. That's the take home message of this. Vital not on Shabbos, not weekday, never. Good. Yossi says, Hakora muta ala kosa. The total secondary shot tabakim os. You're supposed to listen to this. And we'll discuss the nature of the host over here. Rabbi Yoshi says, you do not take the pole and put it into the ground. Instead, what you do is, you take the pole and you lean it against a wall. Now, what you would do is again, and then you would go ahead and you would hang the person from that, where ultimately the wall, the beam hits the wall. Now, the image that he gives is the same way that the butchers hang meat. So saying at times he's throwing meat by taking a piece, leaning it against the wall. You would hang the meat from there. We hang the individual just a few moments. We hang him, we're yoked, because again, there's a little obligation to hang those. We are stoned, at least in those specific situations. We hang him, and then we take down the body immediately. Big and mud, if you leave the body hanging overnight, over Allah below us, violate the prohibition. Shneemar, lo so'la'it, tabor tikvareh. Kilolas elokim kaveh. And ultimately, again, if you leave him hanging overnight, so you violate the prohibition because the Bible says do not leave the body hanging overnight. Bury him because literally the degradation of God is hanging. Kilomar, why is this one hanging? Why was this one hung? Ultimately, again, because he cursed God. Remember, again, this is reflecting the idea that hanging is only administered to those who are killed because of either cursing God or avodah zarah. So therefore, again, if somebody's angry, at the end of the day, it's a reminder that there's a Jew who cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's what it is. There's a reminder that there was a Jew who cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that's a degradation to the individual, a degradation to God. I'm going to be there. This is amazing. So Amir says at a time when a person is in distress, and again we'll discuss what all of this means. She says that he suffers. The person suffers the skin the same. Ultimately, again, literally, my head has become light, my limbs have become light. If you look at Rashi for just a moment, Rashi says it's 4 lines up from the bottom. Kalani Miloshi Kiloma, Kimosha Adam Shiyage Ve'ayet, Omer, Roshi Kavidalai, Israeli Kavidalai, Hainu Kilas Kal less, Ani Ikai. So, we're going to discuss this Lashon here. Kalani. It's a contraction of how less. When a person is tired, a person is exhausted, his head feels heavy, his limbs feel heavy. So when a person suffers and feels heavy, his body feels heavy, his circumstances feel heavy, then he only says, I feel this as well. Kalani Miroshi, Kalani Mishrai, if you feel happiness, I feel happiness as well. Incredible idea. So the Gemara goes like, in case Amakom Mitzar Al Damer Shal Rishon Shnishmat, Halachomer Al Damer Shal Tzadik. So the Rishon has stress over the Rishon who are executed, more so how he has stress when the Tzadik suffer as well. So they're jumping back for just a moment. The same way that you can't overnight. Even the most not the case of execution, where a person dies, you cannot leave. You should not leave a person who has died unburied overnight. If a person does so, over and below Sas, he violates a prohibition. However, how you look up at the photo, if you left the body unburied overnight, I'll cover that base. right? The public for example, the Havila Oro, the reason because you're not a casket, you're going to have shrouds, you know, over our life. Then ultimately, again, you do not violate the brothers. This is very important halacha. Because there are times where we will generally try not to go ahead and delay a levaya at all. But again, if there's a covenant base, again, generally covenant base may manifest itself in the ability for someone to be able to get there for a levaya. So we'll do so, and that's not considered to be alanas base, because again, it's covenant. So again, we'll get into the scope of this. So the Gemara was like, how you covered also back to the guy who was stoned and then hung. So the Gemara said, how you covered also give us all stuff. When they took him down from the post, they were not very in a family. Hello, speak for us, leaving to congregation. Akos, and the rugged nothing. The Akos over the structure. The basin had two cemeteries. One for those who were killed by heretic by strangulation, and another for one for those who were killed by burning. They were individual in one of two cemeteries. Afterward, Nizak al-Habasa, once the body decomposed, the Lakhdin family members would then collect the bones of the family member, the Kobranos of the Kobranos. So we'll say the body has to be buried in one of the basement cemeteries, and the body decomposed, they what's called Likut Atzal. We learned this before we get back in our boys' congregation. They gathered up the bones, buried the bones in family spots, the Kobranos of the Kobranos. That Robin, this is after the last Rashi. Once the body decomposes, the person who was killed by Bezdin, his kapara, his atonement is complete. Meaning his death is part of the atonement, the decomposition of his body is the other part of atonement. Once the body is decomposed, his kapara is complete, degradation is complete, or they can take his bones and bury it in a family plot. This is amazing. Get ready for this. The relatives of the person who was killed by Bezdin, they have to go out of their way to go ahead and inquire about the welfare, to give a shalom aleichem to the Sayanim and to the agent who were involved in the case, ultimately executing their loved one. Kilomar, she'ein b'libenu aleichem, to show we have no kindness against you, right? We have no problems with you. Shedim MS because you adjudicated the proper case, you judged correctly. So fine. First of all, again, we'll discuss the halacha because that's statutory fanatic. But how you discuss that you do not observe shiva for someone who is executed by case. However, about only, I will say that we'll discuss what this means. Only means when you grieve, you're permitted to grieve for what you know their expectation, she'ein animus alabalis, because grieving is only the heart. They say lo hayavus, but they were no mourning practice, no shiva, nothing like that. Animus refers to feeling grief in your heart. You can't legislate ultimately again how a person feels. Actually, going to for their love. Even if it's actually about the love of the base, lo hayavus alabalis, T.A. Jonah Kapar Lahan. I didn't feel about the eats that cover last. The Halloween Kaparos when the national one of the reasons we will discuss it without a certain identity of Shiva was because that was part of the degradation of the person who was executed, and that's part of this incredible mission. All right, let's explain. Then about it. Even about Sister Talisa, in the passage what it says, he sinned. And he was stoned. I see Omer told him this about I would have said first the body is public. And then only afterwards they executed him with skill. I would have thought first behind him, and then if he's not so too hanging, then you kill him with stoning. To get him Shabbal. This was the way that the government times of Gemara the first and then, and if he didn't die from that hanging, then they would stone him. But Lomar, the woman is funny. So the prophet says you will be executed and you will hang. The reason also, first you execute the individual, the Asai Kafka also. Then you go ahead and you can. Okay, so how does this work? Mashing also, I was just this is amazing. They would delay the execution of a person until right before sunset. The government, then they would go ahead and they would pass judgment, they would deliver the verdict. Also. They would execute it right then and there. Now again, this was the previous Mishnayos, that there clearly was some level of time delay. Because remember again, the face Asila was not the face that you had to. So whatever it means, the point is they try to do everything late in the day. We'll see why this is. Or listen also, the Akatak donation. So they face stoning, and then they hang by. They're both saying, what's that? After coach share, the Akatak, one person ties the body, right? That means one person hangs the body, another person unties the body. They get the Kayim mitzvah in order ultimately get to the Kayim mitzvah of hanging. They both say, why do they do this right before Shkia? Why right before sunset? Because they both say, remember, again, once the sun sets, body hanging. Everybody appears that he would hang the body literally for just a couple of moments. On one hand, to fulfill the biblical obligation. On the other hand, to try to go ahead and minimize the desire to the deceased, when regarding to the deceased. Eight, the Pasuk says that you will go ahead and hang the person upon an eight, which I saw on the eight. They will say that in Pashtus, eights can mean a lot of things. Eights can mean wood, but eights can also mean what? Tree. So Shomea, I mean, David tells you before. So maybe it means whether the pole on which you are hanging first is taller, something attached to the ground, like a tree, or mechubah, for something that's not attached, but you attach to it, like the pole that you plug into the ground. But then the Pasuk says, remember the message is, do not leave the body on the tree. Bury him that day. Bury that day. We got the same way that you bury the individual. Watch this. So we'll say, maybe there's going to that moment you bury the individual, but you have to bury the being with which he was hung him as well. Which makes sense. You learned in yesterday's stuff that all of the implements of execution are buried along with right in the Dalit, even though he is not executed, but because that is part of the process, two are buried along with him. Therefore, again, if you hang him on something that is only missing buried, you also said if you hang him on a tree, that's what it's why, because that's the Mechusar Pizza to Kibura. We first have to cut down and then bury. So also, so just therefore, you bury him, you hang him up on something that can be simply taken out of the ground, but that's something that requires to be cut down. Yosef says, Yosef says, we're hanging on something that is only missing Kura. So Yossi takes a step further. Remember, order of Yossi, how do you hang it? You take a beam and you lean it against the wall. What's the difference between Rabbi Yossi and the Chumrah? The Chumrah saying you take a beam and you plunge it into the ground. Rabbi Yossi is saying, no, that's too much of a process as well. If that requires you, then after the hanging is complete to uproot the beam. Therefore, Rabbi Yossi said the beam has to be immediately buriable, right after, again, the act of hanging is taken. But Abana will say the act of taking out of the ground is totally significant. Therefore, again, they hold that you can do that. Flow if they not that or the patient in a kind of ultimately, again, why is it that we teach his body surgery? And what is it so less than a kid? He said, to stay after this, he compares the two brothers who are three. Either after both the brothers who are after one brother and another brother became Robert. So what happened? One of the brothers, ultimately again, the thief brother, was found guilty of a crime, therefore subsequently hung. Whoever sees the thief hanging, he looks exactly like him, he looks exactly like the king. So whoever walks by trying to say, "Oh, the king has been hanged," he says, "See the Hamala, you therefore commanded that the body be taken down." Was there what this so ultimately of the marshal? Actually, no, was actually very beautiful idea. Man is made in the image of Allah. So a man is only it is part of the Yibboleth from his hand as well. Therefore, there's a difference. So we do it, or we do it quick, we take the body down immediately. Really, because the Gemara says of the desire of the radiation to our punishment. So the Gemara goes like, I'm going to be there. My mashma. So there, so what's the difference over here? Amar Abaye, Kiman Amar Kal. So let's remember again. The Gemara over here is quoting Rabbi Meir's statement, and Rabbi Meir said, "Ishash Adam Mitzvah, that a person is in distress. Shina Ma'omeres, Kalani Meroshi, Kalani Merosh." Now, you can raise Russia on the word Kilas Elohim. What does it mean, Kilas Elohim? Kalani Meroshi, Kalani Merosh. So what does that mean? Said Rabbi, Kiman Damar Kal less. Kilas is like when it says Kalas. Kalas means it is not light. My head is not light. My body is not light, which is another way of saying my head feels very heavy. My body feels very heavy. It's a Russian of distress. I'm going to Rabbi, I don't understand the thing. Kaveh alai Rashi. Kaveh alai Zohiri. Why don't you just say my head is very heavy, my body is very heavy? You have to say Kidalas, Kal less. It is not light. Which Rabbi, Keman Amar Kil Li Alma. It's like one day, the world, one says, the world ultimately again is very light. And the Chana, any road to the house here create a response. We'll say something when a person feels overwhelmed. So instead of saying, the world feels like it's crushing down on you, they use a metaphorical expression of the world is very light. Which part says, highly violent resources, working, I need that muscle. And that's what was it to teach me a general principle. A person is only executed or a person is only hanged for situations where they feel stuck on the like Abu Zara on the Gadi. In that's the case, which the Gemara says, in Kenima Kramalo, my kilolas. Very much. Pulling on the Gaza. So as I said, the entire process of the expression. In Ken, name of Shrakilas. My kilolas, why did you install in Russian? Shmamilatai. Therefore, listen to kill us, we're going to pick. Number one, as the only people who are hanging the individuals who can't second the power, who I have of the Zara. And number two, I will say, this idea that when the person is in distress, the Shekhinah is in distress as well. So we learn this incredible so. And when even the Russia is in distress, after the Baruch who says, kill us and the King Talui, Kali Roshi, Kali Zoran. When you suffer, HaKadosh Baruch Hu suffers alone. For those who know, I'm going to be up and running from Yerushalayim Yochai. I'll say, how do we know that a person needs his loved one unburied overnight? How do I know that he's violating the soul prohibition? That again, that halacha is buried. You have to bury it. You can't allow it as so over below sasa. From here we learn that one. That if one goes ahead and leaves his loved one unburied overnight, then ultimately again he is in violation of a low size. Even the Amir was another version of this. I'm going to be open on the showing of Rabbi, we're going to talk about. What's the other version of this exchange? And in this exchange, you're asking the question: from where do we see a scriptural allusion to the idea that we bury dead people? How do we know that a dead person is supposed to be buried in the earth? Where do we see that concept? The passage says, "You shall surely bury him." Because Remez the from here we see I will say I can't remember I will say I want to speak in the family. The Torah never says by Dabar Shema Moshe Levi dead people in the Torah never says that. We're looking at from the influence. The passage says when you stone someone, you shall hang them. Don't leave the body hanging overnight. He kavar bared bayamav. You shall bury him on that day. So the Torah is telling us that when you take the body down, you bury it in the ground. So therefore, again, from here we see that the Torah wants it to be that you bury a person in the earth. I'm going to tell Rav So Rav Shavar Malka, King Shapur, asked for some of the following questions. What was the question?
Original source minerals are being hammered out of the ground.
Where in the Torah is that? So King Shapur asked Rabbi Kama, where in the Torah does it say that you have to bury a person in the ground? Ishtek, but Kama didn't say anything. He didn't answer. The world has been given over to the hands of the foolish. So what's the I say? Is your Kama, why didn't you answer? The name is Kikavar. The passage says Kikavar Tikkulah. You have to bury him. To which the Gemara says, well, maybe That means you have to put him in a casket. Tik Barenu, lo mash. So why? So altogether, why didn't? So I'm gonna give this answer because that King Shapur would not have accepted this answer. King Shapur would have said ultimately again that Kita means you have to bury the casket, and Tik Barenu. Where do you see from that that means burial in the earth? How do you know what that means? Therefore, again, the Talmud doesn't respond to King Shapur. So we'll say, this is actually very interesting. Why don't you say that we could find that the Torah mandates burial in the ground? How? Because ultimately, it's worth that we see throughout the Torah of righteous people buried in the earth. To which one says, well, maybe that's just the minhag. Or who says that's an obligation? Maybe just the minhag is that we bury people in the earth. 1 second, the Akhriyat of the Baruch Hu Moshe. 1 second, the Moshe buried Moshe and he buried Moshe in the earth, and he buried Moshe on a mountain, but that's buried in the earth. So the starting even Hagar, or the Baruch Hu didn't want to do it, so he wanted to do it. What I'm telling you is we bury people in the earth, but it's a minhag. It's not necessarily a halacha. Toshbas. Pasuk says the subtulot called himself a cover also. So over here, you are talking about Avia ben Yerabah. So we'll say the Rabbi said to Yerabah ben Nebat was an incredible Hashem Melech HaYisrael, first Melech HaYisrael. He introduced such idolatry into land. The Rabbi said that his entire family is going to be wiped out. Not only that, they're not only going to merit Ziyah. But Yerabah has a son who was righteous. His name was Abiyah, as told by the Rabbi Ahiyah. So there's Abiyah who was Yerabah, and Ahiyah Shilom is the Rabbi. And here Shlomi says that Aviyah, because he was the tzaddik, will be eulogized and properly buried. So what do you see? Now he tells me he's going to be buried in the ground. He's going to be buried on the ground. So those hanging in the Haggah, maybe that's the middle, he's giving the ground. So it should be buried in the first middle. So ultimately, again, if I was to find the I love you, speaking to the people of Anatot, right? So the people of Anatot, because they were already Avodah Zarah, ultimately again would be wiped out and he didn't bury it. So that's long term. So we see from here. When the Rabbi says he didn't give a second merit, tells us that burial ultimately again in the ground is involved in the Shana and the Haggah. The Rabbi is saying that ultimately again they won't be buried in accordance with the Bible. So what's that? We're trying to figure out. He marks a bunch of examples of people who were buried in the ground. He tries to say, you see that the fact that people are buried in the ground tells us that what? That the halacha is you bury people in the ground, which Gemara says, no, maybe not. Maybe all that's saying is that's the middle. That's the middle. The neighbors are on the ground. But like that's but that's we can see a rhino that there's an obligation to bury people in the ground. We'll just do one more line and stop it for today. You bury the Mishum is Yonahu, or Mishum Kapara. So when you bury a person in the ground, ultimately again, is that Mishum Zion, or if you Rashi also Mishum is Yonahu, so he's bound on the in Kosh Yeruim means that's a gift Zion to the deceased and to his family, to the body would just sit unburied and would decompose in plain sight. Or Mishum Kapara, or is the act of burial considered to be a Kapara for the deceased? So the Gemara says. Now again, how is burial a kapara? Actually says the Havil kapara Manazu Shemoriku the greatest sin that sometimes a person can enter into this world is guiding this happens. So maybe the matter for a person's arrogance and by times out, we bury him deep. Is burial out kapara for the deceased, or is that out silent for the ones? You must find out. The Amar, let's say if I say a person leaves the bill. I don't want to be buried. I lost my bed, just leave me on my bed. Right? I don't bury me. It's graffiti. Stop. I want to stay there. Don't go ahead and bury me. So what's not left of us? I'll drive up. See how much is going to if you say that is in order to go over best, you say that the direction of the peppers, you let the deceased person is not to bury him. Reductions, because of my sake, it's going to be a environment. The Ahmed in Shafara, if you say ultimate prevention in Kafara, I'm going to open the Kafara. has the right to say, I don't want the kapara, she doesn't have any pastor. Somebody said, we'll see you in Kashma, with the Ishbor Tzaddik, we'll say, see the fact that righteous people are buried, we are the Ishim kapara, Tzaddik Kila kapara. If you want to say it's about kapara, the righteous people do kapara. So the answer is no. Of course, in the sin, it's Adam in Sadik Bar Hashem, Yahas Hashem, Yahas Tov, hello Yahas. Ultimately, again, I will say there's no such thing as being the most righteous of people who actually commit Mavera and therefore doesn't make kapara. So also, the repasking ultimately again is burial serves both these purposes. Burial serves as a kapara, but burial is also there in order to avoid the desire of him. Therefore, even if a person were to leave a tzava in his will, that he does not want to be buried, we ignore that tzava because even though he has certain right regarding himself, he doesn't have the right to go ahead and cause his family embarrassment. Therefore, we will bury him. We have to understand we are still left with our fundamental question, which is what? From where do we get there's obligations to pay? See now that there's a minhag to pay. That's the minhag of Olam. But from where do we see obligation to pay? Again, and we have to continue tomorrow. With the dimensions.
And if he can prevent that, he's going to try to do that. Also, the crypto coin is fucking. You know what I mean? Like, we're going to be able to say.
Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors here to thank our sponsor. Sponsor 4. All right, go sponsor production. Hey, English Safon. We're dedicating all the Sherman instructions this year as a plus. And Israel, week of Rothschild, Aryan Sarah Richter, in memory of Rabbi's Shimon Tzifon Gebracha, whose Shiva is currently being observed. We hope that the merit of our Talmud Torah, Prince Shamo, Havan Aliyah, and the family in the Chama. And that Yomi sponsor, the Eli Nishmas, Erwin Kramer's from Gebracha passed away yesterday. His Shiva is also being observed. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, his Nishamo, Havan Aliyah, and his family in the Chama. What's with that? Let us begin. All right, we are going to be a runaway train today. Let's do this. Today's daf is Memhei 45. We are picking up on the Dallas Amud days. Literally again, 3 lines down from the top. So remember again, he's left us in the middle of the story, Shua and the Malach. Right, the Malach here tells you Shua, and because of 2 reasons. Number 1, you went ahead and you failed to offer up the Talmud yesterday, the daily offering, and number 2, now it's at night. You should have been learning Torah. And instead, and we thought the Talmud Torah, okay, during the day you were fighting war. You couldn't learn. But now you should be learning. Now you should be learning. And again, Yeshua says, for which one did you come? Right, for which one? Right, what is the infraction for which you are coming? To which the Gemara says, Amalei, I came now for the Talmud Torah because we're not learning. So what happened? By Yeshua literally said, Yeshua slept literally that night in the valley. What does that mean? He slept in the valley of Halacha, meaning Yeshua said, take out the Svarim, take out the Gemaras, and start word now the Malach is here because everybody lets to work. What do you see from here? You see that Torah is even greater than the offering of Kabbalah. What a profound statement. Learning Torah is even greater. What does that mean? It means that merit. There's a course that one increase from learning Torah is even greater than offering Kabbalah. They just on a basic level makes so much sense. Remember, offering up something that someone else does. It's true, I feel it when it's important, right? But when I say I'm not active, Torah is something that I'm actively engaged in. Also, really just a profound Gemara, if we have the opportunity to engage in something that's even greater than the offering of Kabbalah. You might go back to it. I come out of my motivation. What do they do with this puzzle? In a following concept. Don't be quick to fight. And in the end, when your friend really have an argument with your friend if you need to.
the soul anchor out, but don't reveal the secrets of the other. So what is this? Shach Olah Tzachor B'Yitazkel. Leif Hamon Hamisa. And Hashbach was upset with Klal Yisrael. So he says to Yitazkel, say the following things to Klal Yisrael. Go and tell them, Avicha ha'amori limecha chitis. So it's pretty intense here. Go and tell them, the father is an Amorite and your mother is a Hittite. And this is a reference to the Abraham and Sarah came from the Gentile nations. Hashem is upset with Klal Yisrael. He says, go tell them that your father is a Hittite and your mother is an Amorite. Gemara says, everybody against spirit. And actually think that this was Malach Gabriel. Malach Gabriel says, before I finish, so Gabriel is actually part of the Muslim. Did you go to Shalom? Adam and Sarah were here, would you say this? Like, would you go ahead and say such a thing about them? You can embarrass them? Sorry, actually, Rick probably does that. It's so bad that just comes to that thing. Listen, fight with whoever you need to fight with. But don't, because Gabriel had the right to speak track for the Sparrow. Someone knows everything, Shalosh Shemos Yishlo. Gabriel has three names. Tiskin, Itman, and Signo. Tiskin, Shakosi Kar Kadimalo. So Tiskin, because again, literally he measures his words for that he's able to see fresh that way. Itman, Shaotin Avarasol Shayisrael. Itman is that he shuts out the Averas of Province. Sigro, gave us Saga, so get shit in a hotel. Once Gabriel says the conversation is over, the conversation is over. Incredible. So the US says, now, literally translated over here, what's happened is Eo's friends, there's this interesting conversation after Eo is suffering. So there's all this interesting conversation between him and his friends, where his friends are trying to figure out the root of his suffering. Right? Why is he suffering so much? So they say, had you gotten, would you not have been saved from this calamity? So if we found Gemara, a person should always daven before the suffering occurs. Daven proactively. Shomali is Morikim Avon Tzir Tzara, being Beit El, who being Ha'ai, when the Shtayim Yisrael Surit. Had Adam Marino not proactively gathered in the area between Beit Ai, Klal Yisrael, when you first remember again, that's the war. So these stories back to remember when we just started with Achan went and took the spoils of the Egypt, and he wasn't allowed to. Big Yoshua, that something was up because 36 men were killed in the battle of Ai. Now again, that's what she realized. Why were these soldiers? That's when they realized that they did an Aveda. They said to the idea of the also that then it was quote unquote only to and the casualties could have been much worse. You very clearly minimize casualties to the active heroes of opposites. So the Gemara says, it's actually a big also introducing this to a different dynamic of Tziva, which is proactive prayer. We are used to the concept of reactive. Something's wrong, I need something, there's a crisis, I got it, which is incredibly good as well. Now the Gemara says, that's the proactive prayer. And the proactive prayer, the avoda is, while things are calm, while things are good, recognize that things can and do change so quickly for the bonus of all of them to be a proactive, stabilizing force that things should not go off the rails. So the Sparrow of Adonai God is proactive again for his children. Beautiful sense of Tziva. So literally says, she says, anyone who davens with intensity hears God, so the celestial, no negative force, pictorial forces in the heavens have the ability to act against. Yochanan says the only Zakik of the Rachman, Shihu Akoma Amsin as Kofo. I'm sorry. The only Zakik of the Rachman, Shihu Akoma Amsin as Kofo. You know, sorry. So this is like Yochanan says the person should always ask compassion. Shihu Akoma Amsin as Kofo. שיסעו מעלות השערים לבקש רחמים שלא יהיו מסתירים מלמעלה. והאופי משמע יחס is beautiful. Person should ask and it doesn't. A person should have siyata d'shmaya in the celestial. Malachim should help me. And Malach should have to shalom not be worked against me. Gemara like this in general. If you look at the Rothschild, Malach Yashar is Malachim Shachim. Malachim should help to ask for compassion for me. There should not be any prosecuting forces behind in general, Gemara like this are always quite interesting because this mentions that Malachim help me, Malachim are against me, soliciting, and assistance above is appropriate, is not appropriate. It has to be part of a raging debate about the role of Malachim within our tefillah. So the person should realize in any given different wheels that are turning. Ask for help. Like ask for assistance or Malachim absolutely beautiful. Minayin should keep our laws that you do. First they start getting mercy. Minayin should keep our laws that usually works. And when it does vidya, the person confesses that vidya itself has a curative effect on the individual. Shneimar, Vayomer lo Yoshua, Ma'achatoni Yakicha, Ma'achatoni Yakicha Shemayom. This is again by Afar. So Yoshua says to Afar, you uprooted us today. Hashem uprooted you. Hashem will uproot us. Just as you have uprooted us, Hashem will uproot you today. Hashem was telling today you will be uprooted. In other words, in this world you'll be punished, but in the next world, not. Sid with the Nizara, Zimri, the Isa, the Iman, the Scope of the Dardas, Kulam Khamisha, my Shulam Khamisha, Kulam Khamisha, the Olam Haba. All five of these individuals have a portion of the world to come. Sid, Zimri, Sid, Afan. So what says? So it says his name of a person and Afan. Rabbi Shmuel, Adam Afan Shmuel. What's his name was Afan? His name was Afan. I have a lot of Shmuel. So why does it not call him because he acted like him? Now this goes back to yesterday's daf. Remember again, Afan committed many different averos. One of the things that Gemara accuses him of was Nara Murasa, to engage in an immoral adult relationship. The last thing others say the Kadosh Zimishman. Others say no Zimishman. The Labani Krishma Afan. So why was he called Afan? Sheikhin Avonosehem Shal Yisrael. Ultimately, again, because he caused the sins to wrap around Klal Yisrael like a snake. His sin ultimately enveloped all of Klal Yisrael. Incredible. So I saw again the power of Vidya. I remember again, just to highlight this. When he's down, it's the truth of it. Halacha Aleph. The Rambam says, Kishiyas Tshuva V'Yosel Chayiv L'Hisrados. The first step in tshuva is Hebrew, is confession. Why is that the first step in tshuva? The Gifter tells us Shiva, and he writes in it, it's very simple. Because at the end of the day, before you confess it, it's not real. If I don't confess it, at least in my mind, and again, what happens over time is, over time, I'm able to somehow justify. I'm able to justify. I'm able to go ahead and kind of rework it, remake it, retool it in my mind, and it's, it depends how good you are. Sometimes I can justify it, maybe could I even make it into a mitzvah. And after I'm done, I can even begin to think of it as a tzaddik. So the power of confession is confession makes the sin real. I acknowledge the fact that I did something wrong. I acknowledge the fact that I broke something significant inside of me. If I acknowledge it and make it real, then I have the opportunity to fix If I don't do those things, I'm just never going to end up really fixing it. That's the power of it. So therefore, just the confession itself, has a rehabilitative effect. Isn't that interesting? You are over talking about the idea of deeply is mechaber. So listen, if you think confession atonement, how does that make any sense? Confess it, I didn't do anything, right? I just confess it. It's not like I did anything. It's not like I changed my, it's not like I retooled the way I live, but I don't know, what do you see? The act of having enough personal courage to be able to take a step back and say, I did something wrong, and to acknowledge it and to own it, that itself is a huge and incredible step in personal growth. Even if I don't think, even if there's no actual that there has to be more follow-up. But even for argument's sake, if there's no more follow-up, that is still tremendous accomplishment. Incredible amount. I got this device. You know what it says? So the Gemara said, so if you remember again, the end of the Mishnah is talking about but what happens if a person doesn't know how to do Hebrew? First doesn't know how to do Hebrew, so what's halakha? So first just say the name is Sasi Kapara, right? Like that should be a Kapara. So then the Mishnah ended off that Rabbi Yehuda says if Reuben, calling Reuben, right? Reuben's got to be allowed to be executed. Reuben knows that he is innocent, so Reuben could say, my Shavia Kapara for all my Averas, except Sadera, because I didn't do it. So then the Chassid back to Yehuda, if that's the case, everyone's going to say that. Everyone's going to say that. Why? Right? Because every defendant is innocent. Every defendant is innocent. It says the Gemara. Right? So it says the Gemara. Good. So you're not gossiping. So let everybody say it. Let everybody say it. What does it matter to us? So let every guilty person bring that out. So my debt should be a kapara for everyone. And I didn't do it. So what? But what does it matter if he says it? Because it doesn't look right. And at a certain point, it looks like you're casting the spurs on the judicial abilities. Right? Because at the end of the day, every single person is doing it as I didn't do it. The optics are strange. The Allah ate it as well. Let's listen to this story. Nice about the Afashe Yatsali Hara. It was once again who was being led out to the exhibit. Amar in Yishbi Alzella Sassi Kapara, the follow So listen to this statement that he got to the exhibit. He makes the following statement. If I committed this sin, if I committed this other for which I mean executed, my death should not be an atonement for any of my errors. Then any be of a but if I don't have this avera, then ultimately again allow my death to be an atonement for all of my errors. So you know this? If I did this avera, my death should atone for nothing. If I didn't do this avera, my death should atone for everything. We're basing the parties on the weekend, and again, and these guys said, you know what? And I hereby, Basin just did their best. Basin did their best. I don't hold them culpable for my death. However, but the witnesses should never be forgiven. Because again, what the guy's saying is like this, obviously the guy claimed that he was right. So he's doing two things. One is saying, if I committed this avera, my death should atone for nothing. If I didn't commit this avera, my death should atone for everything. Number one. Number two, I don't hold Basin accountable, right? Basin, they're just doing it. They're processing the information. Nothing else for them to do. But the agent, they find forgiveness. Now, in this world, so what happens? Show from the Dabra Amrullah, heard this, and we'll say, obviously, this is starting. This was very starting. Because the guy was literally willing to go ahead and say that if he committed this avera, his death should not be a kapara. Very starting. So now, this is what they know what to do. So to bring it back to Basin and to reach the case, you can't do that. It's very reverse. So what has to happen? Execute. And again, Basin did that. Really, what's happening over here is the yoke is going to be suspended around the neck of the That's obvious. The Gemara says, no, let's say what happened over here. What happened here is, so let's say, first of all, it's obvious. Look, obviously, a very shocking statement. But just because the guilty party makes that statement going to reverse the din. In other words, the din is the din. Okay, obviously, it's a pretty shocking and jarring statement. But when I say nothing else for us to do, nothing else to know what happened over here. The witnesses wanted to recant. After hearing this, like the witnesses wanted to recant. So what says, says, so who cares? They say, there's a principle in Apis. What's the principle in Apis? One, no backseats. That's the principle. Once you give your testimony, that's it. You can't go ahead and retract afterwards. To which the Gemara says, the will say, what happened over here? The witnesses wanted to retract and they wanted to explain why they were redacted. Even though now maybe they have a rationale for why they were. Oh, no, we thought about it a little bit more. Again, I will say, the halacha is, even once a person gives testimony, you can't go ahead and go back and modify that. That's the end. That's the end of this. Even if they have good reason to go back and give the whole story, I give a whole whole explanations. Nevertheless, we don't go ahead and let them go back. And once they have to see the Gemara says, the serve tax collector. I'm gonna record it separately later on in this session. This is a overwhelming story brought down in Rashi. The reason why Rashi is two columns on this because that entire left-hand column is pretty much one Rashi. It goes from the top to the bottom. I'm going to record it later on in the session as a separate piece because it deserves its own time. But if I have any shot at finishing the back today, I'm going to save it for later on in the session. But it is a tremendous story. All right, that's the end of that. So the power of vidui, the power of confession to an effective atonement all by itself, tremendous. This is the Mishnah. Continuing in the execution process. So now remember, leading him out to be executed. So now we'll say when they were 10 amos away, that's when the whole video, that's when the whole confession process occurred. Now they're Dalet amos away. So what happens? So they tell him to take off his clothing. So the Gemara says, now the reason they're doing that is because remember, that a person who's unclothed is killed faster as a result of stoning. That's what we're going to see over here. This is not a degradation piece. This is just the opposite. This is in order to expedite the execution. When it's 4 hours away, they tell him to undress. You must let each person open the phone up, each of the phone so the Hebrew says like this: a man, it just had something, a little piece of clothing covering in front of his body, the muffler, and for a woman, a small article of clothing to cover her front and her back. That's what he did. So to preserve some modicum of sleep. So from the say, Ha'ish Nisco Arum, and Isha Scalas Arum. Comes to the only din of stoning unclothed, ultimately by a man. A woman is going to be executed, she's always executed clothed. Okay, top of Mem Hey, 45, here we go. So we do the holes, that everyone is stoned unclothed. A man has one piece of clothing covering, just covering his muffler, right? And a woman has 2 hours of clothing covering her front and her back. A man is clothed naked and a woman is not. My time of the Rabbanon says the obviously clothed. What's at the root of the focus? So my time of the Rabbanon, what's the logic of the Rabbanon who say that only a man is stoned unclothed while a woman is executed clothed? So, Pasuk says they will stone him. My also, what does also mean? Ilema also, if you want to say that the din only applies to a man and applies to a woman, but it says that Ishahu. The Pasuk explicitly says that they'll take out the man or the woman for stoning. Which you must say, Elamai also, rather, what does also mean? Also below Kasuso. What it means is that there's a special din of skila by a man that doesn't apply to a woman. Was the special din of skila that applies to a man, not by a woman? Ultimately, again, clothing. Clothing that by a man is stoned unclothed and a woman is stoned with clothing. The Gemara says, so below Ksuso, also Bitsuso. Okay, so we'll say that's the Chachamim. That's from Allah. So again, and you stone a man without clothing, a woman with clothing. You know what it really says. So the locus is so Loshna Isha. But you really said no. So that means what? Everyone stoned without their clothing. That's the halacha. So the Gemara says, it doesn't matter a man, it doesn't matter a woman. They will say, now here's what's interesting. What's driving a lot? The name of the Gemara says, is this 2 o'clock? The Rabbanan Chayshli Livia Kula, and we go Chayshli Livia. I will say, now here's what's interesting. Even though what's happening over here is the Rabbanan and Rabbi Yehuda both actually right here, literally again, it's just a question of how you actually in the process. But maybe the same thing people over here. Maybe, like, if the Chachamim are concerned, ultimately again, the Chachamim are concerned, go out, especially by a woman, and stone her unclothed. There are other people present. So maybe again, seeing it unclothed had an awakening certain opiate desires within the man. And therefore, that's what it's Rabbanon, who are concerned, Rabbi Yehuda, who is concerned, who are concerned for that, therefore say a woman is always stoned because she's always stoned clothed, right? And Rabbi Yehuda seems not to be concerned for that. Is that what's happening over here? Gemara says the heart is kosher, but yet we learned actually just the opposite. Always just the opposite. So this is by Sota, this nun. Hakoin Ochel Ochel. So remember again, Sota is somebody with respect to adultery, and there's an entire process. She's brought before the Kohen. There's the entire mixture of waters. So we go ahead and give her to drink. We give her to drink from the waters. So as part of the process, the Kohen nips her clothing. Kohen nips her clothing. Where it says, it's not a Kohen opens to the Vadah. The Kohen holds on to her clothing. The nikru, they tear, they tear. The nifru, ad shemagala asliba basosa asara, until her heart is exposed, and they undo her hair. Whereas if her hair is braided, they undo the braids of her hair. But you would read this, you don't say that's not covered. Yes, interestingly enough, what that means is, in the Sota process, it is possible that a woman would be in some state of being unclothed, some state, and yet the Rabbanan allow it. Rabbi Yehuda says, in the Ruba Noah, Lo Hayim Medaleh. So Rabbi Yehuda says, if she was an attractive woman, we don't do this. We don't do this. Then Hayim Sarah Noah, Lo Hayim Soso. And ultimately, again, if her hair was attractive, we also don't undo it. So the Gemara says, what is he? So the Gemara says, it sounds like here that Rabbi Yehuda is the one who is Choshesh. Ultimately, again, if a man sees this Sota in some state of being is going to awaken violence in him, right? And the Rabbanon seem not to be concerned. That directly contradicts what we just asked, right? Because they also, the Rabbanon are saying a woman is always stoned with her clothes on, and Rabbi Yehuda holds that she's in a partial state of being unclothed. So what's going on? Rabbi says, no. Hasam Hanutam Shama Kritin engaged in Zakah. These Garba Pirchei Kuna. Hacha Hamakatla. So it says it's incredible. The Gemara says, no. Here's the difference. The difference is in the case of the Sota, so what's going to happen? So she could come out of this innocent. She comes out of this innocent, and it's interesting. The Pirchei Kuna, we're the Pirchei Kuna. The young Kohanim now we're concerned that what's going to happen. She's going to emerge from Beis Din, right, innocent. That's good. And what's going to happen? The Pirchei Kuna are going to try to pursue her. She comes out innocent. What are your plans for tonight? It's not that. So I mean, not good also because it's so good, right? So that doesn't work that well. Right? So the nice again. So because ultimately again she could be found innocent, leaving the basin for concern about potential immorality if they saw her in this partial state of being unclothed. Here in our Mishnah, we're talking about a woman who's going to be executed. So there's no concern about that. So the rest of the Hitima. So it's incredible. Or maybe you should be concerned by Skila, because if they see a woman in a partial state of being unclothed, so okay, fine. So there's nothing's going to happen with this woman because she's about to be executed. Maybe we'll awaken within them a desire to do immoral things with other women, just immoral things in general. This is incredible. Our about me are Sholit, Ella, the meat, She'in of Rose. Let's say this is fast. Rabbi says we have a tradition. What's the tradition? The Tzahara only takes hold of things that you see with your own eyes. In other words, what Rabbi says like this: seeing one person doesn't awaken a desire for immorality with someone else. Seeing a person awakens a desire for immorality with that person that you see. It's not essentially what Rabbi says immorality is non-transferable. Like in other words, it applies to what you see, doesn't really transfer over to anything else. It's such a fascinating and incredible idea. So therefore, again, the concern over here is immorality with the sota. The concern over here ultimately, again, is immorality, with this particular woman that we're seeing in a state of being unclothed. But if she's going to be executed, there's no further concern about that. Amy Sahara Sholit, Ella the Sahara goes ahead and takes hold over something that you see with your own eyes. But essentially, if you don't see it, or if it's if you're not seeing it, then there's not a yetzer hara for it. Tremendous. So again, Rava says, 1 second. The only position is contradiction with Yehuda. There's also contradiction in the positions of Rabbanon. I'm sorry. Yehuda don't catch the Shanina. Okay, so we answered out about Rabbi Yehuda. Rabban now will catch. Amakra, the no su kolanashin, the low tasena. So ultimately, you're going to say, so remember the person says, with Rabbi Yehuda, it's two different things. Rabbi Yehuda is going to say, all of this is done, the sota and by the execution, is in order to go ahead and give a musr to other people. So at the end of the day, you're going to come to sin when they see a woman in the partial state of being unclothed being executed. Witnessing an execution in and of itself is one of the greatest forms of Muslim. So like the Hitema, the other B'chaytim, so maybe we should do both. Maybe we should go ahead and Allah for the Maestro, both ways, namely execution and also the basement to being unclothed. You have to learn Achaz Kamocha, Lo Misayafa. So I said, this is incredible. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says, no. Even when you have to execute someone, you have to be makbid on their dignity. If you're not on their dignity, you sort of say, isn't this incredible? You have to learn Achaz Kamocha. What is that? How does this manifest itself? Even when you execute someone, there is still a halacha b'hakra halacha. Enter the same. If you're executing someone, about say, if you're executing someone, what does that usually say about the person? Not good, right? Not good, right? Good people don't get into those kinds of situations, right? A lot of situations in life that even good people get into. Generally, if you're being led out to the base of skila, you're not a good person. Hypocrisy. You've done something that is deserving of execution. And again, remember, even though we've seen also the patient's been advocating for you, the system is advocating for you, yet no one can exonerate you. It pretty much means you're probably not a good guy. Even for the Jew, good guy, there's a halacha. What's the halacha? I have an obligation to love my what it does manifest is minimize the pain and suffering or minimization that such a person is had in his execution. So again, in this case it'll be according to the Rabbi, for a woman, we're not going to execute her unclothed. Or for a man, we're going to execute him unclothed, but we're still going to cover the area of his midah. In other words, we're going to preserve his dignity ultimately, again, to a degree. Even though such a person has engaged in such behaviors, we're still going to go ahead and preserve. Because you have to really come over the person who is liable to death. So how much we each other as well. Also, you get into such divisive, you get into such strife and such negativity within product over hashkach differences, different differences. Also, at the end of the day, there is a profound obligation that we have to love. Even who's been out to be executed, come up. How much I have to love the Jew, no matter how different he or she is than me. Incredible Gemara. So the Gemara name of Rav Nachman Tanaiki, maybe Rav Nachman's statement ultimately is not closest Tanoim, to which the Gemara said, "Lo, Tukoli Alma is with Rav Nachman." Everyone agrees with Rav Nachman. Everyone agrees. So let's see, what are they arguing about? Mar Savar is going to finish Adifale Tfei Minecha de Buffet, Umar Savar Necha de Buffet Alcohol Israel. So this is actually very profound. The Gemara says like this: everyone agrees with Rav Nachman, namely, you have to learn Achad Kamocha, find, make sure that when you have to exit, do so in a way which preserves their dignity. First, here's the shayla. What do people care about more? Do people care about physical pain? Right? In other words, if you give a person a trade-off between preserving their dignity and suffering less, will people choose preservation with more physical pain or less physical pain but the kind of dignity? That's my focus. For those who remember again, what's the trade-off? The trade-off is like this. I can keep my clothing, right? So I preserve my dignity, but what? Skila is more painful. Skila is more painful. Or I could shed, right? So the dignity is gone, but there's going to be less physical pain. So once the Gemara suggests is so profound, which one, right? Which one do people prefer? So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, he's going to get Nish Adifay, Kilomar, Godel Be'in of Tfei, Minisha Dugufei, Lufak Noach Loshik Isaka Beladusha, the Tisha levels. The Avagav the Ikitsara to Gufas. So he's not focused on here. Not focused. So the person, right? Well, of course, you have everyone agrees that that's a kamocha. It's a machlokas in human nature, also, which is such a fascinating machlokas. You see from here, by the way, how important it is to compromise the dignity of another person. Because sometimes I rather keep my dignity and suffer physical pain rather than lose my dignity and be a little bit more comfortable. It is such an incredible yisod. We'll say so many halachas over here, not just of how to execute people, but how to treat people when they're alive. You have to chakamocha. You have to love a yid no matter what. They disagree with you, they agree with you. You have to find a way to accept and to love every Jew, even if you agree with them. Number one. Number two, this is why you have to be so careful about how we treat the dignity of another. Because you see from there, dignity is so important that a person, some people would rather even suffer physically, but keep their dignity than to suffer less and lose their dignity. Incredible. Mishnah, basically, okay, now as I say out, it's fascinating by the way, these Mishnahs will be again, we're going through this, it's almost like we're going through them, we're walking side by side with the accused. So what happens? Besa Skila, Hayagavah Shtei. So Besa Skila was 2 stories high. Remember Skila worked as we saw before, we've already referenced, they would push a person off a height. If he would die, well, we'll see in there. So it was 2 stories high. What she asked, Echamina, he didn't go for Amasnav. So it's interesting, we'll see this more in depth. One of the witnesses, the way it worked is the accused would stand kind of like the edge of the building, and he would be pushed by one of the witnesses. The witnesses have to do this. It makes a lot of sense. Right? The witnesses have to carry out the execution. He would push him by his torso, by his hips. He push him by the side, and they push him off the roof. So the Gemara says, if it turns out that when he hits the ground, he falls right on his chest, they would turn him on his side. The imase boss, and ultimately, again, if he died as a result of impact, yatsa. In other words, you might have thought that in order to be yotzi skila, you have to throw a stone. You gotta get a pebble, you gotta get something in there. The Gemara says, no. If he dies from impact, that's skila also, the imlav. What if he died in impact? So again, the first witness pushed him off. The second witness, Hashem knows also, the second one goes in and takes the stone and literally again puts it on his heart, which means throws it on the guy. It makes bayatza. So again, if he dies from the first stone, then okay, then again, more people get involved and begin to be stoned. Those fascinating. So says the Gemara, Tana, the commercial hurricane shalosh. Now remember again. Now, true, the base is 3 stories high. Remember again, a person also stands at a certain height, which means that he's falling also from a larger height. That's what second. Why do you need such a tall structure? So the Gemara says, after large. So there's not bar should be a pit ability to kill at a depth of 10 tefachim. 10 tefachim. Af k'dei lahamis asar tefachim. Also, something the Gemara says that even at tefachim, which actually seems to be a relatively low amount, but even a height of 10 tefachim has the ability to cause someone to die from impact. Right. If you die from a 10 tefachim, you can. The chances are you won't. and you're just going to get very, very badly hurt. The idea, and that will cause pain. The idea over here is we want it to be that it's high enough that a person's going to die. And that's what we want. That's what we want over here. So it says, kill him in a way that minimizes the pain. So the Gemara says, yeah, he would, but if that's the case, so put him on a 10-story building. Right? Put him on a 10-story building, to which the Gemara says, no. The Gemara says, Mishum Dinabo. No, because remember, the issue is if it's too high, then what will happen? The body will become intensely mangled, right? Mangled, and again, that would be a lack of cover again to the base as well. So we find this middle area. Even go. Just in general, how do we know that the accused, right, or not accused, that the guilty party is pushed off the building? Yaro, as he says, pushed off. I know this skill. How do we know that it's pushing against the building? How do we know that if halacha he went ahead and he died as a result of impact? Actually, you know what I'm saying? I know that this is true not just for the future generation. On the base, okay, they in laughing. So the says, and it's not. Remember, the guy doesn't die from impact. So the second he comes along and takes the stone, tell back I Evan Haisa Sham, the way he makes it like this. First witness comes along. What is the first witness? He's the pusher. And then again, if Ruben doesn't die from impact, the second witness comes along and goes ahead and takes the stone and throws the stone. So the second witness is taking the stone all by himself. Ultimately, there was a stone there, but the stone was so heavy that it could only be carried by two people. So it's not the one person thing, it's a two-person thing. So which Gemara says, in no sin alibo, no club in no sin alibo, in this bar, yasa. Or tamesh, tikshi, gufa, masush nebene adam. So Gemara says, tikshi, I'm sorry, tikshi afa, gufa, masush nebene adam. So the reality was listen to this. It was a heavy stone. It had to be lifted by both witnesses. No club, the no sin alibo, elo, the midly love the hadithah. So what happened? Both together. The shunted people, he did to mercy. So what happened? Witnesses were lifted up together, but it would really be only one of them would do the throwing. Like essentially, actually points out to us this way. If two people try to throw something, what ends up happening? It doesn't go with fine direction. Different forces acting on it. Right? Again, if you look at that, when two people try to throw something, the intended item doesn't go in the right direction because there's two forces acting on it. Which is then matched with this is without the premises. So therefore, again, when if Ruben didn't die from impact, what happens over here? So again, the two of them together lift up the stone and they throw it down. But they lift it up together, but only each number two throws it himself in order to go ahead and ensure that it's going in the right direction. A tremendous Muslim story. Forming lessons, even huge. What that? Just the thing about this is just a moment. In life, there are stones we have to live. Right? The right things we have to accomplish. And a lot of times in life, in order to accomplish things, you need other people to assist you. Right? And that's true, right? You need other people to help me lift. You should only rely on other people to a certain degree. At a certain point in time, you have to take ownership for getting the stone really needs. In life, we rely on other people from beginning to end. Right? I want to know that. I mean, this one for this, I mean, this one for that. We all need other people to assist. No one can live life without assistance. We need people that lift the stone of accomplishment. But at the end of the day, to get that stone, to accomplish the things you need to do, it's gotta be you and you alone. Other people can assist, but the execution, no pun intended, right? The execution of your life goals, the execution, the things you want to accomplish, own it, take it, direct it. It's gotta be you alone. Tremendous. Coming last week, even for execution. Remember like the back time, they all know about them. Says, but yes, again. So remember, the says if that first stone did work, then all the parties saw gets resolved. So the Raisa says it never happened. Never happened. We didn't die either from at least from impact and then initial after that. So the Gemara says, that kind of I mean, the Ovid, it doesn't mean that he did it. It doesn't mean that actually again. They put additional stones. That's not what it means. Rather, what it means is he needs to have if it was needed, this is happening. In other words, here's the like we're laying out the process. Was that Allah and first push him off. If he dies unpacked, good. If he doesn't die, second when he comes along and throws down a big stone. And if none of that, then again, everyone else will use the stone. Now, I started to get involved in the stoning. But nevertheless, that's part of the process. So the Mishnah made it like again, there was a stone that prepared for the seconds to throw if it was necessary. After a person was executed, in the process of execution was buried along with the guilty party. So the Gemara says over here, the sword that was used to kill him, the tree that he was hanged on, the stone that was used for stoning, right? The rope that was used for strangulation, everything was buried with him. So let's say that's the case, then how was there a stone ready there? Well, it means one stone per customer. In other words, that reminds us if they executed the thing, the stone they used in execution was buried along with it. But Allah reminds us then if there was no execution, they would prepare a second stone. These items would be buried within probably during that time. Any quarantine mode, we wouldn't bury these. Now listen, by the way, the logic for burial is why it makes a lot of sense. You don't really want the stone that was used for execution around. Why? It's going to be a lack of cover on this. Because people looking at this, oh, that's what the stone is. Right? That's the tree that they hang the shimon from. You don't want that. It's a lack of cover. So the Gemara says, yeah, they buried this ritual, and then they compare another one. The Gemara says, they buried it, and that time we learned in it, but we learned that we don't bury the item together with the mace. So that's what's like, you don't want to bury this with the mace. It's almost like such a degradation that a mace should be buried along with the buried item you're using with. Because you're right, it doesn't mean that put it in the kever. Like, you're not actually putting the instrument for execution in the kever. You're burying it along in the same area together with the mace as well. So let's say again, Reuben is condemned to death. So the witnesses lost the head. So if he lost the head, then Reuben gets off on a technicality. So my time on, right? Reuben is part of my time on. But this is incredible. Bible said because it says the hands of the witnesses have to be on the defendant or the guilty party first. So therefore, if the witness doesn't have a hand, so Reuben goes through technicality. So that's the case. Tell me why. That people without hands can't be witnesses. In other words, if somebody's deed doesn't have hands, so he can't go ahead and testify in the capital case. Shining us and the Amar cry, no, what it means is like this. Because he did have hands at the beginning of the proceedings, and they found him guilty. So again, if they lost their hands before execution was carried out, then the accused or the guilty party gets off on a technicality. But if they didn't have hands from the beginning, the testimony is false. So the Gemara says, next day, come up with Shiddush, you want to either Rabbi. Here's the problem. The Gemara says, what about the following situation? Where does it show up witnesses? When does it show up and they testify about the following? We are here to testify that in so and so Beis Din, Ruvain was found guilty of killing Shimon, and so were his witnesses. So they're showing up in Beis Din, talking about Ruvain being found guilty in a different Beis Din, and so and so were the witnesses. Interestingly enough, however, we did just said the witnesses be the ones who go ahead and tell Rishon. They have to have the hands. In this case, Ruvain is going to be condemned based on testimony about different testimony that occurred in a different day. But the hand so said, no, I don't know if you are those seconds that are witnesses that off, those are actively witnesses to testify that Ruvain was guilty. Me, but even Croc. Me, but even Croc, so once again, here's the thing for this entire discussion. The thing about this is quite an interpretation of this. The verse saying, literally means that what? Witnesses, their hands have to be on him first, right? The witnesses would push him off the side of the building by speed. They would be saying, if one of the witnesses doesn't have hands, then what? Ruvain goes free. So the verse says, that is a pretty literal interpretation of the passage. So is that how we operate? Is that how we operate? That we're literally going to require such a literal interpretation? So the Gemara says, all right, anybody in the crowd, we really need such a real interpretation. Most of us, I'm not going to go to any other than these actionable. Most of the ones that said somebody's with someone else, well, you have to execute it. Now, I only know you have to execute him in the particular execution that the Torah highlights, right? How do I know? So let's say someone's kind of skila. Like, how do I know that if for some reason I can't administer skila, that I kill him any way that I can? In other words, that halacha l'maaseh, even if you can't administer, he particularly prescribes misa that you execute in a different way. Most execute. Even for says something, there's similarity with the interpretation. Right? The Torah says that Ruvain is supposed to give skila. If you can't give skila, you can only give hera. Right? That you give him hera. So you see from here that we don't have to be necessarily interpret explicitly little. We shiny husband most that's different. Why? Because you have a lashon of most you must. There's a lashon of a pasuk, and the lashon of the pasuk ultimately is most you must, which is a more general statement. So why don't you go ahead and learn out from this? Let this be the paradigm. That even the Torah says something explicitly doesn't necessarily have to be understood in a very narrow way. Right? That's the Avo. Those says the Gemara. Because in reality, Rosef and Gola are both now. Interesting about Rosef and Gola, these are both cases where the Torah hands down a very specific punishment, but then it gives you latitude in teaching of that punishment. Let's say now, what's fixed in the Rabbi gap? It's very important. I won't call that for a legal principle, which is as far. The Torah says something once, right? That means that once is completely the paradigm. When the Torah says something twice, what is that coming to tell you? That these two situations. So here we go. So you might think about Rabbi gap and Imran. The Rebbe says the same principle twice. A rule. So watch this. The Gemara says. Imran, Rothschild, what's this Rothschild? What's this Rothschild? Rothschild tells me that someone from Ruvain killed Shimon. He's found guilty. Halacha, we have to kill him with skila. You can't give skila. What if you can't give skila? Kill him however you can. What's the right? He kills Shimon for accidental murder. What's the punishment? You go to Galus, by the blood. Who is the avenger of blood? Like who is that? Who is that? The relative of the person who killed. So the Gemara says, how do we miss the Goel Adam? You're going to go out. This is wild. How do we know? So let's say again, Shimon doesn't have any relatives. So therefore, again, the Goel Adam, Beis Din appoints a Goel Adam. Interesting to see that who applies to that. And appoints a Goel Adam. So ultimately, again, so we see from what he's saying here, even the Torah says that it's Dafka the Goel Adam who goes in, if he's a relative, yet there's no relative, pointless. So what do you see in these two? Even though the pasuk specifically says something, we nevertheless what? We interpret it to be not necessarily literal. So the Torah says a person who kills is killed by stila. Okay, if you can't kill, do something else. A person who kills accidentally is liable to death at the hands of the Adam. But if there's no what? So these are two instances where we say literally. So we'll say for snakes of the bike two instances of the same thing, non-literal interpretation. But because it's twice, therefore that means what? These are the exceptions and not the rule. But everywhere else, what is the rule? What is the rule? Literal interpretation. And if I wasn't coming full circle, we now understand that what? Who pushes the guilty part of the roof by skill? Who does it? The witnesses. And therefore, if between the verdict and the pushing, one of the witnesses becomes an entity, loses his hands, then what's the halacha? Reuven goes free on a technicality. He goes free on a technicality. Incredible. So says the Gemara, only Rashi, Milo Ba'inan, do we not need the pasuk to by the way, excellent job. Let's say excellent job. Okay, it would have been nice to get to the Mishnah. Let's say you did fantastic. Right? We did it together, Baruch Hashem. We leaned into it. We accomplished it. We finished off the week literally on the same page, almost on the same page. Let's probably so. Let's say what a week of learning Torah has been such a tremendous. Let's say shut up. One of the most important sodos in all of this. What do you think? Let's say you think about like the shtickle downer learning these gemaras. Like what do you do with all these gemaras of execution? Because I always find when you learn about death, what death does is learning about death creates the most life-affirming lessons. These are tragic circumstances where someone's life is coming to an end. So also what it has to really bring within us is that we're here, we're living, we're breathing. We are not subject to these learning that we got to accomplish. We got to do it. Every breath we have is tremendous gift from the Ribono Shel Olam, and we just deserve to maximize it. Let's say Shkoyach, a good Shabbos. We invest in this. We got to feel.
Something like 90% of them were hardcore drug users. This was his contention. And you would say it's what opens them to the type of behavior. Okay. Right. But Samkin is out.
All right, so we'll say good morning.
AIDS, communicable disease, street people.
Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning shift to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Dustin Pei, the social schools, and the tunnels for all of Israel. See that in his Catholic Karov. Our week of learning sponsors, Rabbi Ari and Rabbi Richters, Mother Sarah Bas, who passed the Torah sponsor from something. The dedicated children in memory of Amit Ben and David Levi, Zichron Rabbi Itai Levi, killed fighting in Gaza the first nights of Hanukkah. That's the only sponsors for today. Elio and Dwar Ramin, and then we have Elio's grandfather, Nisan Ben Abraham, Zichron Rabbi, and in honor of the son Yehuda, 11th birthday, sparkle for the release of the Hasmo, hope to see all of our hostages come home with Shalom and the Kara. Let us be able to laugh together and call this everyone. incredible Gemara ahead of us. We are picking up today's daf in Mem 4. We are actually picking up a verse on Mem Gimel on the days 43 Mishnah. Beautiful Gemara. Hayroch Saskido Kasser Amos. When the convicted individual, called Reuben, right? So again, remember, following along our progression, Reuben was accused of killing Shimon. Reuben has been found guilty by a baby. So when Reuben was approximately at least 10 Amos away from the base from the execution spot, only though they would say to him, his Svada, commit vidui, or recite vidui. She can not call him Svada, because again, it's the death of people who have been put to death by these things. To recite vidui to confess. Because even though again, death itself is a kapara, is an atonement, but nevertheless, the act of reciting vidui prior to the execution is in and of itself a profound form of atonement. So they call it, Gemara says, anyone who does vidui before he dies, each has a portion in the world to come. What we see by Achan, now who is Achan? So again, if you're going to see this a little bit, when Klal Yisrael comes into Eretz Yisrael, there was a war that they fought in Yericho. Yeshua said that anyone, no one is allowed to have the spoils of Yericho. Whoever does so would be like Achan went ahead and took of the spoils of Yericho. Again, we'll see more about that story in just a little bit. So literally again, you see Yeshua saying, give cover to Hashem, the God of Israel, the king of low Toga. Now, see what this means. Literally, give him thanks. We just have to see exactly what this statement means. But yeah, Achan as well. So Achan is Yeshua. He said as follows. I know. So Achan said, when confronted by Yeshua, Achan said, yeah, it was me. I went ahead and sinned that I did so and so and so and so. And we love you, how do you know ultimately again Achan was atoned as a result of his deeds? So Hashem says to Achan just says destabilize. That's literally the waters for us. So we should go ahead and obscure you today. So the Gemara says to Achan, it's only on this day, this world, that you are, so to speak, punished. You have to Achan, but you are not compromised in the world to come. The halacha said because Achan did vidui, therefore openly is forgiven. Incredible. In any of the other styles, what happens if a person doesn't know how to do vidui? The same person just doesn't know how to recite vidui. Only wrong, so we say to him, Emar, say the following. Tehei nisasi kapara akol avonasi. My death should be an atonement akol avonasi for all of my sinful behavior. Right? My death should be an atonement for all of my sins. But this is really sad. So again, so this I just want to point something very interesting. There's a concept ultimately of saying vidui when a person is dying, particularly when a person is dying. So there's a longer form of that vidui, but there's also a shortened form of that vidui that essentially just says Tehei Misasi Kapara Akol Avonosai. So that again, let this be a kapara on all of our veils, and that's it. That the entirety of the vidui. And literally says, in Hayya says, if at the end of the day, let's say Reuben knows that he's innocent. Right? As much as he says, that the disciples don't worry about that. If any times things could happen, so Reuben's being led out to be executed, and he knows he's innocent. So what does the Mishnah say? Reuben could say, my death should be atonement for all of my averos, except for this avera. So as Amulot Ilke, Yeru called Adam Omerkin, today the Nakos Atzmo. So Yeru says, if that's the case, every person is going to go ahead and end up saying, they said to me, so remember, Rabbi says essentially, you say legally before you figure that out, but if you believe you're innocent, you should say, at least my death should be an atonement for all of my errors, except for this, because I didn't do this. So essentially, the Gemara says, if you put in that formation, everyone's going to say that, because everyone maintains their innocence, or most people maintain their innocence all the way until the end. Okay, so you so interestingly enough, so then again, Moshe Rabbeinu, Yeshua says to Achan is the paradigmatic example of this concept of sin legally prior to being killed. Yeshua says to Achan, please, when you ask sin not, the Hagid not the Naasisi, please tell me what happened. Ultimately, again, no is a Lashon is a request. What does this mean? So Rashba said to Klal sinned. So remember again, Hashem was telling Yeshua that someone took from the spoils of Yericho who was supposed to. So Yeshua says, okay, Hashem, tell me, who did it? Who took from the spoils? Who took from the spoils of Yericho? None of the people he died. So listen to this. Hashem says, what? Am I snitch? Right? I'm going to tell you who did it. Late Hakelos, go and cast lots. Cast a lot, and you'll see who the perpetrator was. All of people go out, so sure enough, Yeshua went, and he cast the lotteries. The Nafal HaGoel al-Achan, and the lottery fell on Achan. Amar Yeshua. So Yeshua, the Goel Atabar lights. So now Yeshua confirms Achan. You never had any committed this up. So Achan said, really? A lottery? That's how you're assuming I'm guilty? After all, again, after the Elijah Kohen Shnei Gedol Yador Atem, even in Makil Aleikum called that from the Kenyopo. So Achan said, Yeshua, if I cast a lottery between you and Elijah, like you're the Kohen Gadol, like you're the Navi, Elijah is the Kohen Gadol, the lottery is going to fall out on one of the two of you. The point that Achan tried to make is lottery is a very non-scientific approach to these things. So how are you determining my guilt through a lottery? So I said, so Yeshua is contacting Bakash Achan. I'll talk you about what you do. Do not cast aspersions on the lottery. See the Eretz Yisrael is telling you to go wrong. Because Eretz Yisrael is all beginning to be divided up through a lottery. Lottery is a mechanism in the distribution of Eretz Yisrael. So if you start casting aspersions on the lottery, it's ultimately going to cast the aspersions of Eretz Yisrael. So he goes on, he says, Shine Emar, after going to find Kasaris, takes over the king told up. So what Yeshua says to Achan, please give over. Shakudi Shakte.